in Indy.
Oh my God, I've never got so fast.
My heart is beating out of my chest.
The man with the target on his back.
Who can catch the fastest racer on Earth?
Alex Palou is simply waxing the field right now.
We're just scratching the surface of this guy's talent.
Untouchable, undeniable, inevitable, Alex Palou.
Alex Palou's legendary season rolls on as he eyes an historic three-peat and looks to move one step closer to the single-season wins record in Portland. August 10th on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
Andretti is back on top in IndyCar racing. Not Mario, but his son Michael. He's the only repeat winner this year with victories at Long Beach and just last weekend at the American 200 at the Milwaukee Mile. Andretti's car still working very well. He's moved into second, but Rick Mears won't have any part of it. He moves alongside Michael. Now Michael to the high side, passes Sneva and gets the lead. Michael Andretti with tremendous foresight and driving ability takes the lead in the third and fourth turns and then even puts some traffic between himself and second place Sneva. This year's one-car Craco team with crew chief Barry Green has proven to be successful. Michael was second quick in qualifying yesterday, but is still confident of a victory here today.
Obviously, when you're doing as well as we have so far, it helps all of us. You know, it gives us that little psychological edge. But you know, as long as we can keep an open mind and just you know, just try to keep the momentum going and not get too confident.
ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, presents Auto Racing 86, setting the standards with the most extensive schedule in racing. We welcome you to Portland International Raceway in Oregon for today's Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200 IndyCar race. A beautiful day here, sunny skies, 73 degrees, they say about a 40% chance of rain during the afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Bob Jenkins along with IndyCar driver Derek Daly, and to all of you a very happy Father's Day. We've had a wide variation of weather here. On Friday during practice, sunny and very hot. Yesterday during qualifying, we had cloudy skies and rain. Today, sort of in between. What's that mean, Derek?
I think it mainly means that some of the grid positions that we see here at the start of the race may not be truly representative of what some of the guys can do, because people like Sneva and Kogan are very far back in the wet, but they were very fast in the dry.
One of those guys who was very fast in wet conditions yesterday, the pole sitter, Emerson Fittipaldi. He qualified many times in the rain when he was in Formula One. To his outside on the front row will be Michael Andretti, the hottest driver in IndyCar racing.
I think back at Phoenix on our first race, we suggested that maybe Michael Andretti might be the coming superstar. I think he has definitely developed into the superstar combination with this new look Craco team.
Jack Arute will be covering the pit area for us today during this 200-mile race here at Portland. He has more on our pole sitter, Emerson Fittipaldi.
Bob, this guy's been on poles before, but in Formula One racing, his first pole ever in kart competition. Emerson Fittipaldi, first of all, congratulations. But the natural question is, can you sustain it from the pole? You qualified in the rain.
Yes, my Marlboro car was very good on the rain, but was very good on dry. And running full tanks on dry, I was happy. I hope I can stay like that in the race.
Now, what's the key here, Emo, as you look at it, starting in the pole position, going the distance here? Is it going to be fuel? Is it going to be tires? Is it going to be a driver against driver, or maybe driver against track?
No, I think it's going to be is a very tiring race physically for the drivers. It's a long race. It'll be more tough, I think, on the fuel consumption.
Now, looking over on the side of you, starting on the outside, is the guy that's the hottest driver in competition right now. That's Michael Andretti. What can you do to hold back Andretti in the onslaught that he's created through 1986?
Oh, I think it'll be very tough. You know, Michael going to be trying hard to pass me, you know, from the beginning, from the start of the race. And it is a long race. I hope I can do well today.
Well, we'll be watching him from down in the pits with the entire Patrick Racing team. Let's go back up to the tower and Bob Jenkins.
All right, thank you, Jack. We look forward to your reports from the pit area. One driver will be starting in 17th position because of an incident during qualifying yesterday, Johnny Rutherford. His car made contact with the wall. The front end of the car was heavily damaged. However, the crew has worked all night, and they have that car ready. Johnny Rutherford is ready to go in this 200-miler. And it's all being brought to you by Budweiser Beechwood Age for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you. By today's Chevrolet, who invite you to live the style, performance, and fun of Chevrolet in '86. And by Pennzoil Motor Oil, quality protection. Ask for it. We'll be back to take a look at the 21-car starting lineup and begin the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200 from Portland International Raceway in a moment. A brief overview of this course they'll be competing on is just less than 2 miles in length. There are 9 turns, 6 right-handers and 3 left-handers. The front stretch is 2,700 feet long and the back stretch is 2,400 feet long. And there is a chicane at the end of the front stretch, and that may cause some problems at the start of the race. Derek Daly, our cohort here in the booth here, finished 4th at this race in 1984. He's a better look at this course.
Today we will give you the course description in a rather unique way. What we'll do is we'll use the actual camera positions that you, the viewers at home, will see. The first camera we use is camera 1. This is on turn 9, which is the right-hand second gear corner at the end of the lap. The cars accelerate up to 5th gear along the front straight, where camera 3 then picks them up. This is a 172 mile an hour front straight. The cars come along here, get on the brakes, down to 3rd gear, and through this very fast right, left, right flick chicane. We then go to camera 4 that picks the cars going in through the infield, which is turn 1, 2, and 3. This is turn 1, a short acceleration down to turn 2. Still the cars in 3rd gear. They then accelerate on the brakes again down to 2nd gear for this double apex 2nd gear left-hand turn. We then go to camera 5 that picks the cars coming into turn 5. This is a 2nd gear right-hand turn, probably the most important corner on the circuit. We then accelerate along the back straight where camera 6 picks the cars up just here, up to 5th gear, along this bumpy back straight. We then go down to camera 7, picks the cars up under braking. They're down to 4th gear, go through this very fast left-right flick. We then come back to camera 1, which takes the cars again through turn 9, this 2nd gear right-hand turn.
Derek Daly with a description of the course. Now let's meet the 21 drivers and cars that will make up the grid for the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200 here at Portland. Starting in pole position in the Marlboro March, car number 20 qualifying at 94.084 miles an hour, Emerson Fittipaldi. On the outside of the front row, in car number 18, the Craco STP Lean Machine March will be Michael Andretti from Nazareth, Pennsylvania. In row number 2, car number 2, Roberto Guerrero and the True Value Emerson March. Outside of the second row for today's race will be the number 4 Miller American March, crewed by Roger Penske and driven by Danny Sullivan. In the third row will be Raul Boisel in car number 22, the Copper Top Duracell Lola. On the outside of row number 3 will be car number 30, the Domino's Pizza Hot One Lola, driven by Al Unser Jr. from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Then going in row number 4 on the inside, the Newman Haas Lola. Car number 5 driven by Mario Andretti. And outside of the 4th row will be Bobby Rahal from Dublin, Ohio, and the Budweiser True Sports March car number 3. The 5th row consists of Rick Mears in the number 1 Pennzoil Z7 March. Outside of the 5th row will be Jeff Brabham in car number 8. The field comes off of corner number 9, looking for a green, and the green flag is out. The Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200 is underway. And a puff of smoke there from someone. It could have been braking. We watched them go into the chicane. and everybody trying to get through there in good shape. It looks like everybody has survived, perhaps some tires off the course, but everybody hanging on and not spinning. Now they go into corner number 1, the long right-hander. It appears as if Michael Andretti has gotten into the lead here in the early stages of this race. Now they're into corners number 3 and 4. Before long, they will be heading down the long 2,400-foot backstretch, and speeds will increase to well over 120 or 30 miles an hour. Guerrero has gotten second place, and Emerson Fittipaldi, the pole sitter, it appears, has dropped back to at least 4th position. Now they are on that long back straightaway. There's Michael Andretti leading, followed by Roberto Guerrero running in 2nd position. They're in corner number 9, about to complete lap number 1. And as they come off the corner and accelerate down the main straightaway, we'll tell you how they're running. It's Michael Andretti in 1st position, then Roberto Guerrero 2nd, Danny Sullivan, Emerson Fittipaldi, Bobby Rahal, Little Al, and Raul Boisel.
A very, very good start by Guerrero. He jumped away from that 2nd row starting position. Emerson Fittipaldi did try and get the jump on Michael. He must have missed a gear or something, because he went right from the front row to 4th position. So not a very good start for Emerson, but Emerson is the king of being consistent, so he'll be happy enough just to sit there in that 4th position for the moment.
We'll give you the rest of the lineup. Roberto Moreno and Kevin Kogan in the 6th row. Villeneuve and Pim started in row 7th. Jose Legarza and Tom Sneva in the 8th row. The 9th row was Johnny Rutherford and Randy Lanier. 10th row, Dominic Dobson and Mike Nish. And starting in 21st position all alone, the promoter's option, Dale Coyne. The cars are on their 2nd lap down the backstretch. We're watching Emerson Fittipaldi, who's running in 4th position after having grabbed the pole for today's race in the rain yesterday.
Michael Andretti just beginning to put a little bit of daylight between himself and Guerrero and Sullivan. Not unexpected, because Michael is very much the superstar combination with this new Craco team this year. He was very, very quick in the wet and the dry. The wet, he was just 2nd fastest. He told me after the practice that he screwed up a little bit, made a change, and didn't quite get the dry line that was becoming during the wet session. So he was always very happy with his dry settings in the car, and he shows it here by being comfortably in the lead.
Well, it was a good safe start as they went into the chicane. Some cars went through there 2 abreast, but everybody survived, and I would think that has to be a tough assignment right after you get the green to negotiate that chicane here, Derek.
Particularly with this 3rd gear chicane, because it's fast enough that you think if you can just get the jump on a guy, you can get through there and get away. And everybody makes their mind up almost exactly how they're going to do the first lap, and they visualize how they can get through that ahead of the man beside him. But luckily we had no bumps and no traumas, and everything was safe.
Speaking of bumps, you mentioned during the course description the backstretch, which in past years was very bumpy. However, they have done extensive work over the past year to repave that backstretch, and it's really pretty smooth now. And I think the only reason that we didn't see a new record here in qualifying was because of the very poor weather conditions that we had.
That's right. Michael Andretti is now 3.7 seconds in the lead and is increasing all the time. Roberto Guerrero, who was extremely happy with the handling of his car in the dry weather conditions, looks as if he's not quite able to hang on, but I think he'll be happy with the 2nd position at the moment.
Roberto Guerrero running in 2nd. There is the leader, Michael Andretti. Just about to go on to the backstretch once again. We have completed 3 laps here in this 104-lap race, consisting of 200 miles. The course just a little less than 2 miles in length. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd right there. There's Danny Sullivan, who is running in 3rd position. And Derek, you expressed the opinion for the race that started as Dale Coyne has slowed and looks like is going to pull off of the race course. Dale Coyne in car number 19. He was the promoter's option. This is at the chicane. So if he parks that car on the course, we may have a yellow, but it appears as if he is pulling well off the course, so there will be no yellow in that particular portion of the racetrack. Dale Coyne retires and apparently becomes the first car out of the race. Michael Andretti is the leader. It's a engine problem that apparently has caused Dale to pull off of the racetrack. Derek, you expressed the opinion you thought that Danny Sullivan, who is 3rd right now, is going to be very strong today.
That's right. On the full tank run, which was yesterday afternoon, after all qualifying was over, everybody ran in the dry conditions. Everybody had full tanks, and I went out on the back straight, the end of the back straight, to watch the car. And Sullivan was visually the fastest and most aggressive driver there, so I expect him to be, I thought he'd be the front runner almost instantly, but I think he will be very, very strong all through this race.
Well, it appears as if he is closing in the distance between himself and Roberto Guerrero, running in 2nd position. Danny Sullivan from Louisville, Kentucky, the 1985 winner of the Indianapolis 500, running 3rd here. Behind him is Emerson Fittipaldi in 4th place. In 5th position is Bobby Rahal. 6th is Al Unser Jr. 7th is Raul Boisel. In 8th position is Jeff Brabham. In 9th is Mario Andretti. 10th position at the moment belongs to Rick Mears. And there's an interesting story in that Brabham car, who is running in 8th position right now. That is a Honda engine. We'll talk more about that as the race progresses. Danny Sullivan running 3rd.
You just saw Danny clip the curb on that chicane, and they've changed that curbing situation from last year when too many cars ran literally over the curbs and dragged some sand and stones onto the track. Now they've actually put speed bumps on the entry, the middle, and the exit, so to keep these cars on the track at all times. The little bit you saw Danny run over there, that's about as much as they would dare to risk to run over, because they would just break the car on the speed bumps.
It does affect the handling of the car when you go over those speed bumps at high speed.
It would affect it if it was the loaded side, but usually it's the unloaded side of the car that they will actually put on the curbs.
All right, running in 6th position here is Al Unser Jr. in car number 30. Al, of course, began this race in 6th starting position, so he's running the same place he started, and Raul Boisel. And here's a driver that we perhaps were expecting to see some great things of, because he's an experienced road racer and experienced running in the wet conditions yesterday. Qualified very well, was 5th fastest on the grid. Raul right now is running in 7th position, but
making a nice pass on Bobby Rahal there. I spoke to Raul this morning, and he was very, very happy with the car. He said the main thing that slows him down is just his own experience sorting out this car properly. He was very fast, as we said, in the wet. He was 5th fastest, the fastest lowland in the grid. But I think the future looks very bright for Raul in his first full season as an IndyCar driver, driving with Dick Simon.
Some side-by-side racing going on here, and the problem is that Bobby Rahal is off the pace. He is being passed by several cars. There goes Kevin Cogan to the outside and to pass Bobby, and there is Tom Sneva also right there too. So it appears as if Bobby Rahal, who was in 9th position, or make that 6th position, is falling back somewhat.
Rahal has never finished well here. He qualified 5th in 85. He's never managed to finish well here. The Indianapolis 500 champion of this year, this is not going to be his day.
And it also appears as if Emerson Fittipaldi may be having some problems. We get the word that he may be experiencing some clutch difficulty, so we'll watch for that. Bobby Rahal is coming into the pitch. As he came off of corner number 9, he swings into the pit area. Here is Jack Arute.
Bobby Rahal brings his Budweiser True Sports entry into the pits. Definitely an unexpected pit stop. They take a look. They've got to bring it over to get the jack up. That was a costly move. They're looking underneath the side trays, and now they're saying toot fini. Turn it off. We'll get a word with Bobby Rahal in a moment and be back to you.
A very unfortunate race for Bobby Rahal from Dublin, Ohio, and of course he has experienced some very sad moments this past week because his car owner Jim Truman passed away last Wednesday night. We'll tell you more about that as the race progresses, but it's going to be an early out for Bobby Rahal. He just simply came into the pits, turned off the engine, and that is it. Now we have the Skull cars running together out there on the racetrack, Tom Sneva and Ed Pym. The leader of our event is Michael Andretti, and we'll be back with more of our live coverage right after
this. Back at Portland International Raceway, and the first out today is the guy that won the Indianapolis 500. Not where you want to be, Bobby Rahal.
No, we had a real good start. I think we were 5th, got up from, 8th, I guess, and car was handling pretty good. But engine started to vibrate pretty early on, and then I think it must have blown a rear seal because the clutch started slipping, and at that point, why bother?
When do you put this one out of your mind now? Do you just look on to the next one? Do you just cancel this whole weekend off?
What weekend?
That's the story from the pits, a real driver.
Bobby Rahal, the winner of this year's Indianapolis 500-mile race. Last weekend was not especially good for him either, as he finished outside of the top 5. He was 6th, but really struggled all day. Bobby Rahal completed 7 laps of this event here today. It's about a 5-second lead that Michael Andretti has over Roberto Guerrero and Danny Sullivan.
Michael almost makes leading and winning look easy at the moment, which is usually the case when everything is right. There's no magic to winning these races. You just have to have every ingredient right with the team. And I spoke to Michael earlier on today, and he said the biggest advantage he has is he just comes in, talks to his engineer, Adrian Newey, just tells Adrian what he needs and what the car does. Adrian makes a couple of adjustments, and sure enough, he goes out and goes faster. So the whole team makes everything look easy, and consequently the results come on the track.
You can see the interval there between second and third position as Danny Sullivan is not too far behind Roberto Guerrero, but Michael Andretti has opened up about a 5-second lead over Guerrero here in the early stages. 28 cars began this event last year, only 11 finished. Attrition was quite high last year. Derek, do you expect the same here in this race?
It's very hard to tell the attrition rate on races like this. I think past history will suggest, yes, that it will be very hard on the cars. The reason Portland is hard on the cars is the long acceleration out of the two ends of the circuit. The second gear right-hander onto the front straight and the second gear right-hander onto the back straight. That long, hard acceleration is what strains these cars to the breaking point.
Interval between first and second there. You can see how Michael Andretti is beginning to stretch it out. What a great year he is having. There he is, moving through corner number 5 onto the backstretch, and here comes Roberto Guerrero through the same set of corners and onto the backstretch. Danny Sullivan is the number 4 car that's right behind Roberto Guerrero.
This is Roberto Moreno and Tom Sneva. Now Tom Sneva, he was in 16th starting position, which was in the wet qualifying, and that did not represent the speed that Tom could go in the dry, because on full tanks in the dry yesterday afternoon, Tom was in the top 6. So we did expect a bit of a charge from this man. And here he is now running in, he's now in,
I believe he's
13th position. So Tom is making it.
There is Sneva moving through corner number 8, now through corner number 9 and on to the main straightaway once again. Tom Sneva from Paradise Valley, Arizona, running in 13th position after qualifying 16th fastest at 87.016, about 7 miles an hour off of the pole speed. Well, Emerson Fittipaldi going very slowly on the racetrack. Perhaps Jack Arute can tell us more.
Well, what we were going to tell you about, gentlemen, was the conservative driving style of Emerson Fittipaldi for the start of the race, and we think we knew why, but if he's slowing that far down, there could be further problems. We checked with Pat Patrick, and he said we're running conservatively, but here's what I learned earlier before the start of the race. They were huddled in conversation, deciding that they were indeed going to start this race to go for only 2 pit stops. Most other teams want to go for 3, so it could be that he's out of the throttle just a bit, turn the boost down, trying to wait until about lap 35 or 40, then turn the heat on and see how much fuel he's got.
Well, he's running in 4th position and really not losing much ground, but at the same time he's not gaining anything. He's about 10 seconds behind the leader, Michael Andretti, but for MO, perhaps that's exactly what the strategy is, just to play it conservatively and wait to see what happens in front of you.
With the mileage that Emerson has under his belt, if you include his Formula 1 racing, he is probably one of the most experienced people out there on the track today, and he is the master of being consistent.
Dominic Dobson in car number 24, the leader car machine crewed by A.J. Watson, is in the pit. You can see some smoke and some vapor rising off of the engine of that car. They're going to take the cover off of it and see if they can find the problem. Dominic Dobson up from the Super V ranks, handling this machine here this weekend and apparently on all the road courses for the remainder of the kart season.
This, of course, was the car that Gary Bettenhausen drove so well at the Indianapolis 500.
There once again is Michael Andretti going through the chicane. It's about a 6-second lead for Michael over Roberto Guerrero. 3rd is Danny Sullivan, and 4th is the number 20 car of Emerson Fittipaldi. We'll be right back. Back at Portland International Raceway, where Roberto Moreno has had an engine let go just past the chicane, and he is already out of the car, walking dejectedly back to the pit area. An early out for Roberto Moreno.
Not a very good weekend for Roberto, because on the second day he had a rear suspension brake on his car coming down the back straight. Didn't do much damage to the car, it gave him a bit of a scare, but the first time he's come to Portland, and not happy memories to take away with him.
There is Moreno, who is taking off the helmet and retiring for the afternoon, and some racing going on out here on the track now as Rick Mears and Kevin Kogan are running right together on the racetrack, and they are in 9th and 10th position.
Now, Kevin also had a very lowly starting position. He started in 12th, and he wasn't happy with his dry settings, but he said the car was very, very good in the wet. He expects to be able to move up through this field. At the moment he's running 10th. A bit conservative, we would expect him to move up a little bit more.
Eric, this is the first road race in about 2 months. The last time they won a road course was actually a street race in Long Beach. We've had the Superspeedway in Indianapolis. We've had the mile racetrack in Milwaukee, and now is there much of an adjustment that a driver has to go through to get himself ready for this kind of a road race?
I think, Bob, it's fair to say that the driver adapts to the situation. It's really the crew chief and the mechanics that have to make the car changes, which are so necessary now, because these cars are so refined and so technical that if the crew doesn't change exactly what's needed, then the driver can't do his job anyway. But I think it's easier for the driver to adapt than it is for the crews to possibly put it all together.
Rick Mears running in 9th position, did not compete here last year because he was recuperating from those injuries suffered at Montreal. We did have an opportunity to talk with Rick earlier in the weekend. Rick, you weren't here last year because you weren't competing on the road courses because of your injury. What do you remember about Portland, and are there any familiarities?
Well, you know, there really are. You know, it's I've always enjoyed the track when we have run here, and I missed it last year, and it feels good to be back on it this year. It's a fun racetrack. It's got some good sliding corners and a couple of quick corners, and you know, good long straightaway with that dog leg at the end. And it's a fun racetrack. I'm enjoying it.
In his only previous start here at Portland back in 1984, Rick Mears finished in 10th position. Right now, he is 9th in the chicane.
Ed Pym is the one that seems to be making a bit of a move here in these shots. Ed Pym has come up from a low starting position also, now running in 10th position. In fact, now running 9th. Has just taken 9th position. Ed Pym in the Pace Electronics Skoal car. This is basically another new look team that ran so well at Indianapolis, was consistently fast in the 2:14 bracket all the time. And Ed Pym is looking for the result that I think that team has and will produce.
We have completed 18 laps of this 104-lap race, and Roberto Guerrero and Danny Sullivan are going at it out there on the racetrack. There you can see Danny Sullivan moving to the inside and lapping one of the back markers as he is really putting the pressure now on Roberto Guerrero. Guerrero, you'll recall, last year wrecked in this race. He was involved in an incident with Pancho Carter over on the backstretch. But Roberto Guerrero running in 2nd position right now, just a few car lengths ahead of Danny Sullivan.
I think at this stage, Michael Andretti has about a 10-second lead over these two, so the only thing they can hope for is that Michael definitely runs into trouble. They can hope that in the 2 or 3 pit stops, whatever Michael will have, he will be delayed. But as it looks on the track at the moment, these two, Guerrero and Sullivan, just don't have quite the speed to match Michael Andretti.
What are we looking for as far as pit stops are concerned? Will it be a 2 or 3 pit stop race?
Ideally 2. But it's very close. I mean, if it's a hard, tough race all the way, then it may be 3.
Ray Floyd leading the U.S. Open at even par. There you can see the American League baseball scores. Games going on throughout the United States this afternoon, as we're bringing you live action from the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200 IndyCar race from Portland International Raceway. Part of a big celebration here in Portland associated with the Rose Festival. It's been going on since the latter part of May. This pretty much culminates it. Auto racing, a big part of the celebration. They raced here on this track last week, and of course the big IndyCar race tops it all off here this weekend. And the people of Portland definitely come out and support this race, and they have signed a 5-year deal to come back here and race the next 5 years at Portland. Kevin Kogan still running behind Rick Mears on the course, but Kevin has gotten around Ed Pym, and so he is now in 10th position. Mears is 9th, and in 10th is Kevin Kogan, who finished 2nd at the Indianapolis 500 this year, and of course the very close battle with Bobby Rahal.
Sneaper there, handling Kevin Kogan. Sneaper was confident he was going to be able to move up. He is the oval track expert. He goes to great pains to tell us and show us that he is improving on the road courses. And I think here's Jacques Villeneuve chasing him also for his position. But Sneva very definitely is improving on these road courses.
Well, that is Tom Sneva running back there. Ed Pym, as a matter of fact, has passed Rick Mears, and Ed Pym now runs 9th. Mears is 10th. Kogan is 11th. Tom Sneva is 12th. Jacques Villeneuve in 13th position, and in the 14th spot is Jose Le Garza.
An interesting thing about Sneva is he still uses his left foot for braking. Now, I say left foot. Road racing and road race drivers use their right foot. Sneva uses his left. I asked him, does he not find this a disadvantage? He said it may be, but he's got 3 pedals and 2 feet. He's not smart enough to change his driving style. And that's exactly what he said to me.
So it is Rick Mears, Kevin Kogan, Tom Sneva, and Jacques Villeneuve running together on this racetrack.
Villeneuve has spent most of the practice session with 35 gallons of fuel on board, so he felt that his race set going to be a lot better than his qualifying. The reason he had 35 gallons on was they had such a fuel pickup problem. They couldn't pick up when it got below 35 gallons. So he basically has done all his practice laps full of fuel, which should be to his advantage here now in a race condition.
They're averaging 111.084 miles an hour after the first 20 laps of this race. We are on lap number 21 right now, 111.084. And that is, of course, considerably faster than the qualifying speeds because of yesterday's rain. Now, Kevin Kogan had a notion and looked to the outside of Rick Mears as they came down the straightaway, but he decided to fall back into that position.
We just saw Villeneuve in the left of our picture. In fact, there he is, just shoot by Sneva. Kogan seems to have more grip in the corners than Rick Mears, but doesn't have enough punch down the straight. So I think Kevin's going to have a difficult time trying to pass Rick for the next couple of laps.
We understand that number 22, Raul Boisel, is going slowly on the racetrack, so we might watch for him to be making a pit stop momentarily. Raul Boisel running slowly on the racetrack. There's Jacques Villeneuve in car number 71, Hemmelgarn car.
Jacques running in 13th position. In fact, he's 12th now, having just taken 13th from Sneva, number 33 in the Skull Bandit.
Villeneuve's best performance this year was on the street course at Long Beach, where he finished in 8th position. Last week at Milwaukee, he was 15th. And there is Boisel in car number 22, who is reportedly in 6th position at this time, but our spotters indicate that he is not running quite as quick as he was a few laps ago, but still at this point maintaining that 6th position.
He qualified 5th, same position as he qualified at Long Beach, so he is a bit of a road race expert. Now living in Noblesville, Indiana, neighbor of my own.
There were 2 cars entered by the Dick Simon team this weekend. This one for Raul Boisel. The second one was entered for Chip Robinson, who I'm sure you're familiar with from his Super B days and now his IMSA competition, in which he participates regularly. But they decided not to run the second car, so Chip Robinson's day will come later in an IndyCar.
Well, we did have the report that Raul was maybe slowing down, but he seems to be running fine. And that's Jeff Brabham, number 8. Oh, he is running fine. Little bit of a chance to take there to try and pass JR in such close quarters, but he did make it through. Jeff Brabham, number 8, is now beginning to show some form with that Honda engine. Jeff now running in 7th position behind Raul.
It's going to be interesting to see if that Honda engine can go the distance here in this 200-mile race. Jeff seems to think that this is the engine of the future. We'll take a replay at what happened, Eric.
You see him, I would have thought he would have continued down the left-hand side, but he did take a bit of a chance. I think the puff of smoke may have made it look a tiny bit more dramatic for us looking at the TV screen here than it actually was. But Raul did get safely by and is still running in his 6th position. Here is the Honda engine of Jeff Brabham, number 8, just behind him. And the Honda, when we all heard that the Honda was going to come, you thought, well, it'll be as good as its F1 engine and it'll clean up, but they have had a lot of trouble with reliability. But this car and engine package, in fact, although it's a Lola, it is completely changed. The Gallus team, with their own pit, with their own wind tunnel, have actually redesigned almost completely the side pods on this car.
Here is Michael Andretti, the leader, dropping to the inside of the racetrack and passing Mike Nish, who started this race back in the last row. So Michael Andretti has a 12-second lead now after 24 laps over Roberto Guerrero. And Michael Andretti looking very, very strong.
Making things look easy. When a driver gets a team and a car and an engine as good as this, it tends to give the driver an enormous amount of confidence. When the driver has confidence, he tends to drive on the edge all the time and be able to maintain the ability to drive on the edge. Therefore, he constantly goes fast.
Michael Andretti has just lapped the 14th place running Jose Legarza, so there are 13 cars now on the lead lap. Back with more of the G.I. Joe's Budweiser 200 after this. Well, tonight at 7:30 Eastern Time, join us for the Crosby, a star-studded charity golf tournament in Clampbank designed to revive the friendly, charitable atmosphere of the original Bing Crosby Golf Tournament, which was founded back in 1937. It's the Bermuda Run Country Club near Winston-Salem, North Carolina. It's tonight at 7:30 here on ESPN. We're glad you can join us on this beautiful Sunday afternoon in Portland, Oregon, where we're presenting coverage of the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200 IndyCar race. And from the drop of the green flag, it's been an all Michael Andretti show. He has opened up an 11-second lead on Roberto Guerrero. Third is Danny Sullivan. In fourth position is Emerson Fittipaldi. Fifth is Alonso Jr. In sixth is Raul Boesel. Seventh is Jeff Brabham. Eighth position, Mario Andretti. Ninth is number 66, Ed Pym. And 10th is Kevin Kogan. The interval between first and second is what we're looking for. Michael Andretti passed a few seconds ago. Now, here comes the second place, Roberto Guerrero, and it is about 11.5-second lead. So Michael is continuing to open up the interval.
This is Roberto Guerrero. We just looked at there. Roberto's never finished here, so he is looking for his first finish. In the 2 starts, he's never finished here.
Michael Andretti from Nazareth, Pennsylvania, won the most recent race at Milwaukee. He was 6th in the Indianapolis 500, won at Long Beach, and finished 15th in the season opener at Phoenix, Arizona. And right now he is the PPG IndyCar World Series points leader going into today's event.
There is something flapping in Michael's cockpit. It's just at the bottom of his helmet. Now, I think it's actually the piece of his uniform. I hope it doesn't cause him any trouble, but we can see it flapping every time he comes up that front straightaway.
Watch and see if that is a problem for Michael. It certainly doesn't appear to be at this point, because that car continues to run very, very strong out there. Well, we had an opportunity to have a conversation with Michael Andretti earlier in the weekend and get his reasoning on why the team is so strong.
What do you contribute the success to? Is it the fact that Praico is only a one-car team this year?
Rough.
That's one of the main factors, I'd say, and also Barry Green and Adrian Newey. Those 2 guys have turned this team around and made it a first-class team, and give most of the credit to them.
Michael Andretti about to lap another car as they go into the chicane once again.
We can see the little helmet skirt, or the top of the uniform flapping there. I think it's out of sight, out of his line of sight, so I don't think it will bother him at all.
Last week we were on the oval at Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and these crews, after that race was over, had to load everything in the truck and make the long haul out here to Portland. Would that have a serious effect on how the cars perform, in that they just did not have a lot of preparation time for this race?
I think what it does, Bob, is it gives an advantage to the very well-prepared teams, because they can turn around these cars. There's Jose Garza running very slow. Looks like his day is over.
Jose Garza slowing down on the racetrack in car number 55. An unfortunate situation for him. Meanwhile, Kevin Kogan is coming in for a pit stop. Jose Garza started this race in the 15th position. There is Kevin Kogan, who has come in for a stop. It appears to be a routine stop. They are putting fuel in the car and changing the rubber. The right front is going on, the left rear also going on. They've completed the refueling process, and the left rear now seated, and Kevin Kogan is pushed away and goes back out onto the racetrack. So he is the first of the drivers that were running in the top 10 to make the first pit stop.
Kevin is now a lap down, because that's 4th place Emerson Fittipaldi just flying by him there. I think obviously an unscheduled stop. Kevin would have liked to stay a little bit longer, but I think his handling probably just wasn't what he wanted, so he figured get in for new tires and get back out with a faster and better handling car. What we spoke about earlier on, Bob, was the rush between these races, you know, one consecutive weekends for 3 weekends in a row. We were saying the better organized teams, the better financed teams have an advantage, because they tend to have more spares, more engines, and more people to turn these cars around quicker.
There is Johnny Rutherford in car number 21, and it's pretty obvious that his accident yesterday may have caused some handling problems with that car. It's just not up to speed and not competitive today. Johnny Rutherford, who has done very well in IndyCar racing this year, is not going to have a real superlative finish here this weekend.
Here we have Rick Mears being chased, being handled by Jacques Villeneuve. Rick's only had 1 finish here. He finished 10th at 84. Didn't race last year because of his injuries. Jacques Villeneuve, in a full season this year with the Himmelgarn team, obviously moved away from the Canadian Tire team, which was built basically around him and gave him his first IndyCar win at Elkhart late last year. So Jacques Villeneuve looking for a good result here.
Still averaging right around 110 miles an hour in this race, which is considerably faster than they qualified, of course, in the rain. There you can see Villeneuve with perhaps getting on the brakes just a little hard, and the rear end almost breaking away, but he gathers it in and holds it there in turn number 9, and then accelerates coming down the straightaway.
Just behind them is Tom Sneva in the 11th position, and Tom is just about to be lapped by Michael Andretti. So Michael Andretti is about to put a lap right down to 10th position.
And Ed Pym, who was running very strong, also came into the pits for a stop. And here is our leader, Michael Andretti, who has come in for a pit stop. The refueling process going on, the tires being changed. Michael waiting patiently in that car. The jacks are down, and they push him away. A good stop for Michael Andretti, but he does relinquish the lead to Roberto Guerrero.
There's an example of the good team. It looked easy. He was just straight in, got his tires, got his fuel, whatever he wanted, and straight back out again. Makes it look easy. That's the mark of a true professional, well-organized team.
We were mentioning that Ed Pym, who was running in the top 10, also made a pit stop, as has Tom Sneva and Randy Lanier. But the new leader is Roberto Guerrero in car number 2. Roberto started the race from 3rd position, has been running second since the drop of the green flag, but now with the pit stop by Michael Andretti, Roberto Guerrero has gone into the lead, and we'll see if he comes in for a pit stop this time. If they do enter the pits, you will notice them drop low on the track in corner number 9. However, he decides to stay out. There isn't much of an interval between himself and Danny Sullivan, as Sullivan continues to be right there with Roberto Guerrero.
Roberto has had this confident air about himself all weekend. He goes around on his little motorbike in the pit lane. He's got that little smile on his face. You ask him how's the car. He says fine. He's just got a little glint in his eye. I think he knew he was going to do well this weekend. And although he got the lead because Michael dropped in the pits, it's still a great confidence booster to think that you're out ahead of the pack leading this race.
Well, Danny Sullivan continuing to run in 2nd place here. He has not had especially good luck here at Portland. He finished 23rd in 1984 and 27th last year after his win at Indianapolis. As far as this season is concerned, his best finish has been a 6th. But nevertheless, this driver for the Penske Racing team is very confident that things will turn around for him. The Penske team involved in a little bit of experimentation this year, not only with chassis, they're trying the PC-15, but also, as the leader, Roberto Guerrero, comes in, they're experimenting, of course, with the Ilmor Chevy engine. Let's go to Jack Arute.
Guerrero has brought his car into the pits. They're going to change 3 tires all the way around. A slight problem on the right rear with the jack, but maybe with the lug wrench, but they've been able to solve that. It's going to be a very good pit stop. They're taking on a full load of fuel. Atypical of the pit action down here in this first series of stops, gentlemen. We checked with the Patrick Racing team. They also had very good stops. The reason for Kevin Kogan coming in as early as he did, he thought he heard the engine sputter, as if maybe there was a fuel problem.
Roberto Guerrero now back out on the racetrack, but the lead is held at this point by Danny Sullivan, and here he is on the backstretch. We do anticipate Danny Sullivan's pit stop coming up. He's in corner number 9. Watch for him to drop low on the racetrack, stay toward the inside, and that's where he'll go if he decides to pit, and that is the situation. Danny Sullivan relinquishes the lead, and he comes in for his first pit stop of the day. And once again, Jack Arute is in the Danny Sullivan pit.
Roger Penske crew goes to work on Danny Sullivan, 1985 Indianapolis 500 winner. They've run, as you said, Bob Jenkins, very well. They were the fastest in the last practice. They're not making many major adjustments to the car, just taking on fuel, changing tires, and they'll be off and away.
A good stop. The jack's down, and you can hear him squealing the tires and blasting out of the pit area back onto the race course. Danny Sullivan is back in the race now. The lead goes back to, we believe, Al Unser Jr. is in the lead right now. He has not pitted yet, and that's the reason why he is in the lead.
We saw the pit stop by Danny Sullivan. No matter how quick it is, they still have to have 14 or 15 seconds to get the fuel in. Now, those of you that are Formula One fans, they see pit stops in Formula One of 6 and 7 seconds when they change all 4 tires. Well, the reasons that's faster is, A, IndyCars have 5 people over the wall. Formula One has as many as you like. Formula One don't put fuel in. It takes the 14 seconds for the fuel to actually flow from a restricted hose into this fuel tank.
Trouble for the Penske team as Rick Mears has come in for his second stop in 2 laps, and it does not look good for Rick Mears. The mechanics are looking over the car. They're working there at the rear end of the machine, but it looks like it could be all over for Rick Mears.
The board you saw from Kevin Cogan that read 017, that's the pit board that their crew will give him every lap he goes by. What that means is that his last lap was 1 minute 1.7, 60.7, 017. So that's just a little bit of information that the team have now passed on to Kevin.
We're watching Al Unser Jr. in car number 30. And for a time, timing and scoring indicated to us that Al Unser Jr. was the leader. However, in a recheck, and we believe that Michael Andretti is back in the lead in car number 18. Unofficially, Danny Sullivan running in second position. Then Roberto Guerrero is third, and fourth is Emerson Fittipaldi. So they're basically running in the same way that they were before we had our first series of pit stops. The exception is Sullivan now second, and Roberto Guerrero drops to third place. That's the situation with 36 out of 104 laps completed. Back with more in a moment from Portland, Oregon.
Back here at Portland International Raceway, and another top runner that's out of the race. Transmission problems for Rick Mears.
Yeah, the Pennzoil car was working pretty good. We were just along trying to conserve some fuel and see how the race was going to pan out, and evidently something broke on a dog ring or something in 5th gear or something. It just cut loose on me. So,
Rick, taking a look at the rest of the cars that are out there, is Michael Andretti that superior to everybody, or is it just the brakes thus far?
well, I don't know. Where I was running from the start, I never did really see much of Michael, so it's hard to say, but evidently he's running pretty strong.
How about the track conditions? Are they suitable right now?
Yeah, the track seemed pretty good. I felt like I was a little slippery, whether it was just me or the track or what, I don't know. I was a little bit slippery and I was having to fight it a little bit, but the track seems pretty good.
Now, Derek, this is about the hottest that these competitors have been running these cars all weekend. It's getting right up there in the humidity and the temperature, isn't it?
Yeah, it is getting warm. I didn't really notice it so much in the car as much as I thought I would, and now whether that's making the track a little bit slippery or not, that could be part of it.
Well, it could be a gamble right now in terms of setup. We'll have to see who's got the best.
All right, in the lead is Michael Andretti. Second, Danny Sullivan. Third is Roberto Guerrero. Fourth, Emerson Fittipaldi. And fifth is Al Unser Jr. Battling for 6th and 7th position, Jeff Brabham in car number 8 and Mario Andretti in car number 5. And again, we mentioned to you that the Brabham car is powered by a Honda engine. Of course, the Honda engine came off with a victory earlier today in the Canadian Grand Prix with Nigel Mansell driving. Here in the IndyCar race, the engine also performing very well.
That's right. It's a very interesting car-engine combination. Jeff said it's a much quieter engine to drive. I mean, it's much quieter in the car inside his helmet. There's obviously as much horsepower. You see Mario trying to get a drag away from it here because Jeff was slow following Mike Nish in the Machinist Union car. But he does seem to have enough horsepower to hold Mario off in the straight. But also, the car is different. The Gallus Racing team have taken this basic Lola, put it in their own wind tunnel, and they've come up with modifications themselves. They've completely redesigned the side pods, the radiator exits and entries, and the radiator size. And they hoped that this would actually produce a little unfair advantage, so to speak, over the rest of the Lolas. But this is the first race the engine has run and run strongly and run reliably, so maybe this car can develop into a very much a front runner.
You know, the Lolas just haven't been with the program by and large this year, have they, Gary?
It's hard to believe that Mario is down in 7th position, and this is the first time we've mentioned him all day. And he hasn't been on the pace all weekend here. I spoke to Morris Nunn yesterday, his race engineer, and in fairness to the Lola, Morris doesn't think that he is actually extracting maximum speed from the chassis. He thinks he's too new working with Mario to be able to link together and take all the information and put it all together and get the speed out of the car. So he thinks there's actually more in Mario's Lola in particular than what shows here this weekend.
What a difference a year makes, because last year at this time Mario won 3 out of 4, and his last win, as a matter of fact, was on this racetrack.
Sometimes you get on a roll, and when things begin to go well, success breeds success. So if Mario had a win, you never know. Well, everything could change.
Andretti, the name Andretti, very much in the news these days in IndyCar racing, but it's not necessarily because of him, it's because of Michael, and we ask him about Michael's success.
very happy for him, yes. I think if I have a downside, I think I have a definite uplift when I look at his situation, and it'd be better if we both had a better situation, but at least he's doing what, at least he's having the success that he's hoping up to now, and hope he continues. I hope I can be there to just be a thorn on his side before long.
So the Andretti's are running first and 7th. Michael in the lead and Mario running in 7th position. The average speed after 40 laps, we've completed 109.259 miles an hour. We have had 6 cars drop out of the race. Bobby Rahal was the first out after only 7 laps. Dale Coyne also dropped out. So did Dominic Dobson, Roberto Moreno, Jose Legarza, and Rick Mears. Let's get out to Jack in the pit area.
Bob, when we got done with talking to Rick Mears, we were starting to make our way out of the Penske pits, and we discovered something that we've never, ever seen before. These are electric blankets. They plug them into a 110-volt outlet, and you know what they do with them? They put them over the tires after they come off the racetrack. What they theorize is that by keeping the temperature in the tires, they can keep them up to the handling characteristics that they had when they were on the car. Let me tell you what, in this heat, that's a first. You want to curl up inside one of these?
Well, Jack, we know it's warm down there, but I doubt if you're going to need an electric blanket at least around you for the rest of the year.
Jack, I'll just disagree just for a second on you. You did say that they put the electric blankets on the tires after they come off the car. Of course, they put the electric blankets on the tire before they put them on the car. So they're already warmed up to racing temperature. So when they put the fuel into Rick's car, he can go straight out and stand on it as hard as he did before he came in on the new tires.
That's what confused me. That's what I at first thought was indeed the case. But what I noticed was when Danny Sullivan came into the pits, they pulled a set of tires off of his car and quickly sequestered them inside those blankets. That's what's got me confused.
Jack, I think they're trying to confuse us.
Doesn't take too much.
Doing a great job of it. There's Michael Andretti. He's running right behind Kevin Kogan on the racetrack, who is running in 9th position. So we have 9 cars on the lead lap at this point, and Michael just about to make it 8. Back with our live coverage in just a moment.
Now about 9.5 seconds behind Michael Andretti. The gap changes a little bit, goes between 9, 10, and 11 because of the traffic. So Michael won't take any chances, so he's quite prepared to lose a couple of seconds a lap, but he knows he can make it up. It looks as if he can make it up pretty consistently at the moment.
Back to the Johnny Rutherford story for just a moment. Here is a guy who has been extremely consistent this year. He has finished in the top 10 all 4 races prior to today. He was 5th at Phoenix, 9th at Long Beach, 8th at Indianapolis, and he was 4th at Milwaukee, and very much in the battle for the points championship. But this finish here today is not going to do him any good. There you can see the car has been pushed behind the wall. Johnny is still in it, but a disappointing afternoon for the Fort Worth, Texas driver.
The mechanics of that car did a super job to get it back on the track in as good a condition as it was in, because there was quite heavy damage that we saw earlier on when we opened up the show. When Rutherford did crash in the wet session yesterday, there was quite heavy damage done to the car.
All right, we have 13 cars, make that 14 cars that are still out there on the racetrack. They are Michael Andretti, Danny Sullivan, Roberto Guerrero, Emerson Fittipaldi, Al Unser Jr., Jeff Brabham, Mario Andretti, Raul Boisel, Kevin Kogan, Tom Sneva, Ed Pym, Jacques Villeneuve, Randy Lanier is still out there in competition. So is Mike Nish. Everybody else has dropped out of the event, the most recent Johnny Rutherford.
We had something interesting. Our timer here in the booth with us has timed the last 5 laps for Michael Andretti. And the gap is coming down. It's gone 11.7, 11, 10.4, 9.6, 8.5, and it's down. It's now down to, I think it's 8.1. 8.1. It's just come up on our data speed. 8.1. I don't think Michael Andretti's car sounds right. Maybe Jack Maroon can get down to the Craigo pit as soon as he can. I think there's something wrong with Michael Andretti.
Well, you could very well be right, because as you indicated, there has been about a 3-second change between first and second, as it was about 11 seconds, and now it could be down next lap to under 8. Here comes Michael now through the series of corners 5 and 6, and on to the long backstretch. And we'll see if the interval changes this next time around and whether indeed Michael Andretti may be having problems with that car. He flashes through the frame. There goes Kevin Kogan, who has already been lapped in 8th position. Michael comes off of corner number 9 and completes lap number 49. We are almost halfway through this race. There is Michael crossing the line. And in just a moment, we'll be able to tell you when Danny Sullivan crosses the line to tell you if indeed the interval changed. Yes, it did. It's down to 7.4 seconds. So either Sullivan is speeding up, or we believe the situation to be Michael Andretti not running quite as fast as he was earlier.
Jack Arute is making his way down there, I know, but it just doesn't quite sound right. The engine doesn't sound as crisp as it has been every time it's gone by us in the front straight here.
There is Danny Sullivan driving the March here this weekend. The PC-15, the Penske chassis that was competed at Indianapolis with Al Unser Sr. will be back later in the year, but for this weekend, Penske is going with the Marches.
This could make it a very interesting race. The gap is still coming down, and Guerrero is still there handling Sullivan. So this is definitely working itself into being quite a battle.
Here is Michael once again on the main straightaway, crossing the line. Raul Boisel and Kevin Kogan are between Andretti and second place Danny Sullivan and Roberto Guerrero. Here they come through the chicane. That's Raul Boisel and Kevin Kogan. There is Danny Sullivan in second, and the lead continues to go down as it's now a 6.8-second advantage for Michael Andretti.
We can see in these pictures that he's driving the car as hard as he can because he's getting the tail to flick out. He's hard on the power as quick as he can. Exiting turn 5 here, he always just gets the tail to flick out just a little bit. So he is actually driving that car still as hard as he possibly can.
Well, Danny Sullivan, despite the fact that he didn't have a good finish here last year, did sit on the pole for this race. As a matter of fact, he led the first 5 laps, but then dropped out of competition. So we have now Jack Arute down in the Michael Andretti pits. Jack, what can you tell us about this situation?
Well, Bob, we just got done talking to Barry Green, the crew chief on Michael Andretti's car. And in the mark of a true championship team, he said, we really don't have any problems. What we've done is we've turned the boost back. It's a long way to go. We want to conserve fuel. So I then quizzed him, as Derek had said. I said, it sounds like the engine is missing just a bit. He said, well, they haven't reported that to us.
Well, all right. We'll see what happens. It's actually back up now to about 7.6 seconds. And Raul Boisel, who was running in the top 10, has come in for a pit stop. He was reported to be running slowly on the racetrack. Raul Boisel in the Dick Simon car is in for a pit stop. We'll be right back with more from Portland, Oregon. Stay with us. Our Napa mid-race recap shows that as we have completed more than the 102 laps that make up the 104 laps rather that make up this race, the leader at the halfway point was Michael Andretti. He had led 50 laps, the margin about 1 second, 55 minutes and 35 seconds the time of the race to that point. We had 4 different leaders at that time. Average speed 109.34 miles an hour. We had no overall cautions and 7 cars on the lead lap with a total of 14 cars still out there on the racetrack competing. The cars out of the race: Dale Coyne, Bobby Rahal, Dominic Dobson, Roberto Moreno, Rick Mears, Jose Le Garza, and Johnny Rutherford, the most recent to drop out after 42 laps. A big day of auto racing in the North American continent, as earlier today on ESPN at 11:50 Eastern Daylight Time, you saw the Canadian Grand Prix with Larry Nuber and John Bizignano. That race was won by Nigel Mansell. Finishing in second was Alain Prost. Nelson Piquet was third, Keke Rosberg fourth, and Ayrton Senna finished that race in 5th position. There was also a big NASCAR Winston Cup race at Michigan International Raceway, where they had the track repaved for last year and some fantastic speeds, qualifying at 172 miles an hour. And Bill Elliott has won his first points-paying race of the year. Of course, he had victories earlier this year in the Atlanta Invitational that we televised for you on ESPN, and he won a Daytona 125 qualifier. But this was his first victory of the year in a points-paying race for Bill Elliott. Harry Gant finished in 2nd position. And surfacing up there in Michigan, Derek, where unfortunately you had a terrible accident a couple of years ago. Could mean speeds well in excess of 220 miles an hour when the Indy cars visit there.
I think usually they get 3 or 4 miles an hour quicker than the Indy qualifying speeds. Rick did 217 at Indianapolis. It definitely points to speeds in excess of 220 miles an hour.
The average speed in this race to this point at the 50-lap mark, 109.340 miles an hour. It's been a very consistent speed that we have seen in this race. They started out with an average speed of about 111 miles an hour, but it dropped down to 109 and it stayed there for the last few laps. So very consistent, but a very fast pace being set here by Michael Andretti. The interval between first and second, there you can see it. Here comes Danny Sullivan in second. The second car there in line as Kevin Kogan is between himself and the leader, Michael Andretti. But Danny Sullivan now running about 5.3 seconds behind Michael Andretti, with Roberto Guerrero running third, about 6 seconds behind the leader. In fourth position is Emerson Fittipaldi, and running fifth here at this point is Al Unser Jr. Well, we have observations and reports from Jack Arute now in the pit area.
Well, Derek, let's update you. Remember we were talking and discussing, do you put hot tires or cold tires in the blankets? Well, here's the story. They put both inside. What they're doing with these electric blankets is trying to keep not only the heat, but the pressure inside the tires. I talked to the tire expert here in Danny Sullivan's pit, and you can see them working them over now. They say it takes as much as one entire lap around this place to get the tires up to the proper pressure under racing conditions. So, they say we've gone to the electric blankets so that we can maintain that pressure while they're off the car, in case we've got to put them back on.
Jack, we spoke earlier on about Danny possibly picking up 3 seconds in his pit stop. That put him ahead of Roberto Guerrero. I wouldn't mind betting that it was actually the hot tires that gave Danny the advantage. So there's the high-tech world now coming more and more so to Indy cars, and I think that may be just the advantage Danny has.
You know what you talk about that, Derek? Remember Mark Donohue, the driver for Roger Penske in the early days? You know what they used to talk about? The unfair advantage?
Right.
We may have stumbled across one right here.
I think we did.
The leader is working heavy traffic at this point. He's the last car there in this line. Right ahead of him is his father, Mario, and Mario is running in 7th position. We have 7 cars on the lead lap, but Michael will try here on the backstretch perhaps to pass his father. There they go side by side. Michael elects not to pull alongside and pull the pass, at least right now. We'll see what happens. Oh, and look at him sneak to the inside and make a nice move on his father in turn number 9, and he puts his father a lap down. So we have 6 cars now on the lead lap. How about that for Michael saying, watch this, Dad?
I don't think Mario will be impressed at the little tap that Michael obviously gave his father's right front wheel there. I think we'll probably run that back again so you can see, but Michael actually committed himself to go down the inside, maybe a shade too fast, drifted wide, and actually touched the front wheel of Mario's car. I don't think his dad would, we see it here. You see Michael down the inside, completely committed. He hits the curb with his right front wheel, bang, just hits his dad there. I don't think they're the type of lessons that Dad taught him.
Now Michael is trying to lap, and as a matter of fact, he already has. He has passed Al Unser Jr. So we have 5 cars now on the lead lap.
Of course, what's happened now is Michael's got caught in traffic. The gap has now come down to 1.9 seconds. So there's Michael, Al Jr. just behind him, but Sullivan and Guerrero are right there now, 1.9 seconds behind.
We'll see if Sullivan and Guerrero have trouble getting through this traffic. If they do not, then this interval between first and second may stay at about the 2-second mark. We watch them come down the main straightaway here. Michael Andretti is the second car in line. That's Kevin Kogan running at the front of the pack, I believe, or is it one of the Gallus cars?
It's one of the Gallus cars, Jeff Brabham left on the car, which is just about to be lapped. Now the traffic cost Michael time. Of course, the traffic is still there, so it will now cost Sullivan and Guerrero some time before they can head off after Michael again.
All right, so Michael Andretti trying to pass the 5th place car of Jeff Brabham at the moment, and there are second and third, Danny Sullivan and Roberto Guerrero. And as you can see, they're also having a bit of a problem getting by the slower cars here on this tight 1.9-mile course.
Michael has passed Jeff Brabham in the Honda car. I have to say, that was a very risky move for Michael to do. I think if he was in the same position again, I don't think he'd do that. And I think I remember 2 years ago him putting exactly the same move on Jose Lee Garza, and he hit Jose Lee in the same situation. So I think that's a fairly risky thing for Michael to do.
While we watch third place Roberto Guerrero, we will mention to you that Raul Boisel, who was in the top 10 but came in is back out there on the track. Apparently it was a water pipe problem that has been fixed, and Raul Boisel is back out there in competition. And the number 12 car of Randy Lanier also has been black flagged, but they came in, tightened the rear wing, and he is back out there on the racetrack. So Michael Andretti is the leader, Sullivan is second, Roberto Guerrero third, and fourth is Emerson Fittipaldi. We lost a great contributor to auto racing this past weekend, our tribute to a great man. Last Wednesday night, auto racing lost one of its most respected participants, car owners, and friends. Jim Truman, owner of the True Sports March that Bobby Rahal drove to victory in this year's Indianapolis 500, lost a 2-year battle with cancer. The Indy win was perhaps the satisfaction of Jim's ultimate goal. The relationship between Rahal and Truman was more than owner-driver.
It's not a typical arrangement by any means. If Bobby were to get hurt or quit tomorrow, I don't know what I necessarily would decide to do at that point, because we've come together.
My feelings about him haven't changed any since he passed away. I felt as strongly about him before his death as I do afterwards, and sure, we're going to miss him. There's no question of that, but we won't forget him, and we're going to do the kind of job that he knew we could do. That's why we were here in the first place, and with his assistance, and even though he's not physically here with us, his spirit carries on.
Jim Truman was successful in all aspects of life. 2 national championships as a driver, owner of the Red Roof Inns motel chain, the largest privately owned chain in the U.S., and of course as car owner. But Jim didn't measure success with dollars, personal achievements, or material possessions.
My version of success is to see how many other people I can help be successful, and it's very gratifying.
We're glad you could join us here on Father's Day for the G.I. Joe's Budweiser 200 IndyCar race from Portland International Raceway, in a crash involving Roberto Guerrero as he has had contact with another car, and the car almost going over backwards. Roberto had just moved into second position, passing Danny Sullivan when this incident occurred. It's also involving Kevin Kogan. You can see that Roberto ran up over the rear wing, or at least made contact with the rear of the car of Kevin Kogan, and we have a replay of what happened. This could have been a horrible crash, Derek.
Now there's a good 2 car lengths between Kevin and Roberto here. I can only think that Kevin must have missed a gear, because Roberto literally ran straight into the back of him. So Kogan obviously slowed down, but an enormous accident. Could have been so much trouble here.
That car could have just gone right on over backwards. Fortunately, it did not, but it looks like that it's going to spell the end for both Kevin Kogan and Roberto Guerrero. He's moving down the backstretch, but of course very slowly, as the front suspension has been broken on that car. You can see the left front wheel.
Both cars are still mobile, and Kevin Kogan will be first back to the pits. I'm sure we can get Jackaroo down there, but I'm sure there's no way Roberto could make a mistake like that. I think you'll find Kevin either missed a gear or had some hesitation exiting that pit lane.
Well, there's Kevin Kogan. You can see the damage to the rear wing of his car. They're changing tires, but he's going to be in there, I would imagine, quite a while they get this repair done to the car. Let's go down to Jackaroo, who's in the Kevin Kogan pit.
Well, it is definite. There's a lot of damage. There's oil leaking out of the rear end of the car. Kevin Kogan is sitting in there. The crew, Larry Curry-led crew, is looking it over, but they have killed the engine on the car. They are going to go through the process of changing tires, but from my uneducated eye, Derek Daly and Bob Jenkins, it's just about done. The afternoon for Kevin Kogan.
I would think that is the situation, and a tough break for both of these drivers who were running in the top 10. Roberto was running in second place and having a great afternoon.
So Roberto doesn't finish here again. Now, whatever chance they had of changing Kogan's wing to send him back into the race, there's no way they can repair Guerrero's car, because apart from the damage you see on the left front wheel there, the car was at least 4 feet in the air, and when it landed back down again, that's when most of the structural damage would be done. So that actual front suspension won't be the main damage on that car.
Let's take a look at it once again. You can see that there is quite a bit of interval between Kevin Kogan and Roberto Guerrero as they come off of the chicane, but look what happens now, Derek.
Suddenly Roberto gains on Kevin instantly. I mean, that doesn't happen normally. You see how high he was, 5 or 6 feet in the air with the front of that car. That would have virtually broken the car in half.
So there is the Roberto Guerrero car that is in the pit area, but as you can see, Roberto has already gotten out of the car. They're pushing it behind the wall, and for the second year in a row, Roberto Guerrero retires from competition here at Portland because of an accident. We only have 3 cars that are now on the lead lap. Michael Andretti is the leader. Here is second place Danny Sullivan, and third place Emerson Fittipaldi. So second and third right here, running about 5, 6, 7 car lengths apart.
Here's Mr. Consistent beginning to show right at the head of the pack once again. We alluded to the fact that he may have backed off slightly just at the start. Now he's right up with Sullivan. Sullivan, in fact, is running 9.1 seconds behind Michael Andretti. So maybe Michael did turn the boost down for momentarily, but now he's just turned it back up again and now able to maintain that 9-second gap.
So an unbelievable situation here as an accident has taken out second place Roberto Guerrero and also put on the sidelines Kevin Kogan. Back with more in a moment.
Kevin Kogan has made his way out of his car, and he's here with me now. Kevin, what happened?
Well, we're having some pickup problems getting the fuel, and the car has been starving coming off of several corners, and I've been pitting. I pitted the first time, and I still had about 8 or 9 gallons in the car, and I should have had about 8 or 9 gallons this time, and it started to run out of fuel again.
So then when it sputtered, that closed the gap, and Roberto climbed up your wing.
Yeah, I'm sure. It just when it started to die, he hit me instantly, so he must have been right on my tail when it started to starve. He probably was just a little too close.
Well, that's the story on Kevin Kogan. Let's update you on his teammate, Emerson Fittipaldi. Emo has been in and out of the pits, taking on his fuel and his tires. And, gentlemen, by my calculation, he should, and I say should with quotation marks, be able to go the distance. What about it, Kevin? Do you think he can?
I hope so. You know, what place is he in?
What place? I think he's running second or third.
I hope so.
That's the story, gentlemen.
All right, Jack, and all of the leaders, as a matter of fact, have made their second pit stop. Here is the battle for the lead, we believe, as Sullivan may have the lead now, and Michael Andretti second with Emerson Fittipaldi third. So now we have a contest on our hands. Michael Andretti, who has been so strong all afternoon, has the job of getting around Danny Sullivan here if he wants the lead back. We have completed our second series of pit stops, so we can go now the distance without any additional fuel, at least we think so. And we'll watch Michael try to put the heat on and try to get around Danny Sullivan. He may do it here in the backstretch. Remember, this backstretch has been repaved from last year. It's much smoother, and it gives the drivers a better opportunity to do some passing. Michael can't do it, though, and Danny hangs on to the lead.
Just another point, a final point on the Roberto Guerrero accident. That's the type of situation where a driver is completely committed to the draft behind the car in front of him to maintain the aerodynamic tow. And that accident has absolutely no blame whatsoever on Roberto, although visually it looks as if he drove into the back of Kevin.
By the same token, it wasn't Kogan's fault either, because he was having problems with the car. The fuel just wasn't picking up when he came off the corners.
That's right. So here we have the battle for the lead, and Sullivan is up there, number 4, the Miller American Special, ahead of Michael Andretti. Now, Michael, I think, probably has enough in hand for him to sit behind Danny and not take any chances. You can see Michael takes a much wider turn entering these corners. Danny is going tight and trying to get out of the corners fast. Michael is turning left before he turns right. Makes a much smoother, bigger, wider sweep.
May be conserving it here and turning down the boost and just staying right on Danny Sullivan until the last 8 or 9 laps.
I think when a driver has a car as good as this, tactics can definitely play a huge role, and he can afford to back off and think about things for a couple of laps, which I think he probably is doing here.
The average speed at the end of 70 laps, we've completed 72 now, 108.436 miles an hour. Very consistent afternoon for the leaders who have been turning laps right around the 108, 109, 110 mile an hour mark. We have had no overall yellows in this race. In fact, very few what we consider to be serious incidents. The most serious, of course, was the Roberto Guerrero and Kevin Kogan incident. Now, there is third place, Emerson Fittipaldi. He's only about 4 seconds behind the leader. As far as our leaders are concerned, we have had Michael leading the first 31 laps, then Roberto Guerrero led a couple of laps, Danny Sullivan led a couple of laps, Michael Andretti took the lead back, and now Sullivan has it again. 72 laps completed out of 104 that make up this 200-mile race at Portland. We'll be back right after these messages.
outside of the True Value hardware transporter with Roberto Guerrero, and if it wasn't for bad luck, this team would have no luck at all. Roberto, another DNF.
Yeah, it's just too bad, you know. Again, the car was just, you know, the True Value March was just running beautifully, and we were having a heck of a race. I was having a lot of fun, and, you know, it's just too bad. One of these days we're going to get it.
Now, I know this is the first you've probably heard of it. Kevin Kogan reported that he had a fuel pickup problem, and it was as if all of a sudden he said he went through the corner and it just stopped. Quite a surprise for you.
Yeah, I thought that he maybe broke a gear or missed a gear or something. Something happened because he slowed dramatically as I was setting myself up to pass him. So it just didn't leave me much room, unfortunately.
Is it difficult for you to keep a positive mental attitude with the litany of problems that are really not your fault that have befallen the team over the last couple of weeks?
It's tough, but at the same time, we've proven that we're competitive, and our day is going to come.
Well, that's what Dennis Hardy, his ace man here on the side, said before we went on the air. He said, hey, our day in the sunshine will be here shortly, fella.
Roberto Guerrero had a 4th place finish at the Indianapolis 500 this year, was also in the top 10 at Phoenix, but DNFs at Long Beach and an 18th place finish at Milwaukee, and an accident with Kevin Kogan has eliminated him this afternoon. There's your leader, Danny Sullivan, who has almost a 2-second lead now on Michael Andretti. There are 12 cars that are still out there on the racetrack. Let's run them down for you so we can tell you everybody that's still in competition. Danny Sullivan, the leader. Michael Andretti, 2nd. Emerson Fittipaldi is 3rd. 4th place is Mario Andretti. 5th, Alonso Jr. 6th is Jacques Villeneuve. 7th is Ed Pym. 8th is Tom Sneva. 9th is Jeff Brabham. In 10th position is Randy Lanier. 11th is Mike Nish. And in 12th position is being shown as Roberto Guerrero. So perhaps we have 11 cars that are still out there on the racetrack.
We have a report from the pits that Michael Andretti had in fact turned his boost down to 45 inches. They've now given him the signal. They've now told him to turn it back up again, back up to the 48 inches that they are allowed here. Now Sullivan is leading. Sullivan gained his position over Michael Andretti in a pit stop, just like he gained his position over Roberto Guerrero from 3rd to 2nd earlier on in the race in the pit stop. So Penske's in the pits definitely seem to be have the edge over most of the people here today.
There's the interval between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, as a matter of fact, as all 3 cars in the shots. There's 2nd place Michael Andretti, and 3rd place Emerson Fittipaldi. Randy Lanier, who's being shown in 10th position, 8 laps off the pace, is running out there on the course without a rear wing. Now, we've heard lots of stories about how wings are smaller on the super speedways because, of course, the more wing you have, the more drag you have. But Randy is choosing to go without a rear wing at all. I imagine it's quite a handful.
He did, in fact, bend it earlier on. We don't know whether he hit something or something hit him or it just broke. But it did actually bend earlier on. In fact, an identical thing happened at Long Beach, and he ended up pitting and taking Roberto Guerrero's wing. So there was 2 True Value rear wings running around. But I really don't think the kart organizers should let him run around out there, because it can only be dangerous at high speed not to have any downforce on the rear.
We're watching Emerson Fittipaldi in car number 20 and 3rd. Now here is the leader, Danny Sullivan from Louisville, Kentucky. About a 2-second lead on Michael Andretti, and it appears as if maybe the interval between 2nd and 3rd is narrowing a little bit, as Emerson Fittipaldi, who was the pole sitter for this race, but who dropped back at the start of the race to about 5th position and appeared at one time to be running well off the pace, has been consistent this afternoon and is still indefinitely in position to win this race.
From what we can see of the last couple of laps, to me, Emerson looks to be the strongest of the 3 people out there. Now, I can't think that Michael still has the boost turned down. I think he has it turned back up again. And Emerson is slowly reeling him in. And of course, Sullivan is not getting away from either of them. So this could be a very, very interesting race.
You know, one thing that Danny Sullivan may be concerned with is staying out in the lead because, well, Michael Andretti there going wide to pass Randy Lanier. Nearest lead Lanier car without a rear wing.
That's one of the reasons just there why Lanier should not be allowed out on the track, because he is only a danger to himself and to everybody else, not because of the way he drives, but because the way the car cannot possibly handle well at high speeds. And there, if Michael had committed himself to going through, Randy Lanier can't change his line. He could have had it very difficult situation with the second place man.
We were talking about how Danny may want to remain in the lead because you remember Rick Mears made a very clear point during a running of the Indianapolis 500 that his car just did not perform well in traffic. So maybe Danny wants to stay out in the lead, away from traffic, and so the car will perform better.
We did say right at the start of the show that Sullivan looked as if he could be the man. He's going to be the danger man here because he was very, very quick yesterday evening on full tanks. And here he is at the head of the field, so maybe he was the bit of a sandbagger before this race started.
The lead changed because of pit stops. Michael Andretti was in the lead until the most recent series of pit stops, and when they came out, Danny Sullivan was in the lead and has been able to hold it since then. We have completed 84 laps. Make that 80 laps, 24 to go. And Emerson Fittipaldi may be in serious trouble now.
His day is over. His day is definitely over. We saw a plume of smoke come out the back. He's lifted his visor. There's the hand up. He knows it's over. The engine is now dead. It's just a matter of getting the car off the track so as he doesn't cause a yellow flag situation. So now that puts Mario Andretti up into third position. Mario, who really has not been a competitive factor all weekend, is now up into third position. You see all the smoke begin to come out. That usually happens when there's oil lying around the engine compartment. And of course, these engines run so hot, all in under the engine cover is so hot that as soon as the airflow stops, then everything begins to burn.
The driver who started from pole position, Emerson Fittipaldi, is out of the race. Last year here at Portland, he started 6th and finished 3rd. And aside from his win at the Michigan 500, one of the better performances last year for Emerson, but he just could not keep the car together for the 200 miles here this afternoon.
I think his strategy seemed to be perfect. He was coming on strong just to the right time.
Now we have a real battle for the lead as once again Michael Andretti has sneaked up on the rear wing of Danny Sullivan, and Michael may be making a bid right here. They come off the corner. They're in corner number 5. Now 6. They look like they're almost touching wheels, and they do! Danny Sullivan crashes into the wall, makes heavy contact as he and Michael touched wheels. Just going on to the back straight at corner number 6. Danny Sullivan has crashed. He is out of the race. I don't know whether there will be any damage to Michael Andretti's machine or not, but boy, Danny took a real shot.
There's a situation where 2 cars needed the one piece of road. Michael tried to go around the outside of Danny, which in a road race is almost impossible to do, but he did try and make it, and both cars accelerated out, touched, and Sullivan is out instantly. Michael Andretti has gone by our position here in the booth. He does sound okay, but we're going to run a replay here and we have another look. You see Danny's on the right-hand side of the road. The ideal position is to be on the left-hand side for a fast exit. So Michael tries to go around the outside. That's a very risky, difficult move. They now both accelerate together. Danny sees him, pulls over a little bit. Michael is now out of room a little bit. Now there's a left-hand kink. Michael has nowhere to go over the curb. Pushes into Danny. The wheels lock. And Danny's car rides over the front wheel of Michael's car. Danny's quite lucky. He did hit that quite hard, but we do know he is okay because he jumped straight out. But there's a typical situation of 2 cars needing the one piece of road, and when you're battling for the lead, it's very, very difficult to give up.
That car got on 2 wheels before it hit the wall hard, and Michael Andretti appears to have a flat right front tire, or at least something wrong with the suspension. Yes, definitely the right front is flat, and you can see how he's having difficulty braking the car. He does break off of corner number 9 and brings the car into the pit area. And let's see if this is going to be just a situation of changing the tire and whether it will be terminal. Here's Jack Arute.
Michael Andretti has pulled his Graco car into the pits, and it is a tire only, and we qualify that. The right side, the right front, you can see it was just totally ripped apart off the rim. They're checking underneath the car, one of the cart officials, to make sure there's no damage. Andretti is down, and he's away. A good stop, but a costly one for Michael Andretti, especially after that crash.
Michael Andretti back out on the racetrack after contact with Danny Sullivan, and Michael maintains the lead. Now running in second position is the other Andretti. Mario is second. Alonso Jr. becomes our 3rd place runner right now. Tom Sneva is 4th. Jacques Villeneuve in 5th position. Let's see now if this car is going to perform as well as it did before that contact with Danny Sullivan.
I think it will. I don't think he actually made hard contact. 2 wheels rubbed together. Danny's rode over Michael's right front. Michael didn't actually crash into him, didn't actually hit him hard. Danny rode over him, so I think with the tire change, I think he's going to be home and dry now.
But you'll recall 2 years ago in the inaugural race here at Portland International Raceway, Al Unser Jr. won this race, making it a son win on Father's Day. Last year, Mario Andretti, father, won. Here in this race, son Michael Andretti is leading, so the Father's Day type thing could still be a factor here in this race today at Portland.
We spoke earlier on about when you get on a roll, everything goes your way. Well, Guerrero has not been on that roll for a long time, and if anything goes wrong with him. Twice we've seen Michael crash into cars in this race, and he comes out smelling of the Portland roses.
There is Michael, and the car appears to be still performing okay. Here is second and third position, and they are on the same lap, so battling for that second position. Mario Andretti is in front right now of Al Unser Jr., but only by just about 2 or 3 car lengths.
These are the two Lolas that are left strongly in the field. Lola just hasn't been on the pace here all weekend with all the accidents and all the mishaps. We have a March Lola situation in the top 3.
And running in fourth position behind Al Unser Jr. here is Tom Sneva, who is continuing to have a good race. He is currently second in points with 44. Michael Andretti, the leader of the race, is the points leader in the PTG IndyCar World Series with 52. Tom Sneva, who is running in fourth position, of course, performing for his sort of hometown crowd here this afternoon. Tom originally from Spokane, Washington. We have completed 85 out of 104 laps here at Portland International Raceway. The lead continues to be held by Michael Andretti. Lots of auto racing coming up for you here on ESPN on Sunday, July 6th at 2 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll be in Cleveland, Ohio for an IndyCar race. That's, of course, the race that's held on the taxiways and runways of Burke Lakefront Airport in Cleveland. It's at 2 o'clock Eastern Time on Sunday. Al Unser Jr., the defending champion of that race. We hope you'll join us. That'll be our next live IndyCar telecast. Tom Sneva from Spokane, Washington, in car number 33, Spokane originally, now living in Arizona, doing a fine job in car number 33, the Skull Bandit. He is in fourth position, about 57 seconds behind the leader, but on the lead lap. And Tom Sneva, as we indicated, is second in points going into this race. His finishes have been a second at Phoenix, a fourth at Long Beach, a very disappointing 33rd place finish at the Indianapolis 500 after he crashed on the pace lap. And he was second last week at Milwaukee, although he did run out of fuel on the very last lap.
He can be the gas man or terrible Tom. Just depends on whatever weekend you catch him on. But Sneva quietly going about an efficient race, road race performance, just as he's done so many times. He likes us to know that he's getting along with his road racing trick, even though he does use his left foot.
Well, he really is performing well on the road courses this year, and his fourth place finish here is going to perhaps keep him in second position. You can see he smoked the tire a little bit, the right front there when he went to the corner, but Sneva in a solid fourth position right now. And Ed Pim, his teammate in car number 66, is running in sixth spot. He is a lap down to the leader, but also a good job for Ed Pim. And Ed Pim is another driver that was schooled and brought along by Jim Truman, who we told you passed away this past Wednesday night in Dublin, Ohio. Ed Pim, former Super B champion, in sixth place.
This is the new look Pace Electronics Skoal team that has been refurbished and rebuilt over the winter time. And to me, this is probably one of the teams that shows a lot of potential because they go quietly about their business. Ed came here and was instantly in the top 5 or 6 fastest every time the car ran in dry conditions. So he just wants a nice, consistent run here. And they honestly believe, and they honestly feel that their day is on the way. Their day will come for the sunshine.
Well, I believe it will. I'm not sure whether it's going to be this year, but it's very obvious that Ed Pim in his IndyCar career has made great strides. We kind of wait for Michigan International Raceway when we talk about Ed Pim because he has performed so well at that racetrack in both races last year. Jacques Villeneuve in car number number 71 is running in 5th position. He's also a lap down to the leader, but a good run for Jacques this afternoon, who began this race back in 13th position.
Jacques, in fact, is a 3-time world snowmobile champion. 1980, 81, and in fact last year, 85, he won the snowmobile world championship. He's also a Can-Am champion from 1983. One IndyCar win, Elkhart Lake last year when he ran the Canadian Tire team. But Jacques Villeneuve, by far his best position and his best race for quite some time.
Jacques Villeneuve is the full-time driver for this team this year. Scott Dixon was thought of as perhaps the oval track driver this year, but it appears as if Jacques is going to handle all the races this year, both on road courses and on the ovals and the road courses both. There is Michael Andretti, who is about 10 seconds now in front of Mario Andretti.
I think because the march was just a little bit superior to the Lolas all weekend, I think Michael can run a very, very consistent pace now and still maintain that 10-second lead. So I would imagine the boost may just be turned back down again to 45 inches.
Second and third, Mario there in the red Newman Haas car, and not too far behind him is Al Unser Jr. in the Domino's Pizza Hot One Shearson Racing Team Lola in third position, about 11 seconds behind the leader. We have completed now 90 laps, and we have 14 more to go before the checkered flag falls. Will it be Michael Andretti or someone else? Well, we'll be back in just a moment to answer. Bob Jenkins, Jack Arute, and Derek Daly back at Portland International Raceway for the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200, and we are nearing the final stages of this race. We've got about 12 more laps to go. At the moment, Michael Andretti is leading by about 10 seconds over Mario Andretti. Al Unser Jr. is third. Fourth place is Tom Sneva. Let's go down to Jack Arute for more on this boost situation that we've been talking about the last few minutes. Jack?
Well, Bob, Derek Daly was absolutely correct about turning the boost up and then turning it back down. I talked to Barry Green, the crew chief. He said we've gone back down trying to conserve fuel, but you want to know why? It's empty.
Well, you only get so much fuel, and if that doesn't run, there's nothing you can do. You run out of fuel just like Tom Sneva did last weekend at Milwaukee. Watching this second and third place battle once again now. Here comes Michael down the main straightaway, completing lap number 93, so we have 11 more laps to go.
Just to give you an idea of the difference the boost makes when he turns it down, 6 laps ago, the gap between Michael and Mario was 14.4 seconds, and it progressively came down to now it's 8.9, so we can tell instantly by the lap times and by the gap Michael had that boost turned down.
And you can see that the interval between first and second has narrowed somewhat. It's down to less than 9 seconds now. There's second and third, Mario Andretti, and third place, Al Unser Jr. By the way, Al Unser Jr. will make this kind of the cycle if he finishes third in this race today. He was the winner 2 years ago. He finished second here last year. He's running third in this race today. Now, Meadowlands is the next IndyCar race after this one, and a year ago, Al Unser Jr. went from his third place finish here to win at the Meadowlands.
Michael has now put another lap on, or the first lap on Tom Sneva, so now there's actually only 3 cars. The first 3, Michael, Mario, and Al Jr. are the only cars on the same lap, on the lead lap.
Once again, coming down the straightaway, second and third position, Mario and Al Unser Jr. So we may see an Andretti sweep here this afternoon. Michael's son winning and father, Mario, finishing second. We've got 10 laps to go in this race. We've had, I would say, what would have to be 2 very serious appearing accidents, at least for a road course, when Roberto Guerrero ran up over the rear wheel and wing of Kevin Kogan, and then the accident that put Danny Sullivan into the guardrail hard not too long ago while he was battling with Michael Andretti for the lead. But nobody has been injured in this race. All has gone well to this point, and Michael Andretti is continuing to set the pace. 3 cars, as Derek said, on the lead lap with a 9-second advantage for Michael Andretti over his father. We'll be back right after this. The G.I. Joe's Budweiser 200 in its closing stages here in Portland with Michael Andretti, the leader. It'll be his second win in a row if he can hold on here for the next 8 laps. That's all that remain in this 104-lap race.
Lady Luck definitely sat in with Michael all day today because we saw him hit his father, Mario, earlier on in the pass. We saw him have quite a collision with Sullivan, where Sullivan obviously came out the worst. And we saw him then get a puncture, he had to make a pit stop. And he still is in the lead. He still makes this look easy.
Yeah, he really does. That car has just been so superb in the last couple of races. It ran well in Indianapolis, of course, led for a long time. But Michael finished 4th in the Indianapolis 500 this year. Make that 6th place after starting in the front row and leading it. But boy, since then at Milwaukee, he was just totally dominant in that race. And here at Portland, he has also been very, very strong. That's Jeff Brabham that Michael Andretti is putting another lap on.
Jeff did put his hand up to motion Michael to go on inside him because Jeff obviously has no need to race Michael at this stage. The only thing Jeff is interested in is that Honda is still running reliably, so that will give this team, the Gallus team, great hope for the rest of the year.
Yeah, really will. He's running 7th right now, although he is 7 laps off the pace. The Honda engine has performed well all afternoon and could definitely be a factor in IndyCar racing in the coming years once development is fully finished on that car.
This is actually a completely different engine than the Formula 1 engine that won the Canadian Grand Prix this morning. The Formula 1 engine is a V6. This engine is in fact a V8. It's a completely different engine. It's a completely different design and engineering staff. And at the moment, it's not officially under the wing of the factory Honda team. This is almost a private development Honda engine here that Gallus has.
It's about a 9-second lead. You can see the interval once again. That was Michael going through the chicane, and here comes 2nd and 3rd position. That's Raul Boisel, who is running right ahead of Mario Andretti. Boisel has been in and out of the pits all day, but is now in 9th position, about 12 laps off the pace. There is Michael, and we are completing lap next time around. We'll complete 98 laps.
I think Mario can be quite happy with his 2nd position at the moment because having started 7th and having not really got on the pace all weekend because of everybody else's misfortune, he can just drive a workman-like race and come in 2nd. So the points really that he probably didn't deserve, or the team didn't deserve this weekend, will come his way. But again, I know that many times Mario has deserved the points and has had bad luck and not got them.
Michael Andretti has a chance of picking up over $68,000 if he wins this race and become the top mini winner this year with over $400,000. 99 laps have just been completed, and Michael Andretti continues to hold on to the lead. We will resume with our live coverage right after this message. Rejoin us here at Portland International Raceway. There is some real concern that has surfaced in the last lap about whether or not Michael is going to have the fuel to finish. He reportedly has told his crew that he doesn't think he can finish this race. So the next 4 laps are going to be very important in the outcome of this race. Mario Andretti is running 2nd. Can Michael have enough fuel to go the distance?
There's Sandy, his wife. She obviously has heard the news, and she's very, very concerned. The last 4 laps, the gap was 8.6, came down to 7.9, 7.2, and now it's 6.2. So Michael Andretti is definitely in trouble. He's definitely conservative at the moment.
Going to be an interesting conclusion here. Michael may have to either turn down the boost to the point that his father can catch him, or he may run out of fuel completely.
Some of you may remember the Indianapolis 500 when Bobby Rahal's light came on, the fuel light. These cars carry a fuel light. When it gets down to the last couple of gallons, the fuel light comes on, warning the driver. Now, if Michael has told his crew that he doesn't think he's going to make it, that means the light is on. But now with Bobby Rahal, he said the light broke and it came on 4 to 5 laps earlier. So Michael now has the risk of whether he backs off and lets everybody catch him, or whether he believes the light and stays on the power and runs out of fuel.
Passing Ed Pym and putting Ed another lap down. Ed now goes 3 laps down, but continues to run in 6th position. And we understand that Pym may be out of fuel. He is is only coasting on the backstretch, so he may have run out of fuel completely.
Here's the second and third car. There's Mario in your picture now. There's little Al Jr. just behind him. So here's the leader. You'll just see the gap now. You'll actually see it. It was 6.1 last lap. That's Michael, Jeff Brabham, who's lapped, and Mario just gone out of your picture there. So the gap is reducing all the time, every lap.
It definitely is, and we've completed 102 laps. Next time around, they'll get the white flag. There'll be only one more lap to go. They're averaging 107.828 miles an hour at the end of 100 laps. The question is, does Michael Andretti have the fuel to complete about a lap and 3/4 right now? He is being chased by his father, Mario, and Al Unser Jr. There they are. They've been running second and third for several laps. Al Unser Jr. has been unable to pass Mario, staying in third position. Here's Michael Andretti going through corner number 6 and onto the backstretch, and here comes second and third position. Jeff Brabham raises his hand, directing Mario and little Al by, so they can set off to catch the leader, Michael Andretti.
That's a good professional move by Jeff. There's no need for him to be there. He's not in the race path. He just lets the guys go ahead and just finish the race on their own terms.
Here comes Michael Andretti off of corner number 9. He's on the main straightaway, and the white flag is showing he only has one more lap to go, less than 2 miles, and this race will be over. Let's see if that car has enough fuel to go the distance. His wife looks toward the heavens and says a moment of prayer, hoping that her husband does have the fuel that will put him in victory lane for the second consecutive IndyCar race. Last week, a dominant winner at Milwaukee on the Mile Oval. A completely different kind of racetrack here this afternoon in Portland, Oregon, but he still has the lead. He's rounding corner number 3 now, heading slightly uphill into corner number 5.
The gap when he passed our booth was 2.9 seconds, so he is very, very conservative. Mario is catching him at the rate of 2 seconds a lap.
He is on the backstretch on his final lap. This normally would be the second fastest portion of the racetrack, but Michael Andretti is not going as fast this time as he has in previous laps. It appears as if he is going to make it. He's in corner number 9, the final corner on the racetrack. He comes off the 9th corner. The car is a little slow coming off the corner. He's out of fuel. He is out of fuel, dropping to the inside. And here comes the finish line. Who's going to win it? I think it's impossible to say at this point who won the race.
It looks like Mario.
Unbelievable. Michael ran out of fuel as the car came off the 9th corner. He dropped to the inside. Mario and little Al were coming quickly. They pulled up and they finished literally side by side at the start-finish line. It appears as if Mario might have won, but we're going to hold off any definite conclusion on that until we can study perhaps the videotape.
Officially, we have Mario as the winner, Michael in second and Al Jr. in third. And I think Michael's wife also thinks that he's lost it because she is in tears down in pit lane at the moment.
Well, it's perhaps the closest and best IndyCar finish in history. Let's go to Jack Arute, who was at the start-finish line. Jack, in your opinion, who won?
No question. Mario Andretti beat him by a scant 4 inches. It was that close. It sputtered. It spurted. Mario, with the killer instinct, even though it was his son, stayed in the throttle as they came across the stripe. It was that close.
Well, the data speed does show indeed Mario Andretti as the winner of the race. Michael second and Al Unser Jr. third. Well,
we said earlier on that Mario was going to pick up second place points, which he probably didn't deserve on the team's performance this weekend. Here he is with first place points, so hey, he deserves it now because he's done the job. He hung on in there. He drove hard.
I don't remember ever an IndyCar race as close as that. Do you, Derek?
This is a regular Formula One thing when people run out of fuel with 1 lap to go, but we've never actually seen it in IndyCars. And many, many times we've spoken about fuel and fuel problems at the end of these IndyCar races. And when the cars do finish, you think, well, what are they talking about? But here's a prime example where we knew Michael was in trouble and we just waited and waited. We thought he would get away with it, but he didn't. Mario just caught him at the end.
Wow. Mario Andretti has won the G.I. Joe's Budweiser 200 from Portland. He only led 1 lap, and that was the last lap, and he won by a matter of inches over his son Michael, who led most of this race. Victory lane beginning to form now down there on the start-finish line on the racetrack itself. Jack Arute has made his way into that area of the race course, and we'll get a word with Mario in just a few moments. To once again explain what happened, Michael Andretti had about a 6-second lead with about 10 laps to go, but ran out of fuel coming off of the final corner on the final lap. He dropped to the inside of the racetrack. His father Mario passed him at the start-finish line to win. Michael finished second. Al Unser Jr. was right there also in third position. So we will be back to talk with the winner and the surprise winner of this 200-mile IndyCar race here in Portland in just a moment. A tremendously exciting finish to this IndyCar race here in Portland. The winner is Mario Andretti. Second, Michael. Third, Al Unser Jr. Fourth was Tom Sneva. And fifth was Jacques Villeneuve. It is the closest IndyCar finish in history, 14/100ths of a second. And here is the end of the race. Derek?
You see Michael round the last turn here. Now immediately you can see he's in trouble because he's in the middle of the road, the shortest route to that checkered flag. He's in the middle, hoping, just hoping and praying that there's enough fuel to get him over the line. You can see Mario closes, and they just get to the line here. Mario was what? A nose cone ahead?
Yeah, 14/100ths of a second was the closest finish until today. That was at the Michigan 500 that Andretti won as well. But this one was even closer than that. This has to be measured in feet or even inches. Unbelievable finish, and really a big disappointment for Michael, who definitely had the superior car all afternoon.
Here we see it again. These two lines across the track at the finish line. Mario is just about the length of his nose cone ahead, so he pays back Michael for the little tap that Michael gave him earlier on.
So Mario had his last win here at Portland last year, and he begins another perhaps streak here this afternoon. Today's Winner's Circle interview is being brought to you by Goodyear Eagles. You either have Goodyear Eagles or you need them. Here is Jack Arute.
Well, Mario Andretti, happy Father's Day.
Well, I tell you, I take that. It's the most wonderful greetings he could have given me today, and I guess Michael just ran out of fuel on time, and funny thing is, I don't pity him at all.
You know, you always said all the time that Michael came up and started running Indy cars, and people like us would say, well, what if it came down to you and your son? Would you stay out of it? No question now what you'll do.
Well, the man upstairs is good to us because, as I said, we've been dreaming about these things, and what a day for it to happen. As I said, both of us can't really smile broadly, but it's just a wonderful thing, and I'm sure it's going to reverse, and it'll all even out. But for us, for the team, it's really fantastic.
Well, the guy that's coming in to make the congratulations right now is Michael Andretti. Tough break for you, Michael. What do you think, though? When you knew that you were running out of fuel and you knew that it was your father behind you?
Well, I knew it was going to be real close. In the last lap, I could barely keep the car running, and off of the last corner, it just died, and that's how he got me. But anybody's going to beat me, I'm glad it was him.
Mixed feelings at all?
Well, a little bit, for sure. You know, I wish we could have won, not only for me, but the crew and everything. But I also want to say sorry to Danny Sullivan. I didn't really mean to do that. It was just one of those things.
Do you want to say anything to your dad right now on national television?
Well, happy Father's Day, Dad.
That's the story from Victory Lane, and it's all Andretti.
It's the closest IndyCar finish in history. Make that 7/100ths of a second. Mario wins over Michael. Well, today's Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200 has been brought to you by Goodyear. You either have Goodyear Eagles or you need them. By Mobil 1 Synthetic Motor Oil. Mobil 1 protects your engine better than any conventional motor oil. And by Budweiser Beechwood Age for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you. Thanks to Jack Arute for working the pit area and Derek Daly for his help in the booth. Once again, Mario wins over Michael in the closest IndyCar finish ever. This is Bob Jenkins. Thank you for joining us. So long, everyone.
Alex Palou's legendary season rolls on as he eyes an historic three-peat and looks to move one step closer to the single-season wins record in Portland. August 10th on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
The official IndyCar app. powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
For the first time, ABC Sports visits Portland International Raceway for the IndyCars in the Budweiser 200. They've already started their engines. They're out on the circuit right now as we start the parade laps. Hi and welcome. I'm Paul Page. Some great stories developing here. One is that in the warm-up this morning, they ran it in a downpour, and as a result, trying to jump out of the throttle to get around a slower car, Scott Pruitt got a couple wheels off on the grass, got it into the barrier, damaged the back end. The Patrick Racing team was ready to go to work on that car. They've changed the rear suspension. But Danny Sullivan, what does Scott Pruitt have to think about? He's starting on the front row.
Well, what he's worried about is he had a very good car. Can they get it back to exactly that setup that he had before? He's starting on the front row. He wants that car that he had in practice, and did they get it back set up exactly that way?
Now, the sun is shining here at the moment, but there's a chance of showers. What do you think?
Well, I think he's also concerned if he's got that car, they want to make as fast to the front as they possibly can with those Firestones while it's dry, because if it rains, they don't have as good a tire as a Goodyear, and they know they'll move right to the back.
Here's the starting grid. On the pole, Alex Zanardi is second pole for the teammate of the points leader. Alongside Scott Pruitt, this is his third front row start this year. In row 2, Jimmy Vasser, the championship leader, has scored points in every race this season. And Brian Herta, who makes his first top 10 start on a road course this year. In row 3, it's Andre Ribeiro, the Rio winner. And Michael Andretti, who's looking today for the hat trick. In row 4, Paul Tracy. In his 3 starts at Portland, he's finished third twice. And Greg Moore. This is the best starting position since Australia. In row 5, Gil de Ferran, who has won the most recent race on a natural terrain road course last year at Laguna. And Mauricio Guzman, who finished 7th here 1 year ago. In the 6th row, it's Christian Fittipaldi and Al Unser Jr. In row 7, Adrian Fernandez and Robbie Gordon. The 8th row, Parker Johnstone and Emerson Fittipaldi, who won here in '89 and in the rain in '93. In the 9th row, Raul Boisel and Bobby Rahal. Row 10, Stefan Johansson and Eddie Lawson. In row 11, Mark Blundell and Roberto Moreno. The 12th row, Jeff Krosnoff and Juan Fangio. In row 13, Michel Jourdain Jr. and Hiro Matsushita. And the 14th row, P.J. Jones and Eliseo Salazar. So the cars are out on the circuit right now and beginning to move into their formation so they can take a green flag. Here are the stories. Well, pressure points. Everybody's taking a look at that championship battle that's going on right now. What about the hat trick? Can Michael, in fact, get it done? Scott Pruitt's problems, and what will happen to the weather? Those are the stories that we're going to be tracking here today at Portland. Now, here's the way the points are lined up at the moment, and you can see that Jimmy Vasser's once enormous lead has been whittled down substantially. And the circuit here at Portland is fascinating. 1.95 miles around, 9 turns, mostly off to the right. And we'll be listening to Michael's radio because we have a report that Michael Andretti will be coming into the pits. We don't know why. We'll keep an eye on him. Doesn't look like it there, though. Here they come onto the pit straight. Green flag should lie just ahead. They come off the turn clean. Weak flag green. Zanardi comes into the lead. As Pruitt tries to get around Jimmy Vasser, and they battle for second place. And boy, look at him bundle up. These are the festival curves. It's really a chicane, a right, a left, and a right. And the traffic through there, if you try to get 3 wide, you've got a problem. And speaking of a problem, what about Michael?
Michael's dropping back. He was in that black car on the left of your screen right there, but he's dropping back. He's obviously got some kind of a problem.
Gary, what's wrong with Michael?
It's an engine problem, Paul. I don't know if it was a full misfire or a case of the engine just missing, but he reported the problem. The crew is ready on the wall. They've got electronic pieces. They're standing by. We don't know if he's going to be able to get around to come in or just what the status of the car, but great concern, obviously, for Michael Andretti, who's won here 3 times in the past.
Three-time champion who's looking for 3 in a row in the IndyCar. He won at Milwaukee. He won 2 weeks ago at Detroit. But it looks like Alex Zanardi is the man to catch at the moment. And Scott Pruitt is doing everything he can to accomplish that. Matter of fact, Danny Sullivan, if we were questioning whether or not that car got put back together, well, obviously it did. Ribeiro tries to move to the inside of Vassar.
Oh, and look at Paul Tracy in that red and white car. He slipped right under there, right to the left of your screen. He took advantage of him trying to make a move.
Let's go to Gary.
Michael Andretti comes in and he immediately shuts down the power plant. That's not a good sign. You see him gesturing from the cockpit. The rear bodywork comes off, and now the search for electronic gremlins begin. What a heartbreaking way to start your race day in Portland for the man who's been on a tear, having won 3 of the last 4, making a charge toward a late season push for the championship.
Michael Andretti sits in the cockpit. Nothing changes on the race course. Zanardi is still the leader, while Scott Pruitt is trying to catch him. And Jimmy Vassar, there he is, the points leader, sits in 3rd place. Remember, he did not do well at Detroit in terms of points. And if he wants to keep his lead in the championship, he's going to have to start performing the way he did early in the season. Look at him on the brakes as he comes in there.
He can't do that. He did that on the first lap. What happens if you lock it up like that, you'll flat spot a tire, meaning you'll flatten one area in the tire. You do that, you get a vibration. The car's shaking all the time because every time it hits that flat spot in its rotation, it makes it uncomfortable. You don't want to do those too many times early on because you'll have a long way to your pit stop. What's happening right now is everybody's trying to get into a rhythm, including Jimmy, because this is a rhythm track.
This is the 4th race this year that Zanardi has led. Michael Andretti back into the fight, Gary.
Just went by you, Paul. He dropped almost 2 laps, a good lap and a half. We heard one radio conversation where he said he thought it might have something to do with the butterfly. Now they'll find out if they've been able to come up with a solution as they change some of the electronic components.
All right, we'll try and listen in on Michael's radio as he does that.
Well, what he meant by that, too, butterfly, you saw his gesture when he came in. He was pushing his hand forward, meaning something to do with the throttle. When he held it down, nothing responded, or he got too much response.
Beautiful blue skies overhead. No rain on the horizon, at least at the moment, Jackaroo.
Well, Paul, let me update you also on Scott Pruitt. You guys questioned whether the setup was going to be right. They're very happy with the setup they've got. Now, how did he crash in practice? Talking to Jim McGee, here's exactly what transpired. Because he blew an engine in the Friday qualifying session, they ruined those tires when the track officials pushed it off into the gravel. IndyCar said, look, we'll let you scuff in another set of tires. In the downpour, they had no choice. They wanted to scuff in the tires. They went out. They got out into the wet real bad, and they were trying to overcome Hiro Matsushita, and that was all she wrote. They got into the wall, but they're very happy right now.
Now that shows you good team preparation, that they knew exactly what all the measurements were on that car. They had the car back in their paddock area in just a matter of minutes after the incident. And I'll bet within 10 minutes there was no question at all that everything was going to be fine and they were going to get the car repaired.
Well, Jim McGee and all these teams out here, but Jim McGee is one of the best managers out here. They keep a record of everything that's going on. The minute that thing happened, I talked to him. He pulled off a couple of corners. They had to replace the drive shaft on the right side, put it back together, and put it up on those pads that we see where everybody was, you know, measuring up the car and getting it back right.
Look at Brian Herta here. He's showing some smoke at the back end of the car. Matter of fact, the officials in race control, the IndyCar officials, have been taking a look at this car. Of course, marshals around the circuit have all reported it. But Danny, it comes and it goes.
Well, it does. See right there, you just could see it smoking. Just, I mean, it's just a whiff. But what they don't want to do is it be dumping oil down. Two things can happen. It can be dangerous for Brian, but it can also be dangerous for the other competitors, because if he dumps a bunch of oil down, they come driving through, they're going to slide off and have an accident.
Teammate to the team owner, Bobby Rahal, a team that came here with some new components, especially front wing assembly. So they really need both those cars to stay in the fight, not only to try and win, but to try and get good test time on the new components. Ribeiro and DeFerrin.
Brian also was one of those guys that got hurt at the start. He got in there and got pushed in on the inside, and a bunch of cars went around him on the outside. So he's lost some ground, and I'm sure he'd like to make that back up.
This is a battle for fourth place. They have kept Brian Herta out, and he continues to be in this fight as you look down from the Honda Helicam at the winding first set of turns on this circuit here at Portland.
Well, one of the things I've always hated is when I had the warning light or there was smoke coming out or whatever, and then it all went quiet. Usually there's a problem when that happens, and then when it goes away or the light goes out, you think, well, everything's okay, and that's usually not the case.
Alex Zanardi jumped off of the pole into the lead of the run. Here he comes, still being chased by Scott Pruitt, but they've evened out at the front. There's Vassar with Tracy challenging him. Gary Gerald.
Paul, checking with Scott Remke and the team on communication with Brian Herta. Their telemetry doesn't indicate any problem. They're hopeful that it's just a case of the car bottoming and kicking up a wisp of smoke.
Whoa, and Tracy gets
he's going fast.
He's before the wall.
Oh!
No. But did the tire barrier help him? It's really hard to tell from this angle, but I don't see anything bent at the back, and I don't think the front got in all that hard.
No, but I tell you what, that's a new kind of tire wall that they've got here, the way they wrap them and everything. That really did a great job, but just got out there a little wide on the gas, went over the curbing out there, and then once you get on that grass, don't forget we had heavy rains here this morning. That grass is still wet. The millisecond that you touch that grass, you're gone, and the car almost feels like it accelerates.
And that's much the same situation that got Scott Pruitt in trouble. He got two wheels off of the course. Once they're off, it's like being out there on ice.
But I can tell you one thing that Paul Tracy and the Penske team's thankful of was that tire barrier was where it was, because if that had been the concrete wall, there would have been a lot more damage to that car.
So for the moment, at least, until we find out the fate of Paul Tracy, that leaves Al Unser Jr. as the full representation of the Penske team.
You saw the tires were spinning backwards there. You wonder what that was. He was trying to bump start it. He got it in gear, and they were trying to get it. He thought maybe he could just choke, get it going a little bit, and away he'd go. But unfortunately, they're going to tow him, and then he'll jump start it.
Paul Tracy losing positions quickly after a good battle up at the front. Alex Zanardi jumps off the pole and takes the lead and continues on. Well, while we've been away, a couple of things have happened. You'll notice that Scott Pruitt has dropped back in the field. He got a wheel up over one of the curbs here, and here it is as Vassar was pressuring him, and he just lost it.
Well, I think I saw something in it. Don't forget, right prior to that, we had seen right there on the car on the left-hand side, see the oil in the middle of the track, right there, that little shiny spot. He just got in the oil, got it around a little bit wide, did a great job of catching, and I think that came from Raul Boesel's car, you see in the top of the screen with the flash.
Yeah, and that is one of the other things that happened. Raul Boesel apparently had an engine problem and pulled off the course. Gary?
Well, it was certainly not a case of anything bottoming for Brian Herta. The bodywork is off. The car is in the pits. Billy Camphouse, in the lead official for IndyCar, came running up immediately as they started to service the car, and he said, no, this car will not be able to lead. We don't know what's happened, if they've broken a seal or something, but it's very hot back there, and the crew is investigating right now. And here's another tough break for a driver who had a great place to start this race from the second row. Jack?
Gary, let's update you on Paul Tracy. He did bump start his car, got back on the pit road. Team Penske went and took a look at the rear wing area. Now, they had this wing out of the canvas bag ready to replace it, because on Tracy's, on the right side flap, it was broken away. But Chuck Sprague made the determination that they would rather not suffer the penalty for having to change the wing, and the penalty would have been losing track position, valuable time, and most likely a lap. So they simply sent Tracy back out, wounded wing and all.
So there are a couple of the issues here in the early going. 11 laps are complete. The scheduled distance here is 98 laps, and we keep an eye on Greg Moore, who suddenly slows down himself and turns down in the pits. Interesting situation here at the start. A bunch of mechanicals.
Boy, exciting here in the early laps with everything that's happened. Everybody seems to have problems. He almost looked like he was making an attempt to pass Al Unser Jr. there, and the next thing you know, he's in the pits and coming in very slowly. That's way under the 60-mile-an-hour speed limit.
And coming in just behind, it looks like Paul Tracy is back for a visit once again. So maybe that bounce against the wall did a lot more than they originally thought. Paul Tracy, who was very much a contender. It's Zanardi, Vassar, Ribeiro. And then Gilles de Ferran, then Scott Pruitt has dropped back to 5th place. Greg Moore, pretty slow movement there.
Yeah, when they're playing with that rear body cover like that, they want to look underneath. You got a serious problem.
On board with Parker Johnstone. This gives you a good idea of the circuit here as they make a turn through the corners and bring them out onto the front stretch. And Danny, maybe you can take us around.
Okay, well, they just came through a fairly quick corner. They're coming on the straight. That's 3rd gear. They accelerate up into top gear here. And you'll see him going down into this early chicane there. This is really tricky because it's concrete. A little bit rough. You see his head bouncing around. And now you see the pavement change right there on the asphalt. Accelerate up. Very quick corner here. Quick there. And this is where Jimmy Vassar, Scott Pruitt got on the oil right there. Accelerate up into a slower corner here. Drop it down a gear. Hard on the gas. Now this is an important corner because it's complex because it comes onto the back straightaway. Little right, little left, and another little right. And it's all flat out. It depends on what the car is doing, how smoothly you get out there. Very fast left and right complex. They do that in 5th gear, down here into 3rd or 4th, depending on how they have a gear, and accelerate up through the gear. See those dark clouds overhead? Sure they don't enjoy looking at those.
They could very much figure into the mix. 1.95 miles around, 9 turns, most of them to the right. Emerson Fittipaldi closing up on the back of Parker Johnstone now. Well, Paul Tracy may have more trouble than we originally thought, Jackaroo.
Well, Paul, the wounded wing wasn't the problem. In fact, it didn't break the rear quarter, the lower wishbone, until you went back out.
Yeah, you know, I just screwed up and slid off the track and hit the tire barrier. And the wing was torn up, but then after a couple laps, it must have been the lower wishbone that was fractured, and it gave up. Disappointing for the Marlboro crew. I feel like an idiot, but you know, we'll go on to Cleveland and see how we do there.
Well, in your defense, Danny Sullivan and the team up in the booth reported there might have been some oil out in that area from Ron was out.
Well, it's hard to say. It's hard to say what happened. You know, I slid off the track and nobody else did, so you know, it's disappointing for our team, but hopefully we can turn it around at Cleveland.
Say what you want, guys. It's awfully tough for a driver to shoulder the blame by himself.
Well, his teammate, Al Unser Jr., there you see him started 12th and is now 6th, just behind Scott Pruitt. Robbie Gordon started 14th and is now 8th, but Al Unser Jr. is definitely challenging on Scott Pruitt's car. We had indicated the problems, and you saw them with Greg Moore. Here's Gary Gerald.
Yeah, disappointment seems to be an early theme in this race for any number of drivers. The rookie Greg Moore has been sitting here for some time now, and they're methodically working their way through the right side pod, changing all the electronic components that they can. They don't know a specific reason, but the engine just died. They've about completed that task. They'll soon find out if anything will get them back here to soldier through some laps for the rest of the afternoon, Paul.
Well, we're watching Al Unser Jr. and Scott Pruitt.
You know, Paul, one of the things I'm thinking about Scott Pruitt, when he slid, he went across that curve. Those are raised a little bit. I wonder if he upset the balance in that car a little bit, because he was still in front of Andre Ribeiro. He lost 1 spot to Jimmy Vassar, but he's dropped back quite substantially since that time. I wonder if he's knocked the balance out a little bit on that car.
You hearing me?
And of course, when we saw him get up and over that curve, that's exactly what I was mentioning. Lost it in the oil, then jumped across it, and who knows what that does to the under tray of the car or the handling. So Al Unser Jr. works at the back of Pruitt, battle for 5th place at the top. Nothing changes. Zanardi is the leader. His teammate Jimmy Vassar, the points leader, has moved into 2nd place. Let's go to Gary Gerald.
Brian Herta, we were hoping that this would be a day with better fortune would shine on you. This has been a tough season. Were they able to pinpoint the problem?
Well, it has been a tough season, Gary, and you know, we were looking around, but we couldn't tell exactly where the oil was coming out of the engine, and you know, there's no point putting a car out on the track that's going to put oil down, because it's just going to make it dangerous for everyone else out there. So best thing is take the shell car back to the truck and see if we can figure out what happened.
We'll see you in Cleveland.
You will.
Brian heard it.
Alex Jr. continues to work on Scott Pruitt as they've just flashed across the line. 17 laps complete here in Portland. You know what I'm wondering, if we're having a bunch of little electrical problems, in fact, I was asking Richard Buck, who is the crew chief for Alex Jr. right there, this morning, when you run in that heavy a downpour as they did, what do you do about electrical connections? Do you try and get them apart and cleaned out? He said most of them are military and therefore are fairly not affected at all, in fact, by the wet, but there are a couple that are not, so you try and get them as clear as you can. Let's go to Jack Arute.
Well, Paul, as you watch this spirited contest between Al Unser Jr. trying to overtake Scott Pruitt, you were absolutely right, Danny Sullivan. Pruitt's car has gone way, way loose. They seem to think, as you do, that it was by going over the barrier. Right now, Scott says, I don't know if I can hold on to this thing. They've said back out of it a little bit. We'll make the changes. We want to go to the fuel window. Should be about lap 31. Got plenty of horsepower down the straightaway, though, guys.
It's turned out to be a fairly even battle here. Ford Cosworth versus Mercedes-Benz, as 17 laps complete in the Budweiser 200, and Zanardi has led right from the green. We're back at the Budweiser 200, Portland International Raceway, and this fight continues between Pruitt and Unser Jr. for fifth. Gary Gerald?
Greg Moore and the car have come back under the canopy here at the transporter. What proved to be the problem?
Some kind of electronics failure. I'm not sure exactly what it was. It seems like the same kind of thing that happened to us in Rio, but it's too bad for the whole Players Sports Site team. You know, we were running not too bad. Our plan was just to run around the middle of the race until the middle of the race, and you know, make sure that the car was there at the end, because this race seems to take the best of them and took us today.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks.
You know, he's got a lot of go-karting on this track. In fact, he said maybe over 20,000 miles of go-karting here. That is his fourth DNF of the year, and that's after a perfect season in the Indy Lights last year, taking him to the championship.
Well, you see here the second car in this, the red and white one, of course, is Al Jr. still trying to find a way past Scott Pruitt. This is a tough track with a fast car to pass. What I think he's doing right now is he's trying to force Scott to make a mistake, because he appears Scott seems to have the measure of him, or at least be equal or a little bit better on the straightaway. The ideal spot is, of course, at the end of the straightaway to try to outbrake him. But I think right now Al's just trying to force him into a mistake.
Beautiful view as they make that curve down the backstretch here.
See, and Al's not close enough there to really get underneath him. Plus, that's a slight touch of the brakes in fifth gear. Now, where he wants it is right here. He tries to get in close underneath him, but Scott Pruitt seems to pull out just enough there that he can hold him off. And then, of course, we'll see Scott here. He comes down and move over a little bit in the middle.
Yeah, but let's look just ahead. See, those tires are beginning to shine. We're also getting a couple of rain reports from the spotters out on the course. You can't tell anything on the circuit yet.
No, and they've got enough heat in those tires right now to not worry about that until it really starts sprinkling enough to cover the surface.
So Scott Pruitt and Al Unser Jr. battle for fifth place. Right ahead of them is the battle that is beginning to develop between Andre Ribeiro and Gil DeFerrin for third at the same time. Leader is still Zanardi. Second place, his teammate, Jimmy Vasser. Well, look at Al there. Al's closer.
He's closer.
Nope.
But that's such a fast corner there. You only lightly touch the brakes in fifth. But he really wants him to know he's there. He's trying to get him to make a mistake. Where he wants to run fast is out of this corner. If he can stay up underneath him here and stay close, he can have a shot into that chicane. He's close, but I don't know if it's close enough. He's going to look. Scott protected that in a nice way.
Boy, look at this. It's Gugelman, Robbie Gordon, the whole gang coming through here.
Christian Fittipaldi, Emerson Fittipaldi.
This is about 7th through 12th that you're watching. Gil DeFerrin was just able to move out and around Andre Andre Ribeiro, and that puts him into third place while we're watching this fight. In this battle is 7th place. See, there's some raindrops on this lens, but not nearly enough to make a difference. But you got a glimpse there of what might. A lot of rubber on the outside as Christian Fittipaldi comes sliding past.
You see a few drops right there on that in-car camera, but that's not enough to affect you right now. The only thing that'll bother right now is the guys that are running on Firestone tires because they don't feel as confident with their new tire as the Goodyear runners.
As he starts his lap, just ride here with Christian Fittipaldi. As Parker Johnstone comes around Kugelman, so Fittipaldi now being accompanied by Parker Johnstone. They're both moving up. They moved up into 8th and 9th place respectively. Stations. Well, it's Alex Zanardi that leads the fight here, followed by his teammate Jimmy Vasser. Joe DeFerrin runs in 3rd place and is beginning to work very hard on the back end of Vasser's car. You saw a very quick glimpse of Mark Blundell as he moves around Stefan Johansson. They are running back in the field. There is the leader of the race. That's Alex Zanardi. And Jimmy Vasser is actually about a full straightaway back now. So Zanardi, leading by 17.2 seconds, has really managed to pull out a lead, but now more and more he encounters slower traffic. At the same time, his teammate and the current points leader, Jimmy Vasser, has a very fast Joe DeFerrin, worrying him just behind. Now, there is the leader of the race. He comes across the line. And we look up for the second red car, which will be that of Jimmy Vasser. Look at this. These are all cars that Vasser has already, or that Zanardi's already gotten around. There is Jimmy Vasser with Joe DeFerrin right behind him. Now, part of what may be a problem for Vasser this weekend is, Gary, he's had an inner ear problem.
Yes, he has, Paul. In fact, it was a result of the qualifying accident he had in Detroit 2 weeks ago. He began to feel the impact of it, or the effects of it, late in the race on Belle Isle. Then the next week they were scheduled to test at Mid-Ohio. He took one lap in the car. He had to climb out. He said, I couldn't even keep the race car on the asphalt. He had a slight case of vertigo. The touchy thing about it, according to Dr. Steve Olvey of the medical staff, you never know how long it'll last. There's nothing they could do for it. But in a matter of days, it did clear up. Thursday of this week, he got medical clearance to drive. He's hanging on to 2nd place. His teammate, Zanardi, who has the lead, will pit in one more lap. And then 2 laps from now, we expect to see Vasser in for his first service of the day.
Well, we're back on that battle for 5th place as Al Unser Jr. and Scott Pruitt are both trying to get around Eliseo Salazar.
Well, that move almost cost Scott that spot. And, of course, traffic always does, but that was unbelievable. And luckily, he then blocked Al Jr., so he kind of gave that advantage back to Scott Pruitt.
Report from the circuit now is that the rain is really coming down in turn 3. They're on the front stretch as Al Unser Jr. in 6th place continues to work on Scott Pruitt. Boy, this has been a terrific fight the last couple of laps here.
Well, they're 2 very good drivers there.
What about the rain just ahead, though?
Well, they're in turn 3 right now. I don't see it really being wet. I think
well, they made it safely through those areas, and at the same time, the pit stops are, as we heard the indication, the target team was thinking of coming in here within a lap. So what do? You stay on the dries for the time being.
Well, look at the rain now. If the circuit gets wet, if it only rains over in one part of the track, Al Jr.'s going up underneath it.
This time he may have a, well, he uses that curve all the way. What a nice pass that was.
That was a real good pass there. But if the circuit goes wet in just one spot, then they'll stay on slick tires. If it goes wet all the way around, obviously they'll go on to wet. But if it's just over in turn 3, you see they're a little bit more shiny on the tires.
Andre Ribeiro, he comes into the pits. He was running 4th. Jack?
And Paul, looks as if Ribeiro will stay with the slick tires, but the rain, just as he pits, starts to unload on pit road. Al Unser Jr.'s crew getting ready as well. As Ribeiro has been completed, lights up the tires, he goes back out. But this could be a problem because now the other leaders, Junior, DeFerrin, the rest of them, have to see what happens.
And what did you see DeFerrin as he just rocketed by Jimmy Vasser and picked up 2nd place?
Yeah, I think that Jimmy probably had a little trouble getting power down, and DeFerrin got that.
Let's go to Gary.
Leader is in. He won't be the leader much longer. He had a 17-second advantage. They put the slicks on. They made a 15.2-second stop. They being the team servicing Alex Zanardi.
And an interesting decision. A fascinating decision with the rain pouring on the main straightaway. Well, it's really rainy almost everywhere now. Jill DeFerrin comes in, Jack.
And the team was confused for a minute. First they went to reins. They set the reins up. Then they went to slicks. They, too, are going to stay with the slick tires. A quick stop as Al Unser Jr. went by because he'll complete his stop, as will Robbie Gordon and also Scott Pruitt. And now, folks, it is really beginning to rain. Al Unser Jr.'s crew, Emerson Fittipaldi pulls in front of him. They are going to rain tires. Al Unser Jr. will choose the rain tires. This is the first exchange. This is typical Penske. Let's gamble, and he's going to do it.
Zanardi having trouble getting up to speed. Cold tires. Neat pull by the Penske team.
Well, I think you've got to go there, but I think what everybody's doing is they're looking.
DeFerrin in trouble.
He'll get back on there, but it is very slippery. I think what they're doing is they're looking off into the distance. They're seeing that blue sky up there, and they're gambling. The guys that are on slicks that this is just a cloud burst that's going to dampen the track, and they don't want to have to make a second stop. What's happening with Al Jr. is he's figuring, hey, I'm going to see how many spaces I can get back up with those wet tires, take advantage of it, hopefully get a big lead, and then make another stop.
So with those pit stops, 2 cars have not come in yet. That's Parker Johnstone and Christian Fittipaldi. So on the circuit, the official scoring there, Scott Pruitt is off the track now. So what decision do you make? There is some blue sky overhead. Danny referred to that. But if you don't know the weather patterns here exactly, and of course there are quite a few mountains in the area, Mount Hood and Mount St. Helens, of course, lie just off to the north of the track here, that can also affect that weather. Look at Zanardi as he's trying to get around here and finally get it back up to speed, but everyone has really come off the race pace. Christian makes a move in there.
I think what we're going to have to do is just see whether the guys that went on wets get the advantage or the guys on the slicks, and you'll have to let this play out a little bit, see if it gets wetter or if the track actually starts to dry, because as we saw early, it will dry very quickly once these cars are running around if there's no more raindrops coming down.
Well, you know, we have the Honda Helicam up over the top of the circuit as we watch a continuing struggle for Alex Zanardi here, and they're saying that this is really a brief shower only. And Christian Fittipaldi, though, has taken advantage of the opportunities that have been availed him and really been charging up through the field. So Alex Zanardi and the rest have to figure out what tires they want to stay on with 33 laps complete here in the Budweiser 200. Well, Alex Zanardi back at the front of the field after the pit stops. Christian Fittipaldi assumed the lead on the stops by the fact that he was able to stay out a little longer than everyone else. But take a look at this. Jimmy Vasser slid off the course just a few moments ago and stopped dead. So he's got a serious problem now with his championship.
Yeah, here he is in car. He comes down. Oh, he just lost it going in.
Ooh, some bad noises.
Yeah. I don't know if he hit a marker there or whatever. I wish that marshal wouldn't stand by the car because somebody else could do the exact same thing in the same spot. That's a very quick section right there. You only come down, touch the brakes, and go into 5th gear.
let me tell you, it's raining there. It's raining over on the front stretch too, isn't it, Gary?
Yes, indeed it is. Christian Fittipaldi, as you indicated, was into the pits. They stayed on the dry tires, the slick surface, no grooves. Michael Andretti, his teammate, just came in and also did the same. And it is raining much harder now on the front straightaway, and we're seeing rooster tails for the first time as they scream by us, Paul.
Well, there's Christian Fittipaldi, who, as we had indicated for a while, picked up the lead, only fell to 6th place behind Emerson, his uncle. So the lineup now is Zanardi, Unser Jr., Robbie Gordon is up to 3rd, Jill DeFerrin is 4th. And as the rain falls here, it is really creating havoc with the different decisions being made by these teams. Jack?
Well, Paul, this is a typical Penske move. I talked to Richard Buck and I said, how tough was it making the decision to go to slicks or rains? He says, Jack, believe it or not, we talked that scenario out and said, if we got the reports and believed the reports we had early in the morning that rain would continue, we were prepared and felt that by our first stop we were going to have to go to rain. So when it began to sprinkle, we made the commitment for both Fittipaldi, Emerson Fittipaldi, and Al Jr. And look how well they're doing now on the rains.
Al Unser Jr. runs in 2nd, is just able to carve up the rest of the field. Oh no, Scott Pruitt, our other starter in the front row. Zanardi is the pole sitter. He leads it, but Pruitt has had just a horrible weekend here. He was on the pole until almost the end of the qualifying session yesterday, and then this morning's warm-up. He had a problem that qualifying, blew an engine, so he wasn't able to finish the session. Saw his pole taken away by Zanardi, and then he got into the wall this morning, and now he sits by the edge of the course, Gary.
A front wing has been replaced for Jimmy Vasser after he got a tow to get restarted. It's just pulled in here. They're fastening down the remaining bolts on the nose. They do a very quick job on this, but there was damage to that other wing. Now, coming off the jacks, and Vasser will head back out.
Well, as we watch the leader, Alex Zanardi, those slick tires are apparently going to cost him dearly. Al Unser Jr. in 2nd made up 6 seconds on the last lap and started the lap only 8 seconds behind, but the sun just came out on the front stretch.
Well, there you see Al Jr. in the red and white car on the left of your screen, just coming in behind Zanardi. But the interesting thing is Vasser had the off. He still stayed on slick tires, so they still are assuming that it's going to drive pretty fast. You can see it already starting to drive on the concrete, and concrete, of course, drives faster than the asphalt, and you see how the tires weren't as slick anymore, so maybe their gamble's going to play off. We're going to have to see it play out.
Al Unser Jr. moves in a battle for the lead. 2 different styles of tire. Unser Jr. on Rains. The slicks are on Zanardi's car. That's P.J. Jones in the Dan Gurney Eagle just behind them. Not part of the fight, but he's been able to keep up with it. And Al Unser Jr., as they get over to a section that appears to be relatively dry, couldn't for a part there keep pace with Zanardi, but can he here? Remember, this is where he made the pass on Vasser earlier, and it is wetter in this area. But nope.
Boy, he's all over him, though. He is all over him. He's looking for a spot. And see right here, he's going to just come up underneath him. See Zanardi's car dart there. He was trying to get some traction, put a little throttle down. Those slick tires just jump out.
Quite a bit of water line on the course down at the end of the front straightaway here. Jack Arute?
Well, Paul, let's update you. You might wonder why maybe is there a problem with the lack of good faith on the Firestone rain tires after we saw their performance in Detroit. You mentioned Firestone brought a brand new tire here, but they don't have a lot of testing. They had some additional testing at Detroit, the input from the rain there. But according to most of the Firestone teams I've spoken to, they said, no, it's not a question of that. We feel much like Danny Sullivan said, if we keep the heat in the slicks, this is just a passing rain shower, and we'll be to the better once the track dries off.
Well, Al Unser Jr. now has a drying circuit under him as he sits on those rain tires, and Zanardi, while having fallen behind, is now kind of waiting station on Al Unser Jr. as they work through traffic. It would seem to me that logic for Zanardi would be to just let the course dry out a little bit and then go on the attack.
Well, he's not losing that much touch to him, but we saw him dive into the chicane that time. He locked up trying to get back under Al Jr. Of course, I think that's because it's a drier spot. There he is. He's still right behind him. He's not losing touch with him. So, as I said, I think we'll have to see this scenario play out and see what happens with the track.
And now Zanardi makes his move in a section that has dried, and he gets past Little Al.
Great racing there.
I'll tell you what, his teammate lies just ahead of him. Jimmy Vasser is now 2 cars ahead. That's Lawson that they move around now. And again, here is where the rain tire is hurting Al Unser Jr. It's dry down in this section. So Zanardi comes back to the lead and takes advantage of his dry tires on the dry half of the circuit. How is this terrific? Back and forth, and it's got to be driving the tacticians in the pits absolutely crazy to try to figure out what tire you should be on, Jack Pruitt.
Well, we're watching as Scott Pruitt's team goes and takes on slicks once again. But there you can see the way he lights those tires up. We're going to check into this and try and find out why he had to come back in.
So Scott Pruitt comes in out on slicks. Apparently everybody now thinks that the track is going to dry. I don't know what they're using. That Al Unser Jr. trying to cool him, isn't he?
That's right. He dove down there where it was wet. You saw the spray come up. He's trying to cool the tires down. He wants to keep them cool. They get too hot. Wets go off. He'll lose grip.
I was about to say, I'm not really sure why they are making the judgment. Al Unser Jr. is obviously trying to stay on these wet tires, and there are still a lot of dark clouds hanging around the track. But for the moment, at least, it's Alex Zanardi back at the head of the field. So Al Unser Jr. suddenly comes into the pits, Jackaroo.
And they run the gamble, but it didn't come out to their liking. Al Unser Jr. had to come in, take the rain tires off, and go back to the slicks. They gambled. Richard Buck and the rest of the team, along with Roger Penske, made the call. But they had to go back to the slick because this track's drying up.
Al Unser Jr. was not the only one to head into the pits. P.J. Jones was in, Emerson Fittipaldi was in, Robbie Gordon was in, all going over to the dry tires as we look at Jill DeFerrin, who currently runs second behind Zanardi. And by my count, I don't think there's anyone else left on dry tires, on wet tires, and certainly none of the front runners. They have all come back to slick racing tires, and it is dry for the moment in most parts of the course, though not necessarily offline.
Now, they've got a pretty dry track here. You don't want to run wide. You can see there's kind of a line through there. This is we're on board with Bobby Rahal, who, by the way, started 18th and is now up to 4th place. So he just kept steady through all that stuff and didn't go off, didn't slide off, and he's gained a lot of spots.
The old professor is a great tactician. In fact, that's what he studies as a hobby. He enjoys studying the tactics, especially of the Vietnam War.
Look at that sky now. I don't see any black clouds there.
Whoa! Are way off. That's P.J. Jones.
Although it's hard to tell.
Yeah, he's deep in the tire barrier. But you certainly, well, you can see kind of the number, the 98 on the car. And his head moving around, which gives you to believe everything's fine. In fact, you almost take it for granted that when they get into the barrier like that, they're still going to be fine. Here it was, Emerson Fittipaldi.
See, just got off that line. See, the line was, whoa, see how he accelerates in that grass? But what happens is the line, he just went a little wide, and it's just damp there, and he got on there and got the car sideways. That's all she wrote.
So P.J. Jones ends his day up in the tire barrier. There is Christian Fittipaldi, who is now challenging for second place. Jill DeFerrin just ahead of him. Second, Zanardi is the leader. Michael Andretti still trying to move up. He is now 13th. He had a problem earlier, the teammate to this car, Christian Fittipaldi. And the officials of the race have taken a good look at the position P.J. Jones's car is in, and they're going to use a crane to get him out of there, so they won't need to go to a full course yellow. We continue to have a green racetrack.
Well, they're going to use a crane to get the car out, not PJ.
Now, PJ, not exactly like you said.
Yeah. He's a pretty stout guy, but he's not that bad.
For me, they might need the crane. Into the festival curves alongside alongside Eliseo Salazar, who now splits the battle. Gary Gerald, do you have an update on PJ?
Well, just checking with John Ward and the crew to see if they had talked with him. They said yes, indeed they had, and they speculated, just as Danny thought, that maybe just got offline, caught a patch of wet there, and that he lost all traction and took that ride into the tires. But PJ obviously fine in talking to the crew, though disappointed.
You know, one of the things, Paul, that I'm the most impressed with, they got these new tire balls here that they kind of interlace the tires and wrap them different. And I'm telling you, those things really seem to work, because that car doesn't seem badly damaged. He didn't hit it, and that was a fast accident right there, and it seems okay.
Jimmy Vasser, as you saw him drop to the inside of Mashushta and continue on. Jimmy Vasser is still trying to stay in a points position, but he's not anywhere near that now. He runs 21st on the circuit. His teammate Alex Zanardi is the leader. DeFerrin in second. Christian Fittipaldi is third, followed by Ray Hall and then Andre Rivero. 47 laps are complete. Vasser totally out of a point scoring position. He got in similar trouble 2 weeks ago on Belle Isle in Detroit. Finally was able to move up to 12th and pick up a single point for that. But this is going to have a definite impact on his march to the championship. Alex Zanardi leads Jill DeFerrin, then Christian. We'll be back after these messages and a word from our ABC station. Next Sunday on ABC Sports, it's two great auto racing events. First at 3 Eastern, 2 Central and Pacific. We'll head to the lakefront in Ohio for the Cleveland IndyCar Grand Prix. And then from Talladega Superspeedway, it's the second test of the International Race of Champions. That's all next Sunday here on ABC Sports. On board, Stefan Johansson, 11th place. Johansson works the front stretch. Parker Johnstone is his target, just going, and Scott Pruitt off the course again.
Boy, he's having a tough weekend, and one that looked so good, so promising.
And you saw that fight for the lead come by, Zanardi and then DeFerrin. Though there is a considerable separation there, it still gave you an idea, and everybody's locking the brakes, the light side of the car, as they come into this corner.
Well, it's a little bit rough down there. They've got pretty stiff chassis to make them work around here. The springs are pretty tough, and they're trying to pass in that area. Everybody's trying to go in deep. It's pretty hard not to lock one up.
On board third place, Christian Fittipaldi. That bright yellow car, 2 cars up. That's what his target is. That's second place to Farron. And there's Jeff Krosnoff, who was just ahead of Christian Fittipaldi. New paint job on that number 25 car, along with that new sponsor that they announced at Milwaukee. Well, that looks terrific. That's a nice paint job.
Looks real good.
Now we'll go on board Christian Fittipaldi as he chases down Jill DeFerrin. Continues to work. Danny, is that what it sounds like in the cockpit?
Well, it doesn't sound that quiet. And the other thing that I noticed in there, it doesn't sound like those engines are revving very high, when in fact he's turning probably almost 14,000 RPM. That's quite a muffled sound there. It's a lot noisier than that. And some guys like to put bigger earplugs in so they don't hear it as much. But I like to hear the revving of the engine.
And how much do you actually use that as opposed to the instruments? Do you get accustomed where you know a certain noise level is a certain rev?
Well, you're pretty accurate there, but really what happens is when you've been driving this around all weekend, you've got a pretty good idea where the shift point is. Now, if you're racing somebody really close and you're trying to get the maximum RPM and shift exactly right, then you'll look down at your instrument so you get it exactly accurate. Don't
his day is just, he can't do anything right, it seems. Every time they try to get going, something else is wrong, and they pull the car to the pit. This time it looks pretty serious as the rear cowling comes off the car.
I'm not sure what happened to him the way he was stopped down there, and he came in pretty slow, but obviously the safety crew got him going again. But anytime you're taking the cowling off or unbuckling him, you got a major problem.
Now they're bad looking at the part of the car that he crushed this morning, and they had to make all the replacement to. So Alex Zanardi still the leader. Jill DeFerrin is about 17 seconds back. So either Zanardi is very comfortable where he is and is a little bit off of 100% and just cruising, or DeFerrin may in fact now be closing on him. Christian Fittipaldi is chasing DeFerrin pretty hard, and that may be giving some impetus to DeFerrin to try to close as fast as he can now. There is the leader of the race. That's Zanardi. We look up into the corner and wait for DeFerrin, and it'll probably be a little bit of a wait. There he comes with Christian Fittipaldi right behind him. Interesting, there is Michael Andretti, Fittipaldi's teammate, just ahead of him. I wonder if team order has become in effect at this point.
Well, Michael's pretty professional. He knows that he lost a lap or two early on in the race. He knows he's down, and he'll be warned by his pit that those guys are racing for a position. Now, if anything, he might hold up Jill DeFerrin a little bit and let Christian close in on him. But he's not going to want to hold up traffic too much.
Michael, the black car is down one lap, runs 12th. Again, great pictures give you a good idea of the relationship from the Honda Helicam. And it looks like it can fly a little bit higher, which is an indication that maybe the rain is going to stay away. Certainly, the sun is now shining on every section of the race course.
Well, and of course, right there, Jill DeFerrin is in that bright yellow car, and Christian is in the bright red one. But they're not exactly closed that much up on Michael. I mean, he's not exactly right under his gearbox trying to find a way by.
Last year, Michael was actually turning some of the faster laps in the race.
Yeah, and I believe Michael's actually up to pretty far up to, I think he's 12th, which puts him actually in the points.
So DeFerrin gets past. Now we'll see if Christian can get past him while we're watching that.
Michael moved right over right there. He just moved right over when he pulled left there to let Christian go.
All right, let's go to Jack Arute.
Well, it all started on Friday afternoon in qualifying for Scott Pruitt when he blew an engine, and then it's been downhill ever since then. What finally put you out of the race, Scott?
Well, we had a little incident this morning. I got off track and put it in the guardrail. The guys did a great job getting it back together, but something's just wrong. I mean, from the start of the race, I was really fighting something on the left rear corner of the car, and it just kept up. I just kept having a lot of problems getting off the track, and finally just decided, hey, something's really big going on. So take a look at it and come back to Cleveland.
Well, he'll be at Cleveland, and he will be a factor. You can count on that.
Well, one of our stories of the day, of course, was Pruitt's problems, which only succeeded in getting worse and worse and finally took him out of the run. Another in the pressure points, and with Jimmy Vasser having his problems early on and sitting in 20th position, the battle for the championship is most certainly going to heat up here. And Michael Andretti, unless he can unlap himself, is not going to perform the hat trick that he had hoped for here with 3 in a row. 57 of the 98 laps are complete. Alex Zanardi is the leader. DeFerrin and Fittipaldi are beginning what should be a terrific battle for second place. It has been one for the past few laps. We'll be back. As we officially start summer here in Portland, they do it with the Rose Festival. Nice, big, historic parade, lots of floats, the Grand Floral Parade, they call it, and dragon boat racing. And this race here, the Budweiser 200, is part of that ongoing festival that kicks off the summer season. 4th place, Bobby Rahal. He's going to have a nice day out of this one. It looks like some of the work they've been doing with their cars is about to pay off.
Yeah, you know he has to have been disappointed because he qualified 18th and his teammate 4th. So he had to have been a little frustrated. Now he's up there battling. He's doing a good job, and he made some smart moves in those wet conditions and jumped up a lot of spots.
With Andre Ribeiro sitting right there behind him. That is the 5th place car. At the same time, nothing's changed in that fight between Christian Fittipaldi and Jill DeFerrin. They are still working on one another, but no one seems to be able to get the advantage. So at Portland International, it's Alex Zanardi, the leader once again. Gil de Ferran and Christian Fittipaldi continue to battle, and there is a battle between this car, the 4th position of Bobby Rahal, and right behind him is Andre Ribeiro as Rahal tries to get inside and comes alongside, gets around Mauricio Guzman. Gary Gerald?
Well, we were talking in our pre-race show over on ESPN2 about new body pieces on Brian Herta's car. Well, obviously, Bobby Rahal also has some of that same new wind tunnel work that deflects the air around the rear wheels from the side pods. But Brian Herta had a new front wing that Rahal did not. I asked Bobby about that. I said, you're the boss. Why don't you have the new piece? He smiled and said, I've got something else new. Then he told me that it had to do with the front suspension. It's not something cosmetic that you could see. Wouldn't tell me any more than that. Rahal has done a terrific job starting way back in this field to be up here in the top 5.
I tell you what, whatever he's got on there, I'd keep it. I think it's working. You're on board Christian Fittipaldi. It's Eddie Lawson just ahead. And for the moment, it's broken off his battle. Michel Jourdain gets off and into the gravel. Is this potential full course yellow here?
Well, they don't like him to be out there in that gravel, but it's a fairly slow spot. He's not really dangerous. I don't know whether they'll leave him or not. That's, of course, Wally Dallenbach's call. But interesting that Michel Jourdain and Salazar have both come over from Indianapolis, where they did so well, have struggled over on this circuit to do well.
And here is that battle for second place as it comes back once again. They get around Eddie Lawson. First, Gil de Ferran gets around him, and then Christian Fittipaldi. Now Christian has just a little distance to make up, and he should be back on top of de Ferran. So this is the key battle on the circuit, but you know what? They're going to go to full course yellow.
Yeah.
Pace car will come out, and everyone will gather up. They do this on lap 62, so that should be absolutely ideal for the pit stops, or a little early.
Well, it's going to be marginal because, of course, we've got it. They were going to 31 to 35. This race is 98 laps. So they might not come in on the first lap of the yellow, but they might come in a little bit later.
Robbie Gordon already in as they change. And, of course, no question about what tires are going to go on this time. It'll be slicks all the way. Here comes Gil de Ferran out of second place.
No question, everybody's going to look down there, look at all the people out there. I think you're going to see a lot of pit stops.
So de Ferran makes his stop. And Jack Arut's right there.
A nominal stop, but they're standing by. Should he stall it once they take the fuel on? In answer to your question about whether it's the right window or not, de Ferran's team had anticipated coming in on lap 66. He pulled out nicely in front of Christian Fittipaldi. So by our reckoning, he should stay right in the front of the pack.
Yeah, those positions shouldn't change. Here's the leader of the race, Gary.
Well, they weren't worried about the window. They said their window here opened on lap 62, so they should be comfortable for the distance. And he had the luxury, of course, of that big lead. But now, for the first time today, we're going to see this new IndyCar rule go into effect. This is a very fine stop by the Targa team. Zanardi back out. But that big lead is going to be gone when we get ready to go green.
Now, 60-mile-an-hour speed limit on all races except the ones run at Michigan now. As Zanardi comes back onto the course, he'll have to line up behind the pace car. And what they are doing now, they did it first in Detroit 2 weeks ago and will continue here today. You can see him trying to get Michel's car out of that gravel pit. They will line up in race order. In fact, it's very simple the way they do it. They just tell the teams, take a look at your scoring monitor in the pits and radio your cars to align that way. So when they come back to green, they will be in the race order. Should make for a good fight.
Wave by.
Michael Andretti has not had a last couple of laps that have been good. Let me try to indicate what happened. They had Michael and they told him not to come in, and apparently they thought that he was going to be able to pick up a lap because they thought the leader was coming in. Leader didn't come in. They kept Michael out, and in doing that, then IndyCar officials closed the pits. And so Michael is stuck out there now, and he has not been happy in his conversation with the team pit side. So they really didn't help Michael's cause at all there.
No, and of course, when he does do it, he'll have to drop to the back of the pack, and that'll make it much more difficult for him to gain any more of those spots from 12th when he was running.
Now remember, they will come back in race order. Michael was sitting in 11th place at the time. There you go. You look down through the order, and Michael's there now, but of course he's going to have to come in for fuel. He's had this nice run after overcoming the problem early on, works his way back up here, and that's a good example where the tactics between driver and pits can really be very costly to the driver.
Yes, and Michael was actually going down the pit lane, and they said, stay out, and he dove back around the barrier and got back into position.
Now we'll continue to listen to Michael's radio, and the officials are now reporting green this time by, so Michael's going to have to come into the pits under a green flag. You think he's going to be any happier about that one?
No, and he's going to lose a lot of ground under that.
Can I pit? Can I pit?
Michael Andretti.
You must take the green and then pit. Pit at the end of your first lap.
Michael with some terrible problems now. They're ready to go to green flag racing. He was headed into the pits. The crew steered him out when he thought he should be in. Turns out he was right. And now he's going to have to make a stop from 11th place under the green. They're lined up in race order. Christian Fittipaldi moves to the inside, looks for room as Bobby Rahal comes sweeping in behind Christian. So everybody tight once again. Zanardi using the clear course to get away just a bit. Restart comes on lap 67 of 98.
Paul, everybody should be fueled and ready to go to the end, provided they don't have any problems. The tires, everything, so we should see a race all the way to the end.
And there is the advantage of being the leader on a restart. You can pace the restart the way you want it, and it gives you an advantage for one lap, if not for a couple. Christian Fittipaldi, who had been working on Gilles de Ferran, is now back at it, but this time, with the yellow flag closing the field up, he has both Bobby Rahal and Mark Blundell closing in. So what was not a battle now is one, and it battles 4 different ways. And in fact, you get a glimpse there of Emerson Fittipaldi as he moves into the fight as well. And Al Unser Jr. and Michael Andretti comes into the pits, Gary, finally.
I'll tell you, all the good luck this team has enjoyed, winning 3 of the last 4 and going right out the window in the last 4 minutes. And you talk about one red-hot race driver. We heard some of the radio conversation. He is smoking in the pits. He's out of here in 13.7 seconds, but the damage is done.
Yeah, and probably deservedly smoking. He put on a good show coming up to 11th place after the trouble early. He maintains the 60-mile-an-hour speed limit out of the pits and rejoins the fray, but well behind the fight now. He drops off immediately 2 positions as he comes out of the pits, dropping back to 13th. Maybe the fact of lap cars will work to his advantage now, but he could have been back on the lap with the leader. There's Zanardi. A lead just under 2 seconds, 1.7.
Tell he's really got a well-handling car right now. Just the way he pulled away. You see all the field just pretty much lined up there equally, all nice spaced out. He's got about a 2-second lead on the second place guy. That, I know he got a jump at the restart, but that's also a great handling car right now.
Al Unser Jr. now beginning to work on Bobby Rahal. That fight is for 4th. And a good line of competitors just behind. Hoping maybe that one of the 2 of them make a mistake. It's Fittipaldi, then Ribeiro, then John Stone, then Mark Blundell, and then Robbie Gordon, and they're all lined up nose to tail now.
Don't forget, Al Jr.'s thinking a lot about points right now because he's right there, not that close to Jimmy Vasser, but close enough, and Jimmy Vasser's way behind and not much chance of scoring any points, so Al wants to make sure he gets some points.
Jimmy Vasser sits back 18th, 6 positions away from a point scoring position. Farron. Schuster just had a quick off and on the course. He's back in competition now. And there is the interval from the leader back to Jill DeFerrin, and then Christian Fittipaldi, Bobby Rahal, Al Unser Jr., and Emerson Fittipaldi. 70 laps are complete, and Zanardi looks like he may be on his way to a win. We'll be back after these messages and a word from our ABC stations. Well, apparently Hero has finally ended his day against the barrier. No damage to him, and hopefully the car is not damaged. He gives a quick waves to the fans. One of the nice things on the track here is that there are a lot of those mounds, and you can just throw out your picnic blanket and drop down, enjoy the race here in Portland. On board Parker Johnstone. He currently is trying to chase down the 7th place car of Andrew Ribeiro. Nothing has changed at the front of the order, and that battle for 2nd place for the time being seems to have moved into a stationary battle. The line is narrowing just a bit. We see quite a bit of spent rubber, the marbles just offline on the course. So at Portland, it is Alex Zanardi that is the leader. He has dominated this race. Jill DeFerrin was chasing him for a while, and Christian Fittipaldi was chasing DeFerrin. But as they flash across the start-finish line, for the moment, it is not a fight. At the same time, this is Parker Johnstone is trying to make a move on Ribeiro, and it's a battle for 7th place. So as we watch it, did Ribeiro just miss one there? Blundell also moving in there.
Don't forget, Mark Blundell is right there waiting to reap the rewards if those two guys mess up. He's right under Parker's gearbox right there.
And we'll stay watching this while we go to Jackaroo.
Well, another Brazilian, as we watch some of them show their promise out there on the racetrack, is out. Raul Boisel, what put you out of the race?
It was a short day for the Brahma Sports team. You know, the engine just, without warning, went and just finished our day. So it's unfortunately, but the good thing is that we have a race in Cleveland next weekend.
A lot of consternation by the Ford teams. Ford does not seem to have stepped up to the plate in the competition against Mercedes and Honda.
Yeah, Ford came with a new engine this year, still in development stages, and I'm sure they'll get not only power but the reliability pretty soon. That's what we need.
Paul, he wants to get to Cleveland so badly, he's already packed his bag, and he's just waiting to cross the racetrack.
Unfortunately, he's also just scored his 5th DNF of the season. So Raul Boisel out of the race, showered, shaved, and on his way to Cleveland, which of course is in 1 week from today. Looking back from Parker Johnstone now. And that's Blundell trying to close in. And Stefan Johansson is next in the line. Followed by Gordon, who currently runs 11th. There you're on board with Stefan Johansson. So on-board cameras bracketing this battle.
That's what they call a sequential gearbox, which means it's like a motorcycle. All they do is they just pull back on the lead. They don't have to actually find the gate or find the gear. They just keep pulling back, and when they want to go down a gear, they just push forward.
Let's move a little farther forward now. Bobby Rahal and Al Unser Jr. You're right, on board Rahal. He is currently 4th. Al Unser Jr. is just behind him.
Paul, one other thing that I should point out when they're shifting there is nobody uses the clutch on the shift. They just pull back. And in fact, when they're going up in gear, they don't even have to take their foot off the throttle. They can just hold it down. They've got all these electronics that control the engine when you shift.
So the clutch only to get away.
Only to get away.
Well, look how this battle tightens up. There's 2nd place DeFerrin, 3rd place Fittipaldi. Blundell pulls out of the fight.
No, that's Emerson Fittipaldi in the left of your screen, going very slowly. He pulled out of the back. He's got something wrong. He just pulled off there and checked in his mirror to make sure he could pull all the way across his days.
Well, that's too bad. Emerson was having and Blundell comes in. Why would he come in?
He must have had some kind of a tire problem or whatever for them to stop with only about 20 laps to go.
So Emerson Fittipaldi pulls by the wayside. That won't bring out a full course yellow, while Mark Blundell drops out of that battle and goes into the pits. Later in the race here in the Budweiser 200 is Alex Zanardi. DS timing shows that we are 6.1 seconds back to that bright yellow car of Jill DeFerrin, then Christian Fittipaldi, then Bobby Rahal, and then Al Unser Jr. We saw Emerson Fittipaldi pull over to the right side on the main straight, come to a stop at the pit exit. The question, Jack, is why?
Well, you saw how quickly he pulled off to a stop and how he was out of the throttle because of the problem, Paul, a faulty gearbox. He's out for the day.
And he gets a quick interview with Brazilian television and a corner worker that is trying to say, hey, don't step out onto that racetrack. I think Emerson knows exactly where he's going. Al Unser Jr. makes a move on Bobby Rahal, picks up 4th place. So Al Unser Jr., who's just been stalking, just lurking behind Rahal, suddenly makes the move and comes around, picks up 4th. Christian Fittipaldi is his next target. Jr. moves out and around Bobby Rahal, picks up 4th place. Zanardi still the leader of the run, followed by DeFerrin and Christian Fittipaldi. Here's what happened.
Bobby looked like he went in, braked high, got out on the marbles, and little Al just dove up underneath him. That's a spot there where he just tried to go in a little too deep and got out wide. He did a good job of saving it, but of course he lost a spot in the process.
82 laps complete, 98 scheduled, and the further we go, the more that rubber moves out into those marbles and makes it much more difficult to get offline and to protect your position. So Bobby Rahal drops back to 5th, Gary.
Talking with Tim Cindric with the crew here just to see if there were any difficulties. Said the car maybe a little bit of an understeer. They're trying to pace themselves to finish. They want a top 5 finish. He said it just kind of slipped away from Bobby for a moment. No major problems. I think they're satisfied that they've been able to get up to the top 5 from so far back in the pack, but maybe a little frustrated they couldn't be even more competitive in the late laps.
Still 4 cars all lined up right together in a battle for 2nd place. DeFerrin, Fittipaldi, Unser Jr., and Rahal. Jack Emerson Fittipaldi finally comes down a little closer into the pit area. What was his problem?
Well, I'll tell you what, Brazilian TV can go out on the racetrack, but I'll wait for Emo to get to me. We've documented the gearbox problem, but it just seems to be problem after problem for your team this year. How frustrating is it for you, Emo?
Well, Jack, I was very pleased with the performance today. When it was rain, I moved up to 4th place, and then I was catching Junior now. I could stay with the leaders, and then the gearbox I had a problem. It's a shame, but guys running much stronger now. I hope to do well next race.
When you have bad luck, the litany that you've had this year, how tough is it for the driver to stay focused?
Well, I think we are focused now. I mean, that was one of the best performances this year. I mean, I did the second quickest lap of the race, and I'm happy and looking for a good race in Cleveland.
Off to Cleveland.
And there's his nephew, Christian Fittipaldi, running 3rd, chasing DeFerrin.
Now, you know one thing I love about Emerson, I've raced against him, he's always got a good, positive attitude. He has things going on. It hasn't been a great season for him. And, you know, he's still standing there smiling. And, this guy's done it all. I mean, he's a 2-time world champion, 2-time IndyCar champion, 2-time Indianapolis 500 champion, won all over the world. Just one of the great, great race drivers of all time.
Yeah, and may become a grandfather this weekend.
Yeah, that's right.
And is very proud of it.
Yeah. Well, he loves his kids, and I'm sure he'll be a great grandfather.
Christian Fittipaldi, perhaps not as well liked at the moment as a member of the family. He's still on circuit while Emerson is out, and Christian is trying to catch Jill DeFerrin. There's the leader, there's DeFerrin, there's Christian. There's Al Unser Jr. Bobby Rahal has fallen back a bit.
Well, if what Bobby's guy says is true, too, and he's just trying to, finish, he's got about 13 laps to go. He's going to be sitting there, he's trying to pace himself. He knows he can't get by a little Al or catch him. He just doesn't want to lose the spot to Parker Johnston.
So 80 run here in the Budweiser 200. It looks like it just may be Alex Zanardi's day for his very first win in IndyCar. Still, there's some time to go. More racing for you as Bobby Rahal gets in trouble, just comes right off the course.
You know what? That's in the same spot where he lost the position to Al Jr. He just got passed there by Parker Johnstone. He must be having a problem and get out on those marbles. I don't know what it is, but that's the second time he's lost a spot in that position.
Well, next Sunday, 1 week from today, we'll have more racing for you here on ABC Sports. First of all, it will be the Cleveland IndyCar Grand Prix at the Burke Lakefront Airport in Cleveland, Ohio. And then from Talladega Superspeedway, it's the second test of the International Race of Champions. That's all next Sunday, right here on ABC Sports. So Bobby Rahal, a quick off and on, and as we look at it again, maybe we can figure out what happened, Danny.
Well, he's in that same spot where he was leading Little Al. He comes back. He's in the track there. He goes in. He brakes. The car just comes back out a little bit under braking. He was trying to get in too deep. Locked up those rear tires. Smart move. Kept it under control. Went on the grass. Got it back on. But unfortunately, he dropped down another spot.
You hop off the brakes just as you're coming off the grass. That's what it looked like.
Just as you're going onto it, so it doesn't lock him up and spin the car around on the grass.
Bobby Rahal, who was in a good position, now drops down to 6th place as Parker Johnstone moves into 5th. Al Unser Jr. is still 4th. Gil DeFerrin has just flashed across the line, completing his 89th lap. So we're counting down into the final 10 laps of this race now. Alex Zanardi is still the leader. And if he continues his lead to the finish, then he will join Al Unser Jr. as another driver who scored his very first win here at Portland.
And of course, if Bobby continues, those cars that you saw, that's him right there, all those cars that were lined up behind him, those are all for spots. So they're trying to close down on him.
So Bobby at this point has to feel a little vulnerable. He's twice had the same problem.
In the same spot. So he's got to turn the wick up a little bit here and drive harder for these last 10 laps.
Coming back up to the front of the field, Alex Zanardi is still the leader by 8 seconds. There is Zanardi's bright red target car. And you look 8 seconds back, that bright yellow car, that's the Pennzoil car of Gil DeFerrin, followed by Christian Fittipaldi, and then Al Unser Jr. Gary.
Alex Zanardi, of course, Paul, is visiting Portland for the very first time. He's a man who makes his home in Monte Carlo, which has to be considered one of the glamour spots of the world. But he has absolutely fallen in love with this part of the Pacific Northwest this week. He said he loves the beaches he had a chance to visit, the forests, the mountains that are snow-capped. He said, I'd like to live here. He wins this race. He may move in next week.
Well, he can certainly afford to. Al Unser Jr. working on Christian Fittipaldi. You got a glimpse of Roberto Moreno's car off the course. He's abandoned that car, and so he is out of the run. When we come back, can Alex hold on to the check? Six laps to go at Portland. Alex Zanardi is the leader. Al Unser Jr. really anticipates the possibility of getting around third place Christian Fittipaldi. He has been all over him the last couple of laps, and you can see too that they together, Christian Fittipaldi and Al Unser Jr., are closing down on DeFerrin.
Don't know if Al really thinks he can get by. He's running a little wide there, but what he's trying to do is stay all over Christian and force him into a mistake, like he did earlier with Bobby Rahal. I think he just wants to, keep there, let him know he's there, that Christian's got to keep going. See if he can make something happen toward the end of the race.
Well, at least once he was able to pull up and tuck the nose almost underneath the rear wing of Christian Fittipaldi. He's dropped back now. Look at that interval. It registers in at 10.1 seconds on the EDS scoring computer. The interval first to second. And Christian is definitely closing on DeFerrin.
But again, with 5 laps to go, what everybody's thinking right now is how fast do I have to go to stay in front of that guy and consolidate my position. They know they probably can't pass the guy with this thing. They've been trying all day long and haven't made any headway. They just want to, consolidate their spot and make sure they don't make a mistake for that guy behind them to get by.
with the rain and everything here today.
Well, now, sorry, Paul, but now it looks like Christian's pulled away from Little Al and going after DeFerrin a little bit.
Yeah, but DeFerrin and Christian have kind of maintained approximately the same interval through there. You wonder if Little Al doesn't have something wrong. Now the interval widens again. Just a bad corner for DeFerrin, or
Little Al got some stuff. He ran wide in a couple of those corners. Maybe he picked up some marbles on his tires. You know, the build-up from the tires that just fall off and drop back a little bit. But
I was about to say, because of the rain and the length of the run here today, we're about to run overtime, and it does not appear that we are going to get an interview with the winner of the race, as we'll have to return you to local programming. But Alex Zanardi looks like he may be on his way, and we will certainly run right to the checkered flag here. 4 laps to go. Zanardi's lead loses a second to Jill DeFerrin.
But again, Paul, what's happening is Zanardi knows he's got a very comfortable lead. He knows how well his car's handling. What he's doing now is being conservative those last couple of laps, just not to make a mistake and throw it all away.
Alex Zanardi, his second pole of the season, and this time it may result in a victory. In fact, in Rio, we thought he may be on his way to a victory there. Did I just see a puff of anything that mattered? It looked like I saw a little haze that may have come out of the back of Christian's car. And I don't see it now.
Well, I can tell you one thing, even if every warning light on his dash came on right now, he'd drive that thing till the end, till 3 laps to go. He wouldn't worry about that. He's going to drive it right to the finish.
Christian Fittipaldi closes once again on Jill DeFerrin. I saw must have just been mirage, because it looks like he is fully under power now without any problem whatsoever. Reaches out, pulls a tearaway off the helmet. Christian Fittipaldi still chasing DeFerrin. And Zanardi is still losing his lead position just a bit. Lost 2/10 on that last lap. Hey, there's Joe Montana, part of the Chip Ganassi team. And you know what? Every time he shows up at a race, the team wins.
I think I'd make sure he got here at every race if I...
Yeah, but does that explain something from football? I mean, it really wasn't a team effort. It was just Joe. You show up, you win.
I'm sure everybody wishes it was that easy, but Zanardi's dropping a couple of tenths there, but he's just driving very conservative. He's got 2 laps to go. He knows those guys can't close it down. Even if they did, they'd still have to find a way to pass.
Now the sun begins to shine on Zanardi. He'll see the white flag indicating 1 lap to go next time by, Gary Gerald.
You mentioned Joe Montana. It's funny, back in that brief rain shower we had when so many teams were trying to decide, should you go to the rain tires, stay on the slicks? Joe Montana was the only unflustered, unruffled guy down here. He was walking around, wasn't looking for cover, didn't need an umbrella. You could almost see him saying, hey, what's a little sprinkle to a guy who used to play for the big bucks in the rain? He's got another winner here going today, no question.
So as Alex Zanardi starts his final lap, we'll continue to track those battles behind the lead of the race. And Zanardi, looking for his very first win in the IndyCars, comes out of Formula One. Has a faltering start in the first race of the season, sits on the pole at Rio, and finally looks for a win. There's second place. And third place, Christian Fittipaldi, with Al Unser Jr. well back now. None of the top 4 in contest. Parker Johnstone sits in 5th position, followed by Ray Hall, then Ribeiro, then Mark Blundell, then Stefan Johansson, and Robbie Gordon. But here's the man of the hour as he makes the final turn around the carousel here and on to the main stretch. And Alex Zanardi, as he looks ahead, takes it way over to the right, then comes over to take the checkered flag, as Alex Zanardi has taken the win here. And they all come over and off the edge of the course as they finish. There's the standings. We gave them to you on the final lap. They remain the same. Zanardi, Ferrin, Fittipaldi. Looking down through unofficial results here, And if he hot-foots it around, maybe we will have a chance to talk with Alex Zanardi, but he becomes the second first-time winner. Both of them at the time were driving for Ganassi. Zanardi today and Alonso Jr. earlier. Going back to last year, he is the fifth first-time winner in the last 14 races. Let's take a look at the points now. Well, the teammate to this car, Jimmy Vasser, still remains in the points lead. But boy, it has closed down substantially, and Jimmy Vasser is losing ground quickly. Michael Andretti with a good run, not what he had hoped for, but still, he remains in the fight here today.
Well, he's got to feel just ecstatic, right? I mean, what a feeling right now. And I think that I've got to pick Alex Zanardi as Sully's star. He did a great job. Pole position, was fast all weekend, had never been here, and drove absolutely faultless race.
So Alex Zanardi is going to roll to a stop, and hopefully he will come to a stop quick enough that we can get word with him. Jack Arute is right there as Alex Zanardi comes flying around the corner and into the winner's circle. He knows exactly where it is. Jack Arute.
He certainly does. Shuts the engine off. He's going to try and get out of it. We're going to try and get a quick word. Get things disconnected here. Alex, congratulations.
Well, it feels great. I'm so happy for the Target team, for everybody. Chip Ganassi, Morris now, and all the guys that did an amazing job this weekend, and it feels great.
It certainly was an amazing run. He started on the pole. He ran so well. And today, he's victorious here in Portland. A road course, a Formula One veteran. And on behalf of Paul Page and the rest of the crew here, Danny Sullivan, Gary Gerald, I'm Jack Arute saying so long from Portland.
Watching Indy?
Oh my God, I've never gone so fast.
My heart is beating out of my chest.
The man with the target on his back.
Who can catch the fastest racer on Earth?
Alex Palou is simply waxing the field right now.
We're just scratching the surface of this guy's talent.
Untouchable, undeniable, inevitable, Alex Palou.
Alex Palou's legendary season rolls on as he eyes an historic three-peat and looks to move one step closer to the single-season wins record in Portland. August 10th on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
At the midway point of the season, the PPG Kart World Series has been a story of streaks. Paul Tracy won 3 races in a row and swept into the championship lead. Greg Moore has back-to-back wins and a shot at becoming the youngest PPG Cup champion in history. And Jimmy Vasser, the reigning champion, has completed a record-tying 25 straight races. Today in the Pacific Northwest, history awaits at the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200. On a cool and drizzly day, a mammoth crowd will not be prevented from turning out at Portland International Raceway. Welcome to round 9 of the PPG Kart World Series, the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200. The field is on the racetrack. We are just moments from the start of round 9 of the PPG Kart World Series. Hi, everybody. I'm Bob Varsha. I'm with former Portland pole sitter and race winner Danny Sullivan. Danny, we have a lot to talk about today, but the most important thing right now is the weather outside.
Well, it is. Remember now, we're just past the halfway point. Everybody knows what their package is, good or bad. On a day like today, they've got to make the most of that package. They've got to be conservative. They've got to score points.
We're at the halfway mark of the season, as you mentioned, but this is the first permanent road circuit we have visited. How do you think that's going to change the balance of power?
Well, I don't think it's going to change a lot because, as I said, everybody knows what they've got. But today, they've got that added weather situation. Everybody has got to try to score points, so they've got to be there, not make any mistakes, keep the car on that black shiny part, and be there at the finish.
And that could be a tough job today. We have a very wet racetrack. You see the field is out there. Let's take a look at the starting grid for round 9 of the championship. On the pole, his second career pole, Scott Pruitt, comes with a brand new track record. He'll be alongside Gilles de Ferran, a second place finisher here a year ago.
On row 2, Christian Fittipaldi returns to the series from injuries received in Australia, and he was the quickest in the morning warm-up. He'll start next to Mauricio Gugelmin, his Brazilian countryman, who led 24 the last 25 laps 2 weeks ago in Detroit, but did not finish. Row 3, Dario Franchitti, the Scottish rookie. This equals the best qualifying performance of his career, alongside Michael Andretti, a 3-time winner here at Portland. Row 4, Alex Zanardi, the defending race champion. His first win came here a year ago. He's next to his Target Ganassi Racing teammate Jimmy Vasser, who has completed all but one lap this season, is going for his 26th in a row here today, and that would be a record. Row 5, Greg Moore, the winner of the last 2 races on tour, and Bobby Rahal, who won here 10 years ago. On row 6, Mark Blundell, the leader at Detroit with 2 turns to go before running out of gas, and Brian Herta, his 4th start here at Portland, looking for his first finish. Row 7 will be Paul Tracy. The points leader is back after missing our most recent race due to a medical problem. Next to him, Raul Boisel, making his 11th start at PIR. On row 8, Al Unser Jr., who has won here 3 times, including his first career win in 1984, and Adrian Fernandez. In 3 previous starts, he's been in the points every time. On row 9, Juan Fangio II, who scored the best 97 finish for a Toyota-powered car 2 weeks ago in Detroit, 10th place, and P.J. Jones, his teammate, for the 5th time this year. The All-American racer Toyotas qualify in tandem. Row 10, Parker Johnstone, a local favorite who had a 5th place finish here a year ago, and Andre Ribeiro, who continues to struggle with the Lola chassis for Tasman Racing. On row 11, Walter Salas, his first pro win came here last year in Indy Lights, and Michel Jourdain Jr., who switches over from a Lola to a Reynard chassis for this race. On row 12, Patrick Carpentier, but for Jimmy Vasser, the only driver to be running at the finish at every race thus far this year, and Richie Hearn, one of 7 drivers in the field making their first Portland start. On row 13, Max Pappas, his best finish of the year, 11th, came at Detroit 2 weeks ago. Christian Danner, in his first start at 2 years at Detroit, he scored a point. On row 14, Hiro Matsushita, making his 7th start here at Portland International Raceway. Young German Art Meyer, this is his first start with kart on a natural road course. Now, Danny, let's talk about the racetrack itself.
Well, of course, the most important spot for passing is right down in this area, going into this corner right there. That's also one of the most dangerous because it's very wide. It bottlenecks down into there. Another good spot for passing is right there. And then a very dangerous, tricky spot because you think you can get by everybody is right there going into turn 5. We have passing at the end of the straightaway, very tricky, particularly under these wet conditions today. And another spot that everybody likes is right here, but we've seen a lot of incidences in that spot in the past. This is a good track to pass on. It's wide and it's got a lot of spots to overtake.
And if the sun does come out, it dries very quickly. But as you can see right now, it is very, very wet. 1 lap to go to the green flag, down to Gary Gerald.
Bob, we've talked about fuel management virtually every race this year, and it's had a critical impact on the outcome. Evidence the last race when the Pac West team ran out of fuel on the final lap and was denied an opportunity to win. But because of the rain today, fuel no longer is an issue. You normally get around 2 miles per gallon in these cars, but under the rain conditions today, you get about 3 to 3.5 miles per gallon. That doesn't mean that your pit stop management still isn't critical in relation to positions on the racetrack. So a lot of key decisions to be made down here. Shouldn't have to worry about fuel. How about tires, Marty Reed?
Gary, this is going to be the first time since last year that Firestone and Goodyear are going to lock horns in a wet weather condition. If you remember last year, the Firestones were just awful. Now they've come back with a brand new combination. They did 400,000 gallons of water at Firebird Raceway and a ton of testing, and they think they have narrowed the gap. In fact, Al Spire, the head of Firestone Management Racing, is excited, ecstatic about this showdown. He wants to see how good his wet weather tire is. But I can tell you, it's starting to slow down, so we may see the slicks if we get some dry conditions.
And if you were with us for qualifying, you know how quickly things can change. Here's our race analysis. A 1.967-mile permanent road course, 98 laps scheduled. The pole speed, a new track record by a couple of miles an hour. Breaking record held by Al Unser Jr. with the race distance mark, as you saw. The stories will follow today. Weather is everything. Who will guess the conditions to perfection? Paul Tracy and Christian Fittipaldi are back in the fold. Fuel strategy, as we mentioned, you're going to want to spend a minimum time in the pits. And who has the streaks? That will continue when this day is over. Look at the spray as they come down to take the green flag.
And you can't see anything back there. Let me tell you, those guys cannot tell where the other car is back there.
Coming up the driver's right. Looked like Dario Franchitti was looking to make up some places. Oh, we've got cars off onto the grass.
And a little wide there, he's trying to get himself back on the track.
Gently on the throttle to bring the car up to speed. Look at that spray, and we've got someone tagged from behind. I think that is Dario Franchitti.
What happened was the car next to him looked like moved over on him. He had nowhere to go.
Up front, no problem for Scott Pruitt as he leaves the field. That's Gilles de Ferran directly behind him, and Pruitt opening up a couple of quick car lengths.
And let's not forget, he's on Firestone tires.
Now there's Mauricio Gugelmin in the red and white car with a bright orange helmet, challenging his Brazilian countryman Gilles de Ferran for second place as they move on to the backstretch. Oh, wheel to wheel, Bobby Rahal is off. This is down in the west end, the turns 3, 4, and 5 complex. That's turn 5 just behind him. He's off on the grass, and the grass is absolutely super saturated. We've had over an inch of rain here in the last 12 hours at Portland. Now Scott Pruitt throws up that rooster tail over the battle for second between de Ferran and Gugelmin. In the festival curves.
Look how slick that is. If it looks shiny, if it looks slick, it is slick. That's something that a race driver always has to think about. Look at Gilles de Ferran. He spun off.
Fortunately, a lot of grass out there. He's not going to slow down very much, but there's very little to hit out there. He is back on. Michael Andretti goes by. Jimmy Vasser goes by. Dario Franchitti goes by, and Mark Blundell comes calling on Gilles de Ferran.
And Greg Moore trying to get around the outside. Take advantage of that.
3 or 4 cars bottled up behind Gilles de Ferran. One of them is Paul Tracy.
He slips through on Blundell. He took advantage of all of that.
Now onto the backstretch, and once again the spray will go up, preventing the drivers from seeing. Even when it's clear, the drivers can only see about 1 second's worth of reaction time ahead of them. De Ferran, Tracy, Blundell, Zanardi, and Moore.
And I had a peek. It looked like Dario Franchitti was trying to make a move on Michael Andretti. He's buried in that spray right behind him.
Christian Fittipaldi in the foreground.
See, he's taking a look up the inside. Michael's having none of that, though.
Tough outbreaking somebody even in the best of circumstances. Try it on this hockey rink of a racing circuit. You ride with Jimmy Vasser.
And you know what? That's about what the view is from the cockpit. When that car gets close up behind there and the spray is really bad on the straightaways, they can't see anything.
This is one of the fastest circuits that the series visits all year long. And the order is Pruitt, Gugelmin, Fittipaldi, and Andretti right there, the teammates for Newman Haas Racing. Then Dario Franchitti to the left of your screen, driving for Carl Hogan. Jimmy Vasser, Gilles de Ferran, Paul Tracy, Mark Blundell, and Alex Zanardi round out the top 10. Safety truck coming onto the racetrack. Once again, Franchitti looking up the inside of Michael Andretti. Big splash, large puddle right there in that corner.
Oh, did you see him slide through there? He touched the curb a little bit, slid out there a little wide. Now, remember one thing, he's pulling out on Michael to take a look to see if he can pass, but he's also taking a look to see where he's going.
Ride with Jimmy Vasser.
That is a good indication of what it's like right there, and he passes Michael.
Franchitti, the Scottish veteran of touring car races in Europe, where the weather is not always very good. So Franchitti could very well be in his element. He's on a natural terrain road course, no street circuits, no oval tracks, with which he was so unfamiliar when he came into the series. Now he's back in his element, and that could include the weather. Now Jimmy Vasser, the reigning PPG Car World Series champion, eyes Michael Andretti, a former champion.
Let's not forget one thing. Michael is, look at him sliding around. He is on Goodyear tires. Franchitti is on Firestones, as is Jimmy Vasser right there behind him.
Keep in mind, this is the first wet weather race for the Swift chassis, so they're learning a lot about their wet weather setup right now. There's the running order. Pruitt over Gugelmin, Fittipaldi, Firestone, Firestone, Goodyear, Firestone, Goodyear, Firestone. Now here was the view from Gilles de Ferran's car as he struggled to keep traction.
Now see, he hit that surface change right there. He went from concrete to asphalt, and when he hit that, it broke the back end loose.
Similar problems for Bobby Rahal. This was his view as he went off.
Different spot of the track. He's tippy-toeing around there, stands on the gas, gets it sideways, and he is gone.
You can hear the revs as the rear wheels break loose. That's the kind of day we're going to have here at Portland. Stand by for more live from Portland International Raceway. Welcome back to Portland in the rain. You're looking back from the car of Jimmy Vasser and Mark Blundell running 7th and 8th.
Look, he is all over him trying to find the spot. Going down the inside of a very tricky corner there. You can see this track is quickly, the spray is going away as these cars dry it out with these big fat tires.
We mentioned at the top of the program, things can change very quickly here in Portland.
You see that view out his back. Sorry to interrupt, Bob. That gray sky is moving this way.
And while we were away, we had a change of lead. There you see Mo Guzman, and look at the gap he has opened up over Scott Pruitt. A pair of Reynards, but Mercedes power in Guzman's machine. A Ford in Pruitt's, both men on Firestone wet weather tire. And here comes a third Firestone shod car. Dario Franchitti up into 3rd place. A great run for the rookie. And then the defending race champion, Alex Zanardi. Here comes Christian Fittipaldi in the Swift on Goodyear rubber. His teammate Michael Andretti, then Blundell.
Bob, I'd say right now, though, the tire that I'd want to have is the Firestone.
Firestone says they were embarrassed a year ago at Detroit. The first time they brought out their treaded wet weather tire. They worked hard on it. Alex Zanardi has run on it, doing a lot of the development on the wet tire. Scott Pruitt has run on it. Gilles de Ferran.
Oh, there's a cone out there. That was an orange cone that somebody obviously had picked up in their car.
That cone marks the chicane. Ferran spun his way back to 9th place in the opening laps of this race. Jimmy Vasser still looking for his first win this year. And it's starting to rain a little more heavily here at Portland. Coming down that curving backstretch.
Bob, you were talking about that Firestone development. More than 40 different constructions, compounds were tested, and all that work that Marty mentioned with all the water that was dumped at Firebird Raceway in Phoenix. Al Spire told us yesterday, a year ago, when we were embarrassed in Detroit after the rain session, I had every Firestone driver at the trailer demanding an explanation. Yesterday, when we practiced in the rain, I didn't hear from one driver. I think we've stepped up.
I would say so. There you see Michael Andretti, the only driver in the running for the MCI Million, a new program this year from MCI that will award a $1 million bonus to the driver who wins 4 selected events, one on each of the 4 types of circuits that make up the PPG Kart World Series. Michael, of course, won at Homestead on the short oval. If he can win here at Portland on a natural terrain road course, and Vancouver, Canada later this season on a temporary circuit, and at the season finale on the big Superspeedway, the California Speedway in Fontana, he will pick up $1 million, nearly $250,000 of which will go to his favorite charity. If he doesn't win today, some other driver wins. Both he and Andretti will be in the running for a $100,000 MCI bonus if they can win 3 of those 4 races.
Well, and I'm watching him on camera here, and his back end is very twitchy. It jumps out right when he turns in. It's starting to rain harder here at this part of the circuit where we're over here at pit out. There's a Valvoline car, dark blue, red, and right behind it, the light blue. That car right there in the camera was Greg Moore. The first one was Gilles de Ferran.
What a roll Greg Moore has been on. Picked up his first victory, making him the youngest winner in PPG Kart World Series history. That was at Milwaukee. Won again in Detroit in the most dramatic way when Mark Blundell and Mauricio Gugemi both ran out of fuel on the last lap. If he were to win today, he would be 1 day older than the previous record holder, Al Unser Jr. This is the view from our Honda Helicam. amazing the visibility is so good from up here. The cloud layer is very low. You can see just how carefully the drivers have to be. Moore clipped that orange cone. That driver by driver is making its way around the track.
See that puddle there where they hit the puddles down on the curbing? Sometimes the curbing will hold water in there. And you see guys there took a different line. He went out there wide. Sometimes there is more grip offline than there is online because everybody in the drive drives the natural line, and that puts down a lot of oil and gas and makes the track slippery when water gets on it.
That's 9th, Beferen, and 10th, Raul Boisel just behind them. Excuse me, Greg Moore in 10th. Raul Boisel is behind them in 11th. Mauricio Gugelmin is leading. He's led 3 of the last 5 races on tour. We'll be back live in a moment. Back at Portland, the rain now pouring down as we get set to go green. Quickly down to Marty Reed.
What's really interesting with our spotter communications down here, the guys that are in the back of the pack are complaining like crazy about the weather conditions. They'd like to see this thing stop for a while because it's so wet they can't see. But the guys that are running up front, surprisingly, they're not complaining at all.
No surprise there as Mauricio Gugelmin leads the field off the corner. Juan Fangio is back out on the racetrack after an extended pit stop. To see him, well, you don't see him very well, but he's in there. And he is 3 laps down. Jimmy Vasser challenged by
Michael Andretti, I think.
Michael Andretti went by. There's Alex Zanardi with Dario Franchitti, or as Scott Pruitt calls him, Franchetti.
See, they're still battling side by side.
See the rain light on the car ahead. Useful some of the time, but when the spray gets this thick, it's hard to spot that rain light.
Well, Bob, you have to get in. The light is on permanently, but you have to get very close to the car to see it when the spray is that bad. It's a very bright light, but it really helps you only when you're up close. See how gingerly they're on the throttle, just trying to squeeze it on there. Whoa!
Patrick Carpentier goes around.
Keep going, Patrick.
He has been very unhappy with the balance of this car all weekend. He seems to have found his groove on the oval tracks. But here on the road course, where you might think he would be very comfortable, the Alumax Bettenhausen Motorsports team has been struggling to get a balance in the race car. He still leads the Jim Truman Rookie of the Year standings by 21 points over Dario Franchitti. Scott Pruitt, Franchitti, and Alex Zanardi running 2, 3, and 4. Behind them, Mark Blundell, who started 11th, is up to 5th. And Zanardi flashes by. Now here's a guy with his Formula One experience, many years of racing in Europe, who should be very good under the conditions.
Bob, what happened there is he put the power down better than Franchitti did coming out on that concrete at the chicane, and he just accelerated right up the inside of him when they come down to that little short straightaway.
Word from the officials is that Juan Fangio will be in and penalized for a blend line violation, entering or exiting the pits. Let's look there at Alex Zanardi. He and his teammate Jimmy Vasser and Al Unser Jr. flew out of Portland last night to engage in a round of the International Race of Champions at the California Speedway down in Fontana. They were back last night. And no, I'm not going to tell you how they did. You're going to have to wait and find out.
Bob, just to explain to everybody what that blend line is there's a line coming into the pits and going out of the pits that they can't pass somebody else on the track or the pace car. I don't know what the violation was, but I saw that Fangio, when he came out, was just ahead of the pace car.
Now notice not only how thick that spray is, but how it hangs in the air. We have very little breeze blowing here in Portland today, so nothing to help that spray dissipate. Moore right up behind Fittipaldi, edges to the inside of the festival curves. That was close.
He did a very professional job, though, there. He could have clipped him and spun Christian right around.
Christian Fittipaldi, 75 days away from the sport, not even in the race car. In fact, in a wheelchair for 20 of those days. There is the battle between he and Moore for 8th place.
Remember, Christian Fittipaldi is on Goodyear tires and Greg Moore is on Firestones.
Fittipaldi was asking for rain, said it made it easier on his driving. Oh, and Moore definitely the quicker car through these turns, looking for a way by. Mercedes looking for its 6th straight victory. No engine builder has done that since 1991. When the Ilmore Chevrolet swept a season, 17 straight victories. Among our other streaks, Canadian drivers, of which there are 3. Greg Moore, Paul Tracy, and Patrick Carpentier looking for their 6th in a row. They're already leading the Nations Cup competition over the American contingent. Out of the spray they come. A replay of the last lap at the first turn of the Festival Corners. Fittipaldi manages to keep Moore behind him. Paul Tracy, keep in mind he and Allenzer Jr. are also looking for Roger Penske's 100th victory in PPG Cup Championship car competition. Mauricio Gugelmin remains up front. The 3rd race in the last 5 that Big Mo has led. The other 2 being Rio de Janeiro, where he started from pole, and the Detroit Grand Prix 2 weeks ago. Best of the year, a 2nd on the temporary circuit in Long Beach, California. The battle between Fittipaldi and Moore continues. We'll be back live to Portland in a moment. Back at Portland, flagman Jim Swintal has double yellow flags out, a full course caution here at the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200. It's summertime and the X Games are back. Athletes competing in 11 events, including aggressive inline, the X Venture race, big air snowboarding, street luge, sport climbing, sky surfing, a whole lot more going on as we speak. Follow the coverage on ESPN and ESPN2 all the way through next Saturday, the 28th. Under that full course caution, Jimmy Vasser coming in. Let's get down to Gary Gerald.
Michael Andretti just rolls away. Derek Walker, I understand you were requesting a delay, a possible red flag.
Yeah, it was our opinion that there was really too much water out there and it was really unnecessary, dangerously, too slick. So we asked them to do something about it. They, quite rightly so, have called a full course yellow to slow the pack down and let this rain shower drift through because it's really too dangerous and it's not a race. It's whoever's going to crash next, really.
Any advice at all to your driver, Gilles de Ferran?
Well, just hang on. That's all you can do in this situation.
Boy, I guess. Derek Walker, they've got the delay, but they're still running under full course yellow conditions, and it is raining hard.
Well, Gary, it is raining hard. I'm not so sure that it's going to get, that much drier, but there is some bright spots a little further off, so they maybe need to stop the rain. But there is no standing water in the corners now. The straightaway on the inside up near close to the pit wall looks like it's got some standing water, but we're seeing some great racing here, and not that many guys have been flying off the track. I think it's just that the Firestone shod cars are, they've done a better job with their rain tire than the Goodyear. And the guys that are on Goodyear tires are having trouble with the track.
Well, here's the good news. The skies appear to be lightening to the southwest. As you can see to the left side of your screen, you can almost distinguish the clouds. That means the rain is letting up, and that's good news. Now, as mentioned early, not only are these drivers fighting for points in the PPG Cup Championship, they're also accumulating points for their home countries toward another kart title, the Nations Cup. For the past 2 years, the United States has captured the Nations Cup, which tallies the points scored by the highest finishing driver from each competing nation. Most recent opposition has come from Brazil and Canada. Thus far this year, the Canadians have led the way, behind Paul Tracy's 3 straight wins at Nazareth, Rio de Janeiro, and St. Louis. And countryman Greg Moore, who captured the 2 most recent rounds in Milwaukee and Detroit. Thus, Canada leads in both total points and victories with 5. Behind the Maple Leafs come the Americans, led by Michael Andretti and his win in the season opener in Homestead, Florida, and Scott Pruitt's victory on the streets of Surfers Paradise, Australia. The U.S. sits in a close second in points despite just 2 victories. Here are the complete Nations Cup standings. All 9 countries with a driver in the PPG Kart World Series have scored, and it's worth noting that although England, Scotland, Argentina, and Germany are each represented by a single driver, Canada has just 3. And we should also point out there are 9 Americans and 6 Brazilians battling over the Nations Cup. Title that will probably go down to the very last race of the year, the California Speedway in Fontana. While the rain continues to fall and the yellow remains out, we'll be back in a moment to Portland. Live once again at Portland International Raceway. The rain is lightening slightly, but we remain under a full course caution. Let's go down to Gary Gerald.
The man under the red and white umbrella, Al Spire, director of racing for Firestone. Now, we chronicled the story of a year ago at Detroit and how all the drivers came to you concerned about the performance of the Firestone. We chronicled how you tested 40 different combinations at Firebird. It looks like it's paying off.
Oh, it's really paid off. You know, this whole racing game is about developing new technology, and certainly today the Firestone rain tires are doing a great job up here. I know some of the other drivers are complaining about the track being slippery and all, but the Firestone guys running up front are putting on a great show. They're doing great racing, and it's a great vindication for our rain tires today.
Well, a lot of hard work has gone into the moment. Now, I know you're still concerned. You got a long way of a race yet to go.
Well, sure, there's a lot of racing yet to do, and a lot of things can happen, but I really feel happy for our engineers and the technology group because they really did work long and hard on this, and the results of that are really showing in the race today. You know, really wet. We've had some drizzling rain and then some real heavy rain, and all of the Firestone cars are moving to the front.
All right, we'll keep track of that story. That's Al Spire. Let's go to Marty.
One of those guys that did a lot of the testing at Firebird with that 400,000 gallons of water for Al Spire is in 3rd place right now, Alex Zanardi. Zanardi got all the way back to 11th at the start. Now, he did get a little bit aggressive. We didn't get to show you this, but watch what happens. He's trying to move from position to move into 2nd and ends up going a little bit off course and then gets back on. So even though he's done all that rain tire testing, even he can get a little too aggressive. But keep your eyes on, guys, because before they went yellow, he was turning the quickest laps on the track.
All right, thank you, Marty. Danny, let's talk a little bit about the driver's perspective in all of this.
Well, the drivers are calling in and they are complaining, and I've been in that position. When you're out front, your car's working very well. It's a great place to be, but these are very tricky conditions. They're changing as the harder it rains. One other thing you've got to consider is they sit in here under a yellow. All that spray has been coming into the cockpit. It's cool outside. These guys' driver suits are soaking wet. Their body temperature's going down now. They're going to start getting some chills as it goes on. That's, again, not a very comfortable position. But when you can't put the power down on the road, as we saw with Bobby Rahal and a few other ones, when they're just barely touching the throttle and the car is jumping sideways, they can't see in front of them. These are bad conditions.
Oh, we saw it take out both Bobby Rahal and Patrick Carpentier, not out of the race, but certainly off of the racetrack. There's the view from the back of Michael Andretti's car. Now, if you weren't with us for our On the Grid program before this race over on ESPN2, we want you to join us for a little intramural competition among the television announcers here at Portland. The ESPN announce team on the left took up the challenge from Gil de Ferran and our Brazilian colleagues for a pit stop contest. Everybody got ready after a little bit of practice and some bad habits overcome. Marty Reed made sure Gil de Ferran understood the significance of what was about to unfold. Eric Walker flipped the coin. Brazilians won the toss, and you decide who won the race. That's Russ Thompson, our statistical guru. Right front, Marty Reed. Left front, left rear, Danny Sullivan. Yours truly, right rear. And in the end, by the merest of margins, the Brazilian team triumphed. Although we were good sports about it, I must say. All except for Marty, of course, who threatened bodily injury to driver de Ferran. But it was good fun all around. We are still under a full course caution, still a lot of standing water out there on the racetrack, and it is still falling here at Portland. We'll be back with more of the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200 from Portland International Raceway and the Rose Festival. Stay with us. Welcome back to Portland International Raceway, where we remain under a full course caution, although we expect a green flag shortly as the CART Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200 continues. Now, here at the announce position, I am joined by CART's Vice President of Communications, Ron Richards. Ron, thanks for joining us. Let me ask you how the decision was arrived at to stop this rain, or at least to throw the yellow for water out there?
Well, Bob, what we have is a situation where there's quite a bit of standing water, and we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to keep the track as safe as possible. This really is a situation that's similar in many ways to what we had in St. Louis, where we continue to run for many laps under yellow before we were able to go back, but you don't want to lose the racetrack here, and keeping the cars out helps keep the water off the racing line.
Now, at the same time, you have to be sensitive to the fact that you've got a tire competition going on out there between Firestone and Goodyear. The relative merits of each tire's wet weather capability has been demonstrated in the past. Surely that must enter into it as well.
Well, as I said, you know, we really do everything we can to make it as safe as we can. Certainly the tire competition is something that's very heated, as is all the competition in the series, but we're happy that we have the opportunity to do what we can to keep the track as it is, as we have right now.
Is there any particular part of the racetrack that corner workers are telling you is particularly bad?
There's a couple of spots around the track. I have to look back right now. I don't know off the top of my head. There's a couple of places that we had to work extra hard on to get the water off.
Now, how long do you think we might be down for this? I mean, we said we've got a green flag coming out shortly. Do you expect this kind of interruption throughout the day? The weather forecast looking better?
Well, the weather right now, it's a lot of come and go with the rain. A little bit harder, a little bit less. Right now it looks like maybe we'll get a little bit less right after this period of a little bit heavier rain. Hopefully we'll be able to get the race in and move things along as quickly as we can under the situations where you have less rain coming down.
Well, we certainly have rain coming down now. You have to be pleased with the way the competitiveness of the series has developed. Our margin of victory less than 2 seconds on average for the 8 races we've run thus far.
Yeah, the closeness of the series is something that's really great for us. It's great for the fans. It's great for the competition among all of our manufacturers and sponsors, and we're really happy about that.
All right, thanks for joining us, Ron. Let's get down to Gary Gerald in the pit lane.
We heard from Al Spire and Firestone's story, and of course the success they're enjoying with their new generation rain tire. We came over to Goodyear and wanted to see if anybody would comment on the situation. They declined to come on camera at this time. Obviously they're concerned. They continue ongoing development with the rain tire. They tell us that the tire that's being used today by the Goodyear drivers is the same tire that they had grand success in the rain a year ago at Detroit with. So they thought coming in that they were confident. Obviously now they're very concerned. So that's the situation from the Goodyear camp. We get ready to go green, Bob.
All right, thank you, Gary. Mauricio Gugelmin leads Scott Pruitt and Alex Zanardi. That's P.J. Jones in one of Dan Gurney's All-American Racers, Toyota Reynard, second in line. He moves to the outside to let the quicker cars come through. P.J. now a lap down. Restart on lap 25 of 98 scheduled, and once again the rooster tail rises to the dark skies over Portland.
Look at that cloud in the background. I can tell you, I've been there before. It's not a comfortable feeling when you can't see.
Dance with the devil in every sense of the term. Christian Fittipaldi, Raul Boisel just behind him, then Al Unser Jr., and then DeFerrin being challenged by, that was Parker Johnstone, for whom this is very much a home race. He's built a new home this year in Brush Prairie, Washington, just across the Columbia River on the Washington side. Although half the residents of his old hometown, Redmond, Oregon, are down here watching him. There is Mo Gugelmin, who came so close to that long-sought first PPG Car World Series victory 2 weeks ago in Detroit before the fuel gave out. There's Scott Pruitt, coming off his second career pole position. A dramatic battle between he and Gilles DeFerrin. There's Alex Zanardi in third spot.
Dario Franchini's right there trying to take advantage of any slip by either one of those two in front of him.
The order is Gugelmin, Pruitt, Zanardi, Franchini, Mark Blundell having a good run again. Greg Moore, Christian Fittipaldi, Raul Boisel, Gilles DeFerrin, and Al Unser Jr. the top 10.
And of course you can see how little spray there is when they slow down. But the problem for the driver is any moisture that goes on their visor at that stage, because there is no speed in the car, doesn't get washed away as quickly as it does on the straightaways.
Once again, interesting wide turns by Alex Zanardi. It's worth noting that sometimes these wet weather tires work better when there's a little more water out there than when there's none at all.
Well, also the fact that there's no groove out there, so there's not a lot of oil and fuel that's been dumped and rubber that's been out there when the dry conditions set in, and they get out there on that clean track, even though it's moist, it's oftentimes a quicker way around.
Lots of water as you see that marshmallow effect around the tires. We We've had a round of pit stops. Let's get down to Marty Reed for more on pit strategy.
Well, guys, there's a lot of teams that are starting to think about this as a timed race. We're past the 35-minute mark. We're not even anywhere close to about the quarter mark as far as laps. So they're starting to calculate a little bit more yellow, and fuel will again come into play. We might see this become a one-stop race, believe it or not, for some of these teams if the rain keeps the lap times in the 1:17 range. The other key will be if it does start to dry out, how fast will those tires start to wear when it does start to dry? This could get real interesting.
Let's talk about what Marty just mentioned, thinking this as a timed race. It is set for 98 laps, but CART also has a rule that no race will go beyond 2 hours in time, very much like Formula One does. And that will play into strategy, as it did on the streets of Surfers Paradise, Australia earlier this year.
Maybe it's already played into some strategy for the Newman Haas team. Remember when we did that interview with Derek Walker, we commented that Michael Andretti went by us pulling out of the pits. He came in early, got a full complement of fuel, and the crew then told him that if it stays wet, as it is now, that he's good to go the distance. So it would be a one-stop race. Now that seems improbable, but again, you get such good mileage under the extreme wet conditions. The key then becomes, as Marty said, does it dry, and if so, how much? And to the west, we noticed that the sky is remarkably lighter than it was just 10 minutes ago.
Gary, one of the reasons they get such good fuel mileage in wet conditions is they have to really squeeze on the throttle. Most places they can't go full throttle, so you're not opening up those butterflies in the injection system or the turbo. Well, that was a little close for Scott. And anyway, so they don't use as much fuel because they're very gentle on the throttle. And there's probably only 2 spots here that they're wide open all the way around the track.
Zanardi down the inside of Pruitt for second place.
Same spot he tried it before, where he went wide and got on the grass and had to drop back into third.
After the great successes of last year in his Rookie of the Year season and that streak of pole positions and front row starts that ended earlier this year, Zanardi may have gone off the boil just that little bit. He's looking for some results. He's been through some very frustrating times. He had the incident at Detroit 2 weeks ago where he and Paul Tracy went toe-to-toe over some alleged blocking on the racetrack. Maybe a little tension showing in Alex Zanardi's driving of late.
Well, and he also had not the best IROC race yesterday. He said it was one of his worst days in racing, and he was not real pleased with the performance. So I'm sure he's trying to make up for that as well.
Earlier we saw Bobby Rahal off the track and on. Marty Reed has more on his situation.
Yeah, guys, talked to Jimmy Prescott, and Bobby's been on the radio saying he's honestly thinking about pulling this thing in because it's so far down, and he thinks it's so dangerous out there since they have no chance of winning. He's several laps down. We'll keep you posted, but that would be new and different for Rahal. I've never seen him pull it in before.
Bobby Rahal, 10 years ago, won this race in a championship season, his second championship at the time. On board with Rahal.
Well, let's not forget one thing. If he's making a calculated decision out there, if they have no chance to score points, they don't want to take a chance of throwing that car into the fence and damaging it too badly, and then that team has to work too hard to get it back up to the position where they were before. They might just sacrifice it and say, hey, it wasn't a good day, let's go home.
And we saw Dario Franchitti sliding by Scott Pruitt into third place. We have some other action going on. Alex Zanardi is lapping faster than any other car on the racetrack in second. See what he can do when we return live to Portland.
The pits have been opened up under full course yellow. Mauricio Gugelmin comes rolling in to get serviced. Rain tires are being changed, so it's fresh rain rubber going on, as well as a full complement of fuel. They had just gotten inside their window. It's routine, and Big Mo gets out of here. Oh, Zanardi may have beat him on the way out.
You bet he did. Alex Zanardi of the Target Ganassi crew got back on the racetrack ahead of the previous race leader, Marty Reed.
Well, guys, they had an excellent stop down here, and they are very happy. A smiling Chip Ganassi knows that his driver is out in front of this race. Everybody doing the high fives, and we're going to check the wear on these Firestone, see how well they held up in these conditions.
All right, thank you, Marty. You look back from Alex Zanardi's car at the machine of Mo Gugelmin, and the Ganassi team has done it again. You also saw Christian Danner's Lola parked in the festival turns. That is the reason for our full course caution. Coming up tonight on ESPN2, RPM tonight. They've been out to the new California Speedway in Fontana. That's where Kenny Mayne will be tonight to report on the day in motorsports at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Be sure to tune in Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. on ESPN2 for RPM tonight with all of the news and motorsports around the globe. On the backside, they call it the back straightaway, but some of the local racers call this the banana because, as you can see, it is not straight at all. The rain is falling more lightly now, although it is still coming down. Now here is Alex Zanardi's pit stop. Danny, let's analyze it.
Well, right there on the side, right there, is Big Mo trying to come out of the pits. This is Zanardi's car right here, and he just beats him out a little bit. But it was enough.
Well, they must have been using some of our ESPN commentary pit crew tricks to get Alex Zanardi back out there.
Well, I think so. Maybe the Brazilians, you think they were down on Big Mo's car?
I don't think they could beat us if we got a rematch. I really don't think so. Still under the full course caution. Let's get back to Marty Reed, who's been examining those Firestone wet weather tires.
You can see the steam rising off, guys, and we talked to the officials from Firestone, and they're telling us less than 10% wear. So they are really just doing a happy dance down here in the Firestone camp because now they know they got a tire that can run up front and last.
We've talked about rain over and over and over again, but we've also had other conditions here this weekend. In fact, when we came out on Friday, Firestone tire engineers measured the track temperature at 131 degrees, by far the hottest we've seen all year long. We'll be back. Alex Zanardi, our new leader at the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200. ESPN Speed World coverage of the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200 is being brought to you by Budweiser, the classic American lager. By Robert Bosch Corporation, makers of Bosch Platinum, the ultimate spark plug. And by American Honda, maker of fine quality automobiles, motorcycles, and power equipment. Back live at Portland International Raceway, and look at the crowd that has turned out despite 48 hours of on and off monsoons. In fact, we even had hail here yesterday at PIR, about the size of BB's. Here's a look at our pit stop analysis, and the important two are right up there on top, Zanardi and Gugelman.
Well, that's quite a change. It's great when you've got a pit crew that can get you out in front of somebody else. That's just an added advantage. He doesn't have to now make a pass, and also he gets to make a restart with nobody in front of him, so he'll have that clear, no clear air in front of him, no moisture, no spray.
And that's probably the most important advantage. Clear track and clear air in front of Alex Zanardi. 2.3 seconds the Ganassi team beat the PacWest team by in that pit stop contest.
Now, one of the things I'd like to comment is you see in the background there, the sky is getting a little brighter out there. And again, we could have some changing conditions again. Now, the track will stay damp for a long time. It's cool up here, a lot of moisture on there. But as it starts to dry out on line, who knows what these tires will do at that stage.
Richie Hearn comes back on the track, sponsored by Ralph's Food for Less. They've been doing a good job despite the fact they're working with a Lola chassis that has proven so troublesome this year. Here you see on the back wing it says Katie, get well soon. It's the wife of one of their crew members who's going through a medical emergency back in Indianapolis. They're watching on television and their team is thinking about them. We're still under a full course caution here at Portland. Let's take a moment to look ahead to the next round of the PPG Kart World Series. It'll be coming your way from Cleveland, Ohio, Burke Lakefront Airport. Home, of course, of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Last year, nobody rocked harder than Gilles de Ferran, who passed Alex Zanardi to come through and take a victory for retiring car owner Jim Hall. Sure to be with us for the Cleveland Grand Prix, Sunday, July 13th, 2 p.m. Eastern Time on ABC Sports. One lap to green. See the cars spread out across this drag strip of a front straightaway because that's what it is. It's a drag strip. Portland International Raceway, a multi-use facility built on property that once housed a small town called Vanport. It was a residential community people working for Kaiser Industries building Liberty ships during World War II. It was destroyed during a flood. Very little loss of life, fortunately, due to some advance warning. They are used to working with large volumes of water here in Portland. We've certainly had that this weekend. Gary Gerald now has a report on a couple of the racers out there.
Paul Tracy made his initial stop in this race on the first yellow. That's why we didn't see him in the last flurry. As for Dario Franchitti, remember he was running in the top 5 initially. They had a problem when he came in, some confusion over whether or not they would change tires. While they were changing the tires, they had a wheel gun malfunction on the right front. It cost them an extreme amount of time. I believe he slipped all the way down to around 17th position as a result.
There you see Paul Tracy, who had such a run earlier this year, picking up 3 straight victories. Nazareth, Pennsylvania, Rio de Janeiro, St. Louis at the new Gateway International Raceway. Dramatic finishes, each and every one of them. Here's our field summary. Alex Zanardi up front after that exchange of the lead on the pit stop. Mo Gugelmin now in second. Jimmy Vasser in third, moving up to third behind his teammate and the Brazilian driver. Scott Pruitt now in fourth. Paul Tracy fifth. Michael Andretti, Mark Blundell. There you see the rest of the field. Max Pappas apparently out of the race. Christian Danner definitely out. His car going off in the festival chicane was the reason that brought out this yellow flag. Juan Fangio 5 laps down. This is a big weekend for Dan Gurney, who owns the cars being driven by P.J. Jones and Juan Fangio II. 30 years ago this weekend, Dan won the Formula One Grand Prix of Belgium, the last American to win a Formula One race in a car of his own construction, one of the early Eagle Westlakes. And that, of course, came just 1 week after he and A.J. Foyt teamed up to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Oh, we have a spin.
Spin down there.
I think that was Scott Pruitt. Scott Pruitt, I believe, spun, trying to get a restart.
Lots of room out there to take evasive action. And the green has come out, so we are back racing once again, and that's the worst news of all for the spinner.
That will only be a local yellow there. Look at them all funneled down in there. Boy, up over the curve, really forcing everybody inside. Alan Jr. back to the left of your screen, that bright red and white. Look, he drove a car right off. Oh, they couldn't, they got hooked up. They drove a car right in there. That is Dario Franchitti.
Franchitti and Unser Jr. off in the festival curves, and the yellows are back out. And that was a crash of some pretty tremendous force, given the fact that you're moving fairly slowly there in the festival curves.
Well, they went around there, it almost like they got hooked together. They came through the corners side by side.
There they are at the middle of the screen.
Dario Franchitti's right out there on the outside. That's his car right there. Al Unser Jr. They look hooked. See, they're hooked. They're trying to accelerate. Their wheels are hooked. They've got nowhere to go. Now they separate them.
Spearing into the tires went Dario Franchitti, and there's Al Unser Jr. walking past Franchitti's car, headed back to the pits.
Remember in the earlier interview, Al Unser Jr. talked about to win this race on a day like today in the pregame show, he said you have to stay out of trouble.
Now from overhead, watch the left side of your screen.
Right down in here, you can see the two cars going off. They've hooked wheels in there, and they're trying to accelerate away. There's nowhere to go. It just takes them off the track into the tire barrier.
9 races, 5 DNFs for former series champion Al Unser Jr., who has had a terrible run of luck recently. In that interview on the grid with Danny, he also mentioned, I've got to get my act together and I have to start driving better. Now there is Scott Pruitt, who spun at the head of the straightaway, apparently stalled the car, but did not hit anything. How did he get there? Let's go back and take another look as they came
right
off
here's
turn
his
9.
car right there. And you can see him, he's trying to put the power down on the road. Just got it sideways and kept going. See the wheels still spinning there, and then he stalls it.
I think he thought he could save that. Kept his foot in it, kept the wheel spinning, tried to go through 360 degrees. Couldn't get it done. Now let's take another look at what happened to Al Unser Jr. and Dario Franchitti from Michael Andretti's onboard camera. There goes Scott Pruitt. Right about now, Michael's probably thinking, well, that was close. I'm spinning my wheels. I better be careful. So that was Michael's view of Scott Pruitt's incident, not Al Unser Jr.'s. I beg your pardon. Let's get down to Marty Reed.
Yes, we're down here with a very unhappy Carl Hogan. Carl, you saw the replay and you went over to had a few words with some of the Penske people. Care to share with us your thoughts?
Well, I just asked him if Al said what happened, because that's not like Junior to do something like that. And he, you know, I'm sure something happened and they pushed us off the track, but it's just unfortunate. Get a little sick and tired of this stuff.
Obviously, very, very frustrated Carl Hogan.
There you see his car. Dario Franchitti is out, about to go on the hook. Alex Zanardi leads Big Mo Gugelmin, Jimmy Vasser, Paul Tracy, Michael Andretti. We'll be back with more from Portland shortly. Back at Portland, we remain under a full course caution. There you see Al Unser Jr.'s machine being lifted behind the barrier. Dario Franchitti's is already there after those two locked wheels and plowed into the tire wall in the festival chicane. We have one lap to the green flag.
I think we ought to just talk briefly, Bob, about that situation, because Carl Hogan was obviously very upset, but I think he was upset before because of the pit stop. They had a problem with the wheel gun. He was already frustrated. They go back out. Dario's been running very well. He tries to make something happen by going around the outside of Little Al. He's on his blind side. They come out of there. They get hooked up wheel to wheel, and they kind of lock in there. Once you're locked up like that, there's nothing you can do. They get onto the grass, and then it's all over. See, right out here, right out there, the two of them are together, and they just get hooked up wheel to wheel. You can't do anything. Once they touch that grass and they're trying to accelerate, it's all over. Neither one of them, they were both passengers there, neither one of them could control the situation.
You ride with Alex Zanardi, the race leader. Keep in mind, back earlier this year on the streets of Long Beach, California, Alex Zanardi took the lead from Gilles de Ferran in the pits and went on for his first and thus far only win of the PPG Kart World Series season. The field summary in the upper left, modified due to the absence of Franchitti and Al Unser Jr. Bobby Rahal running 2 laps down. A rough return to Portland for the elder statesman of the PPG Kart World Series. There's Alex Zanardi. Last year, Zanardi came into this race with comparatively few points, but then simply caught fire, took pole for this race, the beginning of that pole streak that took him all the way to the early parts of this season, and he scored, if I'm not mistaken, 115 points in the second half of the season, far more than any other driver. So we can expect him, if he can catch fire again in the second half of the season, to challenge for the series championship. We saw Bobby Rahal, also a good second half performer. There is Patrick Carpentier, the rookie leader. Carpentier is an interesting story. Before Tony Bettenhausen hired Carpentier, he tested a number of drivers, including a young Danish driver named Tom Christensen. Tom Christensen didn't get the drive, Carpentier did. Christensen just won the 24 Hours of Le Mans driving with Stefan Johansson, who preceded Carpentier in that scene. Green flag, we are back underway. You ride with Michael Andretti. Tracy and Mark Blundell wheel to wheel. Andretti just behind that battle. Then Greg Moore, Brian Herta, and Alex Ribeiro. Moore runs 7th, Herta 8th, Ribeiro 9th, Parker Johnstone is 10th. Pardon me, Andre Ribeiro, not Alex Ribeiro. His friends call him Alex.
Well, Alex Ribeiro used to be a Formula 3 driver who I raced against in 1975.
Oh, yeah, that's who I was thinking of. Mark Blundell in 5th, having another good run.
He just passed Paul Tracy for a position.
On the backstretch up to top speed. Here comes Michael Andretti calling on Greg Moore. Tricky series of corners right here.
Very tricky, and that's a very fast corner down there in the dry. You just tap the brakes and go from 190 miles an hour to about 170 through that series of corners. Look at Michael out there sideways, trying to put the power on the road.
creeping up on Paul Tracy now.
Again, remember, Greg Moore's on Firestone tires. Paul Tracy and Michael are on Goodyear.
Andre Ribeiro has gotten around Brian Herta for 8th place. Now Herta trying to move up under power. Looks very flat, but there is a slight roll and undulation to this part of the racetrack. Turns 3, 4, and 5, like a broad meadow. The drivers go slightly up and downhill through some of these corners. That, of course, helps the drainage. This track dries fairly quickly, except for a couple of places where there are large standing puddles. Parker Johnstone now closing up on Herta. That would be for 9th place.
Taking the inside line, protecting his position a little bit there. He's got a lot of racing left to do to protect it for the entire race.
Raul Boisel to the right of your screen in the orange Brahma sponsored car for Patrick Racing, also in that battle, and so is Michel Jourdain Jr. The Peyton Coyne team has switched over to one Reynard chassis for the young Mexican driver. They got it from Bobby Rahall's team in their spares.
Greg Moore took a spot away from Paul Tracy.
Zanardi, Gugelman, Vassar, Blundell, Moore, Tracy. Michael Andretti has dropped back from that battle in 7th. There you see Greg Moore. Alonso Jr. has made his way back to the pit lane. He's standing by with Gary Gerald.
And after a quick change of clothes, Junior, you just can't buy a break this season. What happened in that incident with Frank Healy?
Well, he came diving in underneath. We can't see, no one can see out there right now. And so on these restarts, it's really bad as far as your visual. He came blasting in there and moved me over to the left on the right-hander at the beginning of the right-hander. So then we were equal going into the left. And then on the exit, both of us we hooked ourselves into each other and drove us off the racetrack. And so, you know, we're fighting for position and ended up getting into each other.
We've got a picture of Franchitti in an animated conversation with his owner, Carl Hogan, at the same time, Junior. You talked before the race in our pre-race show about the importance of patience. Were you trying to be patient today under these tough conditions?
Yeah, I was being as patient as I could. You know, we were backing up more and more and more, and we were definitely patient. You know, he came blasting in there, and you know, you can't be too patient and not be aggressive. It is still a race, and so we were doing that. We were still being real smooth and careful, but we ended up hooking each other, and that's what took us out.
Thank you. Let's go to Marty.
Dario, I know you just had a discussion with the team owner. Care to share your thoughts, what happened out there, and what you two shared?
Yeah, well, first of all, myself and Carl were kind of consoling each other. He's a little bit upset. Obviously, we're in a good position today. He's not upset with me. You know, he kind of says he feels sorry for me, and I feel really sorry for him because, you know, he's working really hard to get this whole thing working at the moment, the whole team. And, you know, we came in the pits third, went out, whatever, 17. We should have never been in the position we were in on the track, so it's unfortunate.
Did you get a little too aggressive? I mean, Alonso Jr. was saying there was nowhere for him to go.
Well, I passed him on the straight, and I was a good bit ahead of him on the straight. When I passed him at the start-finish line even before, and he came from nowhere and tried to pass me in the left part, and he just kept coming out and out and out. Once we'd hooked up, we couldn't pass each other. You know, we couldn't do anything about it once we'd hooked up. So I'm a little bit upset about it. He was trying something. He wasn't really one.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Marty. Well, Marty and Gary were talking to their respective interview subjects. You saw Parker Johnstone get around, pick up a couple of positions, got around Brian Herta. Johnstone now up into the 8th spot. You also saw Andre Ribeiro flying off in turn 9, getting all the way out to the tire wall, but not hitting anything, working his way back on to the racetrack. Another example of just how hard they go off and how hard it is to stop these cars on this super saturated grass when they do go off. Herta, Boisel, Jourdain Jr. in the thick of that fight in his new Reynard. Well, previously owned, shall I say. But it has worked really well, and the team says that the Rahal team, when they sold them the car, did them a lot of favors. Helped them with setup, left some parts on the car to help make the transition quicker. Jourdain certainly showing it in his performance. Zell looks down the inside of Herta, chooses not to make the move. The same for Jourdain behind them. Up front, Alex Zanardi, Mauricio Gugelmin, Mark Blundell, 3 former Formula One drivers up front here in Portland. We'll be back with more from the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200. Stay with us. Back live at Portland International Raceway, round 9 of the PPG Kart World Series. The Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200, and Scott Pruitt has spun and stalled at the top of the straightaway again.
Same spot, you just see his car right there. It almost looks like exactly what he did before. Spun around and stopped at the same spot and stalled. He saw the spray come up off the back of the car. He tried to light him up and stalled the engine.
Jimmy Vasser in the Ganassi pits. Christian Fittipaldi is by in the fast lane.
You can hear that engine going da-da-da-da-da, sounding really rough there. What that is he's holding his finger on a button that will not let him go over the speed limit that's required in the pit lane.
I take that back. It was not Christian Fittipaldi. There he is. He was coming in. Now he goes out.
Cleaning his visor there. They were wiping off all the dirt off of his visor.
Once again, ratcheting away on that rev limiter to stay under the pit lane speed limit. We are just 1 hour and 15 minutes into this race with 53 laps remaining. Gil DeFerrin comes back out. Down to Gary Gerald.
Watching the scoring monitor with intent is Bobby Rahal. Bobby, how tough were these conditions? And I guess you had more than a handful today.
Well, I was going slowly on the first lap, and the back end just came right around. I tried to keep it running, and it got off in the grass and stalled, and I couldn't get it restarted. And, you know, the car was just a total handful. It's, you know, we're that far behind, and we tried different timing pressures, and that didn't seem to be the cure. So rather than cause an accident or get in one, you know, when you're 3 or 4 laps down at this stage of the game, there's not much point.
How is Brian's day going by contrast? Do you have any idea?
Well, I guess he slid off early, but looks like he's making good progress. So one of us will hold up the side.
Well, the years of experience may be making a prudent decision here. Thanks, Bob.
All right, thank you, Gary and Bobby. This is our 5th caution, and that's a record. The previous was 2. 5 times in 13 years, this race has gone down without a single caution. We'll be back. Here at Portland, we are ready to go green. Alex Zanardi leads the Pac West teammates. Where have we seen this before? Mauricio Gugelmin and Mark Blundell running nose to tail.
See him getting over in that spray, cooling off the tires a little bit. The track is starting to dry.
Michael Andretti with Paul Tracy just ahead. Parker Johnstone down the inside. Artie Reed with more on Paul Tracy.
Yeah, guys, I was wondering why Paul Tracy didn't stop on that last yellow, because he has one more stop in his future. Well, they're gambling that it will go dry. They'll come in, get track position, put on slicks, catch everybody out on the wets.
Well, Marty, I think that the track, if it stays like this, will get dry toward the end of the race. But it is still a lot of spray. Paul Tracy there very sideways. There's still a lot of spray coming off the bottom of those tires, which means this track is still very wet.
And it is really only dripping now. A very, very light rain, but it is raining slightly. The sky continues to lighten as the clock continues to tick away here in Portland.
Look at this. Those two guys, I'm not so sure they didn't touch there.
This is for 5th place.
It looked like they banged wheels. Parker got out there a little high. Parker trying to take the inside line down the straightaway for traction.
Mark Blundell back from the wet side onto the drier line. And it looks like Johnstone has Tracy for 5th.
Looks like that was the line for him.
Let's take another look and see if they came together from high overhead.
Right out there on the outside. Yes, right there. Oh, sorry. I tried to get a mark on it. But right there, Paul Tracy's right rear.
And we've got action down in the Festival chicane. Walter Salas, the Brazilian rookie, to the right. Andre Ribeiro in the foreground, and Brian Herta. You heard Bobby Rahal, his team owner, say it looked like Brian was making progress. He was well up into the top 10. But right now he is stationary. The view from our Honda Helicam as Salas is put back in action. Now the kart safety team will go to work on the other two cars. Herta on the left, Ribeiro on the right. And the caution flags are back out once again. A full course caution here in Portland. 6th of the day, extending the record for the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200. In case you're wondering, G.I. Joe's is not the children's action figure. It's an auto and sports store up here in the Pacific Northwest. Alex Zanardi remains on the racetrack. We thought we might see him visit the pits. Gary Gerald, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Bob, it's interesting because they took the slicks over the wall and they thought they were going to bring him in immediately. And then there was a quick wave off. The reins went back up on the wall. No change, and he stayed out on the course. We expect that we may see him for fuel. They may gamble and stay out and hope for another opportunity. Marty Reed?
Yeah, same situation for Gugelmin and Blundell. The PacWest team is going to wait and see if it dries. They're going to stay out.
The order behind the safety cars: Zanardi, Gugelmin, Blundell, Moore, Johnstone, Tracy, Andretti, Boisel, Jourdain, and Vassar. We'll be back. We're at the halfway mark here in Portland. Back to a rapidly drying Portland International Raceway. We have cars all over the racetrack searching for water to keep those rain tires cool. Let's update our stories. Who is the best weather guru in the pits? Well, that story is still playing out. Paul Tracy and Christian Fittipaldi return. Paul Tracy presently runs in 5th place. Christian Fittipaldi, 6th for Tracy, 12th for Christian Fittipaldi. Fuel strategy, as we mentioned, not as important now that this is more and more looking like a timed race, and one that will not run the original 98 lap distance. And streaks, well, will a Canadian win this race? Will Mercedes-Benz picks up its 6th in a row? Will Jimmy Vassar finish his record-breaking 26th consecutive race? Right now he runs in 10th place after 2 pit stops. All the cars ahead of him have yet to make a second stop. Down to Gary Gerald.
Well, Brian Herta came in, and they're the first one to make the gamble. They've gone to the slick tire. Keep an eye on him as he goes out there now, and we'll see if it's an adventure of the good kind or the bad kind for Brian Herta.
Well, I think at this stage, Gary, he's got to do something. They've got to take an advantage of the situation. Hopefully they'll be the first ones. They've just had that off. He's way back in the field. He's got to try to something to see if he can salvage a good point-scoring position. But I'm telling you, from my position, I wouldn't want to be sitting where he is right now.
He's going to test those slicks under acceleration on this damp racetrack. Alex Zanardi gets on the hammer early in turns 8 and 9. Oh, Gugelmin right there with him. Blundell, will anybody spin it coming off this corner?
Well, this is the 3rd restart, and Zanardi's always tried to jump him. Brian Herta there, he's with those slicks. Look at that. We'll go to yellow at that position, I would think. It's right coming onto the back straightaway.
Restart on lap 52 of 98 scheduled, but we are less than 35 minutes from the 2-hour mark. This has not been declared a timed race yet, though it looks fairly certain that it will be one. No yellow flag showing for Herta off the racetrack on slip. Alex Zanardi shortly to go on to the backstretch. That's where Herta went off. He didn't even reach turn 9 before he spun off. There is Herta looking at the oncoming traffic. There's the kart safety team to help him refire. That is a pretty exposed position right there, considering how wet that grass is.
Well, he's the only one on slicks. Look, he just spun it off there. Now watch him when he hits the grass. And in the car, look how fast it just keeps going. It's the worst feeling in the world when you hit that grass, because it's just like it accelerates like being on ice.
Wall comes looming up at you. Now the field has been told by race control to use extreme caution in the area of that local yellow flag for Herta. Paul Tracy and Michael Andretti.
I don't think you have to tell these guys right now to use extreme caution. They're all tippy-toeing around trying to get the most out of it. But they know it's still very wet, and that will tell a lot of the pits what they wanted to hear was that the track is too damp for slicks.
You see Michael Andretti's progress throughout the afternoon. So Michael having to add some steering input to straighten the car up as the rear wheels spin. By the scene of Herta's accident.
You know, the hard part from a driver's point of view right now is the conditions are always changing. Down here at this point of the track, we have recorded that they're getting some rain down there. It'll make it slick again. Very tough for a driver to make up any ground in these kind of conditions.
P.J. Jones shown in 19th place, but he has stopped and he is right on the racetrack, right on the racing line. Shows as a local yellow there, but we do not have yellow flags from the flag stand.
They're going to have to, though, with him in that position. That's right coming out on the back straightaway, and he's right in the middle of the track.
Now we get the double yellow flags as you see the field approaching. Second year. Hoping for a green flag here at Portland. Stay with us. Mauricio Gugelmin is in the lead despite a very quick pit stop for Alex Zanardi. Marty Reed has more.
Yes, and it was that pit stop that determined their strategy. They are waiting with slicks on the wall. When they saw Zanardi go back out on wet tires, they said, we're staying out. Big Mo said, that's a good move. He saw Herta going around, and he will hold on as long as he can, try and making the change when the track goes dry.
Thank you, Marty. Alex Zanardi back into the line in 11th spot.
Pace car lights are out. You know, the guy that we really got to wonder about is Paul Tracy. The last time he was in the pits was lap 18. He's gone probably the longest of anybody.
It's a good overhead view of the racetrack. Learned a new word this weekend. See all those bodies of water? Those are called sloughs. Great tradition of racing here in the Portland area. 14th year for the PPG Kart World Series. State 5 in the background, running north into the state of Washington, across the Columbia River. Pits on your left, grandstands on your right. Here comes the safety car in under the Goodyear Bridge. There is Mo Gugelmin leading teammate Mark Blundell 1 and 2, just as they were 2 weeks ago in Detroit. Now they go to driver's right, looking for water for those tires. And look who's third, as he was 2 weeks ago in Detroit, Greg Moore.
Well, look who's in fourth is local favorite, Parker Johnstone.
Back West teammates able to pull away from Moore. You see that drying line.
That band of the line around the track is drying out. But boy, I can tell you this, if you did go on slicks and it is dry, just off of that line is very treacherous.
It is now virtually dry. Hardly raining at all here at Portland. Once again, Mauricio Gugelmin and Mark Blundell try to break through for Bruce McCaw and the Pac West team. Notice the last pit stops. As Danny mentioned, Paul Tracy on lap 18, Raul Boisel on lap 20. We look at Parker Johnstone, former first trumpet in the Oakland Youth Symphony, turned down some offers of musical scholarships.
He looks like he's trying to make a move on Greg Moore for third spot.
Not quite enough room to make the outside pass. Paul Tracy now looming up with Raul Boisel just behind him. You see Parker's progress up to fourth place.
Bob, we've talked about tires to this point. The Firestone was so good in the wet, but as this track dries, is the Firestone going to continue to be good, or is the Goodyear going to start to come to life there as the track? Look at Paul Tracy, he's right underneath Parker. And I also would imagine that these guys have been managing their fuel very well because they've been under wet conditions, got the mixture turned down, conserving fuel. As it gets drier, they're going to start racing harder. They're going to turn that mixture up.
Marty Reed has more on this battle.
Yeah, Parker Johnstone checked with Barry Green. He says there's no way we can go the distance. We're going to have to stop him. Penske says it's about 7 minutes max. The guy to keep your eyes on is Raul Boisel. They're telling me in the drama pit he can go all the way.
Well, at the rate we've been getting yellow flags, we get another one. That's going to play into someone's hands. Mark Blundell, as you see, followed by Greg Moore and Parker Johnstone, adding extra mileage to this 1.96-mile racetrack, having to go all the way over to find that water along the pit wall. From Jimmy Vasser's car, you look back at Gilles de Ferran, sticking his nose up one side, and now the other.
He's got Alex Zanardi right behind him, breathing all over him. That very quick last pit stop.
7th, 8th, and 9th. We've had 7 caution flags thus far. Roughly an hour and 45 minutes of racing.
My guess is that the guys who have made 2 stops, like Vasser, DeBaron, Zanardi, those guys are in a better position because they've got enough fuel on board. Now the question, of course, will then be tires. Zanardi trying to go inside of Gilles de Ferran, up over the curve. They use that a lot in qualifying. They'll get up on that curve. It's very smooth. But look what happened. Gilles de Ferran passed Jimmy Vasser.
De Ferran up to 7th, Vasser down to 8th. Alex Zanardi remains in 9th.
Is that an indication of how good the Goodyear is in these drying conditions?
Into the festival curves again. Very tight right-hander. Second gear left. Now Zanardi tries to get around his teammate, makes that pass. Zanardi now into 8th.
Jimmy's slowing down a lot, like he's got some kind of a problem. He's dropping way off of the pace at too quick a rate.
There is Vasser. The blue patch on the top of his helmet. Mr. Consistency over the last couple of seasons with 25 straight finishes. 15 of those point-scoring finishes. Paul Tracy. Bright orange and white Penske. Facing the green and white machine of Parker Johnstone. Right up on the gearbox.
Look at these 2 different different lines. Parker turns tight, goes up the inside. Paul Tracy tries to let it go to the outside, and then Parker goes over all the way to the left of your screen, trying to cool the tires off.
Whoops, we got Adrian Fernandez off and on in 9. Michael Andretti bottled up behind Michel Jourdain Jr. See how much the visibility has improved, if that's the right word, on the front straightaway. Gary Gerald.
Well, we're checking on Mauricio Gugelmin, and I just overheard Andy Brown, who's on the radio with the crew, and he says we got 16 minutes of fuel. They know it's going to be a time race, and it's going to be roughly 19 to 20 minutes of racing time left. You do the math, they're going to come up short.
Oh my, after the events in Detroit 2 weeks ago.
Well, what they're calculating now is they're hoping for another yellow to make that stop under yellow and not lose too much ground.
Fingers and toes crossed. Comes a battle. Greg Moore, Paul Tracy.
Well, let's not forget the amazing part is that Paul Tracy last stopped on lap 18. So he's gone incredibly long on that amount of fuel.
Paul Tracy got around Parker Johnstone. Now does battle with Greg Moore over 3rd place. Moore runs over to the well one more time for another bucket of water, as does Mark Lundell ahead of him. There in the festival curves. Tracy getting aggressive now, trying it under acceleration.
Tricky spot to pass there. And don't forget the line that the racing line is a lot drier than the outside. So if they go off there, they don't have as much grip as the other driver will.
There you see a comparison of top speeds on the backstretch. Moore 172 miles an hour. Tracy 167. Follow him onto the backstretch this time. See if Moore is able to draw away. Both cars using the same Mercedes engine. A Reynard chassis on Firestone tires against a Penske chassis on Goodyear rubber.
Tricky spot to pass as the track gets drier. That is a faster and faster corner.
Sky continues to lighten as Paul Tracy gets on the gas. Moore stumbled slightly, and Tracy is up into 3rd.
Greg Moore got very sideways coming out onto the straightaway. Paul Tracy took advantage.
So the order is now Gugelmin, Blundell, Tracy, Moore, Johnstone, Boiselle, DeFerrin, Zanardi, Fittipaldi, and Walter Salas now in 10th place, despite that spin in the festival curves earlier in the race. We anticipate pit stops shortly.
And the question will be, if they make that pit stop for fuel, do they go ahead and put slick tires on?
See the last pit stop for all the front-running drivers. Lundell hounded by Paul Tracy.
Looks like the Goodyear tires in these conditions is better. Remember, they're lapping in the 1 minute and 14 to 13 second bracket. As the track dries, they'll go quicker than that, but they qualified at 59 seconds. So they're running almost 15 seconds off of the qualifying pace in the drive.
But 3 to 4 seconds quicker than they were in the opening laps of this race in a torrential rain. Paul Tracy is in. Marty Reed awaits him.
This is going to be interesting. Our second installment of Captain Courageous. They're going to put slicks on this car. Remember, Brian Herta took the merry-go-round, and now we're going to find out if all this strategy has paid off as they get all 4 tires changed, just enough fuel to get to the end of the race. He away.
10.6 for the Penske crew. We were 1391.
Yeah, do the math.
In our glory.
Look at that. He's trying to put the power down. Whoa, he came out there high. He's got to be very careful, but look, he's
PJ straight lining the chicane.
Now what he can do, he can come up there and wait. He cannot improve his position. They'll hold him there for a second and let him go back out on the track.
Oh, Paul Tracy goes around. Heads up.
Look out. Through those are just cardboard. Oh, that one's not cardboard that he's going to. Look at that. He's trying to get it back on the track. Keep it running. See him lighten up the tires. See him spinning. That was very good to keep it running, but look how wet those tires are.
Shining in the water on the grass. comes Scott Pruitt.
See, one of the problems that they have too is not only did he go out on slicks, but those tires are stone cold and they've got no heat in them. He's trying to get heat up into the tires.
This is Raul Boisel, Gilles de Ferran, Alex Zanardi, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Here's another look at what happened to Paul Tracy.
Just comes out, he's on the drive line, gets over there just a little bit, tries to put the gas on. Adios. Now these are just made of cardboard or something that they can run through. Hey, look at that.
Bob and Daddy, it's interesting because watching down the big screen on pit road here, Christian Fittipaldi's crew had slicks out. They were going to make the change. They've just pulled them back. I think they changed their mind based on what happened to Tracy.
Can't blame him for that. Paul Tracy back on the racetrack, but he has paid the price of his move to slick tires. We'll be back with more from Portland International Raceway as the seconds continue to tick away. Welcome back live to Portland. There is Mauricio Gugelmin. And passed by Brian Herta. Mark Blundell shown as the race leader.
Well, he just came out of the pits, Bob, and he's got slick tires on, so they're probably not up to temperature. He's going to tiptoe a little bit so he doesn't have an off.
So the Pac West team is splitting their fortunes this time. They have one car. Gugelmin's on slicks. Blundell is still on his wets. Greg Moore runs second. Gilles de Ferran third. Alex Zanardi fourth. Christian Fittipaldi is fifth in a triumphant return to the PPG Kart World Series after 7 races off with a broken leg.
Well, and Big Mo got off, and there goes Paul Tracy again, but you saw Gugelmin get it real sideways, and he kind of controlled it.
And what do these two cars have in common? They're both on those slick tires. Gary Gerald.
We saw Gugelmin, the teammate to Blundell, get service in 10 seconds, took on slicks. Blundell also gets the slicks. They're slow to disengage. Now he rolls. This is a 12-second stop with a little glitch on the pullout.
Greg Moore comes out behind Mark Blundell. Now, if you're asking yourself, why would they be going to slicks after they watch Paul Tracy and Mauricio Gugelmin sliding all over the place? Last clean lap for Paul Tracy, 1 minute 6.4 seconds. Mark Blundell on the wets, 1 minute 14.2. Looks like a fire for Walter Salas.
Don't forget the call for slick tires to wet, although you just showed the reason why, but the call for that tire is usually down to the driver and the team. They do it together.
What a weekend for Salas and the Davis Racing team. Because of an electrical glitch, he got no practice Friday morning. His first laps in the car were in Friday first round qualifying. Salas, a race winner in the PPG Firestone Indy Light Series here at Portland 1 year ago. You ride with Gilles de Ferran, who is now the race leader after the pit stop by Blundell. He is on wets, and notice how dry the line is. He's not looking for water yet. Perhaps knowing that he doesn't have far to go to the checkered flag.
Let's not forget Paul Tracy's lap was about 8 seconds a lap quicker than his, but if you keep falling off the track, it doesn't matter. You keep giving it back to him anyway.
Beat everybody else by 8 seconds on the lap, and he spent 15 seconds trying to get out of the grass.
Just like Alan Jr. said in the pregame show, he said that he's managing, not making any mistakes.
Here comes Christian Fittipaldi. His father Wilson is here this weekend for the first time since the season opener in Homestead, Florida. Watch his son race. There is Alex Zanardi running in second place. Ferran on the left, then Zanardi. Excuse me, Christian Fittipaldi runs second, Zanardi third. Couldn't believe what my eyes were showing me there. Slower traffic ahead of de Ferran.
Everybody, the leading 2 cars were running on wet tires. And it looked like Zanardi as well, because he went over there to cool them off on the damp spot in front of the pits.
We he's coming up behind P.J. Jones. This brings up another element of the wet versus dry tire story. You're on dries, on a dry line. You come up behind a slower car, you have a lot less traffic, a lot less racetrack to work with to get around him as you would if you were on the wets, and could go off onto the wet part of the racetrack.
That's right. It's a very tricky pass to go offline on slick tires.
And now it is official. We will run to the 2-hour time limit, which means that there are roughly 9 minutes and 20 seconds left in the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200. Greg Moore shown in 7th place.
Of course, he has been into the pits, and he is on slicks, as is Maurizio Guglielmin in the car right behind him.
Lap times for the cars on dry tires. Paul Tracy just did a 107. Mark Blundell a 109. The race leader Gilles de Ferran on wets a 114. But he did have slower traffic out there with him. Plenty of drama still to come. We'll be back for the checkered flag in a moment. We are back live at Portland. If you're tuning in for SportsCenter, stand by. It'll be following auto racing here on ESPN. Enjoy the final laps of the Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200 with us. Gilles de Ferran in the red, white, and blue Valvoline sponsored car is the race leader. Just behind him in red with Budweiser sponsorship is Christian Fittipaldi. And running third in line, though he's a couple of laps down, P.J. Jones. And Jones looking very racy at this point. Running 20th, 4 laps down. Now our race began on a thoroughly wet racetrack with rain falling hard. Scott Pruitt started from pole with Gilles de Ferran alongside. Water flying everywhere in the early laps of this race. Cars on and off the racetrack. Some cars, including Bobby Rahal, a 3-time series champion, dropping out after difficulty in dealing with the wet conditions, but they have been drying steadily. And the teams have begun to go from the full wet treaded tires to the slick dry tires and reaping the benefits in terms of lap time. But the race leader, Gilles de Ferran, is on wet tires as the seconds continue to tick away. Less than 6 minutes to go in this race now. Christian Fittipaldi, who broke his right leg and his left foot in a savage crash on the streets of Surfers Paradise in the second race of the season. Spent 75 days away, 20 of them in a wheelchair, but applied himself to 8 to 10 hours a day of physical therapy, got well ahead of the rehabilitation curve. A couple of weeks ago, had 2 of the 4 surgical screws in his right leg taken out. He's driving with a brace on his leg. He said it himself, it's unusual that I can drive the race car, but I can't walk without crutches. Right now, back for the first time since April 6th, he runs in 2nd place with a shot at winning his first PPG Kart World Series victory. Coming up on 5 minutes to go in the race. You see the laps in the upper left-hand corner. They are now completely irrelevant. This is now a timed race. We'll be up against the 2-hour time limit. We'll get to SportsCenter as quickly as possible after the checkered flag. Less than 5 minutes to go now.
Yeah, these laps right up here in your top of your screen, just disregard those. They are not important right now.
Now there is Greg Moore in that blue and white machine running in 5th place. Excuse me, 4th place. He has gotten around Michael Andretti, and he is running up behind Alex Zanardi, who runs 3rd. Just behind him, Mark Blundell is also looking for a position. The front straightaway now almost completely dry. Zanardi way over on the left, and Parker Johnstone is off the racetrack. But he keeps the fires lit, struggles to get back on. Zanardi goes straight on in the festival chicane.
And he's not slowing down. Shades of Laguna Seca.
Now, will that be considered a legal move? He didn't straight line it and stay on the drag strip, but he cut across the gravel trap. I actually lost a position, so there's no competitive advantage gain. I imagine he'll be okay. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
Well, Mark Blundell benefited the most from that, and Greg Moore seemed to have lost the most ground. Look at
whoa, Zanardi's off again. That goes to what I was saying earlier. It is very wet offline. You see the lighter line, that is the dry line. If you get off on the wet stuff with slick tires, you are going for a ride. For the fastest part of the racetrack, using the left and right hand curbs, being very delicate on the throttle, shifting down to third. 3 minutes to go in the race. Raul Boisel goes up the right-hand side of Alex Zanardi.
Paul Tracy back in the mix again.
Now that is Patrick Carpentier, who is 1 lap down in 13. They go flashing by the Bettenhausen Motorsports machine. Carpentier looking for water to keep those treaded wet tires cool. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Gilles de Ferran looking for his first victory of the year. There he is on the left of your screen. He had a pole position. He has 2 poles this year. One on the streets of Long Beach, California. One 2 weeks ago in Detroit.
But look at the back of that pack is Mark Blundell, and he is on slick tires.
Blundell's last lap, 1:04.733. Gilles de Ferran's 1:10.016. So Blundell easily the quicker car. Jimmy Vasser has spun in the Festival Chicane as de Ferran, Fittipaldi, and Blundell combined. Now Blundell, can he get around? Can he get off the dry line, maintain car control, and get past Christian Fittipaldi? 1 minute and 45 seconds to go.
That's what I was going to say. And can he do it in 1 minute and 45 seconds?
Time and space to begin to compress in the last laps of the race. Blundell looks down the inside of Fittipaldi, but the Brazilian gives him nothing.
And that turns into the outside out there.
We anticipate a white flag next time by, meaning 1 lap to go as they flash down the backstretch up to about 180 miles an hour. Blundell strikes again to Fittipaldi's left and takes second place. Meanwhile, Gilles de Ferran has drawn away from this battle over second. There is de Ferran onto the front straightaway. Does Blundell have time to run him down?
I think he can close the gap, but he's got to be able to get by him. He's got to be able to make that pass.
Keep in mind, they've got this very broad front straightaway that Blundell can use if he has to. Fittipaldi, using that left foot braking he's not familiar with, lights up the front tires. Blundell is right there with de Ferran. 2 weeks ago in Detroit, Blundell missed out on his opportunity for his first career victory when he ran out of fuel with one corner to go in the race. And now he has another chance here in Portland. Looking left and right around de Ferran. It's a much narrower racetrack because he is on those slick tires.
Not only that, it's a narrower racetrack because look at Gilles de Ferran knows it's the last lap. He is not going to give him any ground. And it'll be interesting at the end of this straightaway to see what lines Gilles de Ferran takes. Does he go down the inside and protect his position? Yes, he does.
Blundell looks down the inside. 3 more corners to go, and then he'll have that wide and dry front straightaway. It'll be a drag race on the drag strip here in Portland. Off the corner they come.
Oh, it's going to be a photo finish.
Blundell, here comes Boisel in third. To the line they come. And Mark Blundell takes the victory in his 22nd career start. The Englishman into the win column in PBG kart competition, getting Gilles de Ferran on the straightaway. Team owner Bruce McCaw and the team can celebrate after being denied in Detroit. Another look. De Ferran up top, Blundell in the middle, Boisel on the bottom. And look at the speed differential as Blundell powers past to the flag right there. The margin of victory, 0.027 seconds, 27 one-thousandths of a second. Raul Boisel third, 55 one-thousandths of a second. The top 3 cars covered by less than 6 one-hundredths of a second. What a finish. Unfortunately, we're out of time. We will not be able to talk to Mark Blundell in this broadcast, but you can be sure that we will see him at the next stop of the PBG Kart World Series in Cleveland, Ohio. There you see the unofficial results. There is the reaction of Derek Walker. his wife to his left. And here is the reaction in the Pac West timing stand as Bruce McCaw looks on stoically. Yes, we have finally won. After 9 rounds of the PPG Kart World Series, Paul Tracy remains the points leader. Greg Moore moves into 2nd place past Michael Andretti, who drops to 3rd. Gilles Defer in 4th. Jimmy Vasser and Alex Venardi, the teammates, tied in 5th spot. Congratulations to Mark Blundell, his first career win, and a celebratory donut there as he makes his way to victory lane. Coming up next, Sports Center. I'm Bob Barsha for Danny Sullivan, Gary Gerald, and Marty Reed. Thanks for being with us. Congratulations, Mark. Well done. So long from Portland.
Alex Palou's legendary season rolls on as he eyes an historic three-peat and looks to move one step closer to the single-season wins record in Portland. August 10th on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
The incredible beauty of the Great Pacific Northwest is one of the favorite stops on the CART FedEx Championship Series Tour. Today we're ready for round 8. The Champ Cars are ready to go at Portland International Raceway. Racing is a high-speed game with danger lurking around each corner. Danger leads to a wide range of emotions. These emotions can bubble over into anger, frustration, disappointment, and dejection. However, with each mile-an-hour gained and each car passed, glory awaits. This glory results in a display of raw emotion. Last Sunday in Detroit, Elio Castro Neves was overwhelmed with emotion as he celebrated in victory lane for the first time. Today, the road of emotion leads to Portland, where 3 drivers scored their first career wins. 2.5 hours from now, will we see the ecstasy of another first-time winner? This is Paul Page. Welcome to Portland, where the sun shines down, and we are ready to go racing today. It's the Freightliner G.I. Joe's 200 from Portland International Raceway. Let's go immediately to Gary Gerald.
Paul, much of the emotion already this season has come from the reemergence of the Penske team. They've won 2 of the last 3. DeFerrin on the mile oval at Nazareth, then last week in the streets of Belle Isle was this man, Elio Castro Neves. Well, yesterday, he adds another championship point, breaks the track record, grabs the pole position, and for the first time in 6 years, the Penske team occupies the front row. The margin between the 2 drivers was merely 0.09 of a second. They'll set the pace for this field in just a matter of moments as we await the firing of the engines. Let's go to Jan Beekes.
Well, Gary, we've talked a lot about first-time winners this season. Now, the highest qualified driver today who has not won this season is in 3rd spot, and that would be Roberto Moreno. Now, he was running in 3rd spot in Detroit. He got tangled with another car and ended up in the tires. If he would have been able to finish the race in 3rd, he would be the man leading the points coming in today. Oftentimes, a driver can take the frustration of a previous race and turn it into motivation for the next one. I think Roberto is ready to win.
And you know, it has been an interesting season thus far. We have not yet had a repeat winner. And normally at this time of the year, we're not talking about the points early on, but we are now, because when you look at the way the points are allocated here today, well, when this race is over, any one of 10 different men could be leading in that points fight. Now, Parker Johnstone, this track is a natural terrain road course and very interesting.
And for the first time this year, the drivers aren't surrounded by concrete at every turn.
Watch the starts and the restarts. They come down the pit straight, it's almost 60 feet wide. They go down into the festival curves, it chokes down to just over 30 feet wide. Paul, as you said, we're talking points, and for the first time, we're coming into the 8th race, and guys are already talking about the championship. If possible, the intensity level has been cranked up another notch.
And the cars have just fired their engines on the grid. We had a great qualifying session yesterday. The engines now begin to roar here. We'll look at that starting field with Helio Castroneves on the pole and his teammate Gil DeFerrin starting alongside. DeFerrin is the defending champ at Portland. He hopes to give Penske win 102. In the second row, the likable Roberto Moreno and Dario Franchitti, the Scotsman on the outside. In row 3, the rookie Kenny Brett and Christian Fittipaldi outside. Now, Fittipaldi was upset with DeFerrin in Detroit. Today, with the permanent road course, he's happy. In row 4, the rookie Oriol Servia and the defending champion Juan Montoya. Servia gave Cal Wells his first podium in Detroit. Tries to make it 2 in a row today. His teammate Cristiano D'Amata starts inside row 5. And Adrian Fernandez will be on the outside. Michael Andretti is inside 6, alongside Patrick Carpentier. In the 7th row, Max Pappas and Jimmy Vasser. Now, Pappas was second in Detroit and leaped into a tie for 4th in the championship points. In the 8th row, Alex Tagliani and Mark Blundell. Blundell in 1997 grabbed his first career win here in the closest finish in kart history. In row 9, Paul Tracy and Tarso Marquez. Back in the 10th row, Michel Jourdain Jr. and Brian Herta substituting for the injured Tony Kanaan. The 11th row is Shinji Nakano and Luis Garcia Jr. 12th row, Norberto Fontana and Takua Kurosawa. And Mauricio Guzman will start all the way in the back. Now, Kurosawa will also move to the back of the field because he changed to his backup car at the last minute. We'll be back with the green flag just minutes away. The 7 men who have driven into Victory Circle this year. Will we see an 8th different face when this race is over? It is very, very possible. We'll be back and we will go racing. We want to give you the race analysis so you know exactly what you're looking ahead to on the run here at Portland. 1.9 miles, around 112 laps, which is a new distance.
They've extended the race this year by 14 laps. They're trying to get rid of the two-stop strategy, ensuring that everyone goes 3 stops. But watch for guys like Fernandez. If they can go 37 laps, they can make it a 2-stop race under green.
We've got some onboard cameras for you. Mauricio Guzman, he starts way in the back. Norberto Fontana. A little further forward, Mark Blundell.
And this man, Juan Montoya, when we check in with him, watch his hands, because pretty much it's certain he'll be opposite lock most of this race.
All right, let's send you down to Gary Gerald.
Well, a man to keep an eye on certainly be Juan Montoya. For the first time this year, he's not starting in the front row. He's back in the 4th row, starting 8th. An important point to keep in mind. While he and his teammate Jimmy Vasser were at Indianapolis getting ready for the Indy 500, they missed a 2-day test at Portland. Juan came in here, and yesterday they struggled. Bill Pappas told me they changed the setup on the car this morning, kind of gambled, and it didn't work. So they've gone back to where they were in their setup on Friday, hoping that they've got the combination that their man can move forward from the 8th starting position. But it's going to be a very big task. Tough to get by people on this racetrack, as you well know. We might see Montoya trying to make a bonsai charge on the start, headed toward turn 1 in the festival curves. Jan?
Well, Gary, you talk about big tests. I think one of the things that people are concerned about today is the heat. It's 88 degrees as an ambient temperature and 130 degrees as a track temperature. That means that these drivers are going to have to watch out for their tires. They're going to have to not push it too hard, maintain their tires, especially if you're one of the Patrick team and you decide maybe you want to do it in 2 stops. Adrian Fernandez, Parker, as you mentioned, might be one of those guys that is going to try it. Again, the hot temperatures might also cause a problem for the racetrack with some breakup.
And you want to see how dominant Juan Montoya has been this year? When you consider that Jimmy Vasser is no slouch whatsoever and a former champion, look at the comparison, Montoya and Vasser through the 7th races. Now we're going to show you the starting grid one more time so you can pick out your favorite driver as they are moving now to the pace lap ready to warm up.
And as we look through this grid, look at Oriol Servia, Toyota's best effort today, his best qualifying so far this year. Great for that rookie driver. The other driver we want to keep an eye on is down there in 17th place, Paul Tracy.
Gary Gerald mentioned the festival curves. They're the first couple of turns on this track. They're absolutely critical on starts and restarts to get a good position. We asked the drivers, how are you going to approach the festival curves on the start?
Well, you never know what happens. You need to take it as it comes. Sometimes you must be aggressive in order to conserve your line or even to avoid an accident. Sometimes you need to be protected.
Just got to be careful, go through the first turn, and if something happened up the front, I'm just going to run right through the chicane to try to avoid it. There shouldn't be penalty on the first lap if you run through, so hopefully nothing happens and we get to a clean race. Very dependent on what comes up in front of me and what opens up. If a big gap opens up or even, a mediocre gap, then I'll be going through it. But if there's a high level of risk attached with it at that point, then I might sit pretty because, these races are long. You can't win when you're sitting in the gravel.
The pole sitter is Helio Castroneves. That's the carousel leading on to the pit straight. They go into formation, ready for a green flag now. Acceleration should begin shortly. As Castroneves brings the field off the final turn, they roll toward the green flag. Well aligned, we are racing. Castroneves goes first for the corner. DeFerrin falls well back, but then comes back into second place.
Kenny Brick,
big traffic jam there.
We saw Kenny get bucked as he tried to go down the inside course, trying to go around the outside.
Well, we told you how important it was. It's a parking lot in the festival curves right now. Tracy's going to try to give it a spin and get going. So is Branchitti. They're going for a full course yellow already.
And Dario stalled it.
Get going.
He stalled it, Paul. He tried to whip it around to the left. It didn't work. He brought it back to the right and killed the engine.
A season of incredibly bad luck for Branchitti. But there is Vassar. There is Pappas. There is Fernandez. It looked like Kenny Breck went off the course to the right. And we'll see in a moment whether or not he got restarted. But Parker, here's this melee that started this race kind of like you predicted would happen.
As I said at the opening show, we saw contact. It looked between Montoya and Branchitti that actually started this whole thing off. I'm going to have to look at it one more time, but it looked like Montoya tried to go down the outside into the first corner and clip. Now watch what happens here. Watch Montoya as he turns in, and watch the back of Branchitti here, the green car on your screen. Breck's going down the inside. We see some bumping between Servia and Christian Fittipaldi. Now it's actually Kenny Breck that gets into the back of Dario Branchitti as he came down the inside of turn one.
And from Montoya's point of view.
Montoya, now remember, it's just under 60 feet coming down this pit straight. It chokes down to just over 30 feet. Kenny Breck is a rookie here at Portland. He goes way down the inside on the right. He comes across, sandwiching Christian Fittipaldi. He'll make contact with the green car just on the outside of your screen there. That's Dario Branchitti. He gets his left front against his right rear. Montoya taking evasive maneuvering, bouncing the car hard over the curb. We'll look at it one more time here. So now watch. Kenny Breck here. Watch what he does. Way down the inside. Watch Branchitti here as he crosses over. Kenny trying to slide in. Dario goes down for the apex. They make contact right there. That starts the entire problem. Everybody else just scrambling for their lives. Servia, the only one around the outside of Branchitti. Whoa! We saw just as we missed or cleared to the right there, Jimmy Vassar got way up in the air as he went wheel to wheel. Doing a little Joey Chitwood imitation there.
And of the 7 different winners this season, I count 3 of them involved in that situation. Let's go to Gary.
I think we're going to switch it over perhaps to Jan.
Jan Beekes?
Well, there's no doubt why Jimmy's in, Paul. Just as he was going out of frame, Vassar was way up in the air. They're looking for suspension damage there because he had to be a good 4 or 5 feet up in the air with the right side of the car.
Chip Ganassi oversees the work on Jimmy Vassar's car. It sits in a very hot pit position. Max Pappas climbs out. The cross-checkered flags or cross-yellow flags still fly, which indicates a full course caution. We'll be back. Welcome to Portland International Raceway in the Freightliner G.I. Joe's 200. We are still under that full course caution as a result of the incident on the very first turn as Helio Castroneves screamed for the turn in the lead. Behind him, suddenly, Franchitti, Breck, Montoya, they all get together.
And the problem you've got here, Paul, is as you come down into that first corner, if you get too far to the inside, the drivers can't see you going down there. You're out of their line of sight.
Remember what Mark Blundell said about taking an opportunity if there is one? Well, that one gained him 3 different positions.
On board with Juan Montoya. Now watch Kenny Breck, upper right side of the screen in the shell car. Now look, Montoya backed off early, trying to give himself a little bit of room. Everything's great. He's trying to go around the outside. He sees Franchitti, says, forget this, I'm out of here. And he goes over the curbs.
All right, down to Jan Vikas.
Both the Team Cool green cars have been on pit road, Paul Tracy and Dario Franchitti. It appears as though neither of them have damage. They decided since they're at the back of the order, why not come in and get some fuel now? That would change your strategy to a 2-stop race. Gary?
Max Pappas making the walk back to the pits, hearing applause from the crowd, but I know you're very unhappy. What happened, Max?
I don't know exactly what happened, you know. I think it was a mess in front and someone bumper from the back, and you know, I went in the turn, I hit Adrian Fernandez, and after someone bumping from the back and broke front suspension, so we are out.
Were you trying to be conservative going to that first turn?
I did my best, you know, but like when people stop in front of you, you can do nothing.
Thank you.
You know, in the 17 years this race has been running, this is only the second time there has been an accident in the first turn of the first lap. We have 3 laps complete, all of them except the first 100 yards under a full course caution. And I think you pointed out separately that there is some link damage to Vassar's car while they were working on it. You don't know of the cars that didn't come in how much there may be. Here we go again. Christian Fittipaldi locks the brakes big time as he comes around Roberto Moreno. Now Montoya tries to work inside of Moreno. Cristiano Damata's right there too.
And that was just a suicide move going down the inside. Roberto looks over, sees everything locked up on Christian's car. He can't possibly turn. It's going to be interesting to see how badly that affected Christian's tires.
Dario Franchitti will be given a black flag for shortcutting the course to add to his woes here today. Christian Fittipaldi, the winner last year at Road America at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. 3rd place behind Castro Neves, then DeFerrin. And he locks those brakes hard again. Have to keep an eye on him because there may be something more than just aggressive driving involved there.
Tim Cedric telling Helio Castroneves already to start backing the mixture up. There's Moreno. Takes it right back. Nice bit of driving there.
Tagliani, blue and white car a little further back. Comes out to the outside, makes his move.
And Paul, I haven't seen Vassar back on the track. I have to assume it looked like he had bent the upper wishbone when he came back in the pits. I have to assume that he's out from that initial contact that he had.
Poor Dario Franchitti in horrible shape. Back in 20th place now, and still the penalty to be imposed. Gary?
Yeah, and you may have had a look at it, Paul. We couldn't see it down here, but Tim Green asked him on the radio, did you go through the chicane, the runoff area? And he said the chicane, he said it was blocked. So he said, I think he's under the belief that he did the only thing that he could do. But that, of course, is in the heat of battle.
Well, now the rule there is that you cannot improve your position on the race course by shortcutting the racetrack. And there was, in fact, some discussion among the drivers, hey, you know, how do you tell whether or not I improved? I'm coming out of the pits or I'm on the start. Especially on the start might be very confusing. And they put a couple of officials down in the first turn to address just that issue. So I'm assuming somebody saw it. But the point being made that, yeah, that's, you're avoiding trouble. I wouldn't think that counted against you. Carpentier, he went through that shortcut area as well.
Yeah, but here's Dario's perspective, Paul. The thing's blocked. He spins it around. It gets stalled. It gets restarted. They've got safety equipment in there. He's not going to drive back through. He's already penalized himself. So he probably just went straight through, not thinking that he had to do a stop and go before he took off.
Max Pappas already out. Now Jimmy Vassar has climbed out of the car, Jan.
Yes, he has, Paul. They tried to fix the car, but Jimmy, the crew was not able to fix the front of the car.
It's extensive damage, and, you know, it was a valiant effort, but
see the replay before I made any comments. I mean, maybe you saw it. Did you see a replay?
Yeah, I've seen a few replays. As far as you were concerned, were you just taking it easy, just trying to get through the first couple turns?
Well, I always do that, and I try to take what's there, but it was just a big congestion, and you know, I thought I was just minding my P's and Q's a bit, you know, from not trying to give up any spots, but not, you know, really not have a place to go. And I'm not sure what happened. There was somebody got sideways and spun and hit somebody else, and I think it forced them into my car. Maybe something with Max and Tracy. I'm not really sure after the replay.
All right, thanks, Jimmy.
Well, while Jimmy and Jan were talking, did you see that move by Cristiano D'Amata? There's a comparison to Toyota-powered cars, and D'Amata just rammed the nose down inside of Montoya going into one.
That was a great move by Cristiano. He's run so strong the last couple of races, and now he's setting up Christian Fittipaldi. He's not going to quite get it done, but he's having a good look there. He was running very strongly in fifth position at Detroit before he had an engine problem. He's had some gearbox problems this weekend, but he and his engineer, Ian Watt, have been working extremely hard, and I think this young man is more than overdue. He could be one of the new faces in victory lane before this day is out.
Well, and another one could be Alex Tagliani, who is sitting back behind Montoya right now, because at the same time that Montoya took a look at D'Amata, Tagliani darted the car out for a second as well, so perhaps we'll see some more action at the end of the main straight at the end of this lap.
Watch Cristiano D'Amata here. He's got to get up right behind Christian Fittipaldi as they come off the final corner, turn 12. He's got to maximize his exit speed, try to pick up a draft. As they come onto the straightaway, he's done a very nice job. He's got some momentum here.
View down from the Honda Helicam.
He pulls to the inside. Yeah, he's got it. Nice job, Cristiano.
Look how tightly bunched they are coming off of that corner.
And you can see how much narrower the track is on the old section of the course and compared to the pit straightaway here. The track's gotten bumpier over the last few years. We said that the track temperature at the start of the race was about 130 degrees. Cockpit temperatures today, 135 plus. They'll shift over 2,100 times. Physically very demanding. Lots of long extended G-loading on the driver's bodies. And it's very, very bumpy, as I said, not only in the braking and cornering areas, but down these straightaways. You can see the cars here as they get jostled up and down. And now look, Tagliani attacking.
Montoya got past. Here comes Tagliani working on. In fact, they're lined up behind him. Michael and Aurel Servia, Kenny Breck, they're all right there. For Elio Castroneves, the race leader, no traffic ahead. He's pulling away from his teammate Joe LeFerrin right now.
And I'd have to think, as hard as Christian Fittipaldi locked those brakes up on the restart, that he's driving a Flintstone mobile right now.
Side by side with Tagliani, but Tagliani can't get Christian. Here comes Michael up behind Tagliani. Christian watches the back end, catches it. Off they go, heading for three.
Tag's got a little bit of breathing room here, but he's also under attack, as you said, by Michael Andretti. He's got to stay focused. You just want to remain very clean through this section of the course. Try to set him up coming off the back corner. Watch here through the following right-hander. He's got to get up right behind him, just like Cristiano D'Amata set up his pass. Very nice job here.
The player foresight team, Tagliani's team, also Patrick Carpentier, pretty well set up for the ovals, but still struggling with the aero package on the road course.
He's got to be very clean through 10, 11, out of 12, and onto the straightaway. He's got it set up just right here, Paul. He's duplicated what Cristiano D'Amata did a couple laps ago.
Christian Fittipaldi, the leader of this pack, is currently in sixth.
Watch him pop out. No, he doesn't have enough momentum to get it done.
And Takuma Kurosawa pulls off again into that runoff area that used to be part of the track until they put in the festival curve. Something amiss in the calling the back end of the car and dumping water on it. Kurosawa started in last place. Moved back there because of the problems that he had throughout the weekend with the car. The Columbia River Gorge and some of the beautiful natural scenery here in Oregon. Well, for the fourth year, it's the Sears Craftsman National at St. Louis Gateway International Raceway. Neat format there. They run from Thursday through Sunday. It's a cool side-by-side contest in Top Fuel and Funny Car. For more, log on to ESPN.com. the Go Network, go.com. Well, nothing has changed back at Portland International Raceway in the order. The battle, though, has been hot. Down from about 3rd through 10th place. You saw most of it. It's gone a little static right now. Elio Castroneves is the leader, 2.5 seconds back. You'll probably see it here. There is Joe DeFerrin, his teammate. Roberto Moreno is closing on DeFerrin. Jan?
Yes, Christian Fittipaldi. Parker, you had mentioned about it being a Flintstone mobile. That's exactly what he's been saying on the radio. He's having some big-time trouble with those front tires. If they get an early yellow, he'll be here on pit road to get new tires.
Michael Andretti moves inside of Tagliani. That was a smooth, clean pass.
And Michael did it exactly right. You don't want to swing way down the inside because then you lose the peripheral vision of the driver you're overtaking. There's a good chance they'll turn across right in front of you or into you. Michael just came right down tag side, made sure that he knew he was there, and just tucked nice and neat into the corner. Very nice job.
The points leader coming into this race, Paul Tracy, was one of those involved in that problem on the first lap. He came into the pits, and that caused him to fall further and further behind. He is now running 20th, a lap behind the lead. Gary Gerald?
Yes, indeed. He came in because he cut down a right front tire. They had to change it. There was some slight damage to the race car, but Barry Green said, we really haven't lost that much. And he's telling Tracy on the radio, we are not out of it. We still got 2 stops to go. So they're trying to stay as optimistic as they can for a man who leads the point standings but hasn't scored a point in the last 3 races.
A couple of guys that are on the move. You may have noticed Tarso Marquez. Michael tries his teammate, but Fittipaldi's not going to let him in there. Tarso Marquez took advantage of that situation in turn 1, moved from 18th to 11th. Shinji Nakano started 21st. He's now up to 13th. And Roberto Fontana started 23rd, and he is now 14th.
And we talked about Paul Tracy and his cut tire. My concern is right in this section of the course as they come back through turn number 7 through 8. There was a large piece of debris that I saw kicked up in the air the previous lap, right in this section of the track. Looked like it was either a wing end plate, some sort of piece of carbon fiber. And that stuff is razor sharp and will go right through a tire.
Give you a view of the team members on the different teams. Frank Beatty and Tracy, for example, on Team Green. Michael's still keeping an eye on Christian Fittipaldi. In fact, there's like a double opportunity here. Will Michael be able to move out? And what will happen just behind them with Servia and Tagliani?
Now see, Michael positions his car so he's right in the mirror of Christian Fittipaldi. When the driver looks to the right, all he's seeing is the right rear tire, a bit of the wing end plate, and a very small portal where you can see behind you. And that's right where Michael is placing his car so that Christian Fittipaldi knows that Michael wants by. Michael's not actually trying to make the pass, he's just trying to apply some pressure.
A little bit earlier, this is exactly what you were talking about, Parker.
See the piece right there, and then Paul Tracy hits it again as they come onto the back straightaway.
As you watch Paul Tracy there, despite the fact that he's behind Tagliani in the middle of the fight, he is a lap down, trying desperately to make that lap back up. Interval from first to second. Moreno has closed a bit more on second place to Farron. So has D'Amata. That's Montoya behind D'Amata. Christian Fittipaldi suddenly makes a turn for the pit road. Bad information. We thought Christian was going to head for the pit road.
Even if his tires are quite bad, he's probably going to do everything he can to avoid coming in under the green. They won't be coming in for another, I'd say, 17 to 20 laps, depending on their fuel strategy. He's probably being encouraged at this point to hang on and just do the best he can. And the fact that Michael's still behind him is a pretty good indication that the problem isn't that bad.
The Farron, the 20 car of Roberto Moreno, driving for Pat Patrick. Again, that's for the entire history of cars. Penske and Patrick. Two owners have raced one another and raced hard.
Two things the drivers are trying to do now is get the best fuel economy they can and also take care of their rear tires. And look at Montoya smoke them all up. Locked them up with
all 4. That can't help the tires. And now Christian comes in. Last lap, he's in this lap, John.
Yes, and this is what we were talking about, making that early stop to get the fresh tires because that front tire, they got roasted. Once the tires are done, they'll drop it off the jacks.
Watch your speed.
Obviously, he did not need a whole lot of fuel because he hasn't been out there that long.
And a reminder, when you hear the engine running like that, that's because of the limiter that they have to keep them on the pit speed limit. It's just a button on the steering wheel. They push it, and it keeps the car from accelerating beyond the speed limit.
They're about halfway through their fuel run now. This is the point, as we started to say, that the tire wear will start to get critical. We'll probably see more brake lockup, more drivers getting sideways, coming off the corners. Start watching for the cars to start moving around, especially coming in here into the festival curves. Whole series of bumps, like speed bumps, in the braking area just before they turn in.
There is nothing like a first win to give a driver confidence and some verve to go ahead and go harder and harder. I think we're seeing it here today with Helio Castroneves. He is steadily pulling away from Gil de Ferran, his teammate, in what one presumes are nearly identical cars. So de Ferran has fallen to nearly 5 seconds back in second place. There are your top 5 from Portland International Raceway. 200 riders, 23 teams, and 21 stages that make up nearly 3,850 kilometers of competition. The Tour de France. Remember last year and Lance Armstrong? He's defending. You'll see it right here. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of Go Network, go.com. Oh, big pitch. As we look back from Mauricio Gugelmin, who has, after starting in the back row, made some headway. But Dario Franchitti working too. Remember, Franchitti pushed back in the field. At the front, it remains Helio Castroneves. Gil de Ferran is second. No changes in the order. Moreno, D'Amata, Montoya, Andretti, Tagliani, Servia, Kenny Breck, and Tarso Marquez. Gary Gerald?
While we're checking on Castroneves, the team tells us that he hasn't said a word on the radio. Tim Cindric has been doing a lot of talking to Helio, meanwhile telling him he's doing a good job in terms of his fuel conservation. This morning, they kept experimenting, and there was a little concern, I think, about what type of engine mapping would give them the most effective fuel mileage. Cindric said they think that they had that addressed as they got ready to start this race. He seems to be doing a terrific job stretching the lead. They may be able to go one lap further than some of their other top competitors here because the mileage he's getting is that good. And, of course, you play a little bit longer, maybe a yellow falls into your hands, you can benefit in numerous ways.
Christian Fittipaldi, after his stop for service, came out in 19th place, but still on the leader lap.
Looks like there's a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of Fontana's car there, Paul.
In fact, they're going to give him the black flag.
Gearbox pressure, oil pressure problem. We'll take a look.
Yeah, and he's pouring oil onto his own rear tires. You can see how sideways he was there.
Now, Berto was talking with his car owner, John Della Penna. And he should bring it in.
What do you want to pull the cover off or not? Yeah, we'll take a look. Just go ahead and bring him in. Okay, just put it right on the mark, so we're going to do the pit stop and take a look at the gearbox.
Best guess is that's more than a small problem. So they're going to take a look at Fontana's gearbox, see whether or not it can be fixed. We'll take you back to Gil de Ferran, and Moreno is still there.
And you have to wonder right now, is Roger Penske running Castroneves and de Ferran on 2 different fuel strategies? Remember last year, that's what got Derek Walker and this driver de Ferran the win. They put the pedal to the metal, went to full rich, did a splash and go at the end while everybody was running a little more conservatively. If Gil's able to hold this pace in the center vault to keep Moreno and D'Amata and the rest of the group behind him, maybe you do exactly that. You just lean it. You can see de Ferran looking in his mirror, checking the interval to Moreno. You just keep leaning it, and seeing if you can hold down that second spot while your teammate goes out and extends his lead. If you catch the yellow at the right time, you've got all of your bases covered. You've got one guy on the quick strategy, the other guy a little bit slower.
Roger Penske was telling de Ferran he was +1, meaning ahead 1 second from Moreno. Actually a little less than that. Jan?
Yes, and speaking of Roberto Moreno, I have a feeling that they are definitely on the two-stop strategy. If you want to do that, you'd want to come in here on lap 36 or 37, and then if you have to keep somewhere about 2.1 to 2.2 miles per gallon, and if he is on a two-stop strategy, he's pretty racy right now.
Now, he's the only hope, really, for the Patrick Racing team, because the teammate there, Adrian Fernandez, again, one of those that got involved there at the start. And while he's still on the track, he's in 20th position and a lap behind the race. Patrick Carpentier. And there is Brian Herta in the car, normally occupied by Tony Kanaan. Tony, remember, broke his arm, though. Reports are that his recovery is going to go fairly quick. He's going to get some special therapy in the next week. Travel to Indianapolis, where they do that very well.
And I spoke with Cristiano D'Amato, who had visited Tony Kanaan before he went up to Indianapolis for his physical therapy. He said that a good sign is that Tony was angry. He was mad. He wanted to get back in the car. He was healing much more quickly than expected, and we wish him certainly a speedy recovery.
Herta is 15. That's Franchitti behind him at 16. Now back up to the front. Fuel strategy at Team Penske. Gary?
Yeah, we were following up on Parker's question here. They tell us, the Penske team, that there are not different strategies for Castroneves and DeFerrin. What may lead to that speculation, Parker, is the fact that DeFerrin's a little bit loose. He doesn't seem to be handling near as well as his teammate out in front.
But would you tell Gary Gerald the truth, Paul? That's what I want to know.
At any time.
Okay,
I
just
would.
check.
Oh, no. I would not. You know, and as a matter of fact, I think 99% of the time they do just exactly that. Brazilians are pretty happy. They've got top 4 of them are Brazilians. Honda, Ford, Toyota. That's the engine lineup. One of my favorite corners in all of the kart series visually is this one over on the backside at Portland International. Back at the Freightliner G.I. Joe's 200, Portland International Raceway. No changes. Helio Castroneves has established himself about 5 seconds and is staying there ahead of his teammate in second place, Gil DePerrin. Followed by Moreno.
No overtakes, just go as hard as you can here. We're just going to open up our lead.
Moreno third, then D'Amato, and then Montoya. Let's go on board.
Coming down the pit straight, 6th gear, 185 miles an hour. Hard on the brakes, 3 Gs here, down to second. Slowest portion of the circuit, 41 miles an hour. Coming off the concrete, back onto the asphalt. Short shift third, fourth, then 5th gear down to turn 3. 150 miles an hour, braking down to 110. Long sweeping right-hander, maximum of 3 Gs. You can see the bumps through the apex there. Lots of patching on the inside of these 2 corners. Coming through turn 6, accelerating from 70 back to 130 miles an hour. Stab of the brakes, roll the steering back into the right at 80 miles an hour. Now back up through the gears down the long back straightaway. It's blind to the drivers here down the inside concrete wall. 187 miles an hour, they just brushed the brakes down to 5th. This is Mr. Toad's wild ride through here. Down to 3rd gear, back to turn 12. You can see the patching there on the inside. Accelerate hard, back onto the pit straight, and that's a lap at Portland International Raceway.
Montoya flashes across the line. 31 laps are now complete. Castroneves, DeFerrin, Moreno, the top 3, no change. Patrick Carpentier is having a pretty good day considering where he started. Started back at 20th at lap 10. Now here on lap 31, he's managed to find his way up to 14th. So the young, very likable French-Canadian doing what he can to get forward in this field. Now look up track. There's Christian Fittipaldi with Mario Franchitti right behind him. It's an ongoing battle. It's for 15th place because of the misfortunes both have suffered. Franchitti on the start and then with the penalty, and Fittipaldi having to hit the pits early. But Fittipaldi has been turning the fastest laps with the exception of a single lap turn by Montoya. Mark Blundell into the pits. And this is all shut down. Hey, look at Mark. Nah, I'm not going back out there. I think it's done. That was sudden. I wonder what happened there. Well, he's staying in the car for having said no, and they pulled the rear column, so we'll see where that takes him. Christian Fittipaldi now working on Brian Herta. Jan Bikas, you got down there by Mark Blundell's car. Any idea?
Yeah, the team said that he is saying on the radio a loss of power. So they are going to see if they can find anything in the engine compartment or change some of the electrical boxes and see if they can get that Mercedes power plant back up to speed.
Fittipaldi takes a good look inside of Herta, but it's not close enough to take advantage. Mauricio Guzman, Blundell's teammate, is now in the pits. This at lap 33 appears to be routine stop, Jan.
Yes, but I also noticed at the front of the car there, Paul, that they took big-time turns out of the front wing. It looked like 4 or 5 half turns, so I'd imagine that car must have been big-time loose.
Well, and we had mentioned that the first stops could possibly come at about the 32nd lap, and Mauricio comes in on 33. So we'll see when the leaders decide to head for the pits, and that'll tell us a lot about race strategy.
Remember, they've got to go 37 laps if they're going to make this a 2-stop race under green. So Mauricio already setting himself up for a stop and go before the end of this.
This is one of the reasons all the Champ Car teams love to come to the Pacific Northwest in the race here at Portland. There's your order. Castro Neves is led from the green flag. Cal Wells brought his PPI team in. Oriol Servia and Cristiano D'Amata on the 34th lap. Now we expect that Elio Castro Neves and Gil de Ferran and the rest of the front runners should be in shortly. Michael Andretti's in, Jan.
Yes, just in a 13-second pit stop where he got tires and fuel, but he's short of that 2-stop window the partner was talking about. Moreno has yet to hit pit road, as well as some of the other leaders.
Montoya's in. You're watching Kenny Breck. You see the Penske team waiting for their cars. And Breck's away. Here comes Elio Castro Neves as he drops it down, gets under the pit speed limit. He's got to go all the way down to the very last pit. Gary?
And this plays perfectly into his hands because Kenny Breck and Juan Montoya have completed their stops. Wide open glide into position for Castro Neves. He has not said a word at all. He loved the handling on the setup. We're watching to see no changes whatsoever that we can see. He's rolling just under 13 seconds. Meanwhile, his teammate de Ferran is in. He got a slight wind change up front. They lowered the tire pressures for de Ferran, and Gil is now going.
Well, that answers that question. They were on the same fuel strategy.
Yeah, but the one who has not stopped is Roberto Moreno. And if you think back to the race 1 week ago at Detroit, they were able to get that car a little bit further, and they have been several times this year.
The Patrick cars have always been able to get amazing fuel mileage.
Clean pit, right in.
And this would be lap 37. This is exactly what he needs to do.
Moreno in, Jan Bikas waits.
This is exactly where you want to be if you are on that 2-stop strategy. They expect to make no changes for Roberto. He's resetting the fuel on the dash, the meter that is. Notice no tear off coming off.
5.
What's the delay? There seems to be a bit of a delay there. 14.6. It didn't seem to come off the air jacks as soon as you would expect, but he hit the pit window as far as fuel. That's the most important part.
Well, he left the air jack connected. You see that?
Yeah, they pulled the fuel hose and the vent hose, but the lollipop for the air hose stayed connected. That's a mystery there.
Remember, I mentioned that Cristiano D'Amata pitted 1 lap before the rest of these, as did Oriol Servia's teammate. And remember, too, as you watch this fight, that Moreno's tires are not up to full operating temperature, and D'Amata certainly recognizes that and knows if he's going to get this guy, this is win.
He's got to do it this lap, and it looks like Roberto's already got heat in his tires, and he's starting to pull out a little bit of a gap.
He's the 5th place car behind Amata.
Yes, remember that Dario Franchitti and his teammate Paul Tracy made a quick stop and go early for fuel. Wow, that was fast. 11.1 on my watch, but he's got some ground to make up.
The team always turns in some incredibly good stops, both for Franchitti and for Paul Tracy, his teammate. So here comes your leader, Helio Castroneves. See an interval, just considering those pit stops, way back there, almost 6 seconds back is Gil DeFerrin.
And Castroneves is hooked up. I haven't seen this car move side to side, lock a wheel since the start of the race. We saw this from the Penske chassis last weekend at Detroit. They were blistering fast in the test at Mid-Ohio the week before. And this young man is very, very confident, having gotten the 2nd pole, first one on a road course.
Parker, remember, he had a great run here for the Hogan team last year, and he led 20 laps early after starting in the front row, and then eventually was sidelined with an electrical problem. And deep in the recesses of his mind, we probably, once you've been burned in a deal like that, I would imagine it's still working back there somewhere, thinking, oh, please don't let it happen again.
Well, it is, and there are certain tracks that just owe you, Gary, and I'm sure Castroneves feels that Portland is one of those places. I talked to Helio a little earlier in the weekend. He said even though he's driving a Renard chassis this year and he's very happy with it, feels like maybe he should get some commission over the Lola sales that have happened so far this year from his performances that he turned in last year.
Consider all the changes that Team Penske made over the winter. Drivers, chassis, engine, tires. Now they're running first and second. Michael Andretti, when he made his stop, now looked overhead. 40 laps complete at Portland. Don't forget the coverage of everything auto racing-ish will be on RPM tonight, right after our coverage here. Lineup of some of the events and stories they're going to be covering. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of Go Network, go.com. No change in the order. In the Freightliner G.I. Joe's 200 at Portland International Raceway, that's your leader, Helio Castroneves, the leader 1 week ago. You remember how he celebrated then? How will he celebrate now if he puts them 2 in a row? Gil DeFerrin is second quick, and then Roberto Moreno. Of those 3, only Moreno has not won this year, or in fact, not won in the series at all. And many people think that he is more than overdue. And I have a feeling that should he win a race, it will begin to rival the performance of Helio Castroneves. Gary Gerald?
Gil DeFerrin likes the changes that were made during that pit stop. They were going to do a turn on the wing and lower tire pressures at the rear. He says the car is much better at this time. How much of that is attributed to just having new rubber? Don't know. Hottest day we've had this weekend. We just checked with one of the Firestone engineers. The tires that came off the Penske team car showed very little wear. They had a little bit of buildup from marbling on the racetrack, but no major concerns from a tire standpoint, at least at this end of the pits for Team Penske.
He may be happy with the handling, but I don't think he's real happy with the fact that he's got Moreno, D'Amata, and Montoya all lined up right behind him.
He's been taking off about 0.3 of a second off the interval to his teammate Castroneves over the last few laps, so he's definitely making headway, but he still has a ways to go since Castroneves is just over 3 seconds ahead.
Numbers there from Moreno reflect the fact that that whole group is coming forward and slowly catching Helio Castroneves. This year they have been alternating pace car drivers each race. And today, having the unenviable job of having to handle that first lap situation and the subsequent yellow is Gail Truis, who was at the wheel of the pace car. And Patty Hughes sitting alongside having to control the field, point who can go past and who can't. Now they're sitting quiet by the roadside, hoping to not have to head out again. Amata, 4th place, Montoya just behind him. Now a bit of a separation back to Christian Fittipaldi and Michael Andretti. We're going to show you the engines and who has which engine. Of course, Honda in the top 2 positions.
And Honda has dominated on the street and road courses for the last several years. We've seen strong runs, obviously, by this driver in the Toyota-powered engine, as well as his teammate Jimmy Vasser down at Long Beach. The Fords have done quite well, but Honda has had them all covered when it comes to getting to the checker flag first.
Moreno's a Ford, and then Cristiano Damata and Montoya, they're both Toyotas.
Yes, and one of the things that I asked Roberto before the race, I said, why is it that your teammate, Adrian Fernandez, always seems to go farther on fuel than you do? And he goes, well, remember this. He says, I am very, very good on fuel. Adrian's just a little better. I think what he's trying to say, Paul, is that generally they can go farther than other competitors, and Adrian just has this uncanny way of going more. But I think today, for Moreno, he's exactly where he wants to be.
The record certainly would bear that out, though. Fernandez is not a factor in this race to this point. Getting caught up on the first lap, he is now 18th a lap behind the field. And for the first time, Castro Neves has to worry about traffic as he comes around Mauricio Guzman. Guzman, the last car on the lead lap.
When you're in that situation, you know the leader's coming up, but you certainly just don't want to let him by, because your worst fears would be realized if a full course yellow were to come out at this moment, when you could have gotten back to that lead group on the lead lap. And now Mauricio's a lap down, and you'll see he'll move over very professionally and let the rest of this lead pack go by.
The next guy that Helio Castroneves is going to run into is Paul Tracy, who is currently 60th, the points leader. And a less than great qualifying, a terrible stop, and a pit stop at the end of the first lap, which put him back there. He's on the lead lap, well back.
You'll see as they come to the end of this pit straightaway.
Well, Tracy's going to be able to clear out of the way for him because he's pit bound.
Watch Mauricio breathe the throttle here and let them through. Whoa! that surprised me. And there he moves over. Now he's letting Moreno through. I thought for certain he'd just back off there at the end of the straightaway and let this lead group go through, and I think he caught Roberto by surprise when he turned in for the first corner.
Yeah, but you pointed out how the width of this track changes drastically.
It does, and if they get too far off the outside of you, it's very difficult to see where they are, or you lose contact with them altogether. He may not have known where Roberto was exactly and just turned in for the corner.
Helio Castroneves still leads it. Nice battle lined up behind him, though, with Ferrin, Moreno, and Cristiano Damata. Again, some of the beauty, the Great Pacific Northwest. We have 48 laps now complete, with the Penske cars doing everything they can to drive away from the rest of the field. Welcome back to the Freightliner G.I. Joe's 200. Paul Page with Parker Johnstone. Castroneves is still leading. There have been no changes since we left you, but it's still DeFerrin, Moreno, Damata. They've been running pretty close constantly during the last few laps. Kevin Chambers works on Christian Fittipaldi's car, and during the last pit stop, he was the guy with our helmet cam. We were able to take a point of view from the outside left front of the car. Like having to stand out there, cars going by behind you, and a 900 horsepower car ready to roar back into the competition. Jan?
Yes, and I was able to watch that from the other side of the pit wall from his perspective, and he actually had some trouble there where the wheel nut came and it started to roll away. He got his glove on it and stopped it, and then he had to pick it up, put it back in the gun, thread it by hand, and so he lost a little bit of time. But boy, if he hadn't snapped that wheel nut with his glove, it could have rolled away, and he would have had to dig a spare one out of his pocket.
You may remember, Jan, when we were doing pit stop contests as a broadcast team, and every time I set the wrench down, there went the nut bouncing across the ground. That's actually hard to do. DeFerrin second. Back in the field, about 8th place, Oriol Servia, who had a great run a week ago at Detroit, got on the podium. He's a rookie to the series, defending Indy Lights champion. And he's got another rookie, the current points leader in the rookie fight, Kenny Breck, right behind him.
They've been having a good battle. As you mentioned last week, the first podium not only for Oriol Servia, but also for Cal Wells and the PPI team. Kenny Breck has been so fast so many times this year. Had his podium finish at Nazareth. He's just had a lot of things go wrong at the wrong time to put together a more consistent string of finishes.
Kenny Breck and Max Pappas both drive for Bobby Rahal. Former Indy champion, 3-time champion here in this series, who now is serving as the interim president for the kart organization and the interim chief executive officer, and has stepped away from the team during competition because of that. He didn't want any conflict. Gary?
Kenny Breck continues to chase Oriol Servia. We just checked with their team to see how things went after the first pit stop. They report that Breck likes the way the car has responded to the changes they made on that first stop. And in fact, they told him on the radio, if he gets the opportunity, go ahead and use that overtake button. Try to get full rich, a little squirt of horsepower there that might enable him to get by Oriol Servia.
Back at the front of the field, from time to time there behind Servia and Breck, you got a glimpse of one of the Team Green cars. That was Tracy. He's still a lap behind the field trying to make his way forward. That interval, first to second, getting shorter and shorter.
They worked it down to about 2.22 seconds, then Castroneves pushed it back out to 2.6, but on that last lap, he's now only 1.6 seconds ahead of DeFerrin, Moreno, and D'Amato.
And Parker, I think one of the reasons is that Tim Cindric has asked him to help us out a little bit on fuel. They want to get just around 1.95. That's basically at this circuit 1 gallon per lap. In fact, we've monitored conversations from 4 teams in the last few minutes. Each case, the engineers or the team manager pleading with the driver, help us just a little bit on fuel. They're trying to squeeze out at least 1 more lap before they have to make that next stop.
54 complete, 58 to go. 35 gallons of fuel on board the cars when they're full.
And to make it a 2-stop race, we've said you've had to go 37 laps. That means 2.1 miles per gallon. And just a pinch. And for a driver, it's so hard when you're pushing to have a guy say, you got to get more mileage, you got to do better. Stay away from the overtake button. You just got to drive it deeper into the corners and just hang on that much harder.
The leaders complete the festival curves with a view from the Honda Helican. So this whole fuel game that is now being played, Jan?
Yes, and Parker, you talked about lap 37. We knew that was the magic first stop. The magic next number is 75. That is the only lap that it appears, if you're going for a 2-stop strategy, you can stop on and make it. So that's why we're seeing and hearing some of the fuel adjustments now, because that window is narrowing because we've had no full course cautions.
Well, 75 is 20 laps away. Here's a projection based on a full reload on the last stop of laps left in the tank, and that didn't add up to 75.
Well, we know Moreno's going to make it. And the advantage he's got is that if he's able to extend fuel even greater at this point following DeFerrin, that means on the closing segment of the race, he's going to be able to run richer than anyone else, have more power to get down that long straightaway and overtake under braking.
Quickest last time around was Michael Andretti. He's been running laps at about 114 miles an hour. Sits back in 6th place with Alex Tagliani behind him. This has been the center of most of the attention during the day. It's certainly where most of the conflict has been, or at least potential conflict, as Roberto Moreno has pretty much been the second story of the day behind the great run by Helio Castroneves. Roberto Moreno trying to catch Gil de Ferran has been something to watch. Approaching the halfway point with 56 laps complete. The snow-covered Peaks, Hood, St. Helens all look down over this track. There's the top 5 with Honda, Ford, and then 2 Toyotas. Action in the series continues next week as the Cars FedEx Championship Series moves to the Bird Lakefront Airport in Cleveland and the Marconi Grand Prix of Cleveland with coverage on ABC Sports. We'll have qualifying and our Kart Today coverage on ESPN2. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of Go Network, go.com. No changes. Castroneves still leads, though now he's got to work some traffic. Closing behind him now, 1.1 seconds away, is Gil de Ferran. And despite the traffic and the closer with de Ferran, Moreno has not really come in to begin an attack again on de Ferran.
But I don't think he's going to, Paul. I think he's riding very comfortably here. He's getting a bit of a tow. He's pacing behind de Ferran, conserving fuel and his tires. He just doesn't want to get caught out here behind Garcia Jr. and lose contact with de Ferran.
That's Luis Garcia Jr., the Hollywood car they're going around. And he cleanly lets the leaders pass. So Moreno, he skates it for a second.
He had to go offline to make that pass. He probably got a little bit of pickup on his tires. That's going to affect him for a while here until he's able to clean those tires off.
Just a quick side note on Luis Garcia Jr. He had to go to the medical center today and came away with a heavily bandaged right hand. He got a lot of blisters on that hand from off the shift lever. Parker, I know you and Jan can probably relate to that. At certain courses, sometimes you just end up with your hands, if they're not calloused, you got yourself some major aches and pains.
Oh, sorry. I'll tell you what. Fittipaldi and Carpentier, as Fittipaldi moved around him, almost got together. That was pretty close.
I think Patrick was going to turn in and realize that there is going to be a heck of a wreck if he did that and just had no other place to go. Christian got through, and you could see the momentum that Carpentier lost, trying to get back up to speed now behind Fittipaldi.
Tell if that's some breakup in the track, the corner they just came off of, or whether it's just the way the rubber is laid down there. Certainly is now, with 60 laps complete, a pretty substantial buildup of rubber both on the track and marbles just off the edge of the groove.
Well, what you're seeing there is there are patches. They repaved this track several years ago. You can see there, in this area, the patchwork. They've got concrete underneath. They put slurry seal on top. We had some big NASCAR competitors running earlier in the weekend. They put a lot of load into this track because of their weight. Different sort of rubber, and now the Champ cars at 3Gs can easily pull this material up. It's very bumpy. It's right on the drive wheel side of the corners. And there has been a concern all weekend that that patching may come up.
Castroneves, young Brazilian. In fact, Brazilians remain first through fourth. Then the Colombian Montoya and Michael Andretti from Nazareth, Pennsylvania. He runs in sixth. Let's go back to Montoya. He runs in fifth place. Every time I talk to Montoya, I'm impressed with the very real possibility that he has no idea how really good he is, fastest hands in the business, and how casually he takes all this, how easy it is for him to relax. Last night, here at the track after most of the people were gone. He had a little gas-powered radio control car that he was doing loops and spins with. He said he'd had it for about a week and was really having a good time with it. His handling there is almost as good as it is here.
I saw that car earlier in the weekend. I went back to talk to Jimmy Vasser, and he and Jimmy had been working on that car for several weeks. But as we ride along with Montoya, this is the least amount of opposite lock I've seen him drive all weekend long, trying to conserve tires, trying to be careful with the chassis. I'm a little concerned on the upshift, so you can hear the same sort of shudder that we heard earlier in the season when we were on board with Jimmy Vasser that ultimately led to a gearbox failure. Listen on the upshift here. You can hear just a little bit of shuddering as he changes up into that higher gear.
Of course, those kinds of problems have been telling for Montoya through the first 7 races when you consider the laps led, and yet all those laps led have produced a single victory in the Champ Car.
If you look at all the what-ifs, clearly because of a few freak things that have gone wrong, he'd have an enormous lead into the championship to this day.
And again, if they are going to make the fuel strategy to 2 stops, well, then the 75th lap is going to be the next mark. We're at the 63rd lap now, and most of our calculations show that at least the leaders, Castro Neves and De Ferran, may not be capable of making it to the 75th lap. Castro Neves, Gil De Ferran, Roberto Moreno, they lead at the Freightliner G.I. Joe's 200. We'll be right back. Coverage of the Freightliner G.I. Joe's 200 is being brought to you by CarParts.com. Everything for cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs. Mauricio Guzman, his day started bad and has gotten worse. He had to start way in the back, and now still in the cockpit, they have pushed him off the edge of the racetrack back alongside of Takuma Kurosawa's car. On the track, nothing has changed. It is Castro Neves followed by De Ferran. And Michael Andretti is working pretty hard on Montoya right now. He just closed in here.
You can see once again, excellent car positioning by Michael Andretti, just placing it right in the right side mirror of Montoya. Just a friendly reminder that he's there, looking for a chance to get by.
We mentioned at the start the potential changes in the points. Well, if they would finish up in the positions they're in right now, then Helio Castro Neves would move to the lead in the points fight. Roberto Moreno would move to third. De Ferran has come up into second. Pretty interesting move. Paul Tracy, who is sitting there at the top of the order, drop down, he's going to lose some positions.
You can see Michael having a look down the inside going into turn 10 there. Very dangerous place to pass, but that's not Michael's intention. Just trying to get Juan distracted, have him looking. And there he goes.
Down to the inside, very clean pass. Though you wonder why he takes that shot when he just got an L1. I'm assuming means that you're going to have to bring that thing in here shortly.
Well, the engineers always encourage the drivers to turn their quickest laps on the way in and on the way out to minimize the loss of pitting under the green. You assume that they're always driving as hard as they can anyway. It's just that little extra encouragement.
The 67th lap right now. And we're 8 away from the optimum stop for the final pit stop here.
We're getting a couple of calls over the radio for drivers that will be coming into the next lap or two, which ensures they'll have to do splash and goes unless there's a late yellow.
Garcia Jr. just made his stop. That's Tarso Marquez that is turning off into the pits in front of Michael now. Michael stays out. Castro Neves at the other end of the pit straight.
Helio had gotten the interval up to 2.3 seconds. It's now back down to 1.76 seconds over De Ferran and Moreno, Tamada and the rest.
Now there's De Ferran, he's right there. Oriol Servia hits the pits. He was in 8th. Remember, he was battling with Kenny Breck. PPI team gets it serviced, and they're away. Michael Andretti, we're anticipating the stop this lap for Michael.
Look at the gap he's pulled on Montoya in only 2 laps.
Watch your speed and check your PLC. This will be your new set of tires. Come on, get your box, Mike.
And of course, as Parker said, this stop, because it comes this early, unless there's a yellow, we'll see Michael Andretti back here on pit road. 13.4, you can see that the fuel in the vent hose released perfectly. That's something that Newman Haas, that's something this team has been working on hard, is getting those guys disconnected. Gary?
Riding into a perfect stop is Kenny Breck for his service. Something to keep in mind. Breck was 1 lap earlier than the Penske team last time. He was on the same lap as Montoya. So Montoya obviously is getting better mileage than Breck. He stays out. An 11-second stop basically for Kenny Breck.
We got a good example too as Serbia comes down alongside Breck as he comes off of the pit line. You saw that move too. Ray Hall team, they go for that starter motor. That's regardless of what the engine's doing. They want to have it in hand just in case that the engine would fail on him. It did not that time, and Kenny Breck went back into the fight. The stops should be coming up now for the leader in just a bit. As Jill DeFerrin comes in from second place, Elio Castroneves just crossed the 100 lap mark. 4 laps led in the past 2 races.
Jill DeFerrin getting Roger Penske in the background talking to DeFerrin. This time Castroneves does not pit on the same lap. This is a great stop at just over 9 seconds.
That's Montoya in. He was 4th. Clean away. I didn't see a reach for any of the tabs on the front wing for Montoya, did you?
Yep, they took a little bit of wing out of the front of Montoya's car. And he's going to do everything to keep Michael from going by here.
If anybody can do it, he can. He's amazing on cold tires, but in this case, Michael was a little more amazing.
You know what surprises me on that last round of stops is DeFerrin came in a lap earlier than he had on the first stop, and that means that he also got worse mileage considering the pace laps prior to the green flag and the yellow afterwards.
Now here's the leader, Elio Castroneves.
Tim Cindric calling the instructor.
Get me ready to go. Still short still there, so you're going to be right on.
Short field, no changes aerodynamically. Well, it's not as short as they thought. That's a 13.5-second stop.
Oh, Tracy's in trouble.
He's had some sort of suspension failure in the left rear there, Paul. The tire's still attached, but definitely a suspension failure of some type.
Well, that may put an end to Paul Tracy's day.
And there goes the championship points lead.
You know, here's what I don't understand. If you're on the 75th lap, or 72nd lap, you're stopping the leader, you're going to short fuel him so that you can stop him again. I mean, I know you have to fuel him, but apparently that's part of the game now.
Yeah, but this is the man here, Roberto Moreno. Remember, he came in the first time on lap 37. He was the only car with the initial round of pit stops that looked like he can make this a 2-stop race if it stays green. He has not pitted yet. He is getting phenomenal fuel mileage.
Lap and a half to go if he's going to make it to that magic 75th lap. But the Penske stops. DeFerrin actually came out in second place ahead of Castroneves. Then D'Amata, then Fittipaldi. He's going for it. He's going to run for the 75th.
They want to make sure that Moreno acknowledges this because you can't miss that instruction to come in.
Yeah, if he misses that one, they'll be refueling that thing on the course. Gary Gerald, Paul Tracy's finally made it back around.
Yeah, we watch now as he comes limping down pit road. Next to him, Dario Franchitti's team is laid out anticipating a regular stop. The wheel comes off for Paul Tracy, and obviously, man, 4 straight races now without scoring a championship point after being the leader here in recent events.
Franchitti will come in from 10th place when he heads for the pits. Sucking every gallon of fuel through that port engine now. Should be bringing a dry tank in. That's Roberto Moreno on the pit road.
Okay, clean pit. Clean pit. Nice and open.
Jan Vikas is there.
Yes, and he's made it to the 75th lap. Now he's got to get all the fuel in this car. That's the main concern here. Don't stop short when you're fueling it. The way you can tell when it's full of fuel.
There's no flow. Recock the fuel.
Oh, no. There's no flow on the fuel. This is going to take forever. Oh, they forgot to cock the fuel, or it got uncocked when they put it in.
5.
Wait for the fuel that you see it in the vent. Oh, that was very costly. Almost 20 seconds. Oh, that could be the win for Moreno.
DeFerrin did go by and picked up the lead of the race while they had that miscue in the Patrick pits.
Moreno's only prayer now, Paul, is a yellow flag doesn't come out, that he does not get a yellow flag, so that these guys have to stop before the end. And the only thing that DeFerrin and Castroneves and those in front of Moreno can hope for is that yellow, or to get some great fuel mileage, but I don't think they can possibly make it to the end.
And for the first time, Castroneves goes to second place and immediately comes under attack by Cristiano D'Amata and Christian Fittipaldi. DeFerrin runs alone in the lead now.
+9 on Elliott.
Now look up the track. You want to see this interval and this little fight come off the corner? There are the next 3. Cristiano D'Amata's having a great day. He's not in there where he can get around Castroneves yet, but he's close. And so is Fittipaldi. So now we got a change in the complexion of the race here. 76 are complete. There was the problem for Roberto Moreno. They had to recock the fueling nozzle to get it to flow. And that cost Roberto Moreno terribly. DeFerrin is now the leader. No changes in the Freightliner G.I. Joe's 200. It is still Gil DeFerrin that leads this race. Helio Castroneves is now a full 10 1/2 seconds back. And he is trying to hold off D'Amata, Fittipaldi, and in fact even Michael Andretti's starting to get into that fight. While at the same time back in 6th place sits Roberto Moreno with Montoya beginning to work on him.
So consider the fuel strategy at this point. Remember, DeFerrin last year was exactly in the same position. Do you sprint to go for the splash and go at the end, which I think is inevitable in DeFerrin's case? Because as far as I can tell, there are only 2 drivers on the lead lap that can make it to the end. And right now, that's Roberto Moreno and Dario Franchitti.
Paul Tracy is going to take a walloping in the points. He came in here the leader. He's going way down in the order, Gary.
Yeah, he's talking with Tony Sicali about what happened. They had an opportunity to get a quick word with him, and maybe we can get in here and get a word as well. Reconstructing what happened on the opening lap. Paul, there was something broken in the suspension. Was it a result of that first lap incident?
It was the left rear toe link. I think it was probably caused from the very first incident in the first corner. I got clipped by somebody and turned around backwards in the middle of the course. You know, and I think that did the damage to it because the steering was bent and cocked a little bit the opposite way, and just over time and bouncing over the curve on the back straightaway, I think it finally broke.
The tough luck continues now. For 3 races, you've been able to hang on to that points lead. It's going to be lost now.
Well, you know, we're just having a spell of bad luck, and we got to get it turned around and just keep doing what we're doing and try to get points the rest of the year.
And the next opportunity is next week at Cleveland, Jan.
Front wing
Yes, and Christian Fittipaldi.
It'll take a while here.
We're talking about front wing. They're going to add some to Christian's car. Got the front wing in, now waiting for the fuel. Boy, that's scary when you hear the revs come up, when you're not clear of those rear tires yet, but he waited till he got the go, go, go.
Fittipaldi in at 10th place. DeFerrin now a 12-second lead over second place Helio Castroneves. The more important number is he has 21 seconds over Roberto Moreno. Moreno should not have to stop, but everybody ahead of him, as Parker suggested, will have to stop. The worst thing that can happen to Moreno is a full course caution, but they have been driving a very clean race here.
As I said earlier, this is a repeat. On that lap, DeFerrin pulled out another second over Castroneves and the gang. We'll see what the interval is back to Moreno. He's just got his foot to the floor. He's pulled another second on Moreno as well. That interval now is 22 seconds. DeFerrin will have to pick. Castroneves, D'Amata, Andretti. Moreno will not. So DeFerrin has got it just full wrench, foot to the floor, trying to extend this interval as far as he can for that final splash and go.
And that's part of the Penske thinking, I'm sure. They short-filled DeFerrin, so he's a lighter car. He can go faster, but he can't go a whole lot further.
And if the yellow should come out, they've backed up this position with Castroneves.
13.6, plus 13.6. Good job, nice and smooth.
You can hear Roger giving Jill the interval back to his teammate Castroneves. Roger's got the field covered in strategy. He's going to win either way.
14.2, position 1.
He's pulled out another 7/10 on that lap.
Roger gives you a pretty good continuous update, doesn't he? Sounds like an air traffic controller.
Well, these are low-flying aircraft, that's for sure.
Ground-bound rockets, that's what they are. Well, you remember when Roberto Moreno came into the pits and spent an extraordinarily long time there. They were talking about recocking the nozzles so the fuel line would flow. Jan Bikas, you've got an update there.
Well, I do, Paul. Let's take a look at that nozzle. Before you start a pit stop, you cock the fuel nozzle. So you can take a look at it down here. You would cock it into position. Now, these are designed that if you ever get it askew or you bump it or something that might cause a fuel leakage, it will uncock itself and shut off the flow of fuel. Sometime before the fuel nozzle actually got into the car, this thing cocked over, stopped the fuel flow, nothing went in. Thankfully, they saw it on their telemetry. It was then recocked, but unfortunately, it made it a 20-second stop for Roberto Moreno.
Well, part of that design was to help prevent fires on refueling, so it's a good safety factor, but nevertheless, if you miss it, it can cost you a great deal of time. Tagliani, Montoya. This is a battle for 6th. Tagliani's closed up on there and is working Montoya. DeFerrin now holds a 24-second interval over Roberto Moreno and 15 seconds over second place Helio Castroneves. Our Toyota Spotlight takes a look at celebration. Jill DeFerrin, our current leader here last year. Dignified. Last week, Helio Castroneves, a little more excited, but it was, after all, his first win. Those are two of the possibilities. DeFerrin leads it. Castroneves is second, 18 seconds back from DeFerrin. The interval that we continue to watch is the man who will not have to stop again, Roberto Moreno. He's 26, almost 27 seconds back. And that's going to be really close when DeFerrin and Castroneves head for the pits for a refuel. The refuel itself should be fairly short, while the fuel is flowing a little bit slower because it's a gravity-fed tank. They're not going to have to flow nearly as much fuel, certainly not the 35 gallons that the tank can handle.
And DeFerrin's on fire. He's been pulling away between a second to a second and a half a lap. on his teammate Castroneves. Now, over Moreno, he's 28.27 seconds ahead. So in the last 5 laps, he's pulled out over 5 seconds over Roberto Moreno.
Getting faster, it means it's getting lighter. So when does he come into the pits? Only the Penske team knows exactly what they put into that tank and when they will have to stop him again. Castroneves, second place. DeMotta's right there, Gary.
Problems for Castroneves, Paul. He's reported problems with the gearbox. He thinks it's third gear. Don't know if he's lost it. Tim Cindric on the radio telling baby Elio, we got to bring this thing home.
How do you react to that one, baby?
Well, there are a few sections in the track where you can use fourth instead of third. You certainly can't use second.
Montoya's in trouble.
He's backed way off coming into the final corner here in turn 12. Watch him come into the pits, I expect.
Yep, heading for pit road. His teammate Jimmy Vasser out early. Now here comes Montoya. We'll watch him. There are no battles on the track right now. They're all lined up trying to figure out what they're going to do with this fuel strategy and how they're going to deal with Moreno. Gary Gerald.
Looking over the shoulder of Mike Hall. The wheel has come off the cockpit. That doesn't look good. Mike, what's the problem? We don't know. They don't know what the problem is. Even more frustrating. Obviously, it's all over for Juan Montoya.
Montoya's been forced to climb out of the cockpit.
Careful, tires on too. You're getting fresh tires.
Not too much for his satisfaction this year. Now they're starting to talk from the Penske pits. They're getting ready to stop. Gil de Ferran at 21 seconds over Castroneves. We expect both of the Penske cars to stop shortly at the Freightliner TI Joe's 200. Back at Portland International Raceway, waiting for the arrival of the Penske cars. Gil de Ferran, the leader of the race, makes his turn onto the pit road.
Nice and smooth. Watch your speed limiter. Reset your fuel. Speed limiter off when you get in the pit. Nice and smooth. Plan B. Nice and smooth.
Ooh, Plan B. I love that code stuff.
A good strategy. They pulled him in before he had to work his way through the lap cars.
Gary.
Boy, he responds to directions. It was nice and smooth. Revs up. Another great stop. 9.6 seconds.
That was a terrific stop, but look here. Here comes Moreno. I'm sure Moreno knows this is important. De Ferran's on cold tires. Castroneves has taken the lead. Moreno has got to get him.
De Ferran's got the upper hand here, though. He's on full fuel. Moreno's got to play conservative to make it to the end. And if he hasn't gotten it done now, it's not going to happen. Look at De Ferran starting to stretch already. Brilliant strategy by Roger Penske. We don't know if they had to come in that lap, but instead of having to work his way through that lap traffic, if you know you have to stop, you might take a chance of a yellow not coming out. Just get it done early. And as long as he got out in front of Moreno, his race is done now.
Castroneves has taken the lead. DeMotta to second and ready to third. John?
And Paul, the Patrick team was hoping so much that possibly Moreno could stay in front of De Ferran because they knew they had lost about 6 seconds in the pits. And you could see if they had not lost those 6 seconds, it would have been a totally different story right now.
Well, it's making a difference at this moment. You're absolutely right, Jan Beekes. The thing that amazes me is I would have thought that Moreno would have been able to charge a little bit harder on De Ferran, with De Ferran coming out of the pits on cold tires.
Well, the advantage they have today, or at least De Ferran does, is that the track temperature is 130 degrees plus. So in a sense, they're preheated. So it didn't take long at all for those tires to come right up to temperature. If it were an overcast 50-degree day, it may have been a very different story.
Castroneves, DeMotta, Andretti, first, second, third. They all have to stop. De Ferran does not. He just made it. Moreno, we know, doesn't. They're fourth and fifth. De Ferran has pulled out 8 seconds on Moreno.
1-2 DeMotta. 1-2 DeMotta.
with Juan Montoya. Do you know what happened, Juan?
Something broke in the engine, you know. It stopped rubbing, you know. I went out of the first corner, went to put the power in, just wouldn't rev. So when I stopped it here, it's making a noise, so something broke.
How good was this race car up to that point today?
Not very good. You know, we were struggling a lot with the car, but I think, you know, our strategy was to save fuel, and I did that. And we were looking really good for the end of the race to be able to run very rich. Now it's completely turned down, so I thought maybe at the end we could pick something, but, you know, after like half of the run, you know, tires were really bad and everything, so it was terrible.
How much did it hurt you not getting the two-day practice session while you were getting ready to run at Indianapolis?
Well, the results, you can see them, you know, it really had us.
Thank you.
Okay.
While he was getting ready for the Indianapolis 500, they did have a test available. Test available here, but they pointed out they were not able to make that test, and Montoya thinks it hurt him bad. Tagliani back up to the front. There is Castroneves. He's closing on Patrick Carpentier. Behind Castroneves, D'Amata and Andretti. They're beginning to fight one another. With all the top three right now with 92 laps, 112 complete. Top three are going to have to make a stop before the end of this day. So that fuel strategy has become part of the game, but it may not have grabbed everything it needed for Roberto Moreno. We'll be back. Back at Portland International, the Budweiser Hard Charger Awards still being contested with Cristiano D'Amata, who currently runs second with the most points at this point, ahead of Garcia Jr., Michel Jourdain, and surprisingly Paul Tracy. Castroneves, D'Amata, and Andretti. 1, 2, 3. There they are. They all have to make a pit stop. Now, it's not going to be much of a pit stop. It's a splash of the fuel. But in fourth place, with Moreno not far behind him, is Gilles de Ferran. Fourth place is only 4 seconds behind the leader. What might make a difference would be a full course caution before the end of the race, and it doesn't seem likely.
And if they're playing their fuel strategies out the way they did the first stops, Michael Andretti will be the first of this group to come in, followed by Cristiano D'Amata. And then finally, Castroneves.
Alex Tagliani had a pretty good race going, but then Jan, he had a problem in the pits. Here comes Michael.
This should be fuel only. No tires were even set out for Michael. .7 seconds. All they needed was fuel. And that's a lot of time on pit road with this speed limit.
Yeah, it's going to bring him out at least down 5th or 6th without any question. D'Amata's still hanging on the back end of Castroneves. Moreno with that. Follows de Ferran forward. De Ferran third. Moreno fourth. And Moreno has whittled a little bit of time off of Gilles de Ferran. Now about a 3-second interval between de Ferran and Moreno.
We can pass them if we can.
There's an opportunity for D'Amata. And there's de Ferran. That shows you how close he is to the lead. Running in third now.
And if you know you have to make a splash and go, you're going to turn the fuel up here. Try to use the traffic in front of you, hopefully to hinder Castroneves. If you're Cristiano D'Amata, you want to try to get in front of him so that you have the advantage coming out of the pits for track position.
Another break for de Ferran on the last lap. Moreno must have gotten caught behind somebody because he's dropped 5.5 seconds back from de Ferran. Barely in view. is going to take D'Amata another lap. Look up track there. There's Moreno. That's the distance that will become the battle for first and second.
Even though DeFerrin's running more fuel at this point to get to the end with that fresh set of tires, it's making up enormous ground on Cristiano D'Amata and on his teammate. He knows all he has to do is keep this interval behind Moreno. He wants to, if possible, work through this traffic if he can to get by D'Amata and his teammate, try to put a little space between he and Roberto Moreno. I was actually surprised that Michael came in so early. We should have been able to go well over lap 100 before the pit stop. I don't expect Cristiano or Cash Neves in for a number of laps. At least 3 laps at this point.
Leaders completing the 98th lap now. Barron may take a shot at D'Amata before this lap is over.
I think he will. He gets an opportunity again if he can get him set up coming off that last corner down this straightaway. He'd like to get some breathing room between he and Moreno.
That's Carpentier just ahead. He's the last car on the lead lap, running 10th. And to his credit, Adrian Fernandez, despite his problem on the first lap, kept the car out in competition. He's a lap off the lead still, but that moved him into 13th. Senti Nakano driving for Derek Walker. He's in 12th right now. And a lap behind.
Boy, nice corner exit there by D'Amata. I thought for sure DeFerrin would try to suck up right behind him, but he couldn't do it. D'Amata got off that last corner very, very well.
Now 98 of the 112 are complete. Helio Castroneves is the leader. It's Honda, Toyota, Honda, and then a whole string of Fords. We'll be back. Back at the Freightliner G.I. Joe's 200, Portland International Raceway, the Pacific Northwest. Here comes Cristiano D'Amata.
Yes, and he doesn't have to worry too much about the speed limit on the way in because he's only in the second occupied pit. They decide to go for tires and for fuel. 8.4 seconds, that's pretty quick considering he got 4 tires.
Tires and fuel at 8.4 is more than quick. That's hot. Nonetheless, it's going to cost him greatly. Just because of the slow run in and out of the pit. There's the leader, Castroneves. DeFerrin's 1 second behind him.
On the last round of stops, Castroneves was able to go 2 more laps farther than Cristiano D'Amata. Considering the fuel strategy, he's got to be in either this lap or the following lap.
Now, you do have to think about that potential complaint that came out of the Penske team, a possibility of a problem within the gearbox. Moreno is 2 seconds back from DeFerrin now. There he is. There's DeFerrin just ahead of him, right behind Castroneves. Still have 11 laps to go. That's a long way. Moreno's not totally out of this game yet. In fact, not nearly out of this game.
The disadvantage Moreno's got, he's got more laps on his tires. The heat of the afternoon, this track becomes very, very slippery in the later stages of the race.
Gary Gerald?
Well, remember in the past, usually on a timed pit stop, a crew member on the near side of the wall would use a stick to tap on the shoulder or the hip of the fueler when it was time to pull. The Penske team, as we showed you in our pre-race show at Detroit a week ago, has incorporated these LED lights. JT Horn is the fueler for Helio Castroneves. When they have hit a little button, when they know they've got the prescribed amount of fuel on, there'll be a flash of red here. He'll know to disengage and pull back. We're expecting to see Castroneves in about 4 laps here on pit road for that splash and go. And we're all wondering how much it's going to cost him in terms of track position.
Hey, thanks, Gary. I love that techie stuff.
I just think you'd want to wear safety glasses if you had those things so close to your eyes.
And we've gone from that famous stick now down to LEDs.
Stick with the light, basically.
They'll hold off to Farron, but same token, there's really no need for the Farron to try to get past him. He knows his teammates headed for the pit shortly. Moreno, about a second and a half back.
And you'd wonder right now if they'd ask Elio just to move over, if he's got to come into the pits anyway. And you might be slowing your teammate down. Would you just breathe the throttle a little bit and let him through so he can get some distance on Roberto Moreno?
Okay, 3 more laps. It's okay to let him go if you need to.
In fact, that might be a pretty good strategy, wouldn't it be? Let the Farron get around there. Well, Moreno is right there.
Tim Cindric talking to Helio Castroneves, suggesting that very strategy. Little subtle hints there. Your teammates racing for Moreno, which will be for the win, if you know what I mean.
You're looking down from our Honda Helicam, which gives us some great coverage from above the track. Wonderful perspective of the intervals. 103 complete. Going through here last time, wasn't sure. I thought I saw a puff of something at the back of Moreno's car. It didn't repeat itself.
Well, the bumps down in turn 12 sometimes, depending if the driver alters his line just a little bit, will bottom the back of the car in particular. You'll see some dust coming off the skid plates at the back of the car.
The Farron looks, decides no. Moreno is right there.
And you could see Gilles that time making his own suggestion to Helio that maybe he should let him by. Because now look what's happened. Moreno's right on the back of DeFerrin. Castroneves is going to come in the next couple of laps. And the race for the lead is right there between DeFerrin and Moreno.
And both of them are going to have to deal with some slower cars ahead of them, probably in the last 3 laps of the run.
You should be seeing Castroneves duck in here.
I looked again, still no repeat of that display. There goes Castroneves. And so DeFerrin will take over the lead. Gary Gerald.
Well, we told you about the LEDs, but the backup stick is there just in case.
All the way down here, it's going to be really fast.
Pat Haza, the vet man, JT Horney is the fueler. You heard Tim Cindric. It's going to be very fast. Here he is. Oh, man. 3.5 seconds gone.
LEDs notwithstanding, I saw the stick.
Michael Zamata right behind you.
The DeFerrin picked up the lead. Moreno is right behind him. Third place is now Fittipaldi, but he's 10 seconds back from the leader with Castroneves now going to be coming out to try and work on Fittipaldi. So the stop should now be complete for everyone. The battle will be between Gilles DeFerrin and Roberto Moreno. 105 complete. No pressure on the Penske team when they had to make that last stop. We'll be back with a finish after this. Welcome back to the Freightliner G.I. Joe's 200 in the closing laps now. 107 complete. DeFerrin the leader. Moreno trying to catch him. DeFerrin knows he's there and trying to pull away. But they're going to have Pat Carpentier just ahead of them. Carpentier's good. He'll know that they're there. And no doubt let both of them by already. They're given the advisory flags at the corner stations. Then just ahead past Carpentier would be Franchitti. Back a little further, Helio Castroneves, Scott Andretti, DeMott, and Breck all battling together.
You see Kenny Breck side to side trying to get DeMott distracted coming into turn 10. Look at Kenny Breck now. The shell car.
Moreno is not challenging DeFerrin yet.
Keep in mind in this battle, Castroneves, double running his set of tires. Michael Andretti double running his set of tires. Oh! It's like Garcia. Hey, pal, we're coming through.
Luis Garcia Jr. Tap puff of smoke there. He's still got some fast guys. Here comes D'Amata. He's around. Watch out for Kenny Breck. Now they're all clear.
D'Amata, though, on a fresh set of tires. And we don't know about Kenny Breck, but we'll find that out.
Moreno now closing in once again. Patrick Carpentier, the car just ahead. Tagliani, the one behind. There's the battle for the lead. 109 complete. 3 to go. Thus far this year, 7 different winners in 7 different races. If Farron would be a repeat, Moreno might not be. I think I saw the smoke at the back of Moreno's car again. Always, as he gets out of it, coming down that short straight.
Position 7, 2 to go, 2 to go.
Not position on the track, position on the fuel gauge, right?
Yeah, position on the fuel. We saw DeFerrin just lock it up there, trying to avoid Carpentier.
Pat Patrick, the owner of Moreno's car.
Keep in mind here. A little commentary on driving styles there. Keep in mind, DeFerrin on fresh tires. He's got fuel. They've cranked up the fuel now. Moreno still having to be careful with fuel and tires, driving a great race, matching pace with DeFerrin. DeFerrin's frustration, you heard it a little bit there over the radio with Carpentier. There he gets by. Now Moreno's got to get it done as well, coming down into turn 10. He can't let Gilles slip by.
There's that spray again. Moreno has to get around Carpentier. DeFerrin's now pulling away. This is the wrong time to have this happen. Moreno's desperately got to move to the inside. That spray is still there.
Yeah, and that's not a bottoming problem. That's definitely some sort of mechanical problem on the overrun when he lifts off the throttle.
1 lap to go. Moreno is caught. Oh. He is caught behind Carpentier. Carpentier smokes the tire going into the corner.
And how frustrating. Carpentier's a lap down. He's out of this battle. There are going to be some words here after the race.
There's already been some words because these two guys are pitted next to each other.
Patrick just needs to get out of the way, but I'm afraid it's too late for Roberto Moreno.
Can't possibly matter now. Roberto Moreno had his shot. He couldn't get it done. He tried to do it. When DeFerrin came out of the pits, he couldn't do it there. He closed, and they got caught up in traffic. This is the final lap. Gilles DeFerrin scored the 100th for Penske. This will be the 102nd for Gilles. His 5th career win in a very clean race at Portland International. The twin checkered flag.
Good job.
And Gilles DeFerrin takes the win. Moreno comes across in second. Andretti, D'Amata, and Breck may be close coming to the line. 3rd time in his career that Moreno has finished second. Yeah, there they are. This is a battle for 5th. See where this baby goes.
Castroneves
slowing down. Castroneves slows down. Wow. On the pit straight on the final lap. Gary Gerald.
And he comes to a stop. Roger, I don't know. You're keeping track of Gilles. Did Elio run out of fuel, do you think?
I guess he did, but he came by the line, which just a great race for both guys. We decided to conserve our fuel at the beginning, but then we saw we were going nowhere, so we came in, short-stopped it, and were able to turn it up and go, and it gave us the margin we needed. But then at the end, they were a little disappointed with the cars a lap down, but again, that's racing. Gilles was a little concerned.
3 wins in the last 4. This is like the old days with Team Penske. How satisfied must you feel?
Well, it's the people. I said it before. It's our sponsors and the team and everyone that's supported us over the last 3 or 4 years. This is just a great day. Hope we got more of this. This gives Gilles a real good chance in the points because Tracy fell out. So, again, we got to work on next week.
Congratulations.
He may have crossed the line, but slowing down cost him. Castro Neves finished 7th. DeFerrin, Moreno, Fittipaldi, the top 3, and it's the first time ever that Brazilians have swept the podium in the entire history of kart. We'll be back. You watched DeFerrin and Moreno battle the margin of victory at 2.6 seconds. It looked like Moreno was cooking the engine pretty good as he came around on the final lap. Look at 3rd, Christian Fittipaldi. He was as far back as 19th early in the race. Castro Neves picks up the extra point for both the pole position and for the most laps led. There are the unofficial results. The winner, Gil DeFerrin. Second time this year, Gary.
It's becoming a habit. Here's our first 2-time winner, and this pesky team is on a roll. What was your biggest concern today? Because the fuel strategies, for a while, we thought maybe it was split between you and your teammate. Was it?
Well, I tell you, Roger called a fantastic race. To be honest, I mean, the beginning of the race, I had quite a bit of oversteer in the car, so I kind of took it easy, trying to save fuel on the tires. Then he made a change in the first stop. The car became better. And then on the second stop, the car was just fantastic. And, you know, when Roger told me to go to a mixture that I won't tell which one it is, I knew what I had to do. So from there on, it was, you know, fast seems to be the word, doesn't it? I mean, I had put my head down, just went as fast as I could. And I tell you, I couldn't be happy.
Tell me about those last laps with the traffic, because you were very unhappy. What was the big concern?
That was totally unprofessional. I mean, I was fighting for the race with Moreno, you know, and you know, if people were about to be lapped with 5 laps to go, really, they have nowhere to go but get in the way. So, but
did you have a close call?
I had one close call, like 2 laps to go into the first corner here. I thought he was letting me by, but I guess he wasn't.
Big help in the championship points now. That's probably the biggest reason for the smile. And look at the hardware that's coming in here as well. Being delivered, complete with roses in the Rose Festival. First place driver, yeah, podium 4 out of the last 5 years at Portland. Congratulations.
Thank you, it's fantastic.
Great job. Jan?
And Roberto Moreno is still in his car, not because he wants to, but because the steering wheel here will not come off. They've had 3 or 4 crew members yanking on this thing, beating on it. And Moreno, it looks like you might be driving this car home, but not bad for a day's run, 2nd spot.
No problem. The season here is like my home. It's fantastic. The Vision guys did a great job again. Good fuel consumption, took us to the podium. I'll stay here as long as it's necessary. I just grabbed so hard to the steering wheel, it doesn't want to come out anymore.
I've got to give you the good news that you are now the championship point leader, and that's got to just give you great satisfaction.
It's fantastic, and all thanks to the Vision crew, Pat Patrick, Jim McGee, Ed Knopfman, and John Ward. Even Adrian has helped a lot. We are growing as a team because of a good relationship between all of us, and we intend to keep doing that way. And thank you very much for everybody that supported me to get to this position.
Well, congratulations, and he'll have plenty of time in this car to think about it. They're trying to physically unscrew the steering wheel to get him out. Again, even though he's a small guy, you cannot get your legs out until that steering wheel comes off.
Yeah, all those high-priced and skilled people he mentioned, you can't get them out of the car. Thereafter, the 8 of 20 races, this is the way the points look.
Roberto Moreno from Super Sub to points leader. What a great story. Fantastic. And Gil DeFerrin, different team, same strategy, same result, a win at Portland.
They're going to toss it in the air. Roberto Moreno finishes 2nd behind DeFerrin. We'll be back. Back at Portland International Raceway, the race is won, a good one. Gil DeFerrin has taken the lead. We go to Gary.
Helio Castro Neves has had some time to try to compose his thoughts. How disappointing is this to have that run out of fuel and lose those precious spots right at the end?
Oh, Gary, it's really bad, you know. Hold on.
He's having a hard time trying to compose himself. The disappointment in Paul just oozing out of every pore of his body, and there's no doubt about that. He drove his heart out. What a gallant effort to try to make it 2 in a row. We'll let him try to compose himself here, and we'll check in with Jan.
Yes, and we'll check in with Christian Fittipaldi. I know you had that lockup early in the race, got some flat-spotted tires. Was that a big detriment for you?
Well, I guess it was. Anyone that watched the race saw that I was falling like from 1 to 2 seconds in the beginning of the race. I had to pit early because I flat spotted both of my tires. I wanted to get by Moreno to follow both Penske's because I thought that the Penske's were going to be very strong in the race, and I wanted to make sure that I would go into the first turn right behind him, and unfortunately I tried a little bit too hard. I braked too late. I locked up. It was entirely my mistake, and maybe the mistake in the very beginning cost me the race today.
Of course, the good news is he is on the podium, guys.
And a good run gets him up to third position. Our final Toyota Spotlight looks at the race that we have just won. Now, just 1 week, we're going to be in Cleveland at the Burke Lakefront Airport for the Marconi Grand Prix of Cleveland. Join us there. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of Go Network, go.com. We'll see you 1 week in Cleveland. It rocks.
Watching Indy?
Oh my God, I've never got so fast.
My heart is beating out of my chest.
The man with the target on his back.
Who can catch the fastest racer on Earth?
Alex Palou is simply waxing the field right now.
We're just scratching the surface of this guy's talent.
Untouchable, undeniable, inevitable, Alex Palou.
Alex Palou's legendary season rolls on as he eyes an historic three-peat and looks to move one step closer to the single-season wins record in Portland. August 10th on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
There's nothing like feeling welcome, and the fans' response to the IndyCar drivers and teams and everybody has been thank you for bringing IndyCar racing back to the Pacific Northwest. As well, we welcome you to the second to last event of this 2018 season. It's Verizon IndyCar Series racing from Portland International Raceway. Time now to go trackside for the command.
Portland race fans, are you ready? It's time for those most famous words in all of sports. Please welcome head coach for your Portland Trail Blazers, Terry Stotts, to give the command.
Drivers, start your engines. About time to go. 2 to go for the championship. Scott Dixon is documented, starts back in 11th. This is Alexander Rossi, his closest contender, starting in the second row. Big key for both is some blockers. Now, they won't be actually blocking, but the Andretti teammates right behind, and then Marco Andretti is right in front. So 3 Andrettis between Scott Dixon to try to get up to Alexander Rossi, Jan.
And Kevin, they're just about to tackle one of the trickiest starts of the season. You approach here at 175 miles an hour and then get it down to 50. When you slam on the brakes, that starts the accordion effect. Now think of Scott Dixon. He's buried in the middle of the field and you sit low. Look at this perspective. You only see a row or 2 ahead. Now, they do have spotters up in the grandstands, but for Scott Dixon, he is going to have to play this on his own because things happen too fast. Now, my assignment, to stay here for the next 2 laps. Well, behind the barrier, this will be one of the best seats in the house.
Oh, that's a fantastic view, Jan. Absolutely fantastic. And it's flat, and it doesn't look all that scary, but that is the hot spot on this just under 2-mile Portland International Raceway. And speaking of this track, let's take a closer look with Townsend Bell and Paul Tracy. Take it away, guys.
Well, Portland is a beautiful place to race. It's flowy, it's got a high-speed straightaway with a heavy brake zone, as Jan just talked about. A great place to make moves, and an even better place to make problems and make disaster happen. We'll be watching that closely here in just a few minutes. Now, this is a great part of the track, Paul. 9 and 10, very fast chicane that you've got to get through, and 12 is important for next.
Yeah, most important corner on the track is 11, 12. You've got to get the power down one time and get down that drag strip.
We had a chance to go for a lap and look at the new configuration in 6 and 7.
All right, Paul, great to be back here in Portland. Here we are going into the festival chicane, all over those curves. Taking as much as they'll give us. This section right here is all flow. This was my worst section that I did not like on this track. I could never get this triple right-hander right. I always had a lot of understeer and just lack grip. And these guys are really hustling these cars around here this year. Here's the new corner that's super wide that leads onto the back straightaway. Huge braking opportunity for these guys to sneak it down the inside on a hot lap or a qualifying lap. And I'll tell you what, the curbs are totally different now from the last time I was here. As we come up to the fast chicane back here, you cannot ride all over the curves. You just drop wheels in the dirt.
and the track has been really, really dirty down here, Townsend, so just be careful.
Let's see what we can get away with here. We saw Bourdais lose it in practice, late on the brakes, eyes up, gonna take some, whoa! Trying to gather it up. Now this is the key right here. You gotta nurse it down to the apex and one time on the throttle for the exit to get a good run down the front straightaway. I could do this all day long.
And it's going at a slightly different speed to what we see the IndyCars, the 25, yes, it's a packed grid, 25 IndyCars here today, as we want to show you where your favorite driver is lining up, but we need to make that key point again. Will Power, 4th pole of the year, but more importantly, 54th pole of his career. He is the 2nd best pole sitter of all time.
He is freaky fast, and there are so many guys in these first 6 rows that have a chance. Look at Scott Dixon. What kind of decisions will he make in the first corner of the first lap?
You see Marco Andretti, the winner of What You Cookin' right there. He's looking to move forward. He's had a great weekend. And the rookie, Santino Ferrucci, he's been quick all weekend, so watch out for him.
Comes over from European F2 racing back home, the youngster from Connecticut, looking a little further back, and it's been a troublesome weekend to say the least for car 22, row 11, Simon Pagenaud. Frustrated is an understatement. And as we go back to Charlie Kimball in the Carlin entry, we'll be looking to work his way through. It's going to be a tough day for the Californian. Want to walk you through and show you a little preview of what we're going to bring you today. The championship leader, Scott Dixon, courtesy of PNC Bank, will give us this view. And Scott has raced here before, so too is this man, Graham Rahal, has the one Cure on board in the Rahal Letterman Lanigan Honda. How about James Hinchcliffe? He said he was immensely proud of the team doing a great job with the car. He had limited laps and qualified 7th. That's the Lucas Oil view. Zach Veach has been a highlighted driver this weekend. Shows a lot of bravery and a lot of speed. That's the Group 1001 on board car 26 for Andretti Autosport. And his teammate is Alexander Rossi carrying the Verizon camera. There is the Verizon streaming camera. And that is, of course, on board the man with a clear view ahead, all but the pace car, and that is Will Power. He's carrying the Verizon streaming camera, and you can go inside IndyCar all season long by downloading IndyCar Mobile exclusively from Verizon, America's best streaming network. And we want to say happy Labor Day weekend. There has been some hard labor going on here this weekend, especially with Sebastian Bourdais. Check out this. This was in practice 3. He had just set the fastest time, and then this.
It's a savage crash in their tires. They had a damaged gearbox, floor, under tray, side pod, suspension, and they worked their butts off to get it out in qualifying.
And then Seb wanted to say a big thank you to his team for the incredible work that they did to get him back out there and then qualify on the 2nd row of the grid. How about working hard is Tony Kanaan. Today is TK's 299th consecutive start, and to finish the season off in 2 weeks at Sonoma, it will be his 300th, of course. Now, a labour of love goes to not only Tony, but his wife Lauren, who gave birth to their beautiful daughter Nina, and that is the Kanaan's 4th child, which is fantastic. Hats off and a great job, we should say, to this crowd here in Portland, Oregon, and an amazing response and welcoming feel here in the sunny Pacific Northwest. Try not to laugh when I say that, but it has been beautiful weather here recently. It is again an all-team Penske front row. Will Power on the pole. Championship contender and challenger Josef Newgarden on the outside. Remember the festival curves. IndyCar racing is back in the Pacific Northwest. Great start, Alexander Rossi. He's already up to 2nd. Here comes Hunter Ray in the yellow car. So the Andretti boys are trying to get through. Will everybody get through is the question to be answered.
What a jump by Power. Pagenaud having trouble in the back. Guys are bailing through the chicane. Where will they come out?
Oh, no!
Dixon. That's no good.
Dixon's in the middle of that.
Car upside down. Andretti, I think.
Scott Dixon is in the middle of that mess. No, it's not. It's Ed Jones. No, Dixon is. He's off to the side. Oh, no.
That car that came, I think, filing out of the chicane where he took the bail off, caused that a stack up on everybody. We'll get an overhead view of that again, and a good view, but I think the cars that took the bailout, Townsend, just came out into traffic and just caused a melee.
I think that's Marco Andretti.
It is upside down. It is. Dixon kept his car running. He's now got it in reverse, trying to get it going as they try to turn over Marco Andretti to get him out.
He's going to come around the other nose of the car if he can. Oh, no,
I don't know if he can squeeze between those two.
Graham Rahal is the other car.
There he goes.
Dixon's going.
He won't lose a lap. What a man he is.
Nice to see Marco moving in the cockpit there.
And the AMR safety team doing an amazing job just to bring that car down gently. So Ed Jones, Marco Andretti, Graham Rahal, and all drivers giving the thumbs up. And what a lucky escape.
How about Scott Dixon? How does he keep his car running? And we'll have to see if there's any damage. That's a great sign. Look at this, Dixon with minimal damage. That is a huge, huge break for Scott Dixon.
This could be the defining moment in the championship. They say you never count Scott Dixon out. Time and again, he qualifies outside the top 10 and races to a podium. And he's in the middle of one of the biggest crashes and messes you've ever seen and drives out of it.
And the only one that came out of it with the ability to continue. You see several cars take the exit. Dixon's on the outside in the back there, nowhere to go.
Oh. Andretti went right over the top of James Hinchcliffe.
I want to see how this started, Paul.
Yeah, I think Hinchcliffe lost it in front of the field. He got loose coming out of that kink and lost it, and then everybody just piled right into the back of him. It's single lane as you come out. But look at this. Here's an in-car. We'll get a good view here.
On board Dixon.
Comes out on the power. Can't even see so much. How does he not hit anybody?
Unbelievable. Still curious what kicked this off.
This is Hinchcliffe, and we think this is the car that went sideways that was the catalyst for
Still
it.
out there. All right, you're clear through.
It's got Zach Veach. Veach is squeezing him.
He was all over the curb and just tried to ride the curb out. Look at Marco's car goes over the top, but he tried to ride up on that curb. Veach was ahead and had the line, and he tried to go too wide with him over the curb, and it wasn't working.
View from Graham Rahal's car. Have a listen. Oh, wow. In the middle of an Arizona sandstorm like. Watch Andretti. Backwards and up and over.
He was flying flat, and then his car basically did a little kick off of the roll bar of Hinch, and that's what turned him upside down. See the camera.
Bent suspension on the back, so he's done. Roll bar is broken. They won't allow the car to run even if they fix it with the roll bar broken.
Oh, well, we did flag it to say the festival curves are a hot spot here. Now, if you look at the points as they run right now, for the first time in some 8 races, there would be a new championship leader, but we're only just getting going, and this is what caused this unbelievable wreck. You're watching NBCSN's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by United Rentals, official equipment rental services provider of IndyCar and proud sponsor of Graham Rahal. By Coca-Cola, taste the feeling. And by Honda, an official vehicle of the Verizon IndyCar Series. As we welcome you back to Portland International Raceway, running behind the safety car, the pace car, under yellow here after the most extraordinary crash you have seen on the opening lap. And our man there, if you look down inside turn 1, Jan Beekers, who gave his pre-race report. You had a front row seat there, mate, to that one.
I did. Well, I had a front row seat, first of all, as they file through here behind the pace car. But the incident actually happened. They were well behaved here. You saw the 3 cars that took avoiding action and went through the cut through. But the problem was the exit of the festival chicane. That is obviously where you can go and build more of those positions. And that was some hard fought dueling at the exit of this complex. Boy, that was a hairy-looking wreck from where I was standing. Thankfully, Katie, everyone was okay.
And that includes Marco Andretti. I'm standing here next to him, and he's got dirt all down the back of his neck. Marco, first of all, are you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm good. I was really lucky that when my head was on the ground that nobody else hit me, because that would have been bad. But, yeah, it looked like the seas were about to part for me, and as soon as I backed off for Hinch's spin, I think Graham got into the back of me, so at least that's what we discussed, because he didn't see Hinch spin and I did, so I kind of, when I backed off, he got into me. But I almost thought we were going to make it through Portland turn 1, which we did. It was turn 2 though.
It's certainly good to see that everybody's okay, Kevin.
Well, Scott Dixon came in and just pitted. Despite all of that, what appeared to be contact, it was lost in the dust. No damage to the car other than the radio antenna is missing, so they're struggling with communication. They can only hear him in certain sections, so they came in, topped off, changed to primary black tires, so Dixon still has a fight in this race. Will Power is the leader under caution for Portland.
Gorgeous day here in Portland as we get ready to really start the race for real, so to speak, after this incident. James Hinchcliffe and Zach Veach were fighting over the same piece of territory. Around goes James Hinchcliffe in his Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports car. Marco Andretti goes around and over. And in the middle of that massive dust cloud, championship leader Scott Dixon, he's alongside his teammate Ed Jones in that very wounded NTT Data car. Jones is out. Dixon is still in. Extraordinary scenes here at Portland International Raceway. That's the damage after the contact between Zach Veach and James Hinchcliffe. All right, ready to go back racing here. And Will Power will see the green first onto the main straight. And let's hope everybody gets through the festival curves cleanly. Jordan King with a move on fellow British driver Jack Harvey. Inside at turn one, cleanly done.
A lot of damage to the under tray and floor of Zach Veach's car. We'll see how he handles, but guys get through here clean. There's Pagano starting way in the back. He's got to move forward, but watch out. Dixon's not out of this till the checkered flag drops, so tune in.
Dixon is running back in 20th position. Let's take a ride.
Charlie Kimball in front of Dixon. Let's see what he does here. They've reconfigured the track now. This is brand new. It opens up. Does he dive in?
Oh, no, with Power. Power had an issue. It might have gone off the track, and he has just lost tons of places, 10, 12 places.
Is he back to speed? He is back to speed.
I think he's got some kind of a driveline issue because
Alexander Rossi is now in the lead. And look at this. He gets in, and something just shuts off, and it's dead stick.
This is a perfect day for Alexander Rossi. Listen. Gearbox. That's either a GCU.
It's in a false neutral.
Look at how fast he is on the full recycle switch. He got it going. It might have been a gearbox control unit, but for Alexander Rossi right now, a 14-point lead in the championship as they run, chased by his teammate, or in this case, protected by his teammates.
Protected by his teammates. He's got Veach still there with the wounded floor. Hunter Ray needs a good result, so he's going to just play the game here. But now you're looking at the fuel mileage master leading on the West Coast.
And Josef Newgarden is running in third. Keep an eye out, too, for Jordan King and Jack Harvey running in fifth and sixth. But time now to hear from a driver who is out of this race, Ed Jones with Robin Miller.
Good news, Lee. Ed Jones is okay, but he had a close call. Look at this helmet. Ed, just talk us through what you think happened.
Yeah, you know, obviously in the big crash there, it looked like Veach and Hinch were side by side in turn two, and Veach just turned into Hinch like no one was there, gave him no room, and caused a huge shunt. So super frustrating. You know, I had nowhere to go. I hit Hinch, and then a car flew over me, and I think it just clipped my head. But you know, lucky no one was injured seriously. Obviously, Marco was upside down. Super frustrating because we had a strong car yesterday. I thought we could be up there in the race today. Yeah, that's just the way it is, but yeah.
We're glad you're all right. Jan?
And for Graham Rahal, he's anxious to see replays because there was so much dust, I imagine you couldn't really see what was happening in front.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't see anything. Obviously, I'm super disappointed for One Kier and all the effort they put in. You know, and we were hoping for a really strong day, but yeah, I don't know what happened in front of us, but it was a cluster, and you know, clearly disappointed. We made it through turn 1 and 2. I thought, hey, clear sailing here. And all of a sudden, bam. So, you know, disappointed. But, yeah, obviously, show me a replay, but out of the back of my car. So that doesn't do me any good. But, you know, it sure looked, from what I'm told, from what I hear, you know, it sounds like Veach just put Hinch up on the curb, which is pretty unfair, as you could see Dixie doing behind us. You know, you can run too wide through there, no problem. So I'm disappointed. You know, a lot of guys driving very aggressively, which is okay, but got to give each other a little bit of room. But like I said, just frustrated, you know, for everybody. Oh yeah, Veach, I mean, come on now, give him some room. There's no room there at all. So it's just wrong. And then the officials take no action, which is very typical for our officiating crew, but very disappointing.
Right. Thank you, Graham. So a very clear view there, even though his view was obstructed for Graham Rahal. Updating you, Scott Dixon is running 18th. Will Power back to speed. He's running at 11th.
Calling out the officials, Towns. It kind of sounds like PT back in the day, but that was like a racing deal. Those guys were racing hard, but first lap, cold tires. What do you think?
Well, I think everybody's climbing on Veach there, but I'm not sure Veach would have known Hinch was coming up on the outside rear. I don't think that would have been intentional. Certainly that'd be high risk to try to force a guy over intentionally. So listen, unfortunate, two guys going for the same spot, maybe one not knowing the other's there. And for Veach, luckily he seems to have decent speed because there's pretty good damage to the right-hand side floor of Zach Veach's car.
Well, Rossi right now is looking like he's doing a mid-Ohio all over again. He's running faster laps than everybody, and he's saving fuel. He's out to a 3-second lead as his teammate here, Hunter Ray, is trying to hold off the series champion, Josef Newgarden. And there's Veach with the damaged floor.
And look who's behind Veach. It's the number 20 Fuzzy's Vodka Chevrolet of Jordan King, doing a super job. His first race here. He's on those red tires, the softer compound, doing the chasing, and he's hanging with Zach Veach. He's pulled away slightly from Jack Harvey.
Important to point out, you know, Hunter Ray on the blacks. He's the only one in the top 6 right now running black. So if the red tire is the tire of choice, then Hunter Ray could be in a sweet situation to close this race. If he's able to hold off these guys with Newgarden, Veach, and King, he's going to be sitting pretty.
Behind King is Jack Harvey for the Meyer Shank team. We go a few positions further back. This is Will Power in 11th as we take a ride. Jan, update us.
Yes, and while you take a ride, we can listen to some of the shifts. Will believes during radio communication, he thinks it's first gear. First gear obviously is one that you can avoid. He says he thinks that the trouble started to come when there was a start and restart. So at the moment, he seems to be keeping pace. We listen to those shifts, and if that's the case, first gear, of all gears that you could avoid, that's one of the work until it's time to make a pit stop.
And he's on full fuel save mode, just coasting into the corners. That's the only way, Townsend, that he's going to have a chance, is go on super save.
When he does that, it widens up the strategy. That's what we saw. There's Pietro Fittipaldi taking an early stop in the 19 car. We saw his teammate Sebastian Bourdais top up under the long yellow. So Dale Coyne getting clever early, as he often does with strategy with his two drivers.
Well, let's watch the throttle, listen to the sound here down the back straightaway, and you'll hear how you save fuel.
Here it comes.
Never touched the throttle through the chicane. He just glided all the way through and then downshifted for the last corner. You'll hear him here back out way early. He's got a little bit of run, so he might try for a pass.
He's on push to pass, so he's burning more gas right now, Paul. He's going to outbrake Gabby Chavez. Nicely played. Reminds me so much of Monza, turn 1 and 2 here. I mean,
he ran wide again. He had another problem with the gear coming off the corner. That's a first gear corner, so he came out of there and it wouldn't go again. And Gabby Chavez just went right back by him again. So he still has gearbox problems.
And he had to defend from Matthias Leist in AJ Foyt Racing colors. Got some radio for you from the Verizon Chevrolet from Will Power. Let's have a listen.
Just don't use first, just use second. Yeah, copy, that's what I'm doing. Do the best you can there, it's better to stay out using second, thanks.
That's the voice of Roger Penske.
So second gear, Townsend, off that corner is probably too long of a gear, and it just won't pull off the corner.
Well, especially with a turbo motor, as you know, you get too low in the revs on this thing, it's just going to bog. That might be what happened with Chavez, is that he had to get even slower to complete the pass and well down. Let's listen here. Yeah, look at how he loses off the corner, Paul. He lost 2 car lengths to Chavez just getting on the throttle there.
Meanwhile, up the front of the pack, Alexander Rossi. This man here in the Napa Honda boasts a 3.5-second lead for Andretti Autosport over his teammate Ryan Hunter-Reay. And then it's Josef Newgarden, but at the moment they're all chasing, as it stands right now, the new championship leader. Spectacular day here to go racing on IndyCar's return to Portland, mid-60s, and we are surrounded by natural beauty. About 16 miles north of Portland and the Columbia River there in the background. It is quite the scene, and Portland has certainly made the Verizon IndyCar Series feel welcome. As we say welcome back, Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, Paul Tracy with you as we go to pit lane. And Kevin Lee, what do you got, Kev?
Diff, there was at least one more car that took some damage at the start of this race. Up ahead just a little bit. Watch Sebastian Bourdais starting 4th. Obviously, he lost some spots right at the start of the race, and he had some damage to the front wing. So they came in on lap 4, changed the front wing, and then we also saw him come in and top off as well. So Bourdais is one of those thinking about a 2-stop strategy. I also know this, Scott Dixon is saving fuel, thinking about doing it on 2 stops, Katie.
And Kevin, that 26 of Zach Veach is going to need a lot of repairs when he comes in for his first pit stop. The team is calling for bare bond, sawzall, anything they can find to try to repair that under tray on this first pit stop. And Zach Veach just came over the radio and said, guys, I am just trying to hang on to salvage anything I can out of this race today.
Well, we got some guys, Townsend, as we see Hinchcliffe come out of the pits just in front of the field. These guys are trying to do a 2-stopper, but here's the angle of the crash with Hinch. He comes through the festival chicane. He's side by side with Veach.
All right, you're clear 3.
He's not side by side though.
Well, he's kind of at his side pot there. Veach turns in, he's on the curb, and then boom, it all starts.
At no point though was Veach ever side by side where he would know Hinch was there unless he had a spotter telling him.
Guys now are going off strategy. They're going to do a 3-stopper. We know Dixon is going to try to 2. We know, as we see Piggott leaving, we know that Bourdais is going to try to do a 2. And I will guarantee you that Rossi's going to do a 2 because he is the guy who's right now is the best at fuel mileage.
And Spencer Piggott coming in for that first stop. By the way, we were remiss to mention that both Ed Carpenter Racing Fuzzies Chevrolets were running well and truly in the top 6-7. Very good start for that team. Productive start over the first 20 laps of this race that was punctuated by that pretty wild crash on the opening lap. But this is Rossi. This is Alexander Rossi. There is no other driver carrying the hottest form into this second-to-last race like Rossi. 2 wins and a podium, 3 in a row. And I mean, his momentum right now, he is in the sweetest spot of his career. Talking about a guy who came out of the GP3 and GP2, now F2 ranks, and won races in both, but came and found his home back in his native America. Won that 100th running of the Indianapolis 500, but it kind of irked him that people said, well, you won it on fuel mileage. Well, he's proving to everybody, all of the doubters, that he can't just win fuel mileage races. He wins races on aggression and intelligence and everything you need to be a top-flight IndyCar driver.
I've never seen a guy, Townsend, that is able to just come with so much fire and so much aggression, but then like last week, shut it all off and stay calm and let cars go by and maintain a second-place finish.
But, Paul, that's not today. Listen here.
Good lap times. You gap in the field.
Rossi is going flat chat, Paul. You hear Rob Edwards give him the lap time updates. This is the difference. This is exactly your point. Last week, it was like he was whittling with his knife, a little stick. This week, he's going to kill the bear with that same knife. He has the wide spectrum of ability in the toolbox, and Alexander Rossi's in full kill mode today.
Let's have a listen to some Rossi radio. Here it is.
Keep pushing. We're going Long Beach style, but look after your tires.
And Long Beach style was from pole to victory lane, and he dominated that race.
And I think we'll see Rossi pitting probably around lap 31, 32. He's burning full fuel. He's definitely on a 3-stopper at this point.
I love the way Rod Edwards coaches Rossi through these races. How he's just calm and knows when to push the driver to tell him to go and when to go slow.
And there, you know, when you hear a guy on the stand talking, we looking at Max Chilton here, looking at his lap times. When you're a guy on the stand using terms like Long Beach mode. That tells you that they're...
Nice job, Max. Looking at 4 more laps.
4 more laps tells the pit stop for Chilton. Look at Gabby Chavez here. Just talking about chemistry. Gabby Chavez has that going with his engineer as well. It's this point in the season, Lee, that you really see things start to mesh.
And let's not forget the car that we were looking at, the Gallagher Chevrolet of Max Chilton. Now, it hasn't been the best weekend for the Carlin crew. However, Chilton is making up for it right now, doing a good job ahead of Chavez. Chilton's running in 6th. Here is the British driver, doing a really nice job. Spoke with Trevor Carlin, the team principal, a little earlier. It has been kind of, to use an Americanism, drinking from a fire hose this year for Carlin, and he said, I just need time to kind of, let's get all of our ducks in a row. There's a couple of key personnel that he's chasing in the paddock, and he said, I just need about 4 good months with the car, and we're going to be ready for that 2019 season. Chavez and the Harding Racing Group, they've done a nice job. Tell us more, Robin.
The most thing about Gabby is he's making the most of his situation, and I think the other thing you have to think about is what's going to happen next year with this team. Are they going to run 1 car, 2 cars, 3 cars? It hadn't been decided yet. So for Chavez, this is probably a little bit of it's a tough thing for him, because what he can't figure out right now is he going to be part of this team next year? He hopes he is. He started with them. He's never had really a lot of teammates and support. So the most important thing for him is get a good finish and keep plugging, because like Brian Herta said when he gave him his ride as a rookie, this kid's a hell of a race driver. We just need to get him a good teammate someday. And the schedule, we're going to talk about the schedule. Tuesday, the schedule comes out. We've been saying for the last couple of months that COTA's going to be on it. There's going to be 17 races, and I think everybody's not surprised it's going to be COTA. It's probably going to be late March, early April, and it's going to take the place of Phoenix, one of the great road courses in the country. And I think these cars will put on a hell of a show there.
And again, for those of you who aren't familiar, COTA is Circuit of the Americas, and the announcement will be made on Tuesday. Speaking of things upcoming to look forward to, Fernando Alonso didn't do quite so well in today's Italian Grand Prix. He will test an IndyCar at Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. And then Patricio O'Ward, who clinched the Indy Lights Championship yesterday, he will test an IndyCar at Sonoma on Thursday. So plenty of stuff coming up. Season isn't even over yet. There's still plenty going on.
Certainly plenty going on in this race right now, as Zach Veach really starting to draw closer to the number 1 car at Josef Newgarden.
I mentioned that O'Ward won the Indy Lights. You know what that feels like, T-Bell. How about Rinus VK winning the Pro Mazda Championship, and Kyle Kirkwood, the young Floridian, winning the USF 2000 Championship? He just about won every race on the calendar this year. There are some talented young guys coming up through the ranks.
Paul, you and I both come up through this ladder system. You're a Lights champion. I won the Lights champion. And here's another young driver trying to make his way in IndyCar. That is Santino Ferrucci, 20 years old, driving a 3rd car for Dale Coyne Racing this weekend out of Connecticut, making his 3rd IndyCar start, and he's shown some impressive pace so far.
Absolutely. He was really fast on Thursday and Friday, kind of didn't put it together in qualifying, but he avoided the drama at the start, and that's the first job. Katie, what's going on with TK?
Well, it's been a terrible season for TK, and even worse weekend. He qualified 24th on merit, but guys, he is up 12 positions so far, but a long stop for him there.
Well, that crash, that Lap 1 crash, not only took out Marco Andretti, Ed Jones, Graham Rahal, and put James Hinchcliffe many, many laps down, but it sort of really jumbled up the field. And listen, we have seen this time and again, and folks at home, I want to keep you up to date because it just keeps happening. Scott Dixon just clicks them off 1 position at a time. Dixon has worked his way already up to 13th. We will monitor his progress. Simon Pagenaud is the next one on his list as we take a ride with Zach Veach.
Damage on the side pod, Townsend, so that car is damaged and probably is missing some underwing downforce. But Rossi right now has just come out right behind Kanaan, so let's hope that doesn't hold up his speed, that he's trying to lay down some laps. He's out to a 5.5 second lead right now.
And Rossi is on the button right now, using push to pass on this in lap. We understand his guys are laid out on pit lane. So Rossi and Rob Edwards know exactly what's needed to hold the lead here.
Here it comes. What's the speed opening?
Take it away, Kev.
Alexander Rossi maybe would have gone a couple of laps longer, not certain, but Tony Kanaan just pitted, came out in front of him, so that might have decided to come in a little bit early so they didn't get stuck in traffic. car's been pretty good, but he's been dealing with a little bit of understeer in some sections, oversteer in others, and they've really been concerned about the left front. Some trouble there, and a little bobble on the right front there. I think I saw, or at least maybe that was just the signboard. They got knocked down. No, good quick stop. Alexander Rossi, no problems, he's away.
Chavez in there, he's having a nice little run. See where he cycles out.
Just close with that rear left.
Chavez, engineered by Gerald Tyler. He gave me 2 pole-winning cars here in Indy Lights. Been around a long time. He knows what this track wants. He certainly knows what his driver wants as Hunter Ray becomes the leader on the Firestone Blacks. So we'll have to see what the lap time looks like, Paul.
We'll see if he comes right now. See if he's, because if it goes yellow, nope, he's going to have a big problem. If one of these guys comes out of the pits, gets into another guy, you kind of hang yourself out.
Yeah, but Hunter Ray has clean air and maybe a little bit of an advantage on the harder tire this late in the stint. But it doesn't look like the other guys are having much of an issue going long on the Firestone Reds. So once Hunter Ray gets off these blacks, it'll be his advantage because everybody else that starts on Reds has to run the blacks at least once, Lee.
And at the moment, RHR, Captain America, is 115 points out of the lead. If you end today, arrive at Sonoma 105 points or more behind, you are no longer a championship contender. So Ryan will have to hope to try and get to victory lane today, Jan, and something happened to his competitors to remain a title hope.
Yes, that is true, and if you caught our qualifying coverage, you know that Ryan Hunter-Reay was so enthused after having a very difficult early start to the weekend. He took his hat off to, most importantly, his teammate, Zach Veach, for helping with the setup on this car. He has been very complimentary of Zach's skills in setting up a car and the data. And look at this. Josef Newgarden, defending champion, is on his way to me. I did just check with the team and said, hey, what happened on that start? They say, we have no idea why he dropped back. He is now going for some scuffed red tires. So it's red to red for Josef Newgarden. They said they will be making changes. And that was a nice quick stop for Josef Newgarden. And there goes Rossi, flashing by the front straightaway.
Have to think here as Newgarden blends out. What happens to his teammate Will Power on a pit stop if first gear's not working? Here comes Dixon.
Rossi cycled out in 8th place as we see Dixon gets by, but he hasn't pitted yet. He pitted and took fuel, so he's got a little bit more fuel than these guys because he was in there trying to fix the radio and topping up. But right now, Rossi cycled out in 6th. He's running 6th, and we'll see where these guys pit if he keeps that lead on Hunter Ray, because Hunter Ray's ripping off some quick laps right now.
Well, the gap to watch, I think, is Dixon to Rossi. Currently at about 6 seconds. Dixon's going to have to make his pit stop, though. That's going to take about 25 seconds. Yeah. So that's the gap with Veach coming in, Katie.
And remember, he was involved in that first lap incident. He went off, and I was expecting the team to repair that under tray with a lot of damage, but it doesn't look like that's something they're going to fix with an 8.4-second stop, guys.
If it ain't broke, or if it is broke, don't fix it if he's fast. Yeah. Zach Veach is turning the lap times.
But look at Jordan King all over the back of Zach Veach. That battle has been going on ever since the restart.
And Newgarden is part of this battle. There goes Newgarden.
These guys have been racing each other all race. Here comes Harvey. He was the first guy to pit. And
he's on hot
tires. He's going to get by King right there. Woo. That shows you can go too wide through there, Townsend. And now he's going to have a look at Veach. He's on hot tires, and Veach is on cold.
That XM Sirius satellite radio car, the purple one you're looking at, Jack Harvey.
See if he goes for the big hairpin dive here. Look, he's got him lined up. Here he comes, watch.
One side to the other. It's 78 feet wide here, and Jack Harvey makes the most of it. Great call, PT.
Nice move.
That is exactly why they redesigned the track here at Portland, is to invite that opportunity, and Veach is going to come right back on them. They are both on push to pass.
You won't go too abreast through there, and you won't do it around the outside. Somebody's off right there in the dirt.
Clear.
Jack Harvey is not a full-time driver in the Verizon IndyCar Series, nor is Meyer Shank Racing. They're in partnerships. It's a satellite operation with Schmidt-Peterson Racing. This is a really good run. Fantastic effort for Mike Shank and his group. Meanwhile, Newgarden and Dixon are still going at it. Now Jordan King lines up for a shot at Zach Veach.
Zach Veach's car is damaged. He's got under tray damage, big hole. We don't really have a good shot of it, but there's a big gaping hole on the side of it, which will not help his downforce level.
This is Andretti Autosport versus Ed Carpenter Racing. Here comes Jordan King, switches to the inside. He wants a shot at him and gets him as well.
What a great addition to the track when they changed that corner up, and now it's giving a passing place as here's Hunter Ray.
And while that's happening, the leader comes onto pit road. We've documented he was on the Firestone primaries. They get all the Sunoco they can get in there. They're going to wait for every last drop. That is a brand new set of alternates. You see Rossi clearly in the lead here, but he's going to have some great tires to try and close that gap.
Where you've seen those two passes executed over the last 2 laps with Jordan King and Jack Harvey, that section where Paul said this is good, this nice new section, guys, it used to be 30 feet wide. It's now 78 feet wide, and it's working.
And it's such a classic situation of the optimal line is setting up wide as Pagano leaves pit lane, setting up wide, getting run, but to defend Paul, you then lose the ability of a good exit. So it's a really nice twist here at Portland, and congrats to the organizers for taking the plunge and repaving, reconfiguring. Pagano, though, he's kind of in no man's land this weekend.
He's having a terrible weekend. He's really been off the pace, and he's just languishing right now back in 19th place. So really has not moved forward. When you look at guys like Bourdais and these guys and Dixon right here that had damage, they're already back up into the top 10. Dixon right now running 6th, and he was last.
Oh, look at this move from Josef Newgarden. That was just a few moments ago. That's what it looked like for Dixon. Look to the right, look to the right.
Woo-hoo. Smart driving by Dixon, making sure he doesn't suffer any more misfortune in this race. You can already see the damage from the opening lap crash. Well, on the nose. Paul, he's running 6th right now, but he needs a yellow.
I'll tell you what,
he's going to have to pit and lose another 25 seconds to Rossi. He'll fall deep down in the field again.
His strategy right now, though, he's back in the points lead by 11 points, so do not count Scott Dixon out ever.
Can I add a but when you say he's going to lose another 25 seconds? But at least he's still in the race. His race almost ended at turn 3.
We're hearing there might be a penalty, and the 9 will go back in front of the 1, but the 1 is now about a second out on him.
Why?
So that's a hard thing to pull off. We don't know what the reason for that is.
What did the 1 do wrong? I don't understand.
Did something happen at some point of the track that we don't know?
He's slowing up, looking in his mirrors. Look,
he's waiting for Scott.
He's waiting for Scott. He's trying to find the best place where he can let the car go by and not let Jack Harvey go by. He's going to try to file in here. Now he's got to jump back in line so Harvey doesn't get by.
Maybe it was for some kind of a block move that happened earlier.
Allegedly shortcutting the course, but where? Well, turn 1 wasn't a problem.
I did see a car go off in the dirt at the fast chicane. I saw dirt flying through the air.
Let's have a look.
Oh, he shortcut the chicane.
No, he didn't. Oh, there
he went off, and instead of going through, he went over those curbs that we were talking about.
And you're meant to re-enter to the left through the temporary chicane. See those barriers there? There is a temporary chicane there, and that's where you're meant to re-enter.
But that was not during the pass, was it?
I think maybe was that the lap after? I think that was the lap after.
Yeah, but all you have to do is give up any time advantage, not the position.
Well,
anyways, it doesn't matter.
He's attacking. He's attacking again, and he's going to go for it again.
Protect behind.
So Dixon right now is on fuel saves, trying to do it on 2-stop. He can't really afford to fight with a guy that's doing a 3-stopper.
Well, Dixon did stop Paul on lap 4, so technically he would be a 3-stopper. He's trying to stretch it. I don't know, doesn't sound like he's saving much gas there. Dixon on the blacks, though, Newgarden on the reds. Newgarden will still have to run blacks at some point.
This is the race leader at the moment.
In this time.
But he is coming in. This is Will Power. You heard the voice of the captain, Roger Penske, who was just delighted with Will's victory last week in Gateway. Let's take it in.
Stay in second.
There you go. Stay in second, Roger Penske. That'll be really hard, Paul, to get away.
You're going to leave it in second gear with a clutch in. 3, 2, 1, easy.
All right, you're hearing the coaching.
Keep it running. Keep it running with a clutch in.
He's going to coach him all the way through this process. They're going to black. They're having a little bit of problem at the rear. And that burned out nicely in second gear.
Yeah, he has to keep the clutch in, and that's not a good situation because even with the clutch in and in gear, these cars want to turn the wheels over. So the guy on the rear had a problem getting the tire on, and that wasn't a very clean stop. It was almost a 9-second stop.
A lot of the engine mapping for pit launch is totally built around a first gear launch as well. So I wonder if they had to make an adjustment working with the Chevy engine tech down there to figure out how to achieve max torque so that you could get a burnout through second gear and not stall.
So Alexander Rossi resumes the lead of this.
Emergency mode off. Good stop.
That was it. They were in emergency mode. So very smart by Team Penske, recognizing all the issues he would face.
Here's Dixon pitted on lap 4, as you heard Townsend saying it's time to come in again. Here is Dixon. So pits from 5th, some 10 seconds behind race leader Alexander Rossi.
It looked like disaster with contact at the opening few corners of this race, but no damage for Scott Dixon other than the radio antenna. So technically they're working on a 3-stopper, as Townsend said, but really just 2 more stops. So after this, the plan is 1 more stop if they can make the fuel work. Stop Firestone Reds this time, a little wing adjustment, and Dixon back out.
And it flip-flops now. Dixon is now second in the points, 17 points behind Rossi. So as quick as you like, he goes from the lead back to second place, and that's how tight this championship is.
Because he's come back out down around 18th position. We'll give you that exactly in a moment. No need to guess where this guy is. Alexander Rossi, race leader. He's about 6 seconds ahead of Takuma Sato. Sato will be stopping momentarily. Well, eventually your luck has to run out as we welcome you back to the Verizon IndyCar Series race here in Portland. Scott Dixon was extremely fortunate on the opening lap to not suffer any damage to his car in that huge crash. However, he was just handed, as you may have seen during that break, a pit lane speed violation on pit exit, and he had to come through and serve that drive-through penalty. Meanwhile, Josef Newgarden continues his charge, and the silver bullet rolls into second place ahead of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Newgarden told us yesterday, he said, I think I've got a great car. His willpower is off.
Willpower in the tires.
Turn 12.
Hopefully we can get a replay of this. He's been having gearbox trouble all day. We've got a yellow now.
That really helps Scott Dixon.
Big time. Big time. Now, this is the 3rd crash this weekend we've seen here. Takuma Sato, Simon Pagenaud, and now Pagenaud's teammate Will Power. It's turn 12. The drivers have said it is relatively easy to do. It's a tricky turn. And this is how it happened to Will Power.
Take a look. Oh, he's way wide. He's way off the line. He's out in the runoff area there, which is the exit row for the drag strip. Sideways, locked up now on the curbs. And he just completely overcooked it through the chicane and then couldn't stop. It looks like right here for the corners. Way off the line, Townsend.
Well, once you get out there and you're offline, you're basically in hang-on mode the whole way. It looks like maybe something broke, but I don't think so. I think he was just out in the dirt, and the corner speed just exceeds the grip of the car. Here we go on board. Listen, it'd be off throttle the whole time. Trying to downshift, anything to keep it on the island, as they say, but just too little, too late.
So the 2 crashes that we saw, this is
at speed here. He just got way wide out into that runoff little section there and got sideways and then couldn't get it wound up for that corner. You got to remember, that's about 130 miles an hour in that section.
Car might be okay.
That was my point, because when Pagenaud crashed, the front end was fine. Yeah, whereas Sato's, it fell off.
The wing's broken right here. You see it flapping around.
Yeah, but he's at the back. He's going to have to pit anyways with the rest of the guys, so it might not be as bad as it could have been.
Just the 2nd caution of this race. The field will compress, and that will please Scott Dixon at the back of the pack. Massive evening coming up from Darlington. The throwback weekend as NASCAR pays tribute to 7 decades of racing. Can't wait for this. It's tonight, and the Southern 500 coverage at 5 o'clock Eastern, following our IndyCar coverage here on NBCSN. As we welcome you back, just the 2nd caution in today's race. Spencer Piggott, you can see, get service. Simon Pagenaud out. It's pretty frantic down on pit road, and the dramas continue for the pole man and championship hopeful. But today there's a big dent being put in Will Power's hopes.
Yeah, they've got the back wing off, Jan. It looks like they're going to do a gear stack change.
Well, they're going to look into the gearbox, because after the incident, he did radio.
Front wing too here, somebody, while you're doing it.
And you heard Ryder Penske saying they're going to do the front wing, but he radioed and said he could not shift at all after making contact at the exit of turn number 12. So at the moment, it's damage control. Obviously, the front wing will go, but at the same time, they're going to work on the gearbox area, see if they can get him back to where he'll have gears at his disposal.
I wonder if having to pass through first gear, neutral, and then into reverse to get out of the tire wall, that caused the issue, because you can't get to reverse without going through first gear.
But let's go all the way back. He's had a brilliant weekend and started on the pole, got away to a great start, and it was after the restart that things went wrong. Things aren't going wrong for his teammate, though. Josef Newgarden in second, chasing Alexander Rossi on this restart. Ryan Hunter-Reay, Jordan King, who's had a phenomenal day in that fuzzy Chevrolet, and then you go back to Zach Veach.
He's leaving that start late.
Green, green,
green. Green, green is the call. It's Rossi and Newgarden and Ryan Hunter-Reay, 3 championship hopefuls. Here we go. Matthias Leist is trying to go with Zach Veach a little further back. Good restart, Rossi.
Dixon looking up the inside. Piggott. Oh, that was close.
Inside. Almost gets into the back of Fittipaldi's car, but no lockups. But that was a really late start by Rossi. I thought that Newgarden would have got a jump on him there, but he's starting to already pull away.
Look at that battle for third between the yellow car of Ryan Hunter-Reay, the DHL Honda, and then the black fuzzy Chevrolet. Jordan King, the young British driver who's done a stellar job, come out of F2. This is Matthias Leist, the teenager from Brazil. He's working over Zach Veach.
Leist having a terrific day. He's on the same strategy as the leaders, but Paul, you cannot make a move outside there.
No, that is not happening. So it's single file through there. You got to watch all the dust. Look at Dixon. He's back here in the danger zone again. He's right behind Bourdais, who was involved in the first lap incident at turn 2. But look at Rossi leading the field ahead of the series champion, Newgarden, Hunter-Reay in tow, and how about King?
Yeah.
Oh, look at Spencer Piggott. He is on the charge going around Gabby Chavez. Piggott, the first of the drivers to pit under that yellow, so that could be a really important factor as we get into the late stages of this race. Piggott at the front of that second strategy.
By the way, we're singing the praises of Jordan King. This is the sister car. He's Jordan King's teammate. So it's a great day for Ed Carpenter Racing.
For Ed Carpenter Racing, this is a big breath of fresh air. They haven't been particularly strong on a lot of the street and road courses this year, so this is a very strong run for the ECR team.
But yellow has negated Rossi's comfortable lead he had, and now, right now, it's a black tire to red tire battle. We know the reds are faster. Now they're up to 10th. Look at Newgarden. He's right on the back of Rossi. He's going to get a run right here.
Newgarden probably going to be on the button.
Check this out.
Rossi on the button, Newgarden on the button. Rossi knows he's got to hold him off on the blacks until he can get back on reds.
Josef has been great here under brakes for the lead. Josef Newgarden. Late on the brakes, straight to the lead.
I don't even think he used the brakes, Townsend. He brakes so late, and that's the power of these Firestone Reds, how much grip they have.
Look at that. Well, he had plenty of practice in that on Scott Dixon, and then executed it, and Jordan King has maneuvered his way into third. How about that? This is the man who has managed, the driver who is managed by Mark Blundell, who won here at Portland International. Check this out, it's a double move. Newgarden on Rossi, King on Hunter-Reay.
Carbon copy at the same time. What a day Jordan King is having. Terrific run.
I bet that put a huge smile on the face of Mark Blundell, who's watching from Angley. Katie, what's going on over there with Carpenter?
Well, can you believe it, guys? This is actually Jordan King's first time back in the car for over a month, because it's been his strategist and team owner, Ed Carpenter, for the last 2 races, but it's taken no time at all for Jordan to get back up to speed.
No, he's really had a good weekend. You know, it was a good opportunity for him coming to Portland, because so many guys hadn't been here before, and even those that had, it had been a long time, and he really got comfortable here quick. The team's given both guys good cars, so it's good to see him getting a good run finally.
I kind of have to put you on the spot here, because since it is such a good day for both your guys, do you think they will be full-time next year, and maybe you'll get a third car out for yourself?
We're certainly working on all our options, but I'm definitely not retiring, as it's been reported by some. So we'll see what happens. I certainly love both Spencer and Jordan, and want to keep them at ECR.
Thanks, Ed.
Nice to hear that from the boss, Ed Carpenter. As we ride with Scott Dixon looking at Spencer Piggott, you're talking here about a little further back, 11th and 12th, and the way the points run now, this man we ride with has regained the top spot after Josef Newgarden rocketed the silver bullet into the lead of this race, fast approaching halfway. What a move.
5 things you didn't know about me. Right, can I just get them in my head first? I still run athletics at a county level back in the UK. I love triathlons.
I'll be honest, I'm still learning about Jordan too. He hasn't been here very long, but he's pretty quiet. So I've got 2 quiet drivers on the team now with Jordan and Spencer. Is that 3? Is that 3?
I have a sister who is older than me, and I've visited over 40 different countries around the world.
And we just mentioned a little earlier in the show, if you didn't know, yes, he's managed and given guidance by Mark Blundell, former F1 and IndyCar driver. And Mark was kind enough to send us a little note earlier today to just say he really wishes Jordan experiences the same level of success here at Portland International that Mark did in our Chevrolet driver profile. Mark still owns the closest finish at 0.02 of a second. That race that he won in that drag race, that 3-way drag race back in '97 here on the front straight at Portland. So Mark is back in the UK in his hometown of Royston, and he would be loving seeing what Jordan's doing today.
Well, rain certainly factored back then, Paul, but that's when Portland was a June race, I believe. These days we're in September, and it is dry as a bone, and I don't expect to see any rain today.
Josef Newgarden leading by 6.5 seconds over Alexander Rossi, Jordan King third, and Ryan Hunter-Reay as we bring you up to speed with our race recap. Folks, if you weren't with us at the start, check this out. James Hinchcliffe goes sideways, around he goes, and check it out. Ray Hall into Andretti, Andretti over Ed Jones and Hinchcliffe, and goes upside down. Bourdais was involved, and in the middle of that incredible dust storm is Scott Dixon. This is how it went down.
Watch Hinch trying to squeeze up the inside. Veach not leaving any room, and a massive pile up. Andretti upside down. We ride on board with Dixon, and this is the miracle on dust.
It's amazing that he has the wherewithal to just slow it down and get stopped and not get any damage. But here on lap 8, we see Will Power has a gearbox issue, and that has hampered him all race long. And then later on here, another problem. Well, this is the same deal. No gears coming out of the corner. About 11 or 12 cars went by him.
And then Scott Dixon, after that miraculous escape in the opening lap crash, he came in for his second stop, but was deemed to have exceeded the pit lane speed limit and had to do a drive-through penalty. And then Will Power, who was suffering with those gearbox issues, then had to endure this.
Loses it in the final corner, gets up in the marbles, then finds reverse. Able to keep going, but this might have been the move of the race so far.
How about double move of the race? Because look at Jordan King further back. It's a pass for first and third. Nice work, Josef Newgarden over Alexander Rossi, Jordan King over Ryan Hunter-Reay. And that brings us up to where we are now for our third caution of the day, and it obviously involves Zach Veach.
Yeah, look at that floor. Look at the hole in the floor. So he's gone off at the same place where Will Power went off at the last corner. Hopefully we can get a replay of that, but massive downforce loss on the side of his car with that big hole in the floor.
And that goes all the way back to the opening lap. Here's the replay of Veach.
Same thing. Townsend way out in that little runoff area, and then once you're out in that no man's land and you get the marbles on the tires, you're just going for a ride.
Didn't hit anything though, so the car should be all right, but you're right, Paul, the exact same moment that Will Power had, the rear got light, had to try to recover, and at that point he's wide off of the grip.
Yeah, look at the damage right here. We can't really get a good shot of the right side of the car because this car's all corners, but look at the gaping hole right here.
But remember, PT, a lot of that goes back to the opening lap altercation with James Hinchcliffe.
All of it is from the opening lap.
Yeah. But you said he didn't hit anything in that, but how about the connection with the backside of the rumble strip? That was really ugly. That
generally unfavorable to the bottom of the car.
Yeah. Exactly. Not the place to be when you're going sideways in an IndyCar. So we've crept over the halfway mark of this Verizon IndyCar Series race in Portland, the return of the series here to the Pacific Northwest for the first time in 11 years. And this is a race that is giving us everything that it promised to, based on Thursday's free and open test day, where there were 2 sessions. Lots of practice, 3 practice sessions in the lead up to yesterday's qualifying. So the drivers needed plenty of on-track time. and it was showing us that it was going to give us a good race, and it has thus far.
I'll tell you what, this yellow really helps. Takuma Sato, Bourdais, Dixon, and Piggott. They stay out. Hunter Ray stays out. That's a surprise.
All right, there's going to be plenty of action on pit road. Let's head down there. Take it away, Jan.
Well, for Josef Newgarden, he is pitting from the lead because they had committed early. We obviously see Alexander Rossi as well. They committed early to a 3-stop strategy. Those who stayed out on the course are those who now have committed to the 2-stop. We watch to see who wins this drag off of pit road. Newgarden launches first, and there's a delay for Rossi, and it'll be neck and neck with Jordan King.
Barely got out ahead of Jordan King. They're very lucky, but Hunter Ray stays out on track with Sato and Bourdais. Dixon now up to 4th, and now he's got a 42-point lead again.
Well, here's the thing. I think for Hunter Ray's team, they have to decide, well, if we pit now, we're going to go to the back. If we stay in the lead and still have to make an extra pit stop, maybe we can open up a better gap to cover ourselves. So that's the gamble I think Hunter Ray's team is making.
Or another yellow.
Check out the race off pit road. Alexander Rossi, Jordan King. These two know each other from the old GP2 days. Rossi winning that battle. What a race. What a return to Portland. Thursday, September 6th. Football is finally back. Yes, I can hear you cheering. It'll be a party in Philadelphia too when the Eagles raise their first Super Bowl banner before taking on the Atlanta Falcons. A new NFL season kicks off Thursday, 7:30 Eastern only on NBC. Can't wait. Go Panthers. We'll see how it goes this season. Hey, T-Bell, I know you're a 49ers man, but how about your son, your eldest son here?
Look at this, number 5,
hey!
Jackson Bell, my oldest son, making a catch. That was a little D. White Clark at the fingers there. Now, academic eligibility is the concern right now.
The man who was given the nickname by Paul Tracy, Lips, we should call him Hands. That was quite the catch. Nice work. What do you got, Jan?
Well, talking about eligibility, I truly believe that Ryan Hunter-Reay, they have been coaching him. When we saw Jordan King pass him, it's because Ray Gosselin, his engineer, was on the radio saying, we're going to make the fuel number. We're going to do this in one more stop. They haven't made a last-minute decision. They have been holding him back on fuel so that there's only one more stop in his future, which would be everyone behind him as well. He's not going to be able to go full go like the cars behind him, but at the moment, the same number of stops for Ryan Hunter-Reay. This played right into his hands.
And we'll have to see. He's done 28 laps since his last pit.
And have a look at the cars in 3rd and 4th. Bourdais and Dixon on the same strategy. Last pitted on lap 40. Dixon could come away today with a podium. Who would believe that? Long way to go yet, though. Green flag flies. Back to racing in Portland.
Long way to go. We're just over halfway. Dixon takes a look on Bourdais, but this could be disaster for Rossi. He's back in 17th, and he's going to pass all these guys because they're really on the same strategy.
Santino Ferrucci in the purple car working on Carlos Munoz. Yes, Schmidt-Peterson running the Robert Wickens number 6. We say hello to Robbie. We know you're watching from Methodist Hospital in Indianapolis. Continue your comeback to better health, mate. We're all thinking about you. And Munoz, Carlos, it's a huge honor to be driving your car. This is Rossi, mired in the pack.
Think about where we are in the points. We thought Rossi was having the perfect day. Now, if he finishes in 17th, he would come out 42 points behind Scott Dixon.
After coming in 26 behind. Kev?
Bob Edwards said when the caution came out, obviously that wasn't what we were looking for. Alex just asked right before the green, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is this for us? And Rob said 9. You're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, just pass cars right now.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do, and this has really put a stacked deck against him. And how about Scott Dixon now has cycled his way back to the front. He's got a shot, as we see Newgarden making moves. Whoa. Right there. Whoa, over the curb again. He got a penalty for that, had to let a car go by, so maybe he'll have to let the next car by for jumping that chicane.
That was Alfonso Solis Jr. I think Newgarden's going to have to figure out how to let him back by with Rossi and Gabby Chavez breathing down his neck.
They may say, though, that Solis
loose
is
there. He's loose. He's going to get a run on him right here.
Significantly slower, so they might, Newgarden may escape with that, not sure. Inside move, Jordan King, the black car on Solis Jr. Hangs him out to dry.
Solis, the rookie, with Juncos, the team running a part-time schedule. Munoz making a move on Pietro Fittipaldi on the backside. There's action all over the track.
Dirt all over the track. Guys are cutting the curbs there, pulling the dirt on the track. We've seen 2 crashes in this last corner. The 32 and the 1 are under review. Rossi looking down the back of Newgarden here.
The 32 and the 1, of course, Alfonso Solis Jr. and the 1 of Josef Newgarden because of cutting the course. So, what's to come for the man in the Verizon number 1, trying to defend the 1. Points as they run. Josef Newgarden would be some 93 back in 4th place, but still, we stress, 43 laps to go here in Portland. It's Ryan Hunter-Reay with just over a second over Takuma Sato, then Sebastian Bourdais, Scott Dixon, and Spencer Pigot having a phenomenal day. He picked up his first IndyCar podium earlier this year at Iowa on the short track, and now he runs 5th behind a man right there trying to win his 5th IndyCar Series title. What a run for this young American in the green car, the Fuzzy's Vodka Chevrolet.
Pigot going for it, so is Hunter-Reay. I'm surprised here with Hunter-Reay. It's been about 29 laps since his last stop, and there's still 42 laps in this race. I don't know how he can make it on just one more. He's gonna probably need some luck.
Let's go a little further.
Remember your mixture here.
Let's go a little further into the pack. Simon Pagenaud is running 6th. Same strategy on last pitted lap 45, the same. Oh, look at this. Josef Newgarden trying to get by Santino Ferrucci. Down there, this is a difficult place to make passes. Triple apex right. This was a tricky spot for you, Paul, wasn't it? You didn't like this section of the track.
Difficult to make passes anywhere, and that's Harvey that he's behind. Harvey's having a good day. He was up front earlier. Oh, he dives to that wide corner.
Gotcha.
Oh,
Rossi.
Both of them trying to slide through. You're not going to get through this dog leg too abreast.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Good driving, Jack Harvey. He gave Rossi room.
But I've got to say, Alexander Rossi, that's a driver that studied this racetrack and probably on the track walk paid close attention to that curve, because that's a different curve than what caught out Hinchcliffe earlier in the race.
Jan? A lot of discussions going on for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Ray Gosselin has been on the radio coaching Ryan about fuel. Do you feel confident you can do it in one more stop, Michael?
Yeah, if he keeps hitting the number that he's hitting, yeah, we should be able to make it. But, you know, unfortunately, we have we stopped earlier than the other guys that are behind us, so they're going to be able to pressure us a little harder because they have, you know, they can run it richer. So it's going to be a tough race.
Feel a bit like the old days here, having had victories yourself, now leading this one?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's a good feeling. You know, we love coming here, and it'd be awesome to you know, win the first race back for sure.
Thank you, Michael.
Michael has had great success here. He is a 3-time winner, along with Al Unser Jr. No action from race control on the 1 or the 32. They're letting him race. They're letting Newgarden get on with it.
This race has been up and down and all over the place. Cars going in the tires. The points chase up and down and up and down. Bourdais, Dixon up front again. They had a crash on the first lap. Unbelievable.
And how about this? Takuma Sato has only used 8 seconds of push to pass. As you see, Matthias Lace working the back of Jack Harvey, got by Jack Harvey. Now Rossi, Newgarden. This is going to be a battle all the way to the end with these guys trying to get up through the field.
Chilton in that Gallagher Chevrolet right there trying to work. Carlos Munoz in the 6th. By the way, you heard Michael Andretti mention the guys chasing have got more fuel. Takuma Sato's got 6 more laps of fuel than Ryan Hunter-Reay. And then Bourdais and Dixon 7 more laps. This will be interesting to see how it plays out as Munoz finally concedes that position to Max Chilton. So that's a little further back in the pack, just knocking on the door of the top 10. Here comes Newgarden.
Tough pass to pull off right there.
Wow. Gets it done.
Good smart driving by Munoz. Munoz just trying to get a decent finish here. He hasn't driven a road course in a long, long time.
Here comes Rossi on Munoz. Rossi with a great run. Rossi's on the button.
To go, long way. Focus forward.
Munoz only has 22 seconds left, so that's no contest, I think. Yeah, Rossi gets by, holds on to the tail of Newgarden. Rossi now up to 14th with that move.
PT Townsend, tell us folks at home how important it is when you hear somebody like Rob Edwards, the COO of Andretti Autosport. They come in your ear, they come on the radio, they say, focus forward, long way to go, we're still in it. How much does that help?
Well, for Rob Edwards, if you're Alexander Rossi, you listen and respond to everything Rob Edwards tells you to do, because there's probably not a more experienced guy in this field like Rob Edwards. Been doing this for over 20 years successfully. He knows exactly what's required to win, the mileage, the tempo, when to push, when to be conservative. He's coached Rossi all season through this championship.
Listen, he's got to do exactly what Scott Dixon has done. Not panic, keep it cool, work your way forward, focus forward like Rob Edwards said, and at the end of the day, he's got to put the knife between his teeth and just make passes and move his way forward.
Behind the orange and blue PNC Bank car is Spencer Piggott, and as we give you our Chevrolet driver update, Spencer is the highest placed Chevrolet driver over Simon Pagenaud. Those two guys are on the same strategy. Charlie Kimball, then Tony Kanaan. And speaking of Chevrolet and Honda, it's always a very spirited manufacturer's battle, and for the first time since Chevrolet re-entered IndyCar Series racing, Honda has actually eclipsed them and has won the Manufacturers Championship. Congratulations to Honda.
Great job by Honda, but what that means through the rest of this season with 2 races to go, Paul, is that Chevy and Honda are just throwing motors at these things. Everybody's getting new motors every race, sometimes I think multiple times a weekend if need be, because they're not worried about any engine penalties from the manufacturer's standpoint. It's kind of like the old days. We used to use 3 motors a weekend.
Absolutely, that's the way it used to be. Now everything is much more cost effective. They run these engines now for 2,500 miles.
Captain America Ryan Hunter-Reay leads the way in his Andretti Autosport Honda, but does he have enough fuel? Can he get it done and keep himself in this championship?
Back at Portland, where the leader has hit pit road, we expected to see Ryan Hunter-Reay a little bit earlier, just like Michael Andretti told us. He has a brand new set of Firestone Reds. They go with a little bit of front wing. Now waiting for every last bit of Sunoco. Wow, 7.3 seconds. That's what you need. 6.3 for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
6.3 seconds is a sensational stop. He's got sticker reds and in the catbird seat to get to the end.
Cycles back in around about 17th position behind Jack Harvey. Hey, need to remind you that NBC Sports is the exclusive home of the Verizon IndyCar Series, and next year, 2019, you get even more IndyCar with NBC Sports Gold. Be the first to know about the new NBC Sports Gold IndyCar Pass. Simply visit NBCSports.com/IndyCar or text IndyCar to 66866 now. Now, Townsend earlier said Scott Dixon was the miracle on dirt. You're going to see something special on dirt this Friday night. Now, physically, it happens Wednesday and Thursday night at the Brickyard. It's the BC39. Yes, dirt track racing at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'm excited to say I'm going to go there as a fan, Robin Miller. I know you're excited about it as well.
Well, there's 118 entries, Lee, and they've never had a race like that at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so everybody that owns a midget or has ever driven a midget wants to be in it. We tried to get Townsend Bell one, but he has no dirt experience. They declined him. USAC said, no thanks, maybe next time. But I think it's going to be cool because we're going to put our package together on Wednesday and Thursday night and then show it after NASCAR America on Friday night. So open-wheel dirt track fans are going to get a treat, and NBC, thank you for doing that because it's really cool that the grassroots guys are being recognized.
Oh, it's fantastic. Now here is the miracle on dirt. Scott Dixon, series leader, and is keeping himself in with a shot of a 5th championship. Folks, if you haven't seen it, this is lap 1. Take the ride with Dixon. He doesn't hit anything. He's in the middle of a melee. And there's Graham Rahal. Marco Andretti is upside down. Ed Jones, his teammate, is right beside. He's out of the race. And Dixon fires it up, hits reverse, and drives out, PT.
And look at that nose on the front of his car. Who's that look like? He's got a big rubber mark on the front like the chrome horn.
Like the chrome horn.
Let's not forget that Dixon also had to do a drive-through penalty for pit speed violation.
Yep.
So he now runs 3rd and 3rd legitimately. Everybody else needs one more stop except Ryan Hunter-Reay. So Dixon in podium position, and as they run right now, would come out of here with a 40-point championship lead.
Heading to Sonoma, the season finale. Incredible. You know, there might be people like Alexander Rossi who's feared. Here he comes with his last stop. Rossi's feared for his passing. Power is feared for his speed. Every single driver fears this guy for his survival abilities. You never count Scott Dixon or Chip Ganassi racing out.
So the second to make the final stop of the day. So we'll be keeping an eye on Ryan Hunter-Reay to watch how Dixon blends back in. He's got a set of sticker red, the softer, faster Firestones, and they think those will last the full stint. front wing adjustment. Shouldn't have to save that much fuel. Dix can race the rest of the way. Hunter Ray is easily going to beat him back out.
Hunter Ray goes. Dixon now has more fuel to burn, though, than Hunter Ray. There goes Hinch. Hinch is 19 laps down, so if Dixon can make quick work of Hinchcliffe, he's got full fuel or nearabouts. Oh, no, there's going to be a yellow here.
Santucci.
Are you blending names there?
Yeah, he's got a problem. He's not going to make it around, so they might have to go full course yellow
and that's
going to
retrieve
him.
That's going to be huge.
This is going to throw things all upside down, but the good news is Dixon has pitted if it goes full course yellow. He's been hung out by the yellow before.
Sato, Bourdais, Piggott, they've all come to pit lane in case a yellow comes out. Bourdais in. So
everybody's in. The whole field is in the pit lane.
It's the insurance policy. You do not want to be on track when the yellow comes out.
So Bourdais was going to be able to pit. He was going to wait a couple of more laps. He gets back out, and Rossi comes in for his final stop and nearly clips Simon Pagenaud as Pagenaud is exiting. A near miss for one of the championship contenders. So Rossi fuel. Jan, what are you watching?
Well, I just saw, as you saw, Josef Newgarden scoot out there as well. Everyone hit pit road because had the yellow come out, they would have all been put back to the very back of the pack. So thankfully, it stayed green long enough for everyone to hit pit road. Now forces them on the same strategy. If they had gone yellow again,
there
that
it is.
Put them
there
it
is.
is.
They gave everybody a chance to pit before they threw that, and it didn't throw the championship upside down.
Very cool from race control to do that. Ferrucci, Santino Ferrucci.
Not Santucci. Santucci can be his nickname that Paul gave him if you like. This is the young American from Connecticut who's returned from Europe to race in the USA. Got himself in a little hot water you may have heard about recently in Europe, but would really like to make the Verizon IndyCar Series his home. He's racing in a third Dale Coyne entry.
Is there a chance he ran out of fuel?
Might have. Could have run out of fuel by not pitting.
The team is confused about that right now. That might be it, but they're saying, we're showing you have 4 more laps of fuel.
Watch this. Pagenaud, and Rossi.
Paul, I've never seen an incident about to happen like that did not happen on pit lane. That was sheer contact, good heads-up driving from Pagenaud to just woe up, and Rossi always cuts it close, whether it's on the track or on pit lane.
Well, it's getting frantic up here as we see
Graham
Rahal coming back out. And the way this race is going, with this yellow, this could breed more yellows.
Almost certainly.
Everybody's feeling pretty racy today, aren't they? This has been a spectacular return to Portland and the Portland International Raceway. Not so spectacular for the one Cure Honda, Graham Rahal and Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. Lap 1, they were right in the middle of that incident that we just replayed for you a little earlier. Great day for Hunter Ray, amazing weekend for Bourdais and Dixon, Spencer Piggott, the entire Ed Carpenter team. And here is Pagenaud with that near miss. Can he be in the mix come the end of the race?
Max Chilton the leader, but he last pitted on lap 54. Surprising that he did not opt to come in when everybody ducked into pit lane, because he won't be able to make it to the end. So Sato will have full fuel and 147 seconds of push to pass to get to the end.
Think about this. Think about the amount of tracks, given that he's a former F1 driver and lived in the UK for a long time, a British F3 champion. This is Takuma Sato talking about, and of course last year's Indianapolis 500 winner. Think about the amount of racetracks around the globe that the second car there, Takuma Sato, that the Japanese driver has raced on. And he said Portland is awesome. It is so challenging, so much fun, high grip. He said this is something else. And he has a shot at winning this return race for the first time for the series in 11 years here. Sato has a shot. Raced really well. There he is in the MyJack entry for Bobby Rahal's team, Rahal Letterman Lanigan. He raced really well at Road America earlier this year. He's got a shot at winning this one today.
Well, there goes Graham Rahal, unfortunately retired for the day. And I think Ryan Hunter-Reay is going to have something to say about Sato winning the race today, because he's looking very strong with fuel and push to pass, along with Sebastian Bourdais.
Some great team spirit there. The drivers get a lot of the adulation, but this is truly a team sport. Back after this. There is a weekend off, and then it's championship weekend. Yes, they're all racing for the Astor Cup just north of the Golden Gate Bridge. Wine country, Sonoma. What a beautiful spot it is. And a champion will be crowned, but who will be the champion? Can Dixon do it for a 5th time? Can Newgarden defend the 1? Can Rossi get his mate an IndyCar championship? Or how about Will Power? Will he get a 2nd? And how about Ryan Hunter-Reay? He's still not out of it either. And we'll get things kicking off on Friday with practice coverage. Of course, the race, the Grand Prix of Sonoma, Sunday, September 16, right here on your home of motorsport. Speaking of Hunter-Reay still in the mix, let's have a listen to some Hunter-Reay radio.
We should have stayed on until after Sato got out of the pit lane and then dealt with it from there.
We weren't going to be able to. Your number was going to go down to 519. It was really going to get away from us. He only pitted because of the car going off. He still had fuel to keep going.
Time to go racing. Time to go racing. Max Chilton is not on the same strategy as the guys, and it's waved off. So the restart waved off. Race control not quite happy with what they saw to get things going again. By the way, that radio transmission, you heard the voice of Ryan Hunter-Reay's race engineer, Ray Gosselin. Ray will actually engineer Fernando Alonso coming up on September 5 this week at the test at Barber Motorsports Park.
Pretty fascinating to hear the difference between Alexander Rossi responding to Rob Edwards and Ryan Hunter-Reay responding to Ray Gosselin. Let's head down to pit lane.
Katie?
Well, Max Chilton still has to pit, which would leave Takuma Sato in the lead. And Derek, we were just chatting. Fuel strategy has burned you guys several times this year on the 30 car. So what gave you the confidence to go for it today?
Actually, the guys on the timing stand, making the calls, watching fuel strategy, and in fact, Takuma actually picked a strategy going into the race. He got stuck in traffic and just started saving on his own. So a lot of the credit has to go to Takuma.
And this is even more important now, guys, that the 15 is behind the wall.
Derek himself was a USAC sprint car standout. He's quite the driver in his own right, now calling strategy for the man who could win this race.
He's got to be in fuel saves mode, but this extra lap for that jump start by Chilton, they said it was waved off because he went too early. That does everything but help Sato.
And Sato in front of his former Andretti Autosport teammate. So you've got Takuma Sato, an Indy 500 winner. Ryan Hunter-Reay, an Indy 500 winner. Sebastian Bourdais and Scott Dixon, 2 4-time series champions. And then you pick up Spencer Pigot, who just got his first IndyCar podium earlier this year. Let's go racing in Portland.
And everybody on sticky Firestone Red's going to bring it all right here in turn 1.
Chilton's got a pretty angry pack bearing down on him. Look further back. Rossi's working on Newgarden. That the yellow and blue car. Keep an eye on Rossi.
Rossi's in sight now of Dixon, but he's got to get by Newgarden, who's tough work, and they got some guys that are up in front of them that are just looking for a good result, like Kimball is looking, and Pagano and Pigot. These guys are desperate for a good result.
Yeah, they're not going to make an easy passage through, that's for sure. It's on for second. The yellow and red DHL Honda of Ryan Hunter-Reay and Takuma Sato.
We know that Chilton's going to have to pit, so he wants to lead laps. Sato is saving fuel to make it to the end, and Pigot's got a big run.
Outside of Scott Dixon, you're not going to do it, or are you? Yes, he does! What a move, Spencer Pigot on Scott Dixon.
Championship now is 32 points.
Look at the patience from Alexander Rossi, trying to get a good exit. He has 20 seconds more of push to pass than Newgarden. Both are on the button, Rossi and Newgarden. There you see the Verizon car. Here comes Rossi.
Oh, he's good in there. He's got it. Easy pass. And then Gabby Chavez does the exact same move, but Kanaan pushes him off the track.
Kanaan, the most experienced driver in the field at Portland, and he shows it by running Chavez out of road at the exit, which makes it impossible to get the power down when half your car's on the dirt.
Jordan King's been shuffled back in the mix. He's trying to fend off that purple Sirius XM car of Jack Harvey. Then Mateus Laced, Alfonso Solis Jr., and then James Hinchcliffe back on board with Dixon. Wonder what he thought about that move of Spencer Pigot. He said, yeah, you can have it. I'm not going to fight you here at the fast chicane. Taking nothing away from Spencer's move. It was brave, and the young man is still on the charge. Here's the replay. Watch the green car to your right.
Big time brave. He forced him to go to the outside. You see Dixon does the Pruitt fade out to the outside, forces Pigot to the far line, but he had a lot of speed, good head of speed, and just outbraked him and turned it in on him.
Look at the action there on your right. Rossi and Pietro Fittipaldi. Pietro out of push to pass. Here's the replay of the 27 Rossi on Newgarden. Watch this.
Rossi does a Newgarden to Newgarden.
That's the blacks to blacks to reds again. Same thing that is reverse order from last time. Rossi's on the reds, Newgarden on the blacks, and that braking power generated by those red tires is phenomenal.
I think it's tough here for Newgarden. He's the only driver left on blacks to finish this race. The exception being Jordan King, who's much further back now. Very hard to defend, and Rossi's on the charge.
Max Chilton still leads in the Carlin Chevrolet, but he will have to pit one more time. That then puts Sato to the top, Hunter-Ray to second, Bourdais, Piggott, Dixon. That would effectively be your top 5. Then you pick up that bright yellow car, the Menards entry for Simon Pagenaud. Great run for Charlie Kimball behind him. That's Max Chilton's teammate.
Carlin is having a phenomenal race. Kimball started in last place, and now they're leading the race, the Carlin team, and Kimball all the way up to 8th. So this is a great event for them.
And he's got Alexander Rossi behind him. Here is Bourdais, that Gorilla car, the pink and white one. That was wrecked yesterday. After practice 3, Bourdais crashed at high speed. The team had to work frantically to get it ready for qualifying. What a story that is for Dale Coyne with Jimmy Vassar and James Sullivan.
Well, and there you can see the mismatching front wing on Bourdais too. Not a Gorilla front wing because Bourdais had contact on that opening shunt, so that car's been through the ringer. What a result it would be for them to be on the podium, and he's all over Hunter-Ray, Paul. He could factor into the win here before we're done.
If you're wondering what Gorilla is, they're a wheel company. It's one of the longtime sponsors as we see Chilton come in, but they make lug nuts for wheels, Gorilla wheel nuts.
New race leader. The MyJack Honda of Takuma Sato leads, and here comes Bourdais. Couple of series champions duking it out here. Hunter-Ray on your left, Bourdais on your right.
And Bourdais has been thrifty with push to pass. Nobody has more seconds in his pocket than Sebastian Bourdais right now, 123 seconds. Hunter-Ray with 108. Excuse me, Sato has 128. So Sato with the most at hand, followed by Bourdais.
Sato can't use it because he's got to make the fuel mileage to get to the end, Kevin.
And Sebastian Bourdais has joked this week. I think I set a record for being a rating champion for the longest. Remember, he won an IndyCar race the last time here. That was 11 years ago. He's the only winner entered, a 2-time winner. And like Scott Dixon, what a remarkable turnaround from 1, the crash yesterday, and 2, involved in contact at the beginning of this race, to go all the way from the back to get up to the front. And he has a legitimate chance to win because he's got a little bit more fuel on board than Ryan Hunter-Ray.
And 119 of his 200 allocated seconds of push to pass. He's got he's got a hungry young American behind him in Spencer Piggott. I don't think I've ever seen Spencer angry. He's such a lovely young man, and he has hustled that fuzzy Chevrolet really nicely today. He's got the championship leader behind him. Dixon's got a bit of breathing room because Pagenaud is a couple of seconds behind him. Keep an eye. You know what? If Sebastian Bourdais podiums today, that would be the last 5 times in a row that Bourdais has raced here. He's podiumed, including victories.
A couple other guys hungry for a podium. Pagenaud and Kimball having nice runs, and it's a nice recovery for Pagenaud. Given the weekend he's had, he struggled to find the balance, figure out how to get the car working around here, and now he's learning all the tricks from the guys that have been faster than him this weekend. And Pagenaud, one of the smartest drivers in the field, he's like a human data acquisition machine. Rob Edwards giving the information. I think that was Rob Edwards.
He can't sit around now. The fuel mileage master has got to go. And Charlie Kimball, who's right in front of him, as we look at Fittipaldi having a great day in the Dale Coyne car. Charlie Kimball is a tough character to pass. He makes it tough for everybody, so he's got to be careful, but he can't sit around. He's got to chase down Dixon, because right now it's 29 points. It's basically a wash for the weekend where they started out.
You said, Paul, great day so far for Pietro Fittipaldi, the rookie. This is only his 5th race this year, and he's coming off his best result of 11th last weekend in Gateway. So recovering from those horrendous leg injuries where he suffered the crash at Spa in the World Endurance Championship sports car event. And remember, he was involved in the incident in Pocono a couple of weeks ago, the crash between Robert Wickens and Ryan Hunter-Ray, that 5-car incident. He said, my bone hasn't healed properly yet in one of my legs. It's still quite bruised, it's still quite sore. He's still walking with quite the limp. This is a brave young man.
Not back to 100%, but I'd say so far this is his best kind of complete IndyCar weekend He's learning so much here, and he's going to learn the value of saving push to pass, because our data shows that he is out completely. Nothing left for Pietro Fittipaldi. We'll see how much of a challenge he comes under as we see his teammate Bourdais under a challenge from Spencer Pigot.
Absolutely. Bourdais now has kind of fell off the back of Hunter Ray. He was challenging Hunter Ray, and he's kind of backing up. Now Pigot having a great run as well.
And in the back, Paul, you see now Alexander Rossi has Scott Dixon in his sights. Rossi needs to get by Kimball and Pagano, and then Scott Dixon will be there. Right now, championship points, 29 points. There it is, 29 points to the favor of Scott Dixon.
And he started the day with 26, so he would grow it after being involved in that lap 1 accident.
Plus 1.7 to the rear.
But at one point, Rossi was up 40 points on Dixon until that untimely, disastrous yellow came out.
It's been one of those days here in Portland, certainly a day to remember.
Dixon running a new steering wheel this weekend. He's run the same steering wheel, Townsend, for 15 years, and he's got a Max Pappas designed and built steering wheel there. It's a big change for him this weekend. He's custom made this steering wheel, Max, that you see in the center there, MPI. So great opportunity for Max to have the champion running his stuff.
Never met somebody more obsessed with a steering wheel than you, Paul. I'm going to get you one for Christmas.
Let's get back to the front. Let's talk about Takuma Sato. And what a composed drive this has been in his first appearance at Portland International Raceway. He boasts a 1.1 second lead over Ryan Hunter-Reay. That's what it looks like on a beautiful day in the Pacific Northwest. You're watching NBCSN's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Tag Heuer, official timepiece of the IndyCar Series. By Firestone. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. And by OneCure.com. Join us as we race to cure cancer in our best friends and ourselves. Quick reminder that Darlington, the Southern 500 coming your way tonight. Coverage begins at 5 p.m. Eastern. The throwback weekend. But even bigger than that, the story is only 2 races left in the regular season before the playoffs in the NASCAR Monster Energy Cup Series. And as soon as we are done here from Portland International Raceway, we head straight to Darlington for the Southern 500 coverage. As we welcome you back, Lee Diffie, Paul Tracy, Townsend Bell with the coverage. And this has been quite the day here in Portland. Takuma Sato on the left-hand side of your screen, leading Ryan Hunter-Reay. It's Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan up against Andretti Autosport.
Great helicopter view, shows you how fast this track is, as now Bourdais has gapped Pigot. Katie, what's going on with Sato?
Well, Takuma is Paul, it's hard to believe that this is Takuma's 9th season in IndyCar, and it will be just the 3rd win of his career. He's the Indy 500 champion from 2017. He won the biggest street race in Long Beach in 2013, and this will be his first road course win. Jan?
Well, he's got to get to the finish line first, and that, of course, may not be the case because Ryan Hunter-Reay and Ray Gosselin, they have been coaching him. Remember, Sato has 4 more laps of fuel than does Ryan Hunter-Reay. So they've been holding Ryan Hunter-Reay back with the intent of turning him loose at the end. So when they turn him loose, he's going to have more fuel. He's going to be able to hit the go button. So this is not over yet, Kevin.
Well, at one point, Alexander Rossi, as the points run, went at about a 40-point lead in the championship. The caution really caught them out. Rob Edwards on the stand for Alex. Do you have anything to pick up any more spots here at the end? How hard can he run on fuel?
We're good on fuel. I mean, I think we're just stuck, right? It's so hard to overtake here. You know, like you say, the yellows came at the wrong time for us today. I guess we're on damage control right now.
It was interesting talking with Alex earlier before this race. He said, will you worry about yellows? Will you try to beat the yellows that come in? He said, no, you got to run your race. We'll take chances, but we're not going to let the yellow dictate what we do.
He's an aggressive passer, and he's got one of the most toughest guys to pass right in front of him. So to make something happen, Lee, with Charlie looking at a good result, it's going to be a lot of risk.
Listen, something we have not highlighted yet for Charlie Kimball, the driver ahead, and the team, Carlin Racing. For Charlie and for Max Chilton in their first season with Carlin, and Chilton has history with Trevor Carlin's team in the junior formula. For particularly ahead for Charlie Kimball, Charlie's very quietly amassed 5 top 10 finishes this year for Carlin, and that's been a huge shot in the arm for the team. So this would make it number 6. And he just quietly goes about his business. The team are learning, they're gelling with the team. And here he is, chasing down a former series champion and doing a great job in 7th place.
Well, right now, positions 1 through 6, you've got Ray Hall, Andretti, Coin Team, ECR, Ganassi, and then Penske, and then Carlin. There's 7 different teams representing the top 7 drivers right now, and Carlin and Charlie Kimball absolutely holding their own on pace. That's nice to see.
And he started dead last in the field and has worked his way, not by yellows and things and accidents, he's kind of worked his way through the field.
I really enjoy the way that over the last, and it's certainly not a short time as Katie highlighted, I love the way that Takuma Sato has molded into an IndyCar driver. You know, this guy started some 90 Formula One Grand Prix, had the honor of standing on the podium, raced for a variety of teams, Jordan and BAR and Super Aguri, and has bounced around to different teams here in the Verizon IndyCar Series too, but a lot of the team owners have loved having Takuma as part of their outfit. He returns to Rahal Letterman Lanigan this year. He's been a really good teammate to Graham Rahal and has had some solid results. And boy, oh boy, wouldn't this be something if he could pull off the win in less than 8 laps. What you got, Robin?
Well, we talked about the crowd, and they've been thanking all the racers for being here. We can't thank them enough for the turnout after an 11-year absence. Well, here's what's amazing, Lee. They're on the schedule next year to come back on Labor Day. And I talked to Kevin Savory and Kim Green, the co-promoters, and they said they were warned, you don't want to have a race on Labor Day. It's going to be death. You can't do it. You can't win. It never works. Well, guess what? It's worked really well this weekend. And I tell you something, they don't have a title sponsor yet, but Savory said today's attendance and the whole weekend's attendance and the atmosphere in the city about this race, they got 4 guys they're talking to about next year, so it's been a good weekend all around for these guys that brought Portland back on the schedule.
I saw Kim Green early in the weekend, and this is the 4th event that Kim Green, former IndyCar team owner, your former boss, and Kevin Savory, the 4th event that they promote. They do St. Petersburg, Mid-Ohio, Toronto, and this. And Kim said, I'm not joking, Diff, we could have sold out the motorhome lot 2 or 3 times over. The pre-ticket sales were great. The walk-up, we're told, is going to be good. Hey, why not let's make this a Labor Day special? Put it on the calendar every year.
Wouldn't get any complaints from me. I like the time zone. As we see Takuma Sato, that lead to Ryan Hunter-Reay is shrinking down to 1.1 seconds. And most importantly, if they're able to turn Hunter-Reay loose on fuel, he has 40, almost 50 more seconds than Takuma Sato on push-to-pass lap.
Hunter-Reay's last lap was a 59.6 to a 59.8, so he's bringing it back in, trying to close that gap. The closer you are to the back of Sato, the more fuel you'll save. You're in the slipstream.
You just keep back to the program we were doing so we can go get them.
Okay,
maybe going a little too hard, a little too early, a little too hard. He's got to still save.
That was the question I was going to have for Jan, is how much longer does Hunter-Reay have to save before they can turn him loose, Jan? What's all the chatter been like? We just heard Ray Gosselin.
Yes, when you hear Ray say we got to stick with the program, remember, making up 4 laps of fuel is a lot. So they need to hold him back until the last moment to be able to get him. You don't want to give him, let's say, just a little bit more fuel. That's not going to help you. You need to save fuel to the very end to where you can go full gas and then make an attempt to pass. Because as you know,
wheel 5, keep doing what you're doing. Go to wheel 5, keep doing what you're doing.
Now, wheel 5, that is a fuel setting. Wheel 5 is what you make the changes, and they're watching. And again, what they want to do is they tell him, watch out for your push to pass. You can see that Hunter-Reay has 108 versus 65, but at the moment, push to pass burns fuel.
That's right.
They want to save it and go for a run at the end.
And that is a miserable situation. With 6 laps to go in 108 seconds, you could burn, 15 seconds a lap, and Hunter-Reay's not doing that right now. So the question is, can he or will he be able to use any of the push to pass, or does he just need to hit a number to get to the finish? Always, that's really tough as a driver, Paul, as you know, knowing you could go faster, but you can't.
Yeah, especially when you're in a situation like Hunter-Reay where he was leading, got the lead away from his teammate, was comfortably out front, and then on a strategy deal, Sato jumps in front of you and has the right amount of fuel to get to the end. That's frustrating, but he's just got to sit there and play the game, hopefully draw close enough. But Sato's still got plenty of push to pass himself with 5 laps to go, as you come to do.
You know, last race at St. Louis, Sato went off strategy earlier and was sitting in a really good spot and was hurt by the yellow. And this weekend, it's flip-flopped perfectly. Sato exactly where he wants to be. 5 laps to go.
4 to go. 4
now
to go.
4.
Stay on the program.
Here comes Ryan. Here comes Hunter-Reay. I think he's probably the closest that he has been. Sato, Hunter-Reay, Bourdais provisionally on the podium. Then Spencer Piggott with an outstanding permanent road course drive today. Scott Dixon, boy, the damage control, the luck, the misfortune, then the turn of events. An incredible storybook day for this man here, Scott Dixon. Recently turned 38 and one of the most successful IndyCar drivers in the history of the sport. There is a 5th championship awaiting him in 2 weeks' time. If he can nurse this result home, he'll head to California with a 29-point championship lead. How about Will Power, the pole man who blitzed his way to the Verizon P1 award yesterday, got off to a great start, and then once everything was cleaned up from that opening lap crash, he got going again, got to turn 7, and just nothing happened in front of Alexander Rossi. Gearbox issues, then he had a crash, went back to the pits, got it all going again, but Will Power finds himself way down the order, some 7 laps down in 21st position.
RHR, we're hearing on the radio, has been given the green light to go and chase down Sato. Sato leading the race for Bobby Rahal's team. Bobby Rahal calls the shots on the pit stand there. Been a long time since Bobby's had a win.
Now RHR, 3 laps to go. It'll be 2 laps at the line. RHR has 101 seconds of push to pass. Now he's on the button. So RHR can use the button for like 90% of the rest of this race. He's going to have a shot, I think, guys.
For those of you turning on, expecting to see NASCAR at Darlington and the Southern 500, we'll get you there as soon as this race is finished. But how is it going to finish?
It's right there now, so 2 laps to go, coming on the line.
Full overtake, last 2 laps.
Full overtake the last 2 laps. Let's do it. 2 to go, less than 4 miles. Is it going to be Takuma Sato or Ryan Hunter-Reay? He's right there.
No attack, no chance. Sato is gunning for a win. It's been a long time since he's been in the winner's circle on a road course, and he will not give up easily.
Ryan can stay on the button almost always. Only when he's off throttle, coasting into a corner, will he come off it. He needs to get Sato to burn everything he has. It's going to be hard for Hunter-Reay to get close through these quick corners.
Sato's good in the infield. He pulls a little bit out on the infield, but Hunter-Reay comes back on the straightaways. Hunter-Reay's really good down here in the chicane in the last corner, but Sato's better in the infield.
Can Hunter-Reay be close enough, PT, on that front straight, heading down to the festival curves on the final lap?
Sato not using push to pass, still has 45 seconds. Here they go. It's going to go green light right here.
Flag, last lap, overtake all the way.
Last lap coming up, less than 2 miles. Has Hunter-Reay got something here for Sato? He's not close enough.
Really only has 1 more chance, Paul, which will be on the back straightaway.
Or into the tight hairpin if he can get close in the infield. 3 more corners from here, but Sato's car is on rails through this triple right.
Well, the other issue is these corners are fast enough to where the turbulent air is just too much for Hunter-Reay to get close.
You've got to remember earlier this weekend, it was not a positive start for either Rahal Letterman Lanigan driver, Graham Rahal or Takuma Sato. The team felt like they were a little bit 1 step behind, but Sato said, we had a great weekend at Road America. If we can work it out, we can have a great weekend here as well. And he's just a few more corners away from victory, which would be his first permanent road course victory. An incredible result. He's made up 19 positions from his start. He's an Indy 500 winner. He's now a Portland winner. Takuma Sato wins on IndyCar's return to the Northwest. How about that? Phenomenal effort from the Japanese driver. Takuma Sato can add Portland to Long Beach and the Brickyard as his IndyCar race victories. Ryan Hunter-Reay for second and Sebastian Bourdais, an amazing podium, but perhaps shadowing everything is Scott Dixon in 5th and will leave with the championship lead. There is Dixon, involved in the lap 1 crash, and comes away with a top 5 as he congratulates Sato.
Well, everybody in this field respects, admires Sato for his persistence, his hard work, his discipline, and his speed.
My head is still spinning from what went on today. This was the most wild topsy-turvy race that I think I've ever seen.
It had everything. It had everything. And Takuma Sato delivers. Rahal Letterman Lanigan.
Can't imagine what Alexander Rossi's going to be thinking after this race. All season he's been saying, Dixon, he never has a bad day. And once again, Rossi is just going to be just puzzled and frustrated. And Rossi did nothing wrong. He was so fast.
First win for Rahal Letterman Lanigan since Texas 2016. And Sato's first victory since he won at the Brickyard at the Indianapolis 500 last year. That's fantastic. 8th different winner on the season. Really good win. Top 3, all Hondas, by the way.
Last win was Brazil for Foyt on a road course, street course. It's been a long time since he's had a win on a
Well, it's Rahal.
The Rahal
No,
team.
I mean for Sato.
For Sato,
Yes.
so it's his first win since the Indianapolis 500. It's his first win on a permanent road course.
Since he drove for Foyt.
Since he drove.
Well, ever.
No, first win on a road course ever.
Long Beach
Because
when he
Long
drove
Beach
for
street
Foyt.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good run.
Oh, amazing. What a day. Hey, good for you. Saw Pagano in the background there. Boy, they'll be breathing a sigh of relief because the weekend did not start very well, and he actually started this race on the 11th row. There's a lot of people who'll be taking a lot away from this day. And let's not forget, there's the green car, Spencer Piggott, the young American who finishes in the top 4 just off the podium. Awesome performance.
There he rolls. This is new now. They're going to direct Takuma Sato into the paddock where all of the fans are. And there's Scott Dixon, Paul. Wife Emma ducks in and says, can you believe it? Look at the damage. So minimal compared to what everybody else suffered. Many drivers retired from the race, and that's all he had.
Looks like the front of one of my cars from back in the day, but this guy is just a warrior. He never gives up. You could never count him out, and that right there is a championship-winning drive.
There's Bobby Rahal. Bobby's experienced victory here at Portland. Bobby won in 1987, and now one of his drivers has. SG Fusick, the manager of Takuma Sato.
Graham Rahal ducks in there.
Taku is one of those drivers, and you pointed to it, Townsend, that everybody gets energized when you're around Takuma Sato. He's a 41-year-old, 19-year-old. He's baby-faced. He's got so much energy, such a positive spirit.
So many sponsors from Japan. Honda's been his longtime sponsor, and all this does is solidify him for a program for next year.
Let's hear from Takuma Sato.
And he scores just the 3rd win of his career. Big hugs from all of the 30 crew. It's his first win since Indianapolis of 2017, and it came with Takuma calling his very own strategy. Takuma, that was a bold call just after Fuel Strategy had burned you just last week.
It was actually. We had a difficult weekend on the last couple of weeks, but this weekend it's really paid off, and we carefully calculated. Of course, everyone does it, but I think the strategy worked really extremely well. Obviously, the car worked well. The pit stop was fantastic. Look at these guys again. Beautiful, beautiful.
Ryan Hunter-Reay was closing in on you those last few laps. Were you looking at him in your mirrors?
Yeah, I was, of course, and I knew he had over 100 times of the push-to-pass, so at 60 or 50 counting down, and I knew he's coming, but I was kept on the really cool, and Ryan really raced the fair, a bit in and out. We raced in time race together, but brilliant.
Kevin, an impressive day for the 30 team from 20th to 1st.
Takuma Sato might have won the race today, but Scott Dixon might have recovered to win a championship. We'll find out in 2 weeks. At the beginning of this race, when you're caught up in this melee, we're going to let you watch for the first time. What are you thinking your chances for any kind of successes today?
Well, I thought it was pretty bad. I couldn't see anything. Once I got off in the dirt, it was just, dust everywhere. And then I kept getting hit, and I'm like, oh God, this is not going to be good. Surely the car's going to be in a bit of trouble. But kind of the dust cleared, sort of car was still running, selective reverse, had enough room to back out, and then once the truck moved, I was able to pull away. I think the suspension was a bit bent. The car didn't drive like it, it felt like it should, but huge day for the team. This feels like a win for us in these circumstances. Lucky to keep the car going. Then we had a drive-through penalty with speeding on pit lane, which it must have been a technical glitch because I definitely turned it off after. It was nothing that I did, so we'll have to look into that for sure. But man, crazy.
And at one point, it's points as they run. When Rossi was leading and you were 20th or 21st, you were about 40 back. You actually gained points from 26 to 29 up. Is this your year?
I don't know. Well, obviously, going into Sonoma, 30 points or 29 or whatever it is not a huge amount. We'll have to see how it affected the 12 car as well. But just, really happy for the team. That these guys and girls have worked so hard. Just stoked for them. Super happy for Sato. It's good to see him get a lucky break there. He did a hell of a job on fuel mileage, so congrats to him.
One more to go to try for championship number 5.
One more to go. What an incredible day. We show you the points. Paul Tracy, what are your thoughts? An extraordinary day.
This is why you got to watch IndyCar. You never know what's going to happen. It's up and down all over the place, and this championship now goes down to the wire. Townsend?
If I'm Scott Dixon, I'm telling him right now, take your beautiful wife Emma to Vegas right now. This has been the miracle on dirt for sure. He's running under a lucky star this season.
And a different winner, an 8th different winner in Takuma Sato. Congratulations to him. Coming up next, it is the Southern 500 from Darlington. Want to remind you, we'll be back with Verizon IndyCar Series racing from Sonoma Raceway in 2 weeks' time. That's Sunday, September 16 at 6:30 Eastern to decide and see whether Scott Dixon can clinch a 5th IndyCar title. Wow, what a day. What a return to Portland for the first time in 11 years. It's definitely one to remember. Don't go anywhere as we take you now to Darlington and Chris Devoto.
Alex Palou's legendary season rolls on as he eyes an historic three-peat and looks to move one step closer to the single-season wins record in Portland. August 10th on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
And it's time to build more relationships today and find friends. Welcome back to the BitNile.com Grand Prix of Portland. Kevin Lee, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe set to go, and it is time to look at this road course in Portland in our track preview brought to you by Honda.
A 2-mile race course. 12 turns on paper, but some of them aren't really turns. That's why it's such a tight field here. Of course, we've talked a lot about that chicane, but Townsend, for me, 4, 5, 6 are the most fun corners here in an IndyCar.
A lot of fun, a lot of flowy over there, but I like 9 and 10. Top speed, 6 gear, massive commitment, full send on the way in. If you're too wide going in, only one typically makes it through turn 11 at the finish.
Leading the field today is the official pace car of Portland, the 2024 Honda Civic Type R. As you see the grid on the left-hand side of your screen, Santino Ferrucci on the pole for the first time in his career.
Yeah, going back, watch row 6. You got Graham Rahal, who had an engine penalty, qualified in the top 6, but had to start further back next to Kyle Kirkwood. I think you can see a lot of fireworks there.
Connor Daly thrown in the deep end at Hookos Hollinger Racing. Missed first practice, struggled to been qualifying, but look for him to move up as this race goes on.
Alex Palou, starting on the second row, has a massive lead in the championship, and keep in mind, there's almost a quarter of the season to go. The top 4 are all in the top 9 today. Will they make it through turn 1? Will this be the first win for AJ Foyt Racing in over a decade? Santino Ferrucci leading the field to green. Let's go from Portland, and what a run for Will Power coming down into turn 1.
It was an early jump from Ferrucci. That gave Power the draft, but he's trying to hold it on the outside, side by side, and one Power is going to take it around the outside of 2.
I thought Ferrucci touched right front to left rear of Will Power. It looks like he comes away unscathed, but Will Power being bold and decisive into the first corner.
That yellow and red car is the championship leader, Alex Palou. In third, the green and black, Romain Grosjean, who has not won in more than a decade. He is in play today.
He's made a great start, up from 6th on the grid to 4th. And we see some moves now. That's on to Dixon into turn 7. Is that Kirkwood? We've seen this before, Townsend. Drivers getting pushed wide on the exit there. Dixon falling like a rock.
Massive penalty.
Contact.
This will be a big hit.
Dixon hard into the wall. One of the championship contenders is out and done.
Not sure who clipped Dixon, but it ripped the steering wheel out of his hand, if not broke the steering arm. And it's good to hear.
Yeah, I'm fine, man. The 27, fuck, man, that's the other dude just waste.
27 is Kyle Kirkwood, that Dixon was side by side with when he got pushed off into the grass. And then Dixon, so good to hear his voice, because that was a pretty big hit into the Armco. That's a steel, hard steel barrier on the back straightaway as Chip Ganassi watches on.
We've seen this move a lot the last year. Passes on the inside of 7, push a car wide. Everyone's trying to get around. It's 3 wide there. That's at the 30.
Pietro Fittipaldi.
So they made it through the chicane, but not the backstretch. We're under caution at Portland. Welcome back to Portland. Under caution, lap 1 incident on the back stretch, and the AMR safety team has been there to attend to Scott Dixon. We saw him climb out of the car. We heard him. We'll hear from him as the number 9 PNC Bank car is towed away. All right, let's go back and see what happened, because there was a lot going on after they got through the chicane. Dixon got a little bit of a hip check, and then it was the second contact that sent him flying.
So watch Scott Dixon in that orange and blue car. This is the start, though, as Will Power drafts up perfectly on Santino Ferrucci.
That
Ferrucci knows he's there, James, gives him lots of room, and then gets a little squeeze there.
Little squeeze, and then he squeezes Palou a little bit. Palou doing a good job getting out of the throttle to avoid contact. That's what made him have to throw a little bit of a block on Grosjean into 4. You see Dixon all the way down the inside trying to make moves. There's Newgarden as well, fanning out 5 wide further back, but amazingly, no meaningful contact back through the grid. Grosjean using those softer alternate tires in a sea of primaries. And then here's Dixon. Pushed wide, cars going by. And you see
Pietro Fittipaldi cases it on that little apex curb kink, which is sort of the start of turn 8, the curved back straightaway. I'm sure Pietro had no idea that elevation was going to bounce him into Dixon. Race control will probably review that closely.
I think they're going to see it as probably a racing incident. And here's the thing, if he's a few inches further to driver's right, you don't line up the center of the tub on that curb. He probably gets away without getting the front end up in the air.
I don't agree with you, James. I think this is avoidable contact. Even if Pietro didn't know that the curb would do that, he's still the one initiating the move. He absolutely takes out Dixon. Dixon, a totally innocent victim in that situation. So it'll be interesting to see how it's called. Let's listen to the radio here.
No, because the penalty won't be until it goes green. I won't tell you.
There's nothing, man. I did nothing wrong. He put me to the curb. What do you want me to do?
Copy. We were just talking about it here, what the scenarios were. Everything's fine right now.
So it's the first we're hearing of a penalty coming officially once the green flag drops. That's assumedly a drive-through.
By the way, it's only the second time in 399 races Scott Dixon has crashed out on lap 1. The last time, 2005 in Motegi. This is the 12th time in the last 17 Portland races there's been a lap 1 caution. We're ready to go green again with now Will Power in front of the field. Santino Ferrucci, Alex Palou, Romain Grosjean, and Christian Lundgaard in 5th, headed back toward the chicane, this time single file.
How aggressive is Romain Grosjean with the championship leader, but further back, Newgarden getting defensive with Kirkwood there.
Kirkwood trying to make moves after that engine penalty, knocked him down a bunch of spots in qualifying. Both of those drivers on those softer red sidewalled Firestones.
And Pietro Fittipaldi is getting an avoidable contact penalty, so he will have to give up his great position, 13th. and do the drive-through.
Yeah, I struggle with that one a little bit because it's not avoidable. His wheels were off the ground. There's not a whole lot he could do. He's got a point. He's got momentum on Dixon, but look, doesn't matter what we think.
Penalty issued. I agree with race control. He could have probably stayed a little further right or just backed out of it, as we'll take one more look on the left here. He could have gone further right, kept his left sides down on that tarmac. It's understandable. It's not like it was intentional. It's an accident, but you did take out a car in a pretty vicious way on the back straightaway. So on we go. Look at Colton Herta with a move.
Lundgaard going defensive into turn one, but nicely executed from the driver of the Gamebridge Honda.
And that's the driver that came in second in the championship today. He is still in play as we see the high V on board from Christian Lundgaard.
So loose is the call from Christian Lundgaard.
Way too early to be in that situation. So that is a setup issue that he's dealing with, because we're just 7 laps in. He's on the harder black tire. He should not have oversteer this early.
I was speaking to Christian on the walk into the track this morning, and he said, here's the thing. Yeah, we got a good qualifying position. We can do it over a lap, but it is so hard. It is so much work to get that lap time over a stint. I'm really worried about what this thing's going to do. We're lap 7 of this race. Most of them already run under caution. This could be a long afternoon for the 45.
Felix Rosenquist has been quick, but started in the back. He is one of those that's been able to move forward just a little bit, a couple since the restart. And David Malukas is the biggest mover so far. And there's the championship leader. He has moved up to second. Palou scores more points. Ferrucci drops to third.
Top 2 in the championship, running top 2 inverted in the race, and it's no surprise both of these drivers so wicked fast on a road course.
But for Santino Ferrucci, his first time starting on pole, he just has to settle in here. Don't get caught up, don't try too hard, don't try to force it. Over 100 laps to go, just settle in, run with the leaders, and let your team help you on pit lane. Let's take a look at the pass again. Textbook stuff here from Alex Palou on the draft, deep on the brakes. Ferrucci given a pretty wide berth there. And I think what's going to be really interesting over the next 10 laps is that green and black car of Romain Grosjean, the first car on the softer red tires. When or if the tire compound starts to degrade, when does that happen for Romain Grosjean? That's going to signal to the rest of the field what happens.
Let's hear from Scott Dixon after a very rare early exit with Georgia.
Absolutely, he's been released from the IndyCar medical unit. First, are you okay? And then second, can you walk us through the incident?
Yeah, totally fine. Yeah, the 27, I think, caused all of that mayhem, to be honest. Just did a lunge and then gave me zero room on the exit, which knocked me off, and then you're trying to recover. And obviously, I think with, you know, Fittipaldi, honestly, getting the penalty there, kind of no real fault with him. It was just the funnels there. But the penalty should have been on the 27.
Thanks, Scott.
Scott Dixon agrees there was nowhere for Pietro to go.
And Scott Dixon's the greatest of all time, so I'm gonna take that as a win for me, Townsend.
No contact, just so I can point that out, between Kirkwood and Dixon. So I don't know how you penalize Kyle Kirkwood for contact if there was none.
I didn't say you should. I'm just saying you shouldn't have penalized Pietro.
Well, unfortunately, that realistically takes Scott Dixon out of play for his 7th championship. So we are probably down to 3 for the title with Palou, Power, and Herta. And Romain Grosjean running in 4th right now. Thinking about Santino Ferrucci. They have spent some time together, if you will, throughout the season. A lot of side-by-side hip checking and anger throughout the year. Very prominent members of the hate cauldron.
Yeah, they have. They're intimately familiar with each other's side pods, that's for sure. And look, Grosjean's going to have a lot of eyes on him right now because he's the top runner on those red tires. And with the track temps and ambient temps being higher than what we saw in warm-up yesterday, there's still a lot of information to figure out about the degradation on these tires. And Dylan, I think he's kind of a guinea pig for a lot of the primary starters watching what's happening with Grosjean.
Yeah, and not only is he the first and the highest runner on the Reds, he started on used Reds. So this is a big litmus test for all of these other teams to just kind of see how long these red tires hang on. And this makes sense for Grosjean. Spoke with him just before the race. He said, we are really good and happy on the red tires, which doesn't make him an outlier. There's a lot of guys that like the red tires so far this weekend. But Grosjean said, we are really good on them. So we want to save as many fresh sets as we can for later in the race. So we'll watch him and see just how long these used Reds hang on.
Yeah, he looks to be very disciplined right now, Dylan, in terms of anticipating exactly what you just described and trying to be proactive to take care of those tires. But I can promise you guys, the strategists for Hukos Hollinger and AJ Foyt are probably getting sweaty palms right now as we look back at the rich history between these two this season.
So this is at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and we're talking about practice here. This is the morning warm-up. Not a game, man. Not a race.
Ferrucci did it again in Detroit with Kyle Kirkwood. That led to some flared tempers, and this was Laguna Seca, and this is where race control leaned in and said, all right, guys, this is getting out of hand. Penalized Ferrucci, made him sit for, I think it was 5 minutes during practice, and once again, they find each other on the racetrack, this time for a podium position in this race.
And that's a battle for a final podium spot, as mentioned there. Third and fourth up front. It's Will Power, who took the lead in the opening corner, is now leading the championship leader, Alex Palou, by over a second. Plenty more to come, and first pit stops coming up in Portland. For the 30th time, Indy cars are racing at Portland International Raceway. Great view of our aerial coverage presented by Honda. 40 years ago, it was the first IndyCar race here. Mario Andretti on the pole. It was the very first win for Al Unser Jr. Who will get it done today? Might it be a step towards wrapping up a third championship in 4 years for Alex Palou? He runs second, or will Will Power, who leads, stay alive for his third career title at 43 years old? Let's look back and see the move from the 45 of the High V Honda, with Christian Lundgaard not making it through the chicane, but following the proper path. So he's going to lose a lot of positions, but no penalty.
Yeah, it looks like he snuck in there behind Rinus VK when it was all said and done, and Graham Rahal got around him as well. So that's down to 12th place for Christian Lundgaard. He did say, and we talked about how hanging on for a stint was going to be tough, and man, he's still got a long way to go before realistically you want to pit.
Yeah, and this is the window of this first stint where things start to get really interesting as somebody else goes wide. That's Linus Lundqvist. That's in the final corner where Lundqvist shot off to driver's left and took the support paddock slash drag strip re-entry to the racetrack. Lap 16 though right now, Kevin, this is where we think the crossover might start to reveal itself with the Firestone softer red tires, with track temps now right at about 100 degrees, hotter than it's been all weekend.
But big fuel windows here at Portland, and it is the start of a window for someone that wants to roll the dice, and two cars already have. Rossi and Malukas starting a little further back. They pit on lap 13, which is right at the front of the window to do this with a little bit of saving on 3 stops. What that does though, Townsend, puts everybody in your favorite place, the danger zone. Should a caution come out, they will cycle to the front, as we see a replay here of Lundqvist just getting a little bit of curb on the second part of that chicane, trip through the gravel, manages to make it onto the access road and safely re-enter.
Coming off a great result in St. Louis last Saturday night, his second podium of his rookie season. He finished third. He's in the back now. Meanwhile, we heard about Kyle Kirkwood earlier. Scott Dixon not real happy, but Kirkwood, likely, Dylan, fairly pleased, running in 6th right now.
Well, he was until about a couple laps ago. Lap 13, he came on and said, I'm worried about the left rear. He's another one that started on used reds, and then just a moment ago said that we're really starting to lose some of this handle, some of the balance on these tires. So they have another set. They have a set of sticker reds laid out, I think, for this next stop. But the other thing to consider, too, with some of these cars that started on the reds, there was some uncertainty. The temperatures are higher today than it's been all weekend, so there were several teams that weren't exactly sure what the tire dag was going to be like. I think we're learning a lot here in these early laps about just how long they're going to hang on.
Kirkwood has 21 laps on these reds, so that's a qualifying.
Deck looks okay right now, so just kind of keep managing like you're doing. Good job.
That's Brian Herta talking to them as we see the Firestone telemetry and get a great view with the AutoNation onboard of Kyle Kirkwood.
And Kevin, I was just going to say that because they're used reds, now he's at 21 laps. It seems like the rough rear is giving him some heartache. He's working the brake bias. Question is, are they going to try to hang on and get to about lap 30, that full stint window?
What's important about the fact they started on used reds is that's committing them to at least one more set of these red sidewall alternates, because per the rules, you do have to run both compounds, but the alternate set has to be a sticker set. So you know at least one more set of reds is going on the 27. They've boxed themselves into that to a degree. If these track temps keep going up and we see the reds falling apart.
Yeah, but at lap 20 here, Kirkwood could dive in and then give himself 30, 30, 30 to finish in terms of stints. So he's in that window, and Pato O'Ward is doing exactly that right now. I think this tells the field that this is a black tire race down the stretch.
Because another one of those 30-lap stints was going to have to be on a set of reds. So, Dylan, as the 5 comes to you, let's look and see what they put on.
They are going to go to blacks, and this theory tracks with what you guys just talked about. Will Anderson, the engineer, said if the reds are struggling, we can pit about lap 17 and do blacks to the end if we wanted it to. I think that may be their plan here. That's what Pato goes to. They'll have to run long on this stint.
Now, not every team handles the same way on tires, but it's a pretty good indicator. I'll be watching Grosjean and Kirkwood and Newgarden now. Do they try to stretch it, or are they going to come to the box and really make this definitively a black tire race for the front runners?
Rinus VeeKay, you see in the green and black, number 21, Ed Carpenter Racing Chevy also came in. We had a few stoppers on the lap 2, just topping off on that very first yellow.
Now, if this ends up a black tire race, Rinus VeeKay is really in a hole because he has bailed on those black tires early, and now he has to run long on the reds as he's challenged by David Malukas down the backstretch.
VeeKay fresh out of the pit lane or one lap in? No, he's
Straight out of the pits.
Fresh out of the pits. Early stop from Malukas, and right in front of him, Rossi, and it's working out for those guys. That clean air that they came out in at the back of the field, they're the first and third fastest cars on the racetrack at the moment. So they're essentially also doing the undercut strategy. They're doing fast laps while they've got that clean air, and when you cycle through, there's a good chance they'll close the gap and pass some of the drivers that are sort of stuck in a line here in dirty air and saving fuel.
I think we're about to get our answer here as we ride on board with Kyle Kirkwood. He will come to pit lane, Dylan. Can't hang on any longer.
And they have a set of sticker red tires laid out, sticker Firestones here for Kirkwood, which they have to run since they started on the used reds at the beginning of this race. So we'll be interested to see how much longer these new tires hang on for Kirkwood. They'll add shell fuel as well, and if he wants, after this stint, they'll be done with the red tires and can go black tires to the end.
Yeah, and that's what's key from that team, making that decision. Normally, you see teams switch from one compound to the other, so that way they've satisfied the tire rule and can open up their options. In this case, going red to red is because they want to satisfy the red side of that rule, and now they have the option to go blacks for the rest of the race.
Romain Grosjean started on used alternates, so this shows that they've got a setup and a balance that's making them last. This is very optimistic and positive that he's not losing space.
Yeah, and Kev, I spoke to a few drivers and a few engineers about the difference between the reds and the blacks. I think at ultimate lap time, it's fairly small in a race scenario, 3.5 tenths. So the degradation was the big key. I don't think we got super accurate information out of warm-up, but it really came down to look. Some drivers' setups prefer the alternates balance-wise, some prefer the primaries, and so I think what you'll see is a little bit of a difference in the tire strategy that really just comes down to which kind of tire that driver and that car setup is happier on. As O'Ward here trying to line up a pass, gets it done on Felix Rosenqvist.
He started 22nd.
Oh, goes a bit wide.
McLaren's qualified well. He's going to hang on to the position. But will Rosenqvist get a run back here? The former McLaren driver and a good friend of Pato O'Ward's. Rosenqvist with the AutoNation on board and the look ahead. I mentioned the McLarens, their best starter was Alexander Rossi at 17th.
Not great.
They were up by about 3/10 yesterday.
But one of the things you're seeing here is that's O'Ward on the blacks and that's Rosenqvist on the reds. So to Townsend's point, we sort of reached and passed that crossover point as the degradation of the reds creeps in.
as Alex Palou cut into that gap just a little bit. Just over a half a second, maybe 3-4 car lengths. And the DHL Honda behind Will Power in the Verizon Chevy.
These two have opened a healthy
Oh,
gap.
contact down in turn one, seemingly at least a car backwards, as Pietro Fittipaldi and Connor Daly get together.
And guys, I don't think Pietro did the proper route through the chicanes in the runoff of the chicane, the barriers that race control puts up. Let's take a look at what happened here.
So Fittipaldi comes to the inside looking for the overtake. Is he there enough?
And to James's point, we'll get to that in a second, Pietro was supposed to make a hard left.
No, it's right front to left rear, fully locked up. What you're going to see from race control's point is the car that was making the pass has more responsibility. He came in out of control with the brake locked and took out another car. So bad break for Connor Daly.
More than likely, that'll be a second drive-through penalty for Pietro Fittipaldi.
And there might be a third coming for not properly using the runoff.
So is that time served, or is it double down?
No idea. I think we're going to find out here in a minute, though. But unfortunately for Fittipaldi, a race weekend that started with so much promise, so much pace, is just quickly unraveling.
Even with that contact, Daly is still running in 15th, Fittipaldi in 14th, with potentially a penalty pending.
Watching Rinus VeeKay here. Should have his Firestones up to temp, up to pressure. Looked like a little bit of a struggle on the outlap, but the Bitmount car is back up to speed.
As we see Rinus VeeKay, the number 21 BitNile.com car, it's time to join players from around the world at BitNile.com's immersive social casino, where you can enjoy playing blackjack, roulette, slots, and much more. BitNile.com is a proud sponsor of the NTT INDYCAR Series, Ed Carpenter Racing, and Green Savory Promotions, the promoters of IndyCar events in St. Petersburg, Mid-Ohio, Toronto, and here in beautiful Portland.
And he's being hounded right now by Malukas. Key was Rossi getting around him on that exchange as we see Nolan Siegel coming in. You see the sticker Firestone Reds going on. NTT on board showing the 6 crew hard at work, fast in pit lane, 7 flat. Good stop from that crew. But with Rossi and Malukas, who both pit together, Rossi getting around VeeKay, he's been able to open up that gap as we watch these cars now come through, and that's Fittipaldi probably serving up a penalty.
Fittipaldi comes out right in front of the leader, Will Power. How does he handle this situation? Power laying down big black marks as he struggles to get the Power down. Power's got to be patient right here. Don't force this.
Through 4, 5, 6, there is going to be an opportunity coming up on the backstretch. It's allowing Palou to get a little bit closer, within a half a car length or so. And Palou is going to take a look around the outside, maybe try to do the switch back here. Traffic could impact things. Palou on the charge, pressure coming. Championship contenders and the leader right there in that yellow car, trying to move to the lead of this race.
Both drivers on the push to pass, but as Palou pulls out, Power stays in line with the 30, so he's able to get that draft. Palou can't get a run as the 30 pulls off to serve another drive-through penalty for avoidable contact, but race on at the front.
And that is a huge benefit to Will Power. He would have had to deal with that even longer. So has Power held off the surge from Palou?
Maybe for now, as we see the Verizon onboard out the back here of Power. That was dicey moment. I wonder if Power received the information from his team, like, don't worry, he's going to need to do a drive-through penalty, as they came up on Pietro Fittipaldi. Doesn't matter now as Palou settles back in, and now lap 27, attention starts to turn to the upcoming pit stop and how the teams decide to undercut, overcut, or potentially come at the exact same time.
Well, here's the thing. You're inside the window. It's about 30 seconds lost if you pit. If you pit now, it's going to come out in traffic. That's not the way to do it. I think the overcut's the play.
When will the leader stop? It is going to be soon. The longer you go in the blacks, the shorter the stint will be on reds. You're watching USA's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Hy-Vee. This racing season, help Hy-Vee reach their goal of 100 million meals by visiting Hy-Vee.com. and by NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series. Thanks for spending Sunday with us. We've seen IMSA already on USA. Now it's time for INDYCAR. Kevin Lee, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, Georgia Henneberry, and Dylan Welch with Will Power, who took the lead in the opening corner on AJ Foyt Racing Santino Ferrucci. Alex Palou, the championship leader, got by Ferrucci, but he still runs in third. Romain Grosjean runs in fourth, and Colton Herta still in play in the championship in fifth. So the top three in the championship are in the top five of this race.
And we saw Scott Dixon have an unceremonious exit from this race, so he's dropped back significantly points-wise.
And even though this guy is not leading like he did on the pace lap, Santino Ferrucci's hanging tough. He's got IndyCar champions ahead of him, Team Penske, Chip Ganassi Racing, and the AJ Foyt kid is holding his own ahead of Grosjean. What happens on pit lane, though? How much does the pressure factor in when you go up against the two best teams in the sport on a green flag stop? We're about to find out.
Well, look, realistically, he's not going up against them because he's 5 seconds down the road. He's going up against Grosjean, the JHR crew, and the 26 of Herta and Andretti Global as the 14. The pole sitter, George, has gone to pit lane.
And this is the car that Santino felt the best the moment they rolled off the truck this weekend. He's going to bring the 14 in. They're going to go from black tires to scuffed Firestone Reds, fill it up with Shell fuel as far as they can go, and he is down and away. We have to remember that these pit stalls are a foot shorter this weekend, so it presents a lot of challenges for these drivers.
So we'll remember that number, Georgia, 8.5 seconds for Santino Ferrucci, as Scott McLaughlin and Team Penske come in, Dylan.
And he had cycled into the top 10 with this pit stop. They'll change Firestone tires and add Shell fuel here for McLaughlin. Quick change there for a compound change, and he's released.
It's quite a surprise that he only qualified 20th yesterday after leading the first two practice sessions. So we know the number 3 Freightliner Chevy has some pace as we ride the Delaware Light on board with Marcus Ericsson. And we see an overtake from Alexander Rossi coming up the inside.
That's Ericsson fresh out of the pits as Dylan Will Power comes to the pits.
Yep, all the leaders getting ready to start making their first stops of the day. Here's Will Power, who, as we said, got to the lead on lap 1, turn 1, started on the primary tires. Romain Grosjean in behind him as well. Power looks like is going to go to a set of alternate tires. No change on the chassis or the front wing for Power. Grosjean is in behind him as well. They had a set of red tires laid out at first, but they've opted to put a set of primaries on for Grosjean, who did a great job to start on the reds.
Those look like used reds, used alternates for Will Power, so he still will use another set later on. And let's watch the blend here.
That's Santino Ferrucci on the right. The two cars directly behind him on the racetrack when he pitted have come out of the pits in front, but he's got a lap of heat in those tires. Can he make a move on Colton heading down into 4 or down the back straight?
Be really fun to see Ferrucci get to the tail of Romain Grosjean, but Grosjean seemingly no issues finding grip, finding temperature on this outlap.
And now Alex Palou, as he almost always does, goes longer. Will he jump Will Power in the pit exchange? First we see the stop, Dylan.
And they wanted to wait just to make sure they could try to get some clean air on that in lap. Palou is asking for a little bit of a front wing change as they'll start this second stint with primary tires as well. There's the wing change waiting on fuel. Palou's release. Let's watch the blend.
That was not a great stop, Dylan. 9.2 seconds for Alex Palou as Power comes down the front straight.
Headed down towards the chicane, and Power is going to maintain the advantage.
Easily gets it done. I think you called it there, Townsend. That stop a little bit slow. And even with the seeming advantage of doing the overcut there, staying out that lap longer was not enough for Palou. He'll have to regroup. He's got 2 more tries at it, right? There's 2 more stops in this race if everything goes according to plan. There you go, Ferrucci on the inside of Herta into 4.
That's a big move.
That's a huge move.
Did Herta make a mistake that opened up the door for Santino Ferrucci? Let's look.
So that's the lap car, I believe, of Connor Daly. Oh, no, gets forced out. Oh, no, that's Grosjean. He's going for the move on Grosjean. I apologize.
He was trying to go around Romain Grosjean. Let's watch again on board. The game bridge on board with Herta. Is there contact? There is.
So who was that in front coming out? It was Newgarden.
Is that Newgarden out of the pits?
Newgarden out of the pits. He's slow. Grosjean must have missed a shift or something.
Does Grosjean know there's a car with Colton Herta even to his outside?
I'd be surprised. You're looking down at your wheel, you're panicking, trying to get that thing rolling again. That's not really a too wide part of the racetrack.
Either way, look who is right on the tail of his season-long nemesis, Santino Ferrucci, on the hunt.
And he's on the soft tires as well, hard tires in front for Grosjean, so advantage grip-wise goes to Ferrucci.
And probably a pretty fired-up Colton Herta back on track, looking to get back to where he feels he rightfully belongs in this running order.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth on that. This is going to get a little bit spicy. You see Colton Herta on the radio.
Grosjean just pushed me off. Copy, 4 lap, 10 mode.
So let's go back to the stops. Will Power led the entire first stint. Alex Palou stayed out a lap later. Let's look at the pit time differential powered by NTT.
Not sure what happened with Will Power, but that time in pit box, that 2.3 seconds is the advantage for Will Power. Alex Palou had that 9.2 second stop. Sometimes that's fuel getting plugged in. Not sure what the issue is, but thanks to NTT, advantage almost 2 seconds for Power.
That contact between the 26 and 27, is that right? 26 and 77 is under review. Grosjean and Herta under review. And there's Santino Ferrucci on the charge, trying to give AJ Foyt Racing their first road course podium in almost a decade. 2015 by Takuma Sato, who also has their last win in 2013.
And race control quick to finish their review, deciding no action on the 77. I like that call. I agree with you, James. I don't think Grosjean would have known he was there. It's an awkward situation. Colton luckily able to continue. They'll all regroup and keep the battle going.
Third in this race, Kyle Kirkwood is on a slightly different strategy. He'll have to pit first. He came in on lap 20. Will Power is in charge right now in Portland. You still have a chance to drive away with a new Corvette courtesy of Hy-Vee. All season, you can enter for a chance to win one of 3 Corvettes. There are still 1 remaining. 2 are gone, so grab your mobile device and scan the QR code on your screen to enter. Back at Portland International with Will Power leading over Alex Palou, Kevin Lee, James Hinchcliffe, Townsend Bell, Georgia Henneberry, and Dylan Welch. It's time to go through the field. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. And let's start with 5th place in the race and with Dylan.
And that's Romain Grosjean, who is having a much-needed good day, and spoke with him before the race, and he was pretty positive and optimistic that they had the capability to do that today. And started on those used red tires, had a really good first stint. They've got another set of sticker reds and a scuffed set of reds as well, if that's what they want to do later on in the race. So Grosjean happy right now in the 5th spot, Georgia.
Santino Ferrucci rides right behind him in that 6th position, and in his 74 NTT INDYCAR Series starts, he secured his first NTTP1 award. I mean, just think what a win could mean for the AJ Foyt organization as he rides in that 6th position. Next, right behind him, Colton Herta, Andretti driver. He rides in that 7th position, started in 8th, and just think Michael and Mario Andretti have won a combined 5 times here. So some good information going to Colton Herta's ears right now, aside from Rob Edwards.
And behind him is Marcus Armstrong, who rides in the 8th spot. This has kind of been about where they've been on the time charts all day long, and spoke with Marcus, or all weekend long, I should say. Spoke with Marcus a little bit ago and said, we've actually been really good all weekend. It's just so tight. It's hard to make up a difference unless you're way better than everybody else, and that's a hard balance to find for sure. So Armstrong's been happy. He likes the red tires as well. Wasn't sure if his teammates liked him quite as much as he did. So Armstrong runs in the 8th spot on those preferred red tires for him right now, Georgia.
And Graham Rahal says Portland International Raceway is home to his first big win in Star Mazda back in 2005. And we have to remember he held the pole here last year, so he has unfinished business to take care of today, riding at 9.
And Alexander Rossi rounds out the top 10, started 17th. They were one of the first cars to pit on lap 13, which they were going to have to do a little bit different on strategy, and it's paid off for them right now. Alex felt like they had a car that was capable of qualifying within the first 2 rows, and then just mysteriously kind of lost the balance in qualifying. So knew that if they could get track position, they could contend and run up front and hold on to that track track position. He's going to have a big fuel save here over the next couple of stints, but Rossi in a good spot and making progress early.
Yeah, I like this call from the 7th stand, and Rossi's doing a great job. They pit on lap 13, but importantly, they came out in clean air, and they could just sit there, run fast laps to get that overcut done as we ride on board the Mission Foods camera here. And I think it's, you know, he's still got the same number of stops. Yes, he's going to have to save a bit of fuel, but track position's king, and if he can be a bit defensive, get his elbows out, this could be a great recovery drive after a disappointing qualifying, given he's had pace all weekend long.
And meanwhile, right in front of Rossi is Graham Rahal, and someone in the booth cringed when Georgia mentioned his big first pro win here in Star Mazda.
Thanks, Kev.
In 2005. Who might have finished second in that race?
It's not important, Kev. No one remembers who finished second, and that's why you don't know.
Oh, so it was James Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, it was me. It was me, and I led the whole race, and he snookered me on a restart. It was a really good move, and I still lose sleep over it. I wake up in a cold sweat twice a year thinking about that race. But
what could have been?
It was well played. It was well played from Graham. And he likes every year we come back to Portland, he likes posting the picture of us on the podium just to remind me.
Well, here is Rahal's look with the Hendrickson on board. One of 4 Rahal Letterman Lanigan cars this week. And by the way, Graham qualified in the Firestone Fast 6. He had 5 teams of the 6, and only Rahal Letterman Lanigan had a pair, but Rahal was one of 4 that had a 6 grid spot penalty. Actually 5, because there were 2 more changes last night with Kiffin Simpson and Scott McLaughlin moving back. All right, Dylan, let's go back up front to the championship leader, Alex Palou, running second.
That's right, and just kind of cruising right now on the black primary tires. This was some radio a few moments ago.
Just to update you, Kirkwood is actually on red, left on the thicker red. The timing and scoring is wrong.
Is power on your red or used red?
Used.
So Alex always curious of those around him and exactly what they're doing just to stick to their game plan. Spoke with Barry Wanzer and Julian Robertson mainly this morning, who talked about kind of their point situation and how they don't want to do anything different these next few weeks. They're not worried about covering Power or Herta or anybody else. They're just going to stick to their game plan as they do every weekend. It's gotten into this point in the season doing what they know how to do, and that's their plan here. So comfortable right now in the second spot.
I was going to say, their plan usually works out. So that's probably a good strategy.
Well, and key here is that Will Power is on those used reds, so I think he's going to short stint this one as his teammate here. Thanks to Freightliner, we ride on board with number 3, Scott McLaughlin, in traffic behind Marcus Ericsson. And that's McLaughlin on the red tires. And I'm curious, how hard is he pushing right now to make something happen?
Well, it just kills you sitting in dirty air. And not only does he have Ericsson right in front, he's got VK and Rossi.
He might make a move here, James.
Up the line as well. It's going to be late. Thinks about it. Thinks better of it. Again, he's on the softs, the reds. And Ericsson on the primaries. Delaware Life camera looking back at McLaughlin. He is very much, you can tell in the attitude of the car, he's aggressive, he wants to get around.
Absolutely, and the thing that McLaughlin will be keenly aware of is, because he's in dirty air and on the softer red tire, is there's a limit to how hard you want to push and over or exaggerate the degradation, accelerate the degradation of those softer red tires. So it's a balancing act for Scott McLaughlin right now as he tries to work his way past Ericsson.
But McLaughlin might be aiming to do a short stint on reds. He might be a car that's preferring the black tires, so he can push hard, as we see Rossi now diving to the pits. That's the first of the drivers on this alternate strategy, that pit on lap 13. We saw Malukas on the same deal. So again, it's going to be a big fuel save, but he's put himself in a good position.
He's in a good spot. He did about 33 laps on this stint as the Arrow McLaren team goes to work. Everything running smooth. The wing change, 2 turns right, 2 turns left front. So Rossi looking for more front aero on this next stint, and he is back, I think, on the red tires again.
So we're getting closer to the midpoint here at Portland. And want to mention a notable date today. We want to remember a couple of friends. It was this date 3 years ago when we lost our colleague Robin Miller to a valiant fight to cancer. And 9 years ago this weekend is when we lost Justin Wilson, who succumbed to his injuries from a crash at Poconos. We're thinking of all of Justin and Robin's friends. We miss you, but your memory is going to live on for a long, long time. Stay with us from Portland. Thank you for joining us for USA's coverage of IndyCar today, brought to you by Hendrickson, a global manufacturer of innovative ride solutions and proud partner of RLL Racing. 5 Hour Energy, also a proud partner, energizing RLL Racing. 5 Hour Energy, tastes great and fixes tired fast. And by Hy-Vee, this racing season, help Hy-Vee reach their goal of 100 million meals by visiting Hy-Vee.com. Starting to see the second round of pit stops. None of the leaders have come in yet. We just saw Pato O'Ward dive down just a moment ago as we ride the Verizon onboard with the leader, Will Power.
And Pato has no requirement to give that spot up to Will, but Will's going to force the issue and make it happen on the outside of turn 11. Great move there.
Pretty forceful stuff. Not a great day for Pato O'Ward and Arrow McLaren on pace, so he'll try to salvage what he can to get to the finish, but a yellow could change a lot.
Man, nothing we can do there.
But he is now a lap down, and I'll bet Pato O'Ward would have never thought that that would have happened straight up coming into a road course weekend in Portland. Here comes Kirkwood in the window to make this his second to last stop, Dylan.
And they went 30 laps on this stint. Started used reds, went new reds on that stint. They will switch to the primary Firestones for their first stint on those and a big front wing change. Brian Herta had asked him to try and close about 2.5 seconds the last few laps of that run to try to get them out into open track. So let's see where Kirkwood blends here.
He was the first of the top 10 to make their first stop on lap 20. So the other leaders could go another 10, 12 laps if they wanted to, if the Firestones will last.
And if they want to risk the danger zone. This Kirkwood pit stop right here puts the field a little bit on notice as Toby Sowery, the rookie, trying to go around the outside.
This is not what Kirkwood needs. He wants that fresh air, that clean racetrack that he can see in front of him. If Sowery gets around, it's going to kill that, but it's going to be a big dive into 7. Who's going to blink?
Remember what he did to Scott Dixon earlier in the race. Sowery backs off, tries to do the cross-up. Kirkwood's going to defend aggressively, I think, right here.
He's giving the inside to the 51. There's a lot of marbles off track already, but he's got the preferred line. It might be advantage Toby into the chicane. That is bad for Kyle Kirkwood.
Well done by the 28-year-old rookie from the UK in his third IndyCar weekend. He's 1 year before in Indy Lights back in 2019. He's just been waiting for an opportunity, and he's impressed in what little he's had this season.
And let's face it, that is straight up a battle for position. Toby Sowery about to make his next stop, but he runs 14th, and that's legit as Kirkwood simply couldn't get tire pressure and temperature on that outlap.
What great racing between those two. Huge props to Toby Sowery having the gall to try that outside move. So this is out of the chicane. You see Kirkwood here duck driver's right to defend, and then Sowery just rolls off that brake pedal, throttles it up, hangs it around the outside. It's essentially 3 apexes through 4 and 5. He had to hold it the whole time. Had the advantage on the inside of 6. Great job from both guys leaving the room in all these corners. 4, 5, 6, 7 side by side the whole time. Really great racecraft from both guys.
This is likely to be the last race of the season for Sowery. We think Catherine Legg will be back in that car for the final 2 oval weekends. He told me he's got some momentum and potentially some partners to at least get in some conversations. He's in consideration for a full-time opportunity next year with about a dozen seats still unconfirmed, and that's one of the storylines this weekend. There are a lot of drivers that don't have confirmed jobs that want to pad their resume. Santino Ferrucci was very open about that when he won the pole. This should help my bargaining power coming up because he's one of those that is wanting to make sure he's set with AJ Foyt Racing and see if anybody else wants to come calling.
David Malukas now a lap down to Will Power. So the fight back, the comeback not going as well. But again, he's on that same strategy as Rossi as we see Nolan Siegel trying to get racy with Newgarden. Thinks better of throwing it up the inside of 4. But Newgarden doing a great job up there in P3. Started in 5th after the engine penalties. On the same strategy as the leaders, pit on the same lap as Alex Palou. And Just
remember,
him off.
Newgarden started on the reds. He satisfied that requirement. He's on the black tire now, likely to run long. And Grosjean just came out of the pits as Kyle Kirkwood has another battle on his hands.
This time Kirkwood, though, has the hot Firestone tires, and he's going to try to make that move, and he will get it done.
Right behind Grosjean on track is his teammate this weekend. And for the rest of the season at JHR, Connor Daly had an issue in first practice, missed most of the session, so a little bit on the back foot here. First road course he's done in an IndyCar in a while, and he is all over the back of his teammate trying to make a move.
And dicey moments for team owner Ricardo Juncos, because one of the reasons Daly was brought in was trying to secure that 22nd leader circle championship position, and it's worth big money.
And right now, that number 78 car is 3 points behind for the final spot. Who are they chasing? Well, the guy who let Connor Daly go last year, Ed Carpenter, in the number 20 entry, which Ed will be in for the final 3 races of the season.
That'll be a pretty interesting dynamic down the stretch as Christian Rasmussen, Ed Carpenter's driver.
That's the number 20 car you were talking about, Kev. It's going to be Ed Carpenter for the last 3 races, but on the road street courses, it's this driver here, rookie Christian Rasmussen.
That's not good for points.
No, and that's the exact same thing that his ECR teammate did, getting wide in 11 and taking that drag strip runoff. Here's a replay.
Oh boy, what a save.
Great job to then hang it to the left to get around the firewall.
And we have a blocker penalty called on Kyle Kirkwood. He is going to give up 2 positions.
Oh, yes. Fair call there. That is in reaction to, absolutely, Kyle Kirkwood making a fade and then a definitive reaction move to the outside as Toby Sowery was pressing. You see it the same way?
And you blocked at 51.
I got to see it again. I didn't think that when we were on board with Kirkwood looking back, but it seems like Sowery almost pulled out a little bit early to kind of set the stage there. But either way, it's been called. It doesn't matter.
Okay, championship leader, second in this race, Alex Palou. Dylan is making stop number 2.
He is, and this will be his first stint on the red tires. Asked for a half turn of front wing. He actually got a little bit free, a little bit loose at the end of his run on those primary tires. That's this most recent run. So they'll add shell fuel here, make that front wing change, and change tires for Palou. We see Josef Newgarden in front of him as well. And Newgarden's in. They were telling him to just keep pushing on that run. They were on the primary tires, I believe, and I think they're going to go to another set of primaries as well for Newgarden.
So we still need to see Power, Ferrucci, Herta, Armstrong, and more make their second stop. What does the overcut do? Staying out longer.
Well, for Will Power, he's going farther than I thought he could on those used reds, so that is a pretty powerful sign. He'll come to pit lane now, but he did a great job on that stint, James, to maintain pace, and this means he's got a set of sticker reds still in the bag.
Sticker reds in the bag, and he's going to have to use them at some point. He started on the primaries, went to those scuffed reds, the used reds.
Dylan, are those used reds again?
They sure are, so they're saving their set of sticker reds for the final stop here. Power has been really happy with the balance all day, and they're going to save their best tires for the end of the runs. Georgia?
Yeah, Santino Ferrucci has been incredibly quiet on the radio. They went from scuffed reds to blacks, but no complaints from Ferrucci.
And Power is very safely out. Look at that gap for Power for Alex Palou, now just coming through turn 1.
Yeah, that was a healthy gain.
Watch this, guys. The 14 of Santino Ferrucci coming out of pit lane, and who's that? Romain Grosjean goes by. What about Connor Daly here and Kyle Kirkwood on hot tires? This could get dicey coming to the S's.
I'm not sure there's a huge amount of love lost between Connor Daly and Santino Ferrucci either. And let's face it, Santino has been very open. I'm not here to make friends. I like Santino, but I don't know if a lot of the other drivers do. So here we go.
Big tire advantage for Santino. Connor still has to pit. 31 was the last lap he came in on. But Santino, cold tires. Now you see Kirkwood had to give that position up to Connor. And he wants it back.
Past halfway in the race, we start to think about push to pass seconds remaining. Connor drafts up, not close enough to make the move work, but at any point now, Connor Daly likely coming to pit lane. There it is.
And Ferrucci's tires are up to temp now, and there was no reason for Daly, knowing he was going to pit, to really force the issue here. So the second stop for Connor Daly, who is doing what he needs to do to score points for the number 78 entry to get that $1 million leader circle. It's the revenue sharing that we see in other team sports, which is a part of IndyCar. He came in, that entry did, 3 points behind the number 20. We've already seen their issues. They're running back at 21st right now. Solid stop for Hunkos Hollinger, and Daly is back out.
So now we'll watch for the cars leading for now. Herta, Armstrong, Ericsson, McLaughlin, and Christian Lundgaard all need to make their second stop soon.
By the way, look at the gap that Will Power now has had Alex Palou. 6th and 7th in the race, but it's about 5 seconds as we ride the NTT on board with Nolan Siegel.
Good rookie battle here, Siegel versus Toby Sowery.
See him on the overtake. He's on the hybrid being depleted. That's the little displays on the left and right-hand side of the cockpit. He's got a great run. Toby defends to the inside. He's going to try to hang it on the outside.
Oh!
Big commitment from Siegel. He goes off. He goes way off.
But he's able to make the corner. But look at how slow he has to navigate the grass as he's still turning right.
And dragging dirt and debris onto the race line, onto the racetrack. Anyone behind's now got to be a little bit cautious.
So impressed with the racecraft from Toby Sowery today. Good, clean, hard racing.
That's what I was going to say. He's had 2 battles, and he has prevailed in both of them. Marcus Ericsson trying to move back forward now.
Yeah, you don't have to be the last guy on the brakes if the other guy doesn't make the corner. So Sowery got it done on the first time and the second time down to the chicane. We see McLaughlin now in another set of what looks like used reds going on for Scotty Mack.
So we still need to see the top 3 pit, Herta, Armstrong, and Ericsson for the second time. Everyone else still has 1 more pit. The top 3 need to stop twice.
Oh, look at Sowery too. He's way over on the marbles, which I'm sure he considered as he had to decide on his breaking point right here.
And you're trying to dummy the other driver into doing just that. And now I got to give Nolan credit. He broke late and he gave Sowery enough room to get it done. The 26 is in, Georgia.
Yeah, and there was a left rear tire temperature concern earlier in that stint, but it didn't stop them. He went from scuff reds back to scuff reds, similar to Will Power that filled it up with shell fuel, and he was down and away. It was a quick stop.
So a red race for the 26 because he still has not yet used his sticker set as we see his teammate Ericsson in. There's the stickers going on, the 28. Quick stop from the Andretti Global crew there.
And those early pit stops like Pato Award, we thought, okay, this looks like it's going to be a black race, but Will Power really setting the trend for the rest of the field as Roman Grosjean is stalled.
What?
And backwards. Did he get help?
Brutal result after a great run going. These hybrid systems should technically allow you to restart, and that was, he had it running.
He got that left rear kicker as he is able to restart his car and comes right in front of Christian Rasmussen.
That was lazy. That was foolish to not look in your mirror and know what was coming when you're turning. He just did it again.
Just about got Toby Sowery there, I think.
Got the flat. He didn't get hit. He drove straight into the 20. That's the wrong way of wording that one. And oh no, left rear down. It's going to be a long lap to get it around.
Long trip.
That was a public MCU.
That was.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. You lost
Sloppy.
control with the left rear getting that kicker off the turn 1 apex, and to your point, just drove right across the race running traffic.
There's so much tarmac down there in turn 1 to make that spin around. He could have even gone the other direction. Let's take a look again. So he spins around and then just drives straight for the racing line.
What is that all about?
He should be nowhere near that curve. That's
totally agree.
100%. on the 77. I feel bad for Rasmussen. I hope there's no damage on the front of the 20.
Well, and I see Rasmussen dropping, so is he stopping? And remember, he's in that tight battle for the last leader circle points paying position, 22nd in entrant points.
This is a replay on the left.
You can see wing damage there for Rasmussen, I think.
I'm going to give credit to the hybrid system for getting the car started, but yeah, look at that damage on the 20. Georgia, what are they saying on the radio?
Well, he's in the pits right now. They changed the nose wing and put new tires on it, but there is pretty heavy damage on the front of the 20.
Yeah, like it's a tough one. That's one that I promise once he sees the replay, Grosjean's going to put his hand up and probably be the first guy walking over to the 20 crew to apologize. Just heat of the moment thing, tough break for both drivers.
So while that was happening, Marcus Armstrong, who was the leader, was the last to make a second stop. We're back in normal running order, and Will Power is in front. You're watching USA's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Firestone Tires for redefining limits. NTT, official sponsor and technology partner of the NTT INDYCAR Series. And by Liberty Mutual Insurance, only pay for what you need. Kevin Lee, James Hinchcliffe, Townsend Bell, Georgia Hinneberry, and Dylan Welch at Portland International. Will Power has led from the opening corner for all but pit sequences, and there is a lot of traffic now right in front of the leaders. That black, white, and red car is the leader, the Verizon car of Will Power with the DHL Honda of Alex Palou right behind him. And remember, I mentioned a little while ago, it was 5 seconds. Palou has been picking them up and putting them down about a half a second faster than Power, who now has traffic to deal with.
Yeah, all of the talk that we had about pace and strategy and tire compound kind of out the window right now. It's a straight up race between these two to try to navigate through traffic if possible. Nose to tail, run the 12 and the 10.
And that's important to remember. Those cars, they have no command to get out of the way. It is not required for a car to get out of the way until they are a lap down to the entire field here in IndyCar. So you see Grosjean right ahead at Jack Harvey there on track.
And James, let's face it, for Jack Harvey, Connor Daly, excuse me, that's Romain Grosjean, but for Jack Harvey, he's driving for his future opportunity as Will Power gets by in turn 1.
Dylan, tell us more about Will Power.
Well, and they obviously are seeing the same things we are and telling Will we've got to go on the radio.
Can't really hear you, bud, but the cars ahead are all lapped down. You're the race leader, but we have to get by this traffic by the end of the race. Palou's taking quite a bit of time out of it the last few laps.
And the other thing to note, too, this is new reds on Palou versus used reds on Power. So the advantage obviously is going to go to Palou here. But if Power can stay in front, they'll have a set of new reds to finish the race. So ultra critical for the 12 to stay ahead.
And look how key it is to get around that lap traffic as quickly as possible. Power got around Harvey into 1. It's taken 3/4 of a lap for Palou to follow him through. And he's got a little bit of breathing room now, up to just over a second, as the car in front, Grosjean, peels off. So now it's clean air in front for Power.
And Grosjean is serving a drive-through for, I believe the wording is unsafe conduct, as we saw a little bit ago, and that seems worded properly.
It's a nice way to put it.
What we saw when he spun and was trying to get back on course and collected Christian Rasmussen. All right, so sorted a little bit and some breathing room for the moment. So let's see what kind of pace Will Power has compared to Alex Palou. And let's look at how Power created about a 5-second gap with our pit stop differential powered by NTT from stop number 2.
And once again, the big outlier there is the time in the pit box. So the 12 crew, 2 stops in a row, 2+ seconds faster than the 10.
Unusual for Chip Ganassi Racing, the championship leading program here, to be 4 seconds off in the box. And it's not like an obvious reason why. When you watch the replays of those 2 pit stops for Alex Palou, I can't find anything that is an outlier in terms of why it would take so long. They're just waiting on the fuel. There were no mistakes that I could see on the 4 tire changes.
And now that he's not in traffic, he is running faster laps. He's opened that gap up to about 1.5 seconds. And look, if you've had 2 pit stops like that, you know there's still 1 to go. You're cautiously optimistic that you could gain a little bit more time still on the 10 of Alex Palou through that next pit cycle, just based on the performance of that 12 crew in pit lane.
looking a little further back, you see some good days going for the likes of Marcus Armstrong in 6th. He's been able to move forward a little bit from his original starting position. Graham Rahal, same, running in 7th right now. Marcus Ericsson in 8th. And Scott McLaughlin had an engine penalty. He has moved up 11 spots in this race, running in 9th right now. He's the biggest mover.
Just trying to get done what he can. Damage control here right now. Probably kind of not looking so much at championship at this point from where they are.
So when is the final stop going to be? We are getting close. They can go more than 30 laps, so NTT helps us look at the pit stop window prediction powered by NTT.
Now that is based on range from their last stop, but I think with the pace that Will Power has, the track position at the lead, why risk it? You can go about 30 laps. So I think around lap 80, the Verizon car will look to come in and cover against the danger zone scenario of the yellow coming out and make sure they keep Will Power at the front. We will find out. In fact, I think some of the cars like Ferrucci or Armstrong might pit around lap 77 and try to game it a bit and take a gamble as Toby Sowery took the overshoot in the first chicane. See what happened here.
Oh, big rear lockup on the way in. Luckily, the one sign was already knocked down, so not a ton of time lost. A very small blemish on the record of what's otherwise been a pretty impressive drive here from Sowery.
There's Kiffin Simpson. The Journey car down the back straightaway, battling with one of the Meyer Shank cars.
Malukas. And Malukas has just been told to give up 4 positions, 4 track positions. So that may not be positions in the race. It could be a lap down car because he shortcut the course and did not handle track limits properly. And that was in the chicane as well.
Okay, well, let's take a look at that one. So again, just hot in and cuts straight out. I don't know.
Yeah, that is time gained for sure.
If you went to the driver's meeting, you should know that's not gonna. You're not gonna get away with it.
He was +9. He's given up a few. Stay with us. Final pit stops are coming up very soon from Portland. Beautiful Sunday afternoon in Portland, Oregon. Our aerial coverage is presented by Honda. Thanks for joining us with NBC Sports on USA. Kevin Lee, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, Dylan Welch, and Georgia Henneberry. Final pit stops are coming. Will Power and Alex Palou have been 1-2 almost the entire race. Power got the lead in the opening corner on AJ Foyt's Santino Ferrucci, who won his first IndyCar pole, the first for Foyt in a decade, and Ferrucci is still in the mix. Solid day, running in 5th right now, looking up ahead to Herta, Newgarden, who has gotten a lot of it done on pit road. Palou in 2nd, and Power. Same can be said for Will Power. Pit stops have proved some of the difference. Who is going to do it best on the final stop, which could Townsend come as soon as a couple of laps?
Yeah, and we think that Will Power still has sticker reds to finish this race on. As we look out the back, thanks to Verizon. Georgia, a guy who's had a solid day, great at the start, hanging in the top 5, Santino Ferrucci.
And we were just looking at Will Power. We'll talk about Santino Ferrucci now. And Santino was the first to acknowledge his AJ Foyt Team Penske alliance improving their program. But something that has really set them apart this year is he feels like they've turned the car more heavily to his driving style. In the past, he's like a free race car, but he's developed and learned his own driving style a little bit more. And they're on a little more tighter schedule, tighter entry. And he told me the team has put in a lot of work. And right now, it's gratifying for the team to see the results of it after clinching their first NTT P1 award.
Even last week, Santino Ferrucci was looking ahead to Portland. He said, I love this place. I've been here before. I've been fast before. It reminds me of the kart track that I grew up at. So shout out to Oakland Valley Kart Track back in the Northeast where Santino Ferrucci grew up, because he says, hey, that's what prepared for this place. He's got a chance for one of his best career results today.
So personal favorite track of our chief statistician, Russ Thompson. Big Oakland Valley kart track guy.
A fixture in the vintage kart racing scene these days. And we talk about the strength of Will Power today on pit lane. How about the strength of this team all season? The number 12 crew has just done a phenomenal job all year long, leading the standings for the Firestone pit stop performance by a lot over Newgarden, Rossi, and Herta, but it's Team Penske 1-2 there. We say that a lot through the years, Kevin.
But I mentioned that's how Newgarden has moved forward today. I think he's gotten it done on in and out laps and pit sequences to go from pretty decent starting position, but he dropped a couple of back, but now he is running in a legitimate third.
Lap 79 for Newgarden. He's in traffic, though. This is where an opportunity opens up for Team Penske and the Tasty Twos to say, you know what, we're not going to sit in traffic. We're in the window. Let's pit now. Put our teammate Will Power under a little pressure to decide how long you want to stretch it. And Dylan, these guys know that their teammate Will Power, we believe, has sticker reds to finish.
Yeah, he does. And Josef Newgarden has a set of sticker blacks that I've seen the team kind of changing pressures on. So I believe that's what they're going to go to on this last stop. We'll be really interested in seeing what Alex Palou does, because they've got a set of used blacks. They've also got some used red tires sitting down here. So I think the advantage for sure is going to go to Power, but we've seen the used reds be good enough. And Palou obviously has a good car, so if they can make up some time in the pits or maybe on an in and out lap, it might be close, and it might come down to the wire here to decide who gets this one.
And if we're talking tires in the top 5, not only does Power have a set of sticker reds, so does Colton Herta, so does Santino Ferrucci. Not only do they have them, they have to use them per the rules. So we know what's going on in 3 of those cars as we see Ray Hall coming in for his final stop of the day, lap 80. And like you said,
this puts the field, the leaders at least, in that danger zone. You see all these cats coming to pit lane now. They're rolling the dice just a little bit, hoping that a miracle yellow might come out over the next couple of minutes.
And if there is a caution in that final stint, it's going to give the advantage to Power, Herta, and Ferrucci on those sticker reds, especially if guys like Newgarden and Palou end up on primaries on the black side of all time.
Well, if a yellow comes right now, huge disadvantage for Power and Palou.
They definitely
As Pato Award comes back out after finishing his final stop.
Some traffic with Jack Harvey right behind him here as we look at the arrow on board. And now one of the leaders is making a final stop. It's Santino Ferrucci for AJ Foyt Racing, Georgia.
Yeah, you guys were right. Santino Ferrucci is going to put those sticker reds right back on. He was asked by Larry Ford if he wanted any other changes. He said, nope, just tires. So all happy from Santino Ferrucci.
Nice job. Look at the 14 crew, did a 7.5 there for Ferrucci's last stop.
And what's important to remember on that is as you get later in the race, the fuel in the fuel tank gets less and less. These are gravity-fed fuel tanks, so that fill time is a little bit slower. So for late in the race to have a stop that quick, team doing a great job. Kirkwood, you see, is 7.5.
So both of the AutoNation cars coming in.
So now, when does Power, Palou, when do they blink?
This is big. Rossi wants to get around the MSR car here to keep this strategy rolling. Just gets it done. We've seen some contact in turn 3 there. Not a corner you can go side by side in, but Rossi continuing to make some progress here, doing a great job.
And Rossi was one of the early stoppers, Townsend, and he is still in play to be a 3-stopper.
Little surprised here that Newgarden hasn't ducked in, as he's got Colton Herta now has caught the back of him. Marcus Armstrong and the 11 be the one team getting it done there on pit lane. But look at Newgarden struggle here, and now Colton Herta all over the back of the number 2.
Colton Herta still thinking championship. He came into the day in second.
That was ridiculous.
Oh, he's not happy with Newgarden. Add more ingredients to the hate cauldron.
Newgarden stays out again.
Yeah, sitting there in that lap traffic, not good.
Only reason I can think is, what does Newgarden have for tires to finish on? Does he only have scuffs? Why would you stay out?
Yes, he only has scuffs. Here's the thing, maybe he doesn't want to get overcut by Colton Herta. With Colton being right there and a sticker set on deck for the 26, he's going to have a strong out lap. So,
but his pace is so compromised, James. He just did a 102.6 behind Linus Lundqvist. I don't get it.
It's still probably quicker than an out lap on Cole tires, and so if Herta does just stay out for that one extra lap and get the overcut, he's lost so close.
Lost about 5 seconds to the leaders over the last few laps.
He's 14 seconds back. He was already 10. He's not racing the leaders. He is racing Colton Herta.
But he wasn't racing Colton Herta before, and now Herta's caught him. So I think he's given an opportunity for the Gamebridge team to grab that final podium position. As you see the Firestone telemetry, Colton Herta on that hybrid button.
So up ahead of Herta is Newgarden, and up ahead of him is Lundqvist, who right now is a lap down because he just 2 laps ago made his final stop.
Remember, you've got to be a lap down to the entire field before they'll throw that command blue. So absolutely no reason for these cars in front to move over and let these guys by, even though they're running for the final podium position. It's interesting watching the hybrid system use lap after lap throughout a race, throughout a stint. These drivers having to work a little extra hard, having to think a little bit more over a lap in IndyCar now that this system is in play.
Hey guys, let me point something out. I think, Kevin, you're looking at the same thing. Toby Sowery in 8th, legit on the same strategy.
Well, he also still needs a pit, but I was going to mention the top 8 still need to pit, so the highest runner who's done with pit stops is Marcus Armstrong, right now running in 9th, if you were to get that caution, which immediately closed the pits.
He just did a 101.0. He will fall back on that last stop, but Toby Sowery doing a really nice job on consistent pace, and James's racecraft today has been fantastic. Clean, confident, and the car still in one piece out of a lot of drama.
And look, at the end of the day, it's going to be kind of the expected thing from him now. We saw it in Mid-Ohio. We saw it in Toronto. This is now what people are coming to expect from the young Briton. This is a very impressive performance.
And of note, Armstrong jumped Ferrucci, who've been running in the top 5. So it's going to change here as we see the pit cycle coming up. About 30 seconds or so lost on pit lane.
Yeah, Armstrong will jump up quite a bit. Probably be about 20 seconds behind Will Power once he makes his last stop, but Armstrong having a great day. Here comes Colton Herta.
Second in the championship coming into the day. Points as they run. He is 3rd. Final stop, Georgia.
Trying to make up as most points as he can on Alex Palou. He was asked by Rob Edwards if he wanted any changes. No changes to the wing. Fresh reds on Colton Herta. He's down.
Stalled.
Oh, he stalled it. Colton Herta is stalled. There he goes.
A critical 5 or 6 seconds that will take him out of play for a podium finish.
Was that a hybrid restart on pit lane?
It sure looked that way.
Or was that Andy stall? Because I didn't hear the engine still running.
I want to hear that again as McLaughlin comes in for his last stop.
I don't know, Georgia, maybe you could give us some clarity on whether or not you heard a full engine stall there.
So as we have understood them in the past, the hybrid is not allowed to restart the car on pit lane.
Yeah, Georgia, can you confirm that the engine was dead?
It did sound quiet to me. It did sound like the engine was off.
I thought the functionality was shut off, but hey, we'll tackle that one later, Dylan, because the leader's in the pits.
That's right, Will Power, and they have that set of sticker red tires at their disposal. That's what they'll put on here. Need another fast stop here for the Power crew. They do it. Josef Newgarden is in as well. He has a set of sticker primary tires if they want it, but I believe they're going to go to used reds here to finish. Alex Palou should be in the next lap as Newgarden completes service.
That's one of the reasons why Newgarden would have wanted to stay out as long as he can to shorten this final stint on the used alternates. And he right on board with McLaughlin, looking back to Ferrucci. So Ferrucci in the exchange has lost some positions. McLaughlin and Armstrong have both jumped him, and even Herta is still in front of him. So when does Alex Palou come in? The answer is now. Final pit stop for the championship leader, also trying to add another race win today, Dylan.
And they had new reds on this previous stint, so wanted to not only stay out to try to take advantage of those, but just do the overcut, have a lap of clean traffic in front of them, or clean track in front of them. This is a set of used black tires. That's really their only option unless they wanted to go to used reds. No stickers for Palou, so let's watch the blend.
Best stop of the leaders, though, a 6.0 for Alex Palou, but it still won't be enough as Will Power fires right by.
Power is gone by multiple car lengths, but big for Alex Palou that he is, for the moment, going to avoid some traffic, but he's got cold Firestones. Can he hold on to the track position?
A big tire advantage to Will Power on those sticker reds. He's going to be able to just stretch this lead, barring any issues or yellows. It's falling the way of the 12, guys.
So different strategies at the end. Palou finishing on primaries. Power out front on the softer reds. Will they last to the finish? 20 to go at Portland for the PitNile.com Grand Prix. Kevin Lee, James Hinchcliffe, Townsend Bell, Georgia Henneberry, and Dylan Welch. Will Power still in charge of this race. Alex Palou in control of the championship. 3 to go, all on ovals after today. Meanwhile, Josef Newgarden in third and Colton Herta in fourth. Let's go back to his last pit stop. It appeared he stalled, so he is still maybe in play for a podium, but he didn't lose nearly as much time as we thought.
Was a crew member with a starter at the back. Oh no, that was just the airline. Oh, there's the starter coming, but it was never plugged in.
So it's our understanding that the hybrid system is supposed to be deactivated in pit lane, and that the functionality to restart should not even be enabled.
It should be.
And if it is, you are not allowed to use it to restart.
Traffic feeling. Need to let the 30 go by.
So there is a penalty, and they are going to ask him to give up a spot. Unapproved.
Keep for position.
Yeah, but Pietro Fittipaldi's not for position, so this is sort of a time advantage, I guess. Why would you have to let a car that's a lap down by?
Yeah, it's just simply, as you said, lose some time there, and they're estimating
Is it?
They lost, I would guess.
No, because they just said let the 30 by. That sounds like that's a strange penalty, probably one that might not exist in terms of precedent, James. Like, how do they deal with it? Maybe it's just a position on track regardless if it's a car that's a lap down.
Well, Armstrong's now right on his gearbox, so it might end up being a position inadvertently.
But it also goes back to your earlier point, which was that my understanding also was that the system wouldn't allow a restart based on the timeline being triggered when they know the computer knows that the car's in pit lane.
And there is a chance that that changed, but fundamentally the rule did not, which was that you were not allowed to do the restart procedure. And in the heat of the moment, the driver, here's the thing, during testing, you can do that. So there is, a muscle memory thing from Colton. I'm sure he's stalled leaving the pits and testing dozens of times, immediately started it up and left.
I think you can even do it at the start of practice on pit lane.
So, understanding that heat of the moment, Colton Herta might have just done what was available. I like the idea that this is not a race-crushing penalty in a drive-through. It is, now you probably picked up a couple of seconds. Give some back.
Yeah, but now, to James' point, Herta's got Marcus Armstrong to contend with when he was running all on his own, so it hurts.
So points as they run. Will Power entered the day 65 points back, so if things stay as they are, he's going to pick up some ground today. Still a long way to go. That is more than a full race. But there are 3 to go, and they are all on ovals where calamity can strike. Dylan, tell us more about the race leader.
Well, just want to go back to lap 1, turn 1. It was interesting because I had thought just from talking with Will that there was maybe going to be a plan in place to let Ferrucci go, or maybe not race him super hard into turn number 1 because they felt confident that they're in their car, that they would just be able to catch him at some point in the race and pass him. But I think Will getting around him into turn number 1 was super important because Palou quickly disposed of Ferrucci, and that just put Power kind of on offense the rest of the afternoon, and that's what he talked about needing to do. He said, I've got a lot more to gain, a lot less to lose than Palou does, so we just have to go for it these last 4 races. That's what their plan is. They've attacked all day long. He knew they could win. They just needed everything to go their way, and so far everybody has delivered on the 12 car.
So let's go back to the starts. Power said he was going to talk with Ferrucci about that. Did he maybe snooker him a little bit to say, no, I'm just going to follow you along?
You could argue that Ferrucci almost got too good of a start that it gave Will the draft right
Still
from
there.
the drop.
Still
was
there.
just
Still
the
there.
slightest bit
You're
of
clear.
contact.
Clear.
I'll bet the agreement was you get to go first, not you get to lead into the first corner.
I mean, that's not an agreement, that's the rule. The leader gets to go first. So if Will somehow managed to convince Santino that he's...
Let me sell you on the rulebook.
Let me do you a solid here, but I'm going to let you accelerate first, and then we'll see how it plays out.
But it's all new to Santino. He's never been on the pole before.
Whereas Will has done it more than anyone in history. So, yeah, it would have been fun to be a fly on the wall for that conversation.
One thing's for sure, as Dylan pointed out, the 12 team thought they had pace, knew they had pace, and they've used that pace and have a 36-second lead over Santino Ferrucci at this point now, and several positions ahead.
Oh, they're pacing. There's no doubt about it. But this guy's doing a great job, running a very, very solid day. Solid top 10, great points. And finishing ahead of Felix Rosenquist, who he is tied right now with in the championship for 10th position. So this solidifies his top 10 championship position heading into those final 3 oval races. And he's ahead of Alex Rossi as well. I'm not sure the math on that, but could even be closing the gap further up.
Just looking on our tracker here to see what Will Power has to contend with 14 to go in terms of lap traffic. So that's Christian Rasmussen, fellow Chevy driver there. Up ahead, we've got Toby Sowery and then Kiffin Simpson, Chip Ganassi teammate. Another 10 seconds up the road.
For Will Power, he is in play to become a 2-time winner at this racetrack. Let's go back to 2019 and jog our memories about how he got it done in the Silver Horizon car. There's a number 10 right behind him as well, but that's not Alex Palou.
Who was that? Rosenquist?
Rosenquist.
Kanan?
Rosenquist.
Yeah, that was Rosie, yeah. Christian Rasmussen doing a very gentlemanly thing, getting out of the way. And by that I mean he had to do it because he's left down the entire field. But still, not pressing the issue.
But I'll tell you who isn't is Kiffin Simpson. He is about 4 or 5 seconds up the road.
Toby Sowery's next in line, and he is also the last car on the lead lap. So that one Will have to get by on his own, but look at how far back Palou is. 2 cars already, lap cars in between first and second place.
And this is where the spotters are so valuable, right? If you're Will Power, you kind of think you know what's going on, but you want information from your spotters telling you exactly what's the situation with the cars I'm approaching. If I'm the spotter for Will Power, I'm going to be saying, hey, that's Toby Sowery. He's been racing hard but clean today, but he is on the lead lap. You want to give your pilot as much information as he tries to bring the plane to a smooth landing in victory lane.
Will Power is going to be dealing with traffic again shortly. He is in position to become the first 3-time winner of the season. He'll need to finish it off here in Portland. 10 to go from Portland. And 43-year-old Will Power looking for career win number 44. It's the BitNile.com Grand Prix of Portland. Let's flash back to last night with NBC Sports. What a story to the finish. Jeff Burton worked with us on the Indy 500 broadcast this year, and this is his son, who is one of those drivers looking for work next season, making his way into the playoffs. Another thrilling finish at Daytona, and our friend Lee Diffie in the Cup booth with Jeff Burton and Steve Letarte. And memories of Darrell Waltrip calling a Michael Waltrip win, or Ned Jarrett for Dale Jarrett, and so many others. I'm a big fan of Jeff Burton and his family, and Diff nailed the call last night, so that was great. We had a group together watching that one.
Yeah, sweet father-son moment, and of course the sister program, the Wood Brothers with Team Penske. Saturday night, Sunday on the opposite coast, showing dominant preparation and performance again today.
By the way, one more to go to decide the playoffs. Right after us next Sunday for Milwaukee, it's doubleheader. Saturday on Peacock, Sunday on USA. It's Darlington to set the cut line for the NASCAR Cup playoffs with NBC Sports.
Watching the red gloved hands here of Will Power, James, and I know through the years Will Power's talked a lot about how much he's relaxed his grip and really focused on that fingertip driving, and I think you really see it here. That's not a death grip, that is a musician just delicately guiding his car through the final 8 laps.
Where he sits right now, points as they run, 54 points. That's exactly max points from one race weekend. He didn't get the pole. He did get a point for leading a lap. He's going to get 2 points for leading the most laps. And then, of course, the win if things finish as they run. So 53 points on the weekend for Power.
So let's think about it a little bit. I know it's unlikely. Alex Palou doesn't make mistakes. But if you're Will Power, you can look at it this way. All right, that's a race. I need to simply beat Alex Palou in the final races, and he needs to have catastrophe in one. So he finishes in the back, scores minimum points in a race. If I can beat him in the other 2 that he does finish, I'm telling you, there's a chance.
Look, there's absolutely a chance. And we're going to 2 racetracks that IndyCar hasn't raced on in years. It's a complete unknown. Doubleheader at Milwaukee, the finale at Nashville. There are so many things that could play out, so many scenarios. We don't have data to rely on historically. These are not tracks. Well, Milwaukee's a track that Power's been to. Actually, I believe Nashville as well, where Palou has not been to either in race conditions.
Correct. The place who's been to both is Scott Dixon.
But unfortunately, Dixon is not really in the championship. 101 back,
but
after crashing out on lap 1.
Who can he help? His teammate, Alex Palou, who doesn't have experience at either, and is the least experienced oval driver of the 3.
Dylan, all Will Power wanted was a chance to stay in the fight.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and it's easier said than done, but I go back to a conversation Ron Rzuski and I had last week at Gateway. He said, simply put, we just have to maximize every single day. That includes Portland, that includes all the oval races, and it's not like Palou has been bad on the ovals this year, so they're not expecting him to just kind of roll over for them these next 2 weeks, but this kind of day, like they had today, leading the most laps, potentially winning the race here with 6 laps to go, that is what they have to do. Will said this weekend, we just got to keep beating Palou to keep ourselves in the hunt. They've done everything they can, and the fight is not over for sure as the points sit right now.
Meanwhile, you see 2 Penske's potentially on the podium. The 3rd, Scott McLaughlin, who finished 2nd last week, has had a good recovery today. Scott McLaughlin started 20th. They had an issue they discovered yesterday. Didn't qualify well, but started even further back with a 6th grid spot penalty. So this is pretty well done without the race being turned upside down to go from 20th to 7th.
Yeah, and to be sitting 4th in points as McLaughlin runs right now, that's a very impressive recovery after a tough start to the season with the penalty in St. Pete. So McLaughlin, strong, consistent down the stretch. Got a little traffic to contend with here. Actually, not traffic. Race for position with Marcus Ericsson just ahead. But guys, Will Power, I mean, look at the gap. Now 9 seconds. Last lap, Power half a sec quicker than Palou. Previous lap was about a second faster. He's just on another level right now. If you think back to how tight qualifying was, we were talking about hundredths and thousandths of a second. Will Power has opened that thing way up in race trim.
I mentioned earlier that Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan, who's been quick this weekend, was running a 4th car for Yuri Vips, the 24-year-old from Estonia that won 3 races in F2. He's been a Formula 1 test driver. He made his debut last year with the team here. Did Laguna Seca, was quick, qualified 7th in that race, and he's been on the payroll essentially as a reserve driver, doing simulator work all season long. They've been trying to find an opportunity to get him in an extra car, considering the circumstances, because he is in play for one of their seats next year. It's not going to come out to be a great day. Today, he is running in 19th position, but how could it be? He's done one day in an F2 car, I think, in the last year. I think Vips has accounted himself well.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a fierce battle on track with him and Stingray Robb. They're a lap down. It's over 18th position. But hey, every position counts when you're behind the wheel. You know, this is a point of pride. Yuri here trying to get the drop on Stingray, trying to get that one extra place. But I'm with you, Kev. I think it's been a good drive from a driver that's thrown in for one weekend late in the year when everyone else is nicely tuned in, race fit. working harmoniously with their teams for the most part.
And then up front, that gap continues to stretch. This is turning into a beatdown for Will Power. Let's think about it from this perspective. When David Malukas was announced with A.J. Foyt Racing a couple of weeks ago, people paying attention in the paddock said, there's a tie-in with Team Penske there. This, whether it's in writing or anything else, but has a lot to do with who is the heir apparent for Team Penske, potentially replacing Will Power. Will Power's not ready to give up the seat. I know he's got one more year in the contract, but I believe he'd like to go longer than that. Let's remind everyone, Will Power is still quick and is not ready to cede control of that position.
Well, listen, after today's performance, you wouldn't want Will Power to even consider it. You'd say, hey, we'd like you to re-sign today for 5 more years. Keep doing what you're doing. You've mastered the art of qualifying, and in terms of racing, you're among the very best in the history of this sport, as his wife Liz, as always, looks on anxiously with that water bottle, utterly destroyed at this point. It's been twisted a million times all day. But she knows her husband is firmly in control right now with just a lap and a half to go.
Well, it's wonderful, first of all, to see Liz feeling good back at the racetrack. She went through some very well-documented health issues at the beginning of last season, and that had a lot to do with Will Power not having a good season. He could not focus on the job. He was taking care of his wife. He thought about retiring. He wondered, is this right? We have a young son. Should I be risking my health when it's uncertain about my wife's health? White flag, one more to go for Will Power.
White flag for a guy who just a week ago on a Saturday night in St. Louis was absolutely furious, losing his mind on pit lane at what happened on that restart. And today couldn't contrast more, James, in terms of the kind of serene day that Will Power has had start to finish. It's been smooth, it's been perfect, and it's been dominant.
2 wins on the season already. He'll be the first driver to clock up a 3rd victory in 2024. And with that, even though championship leader Palou is right behind him, he closes the gap. He keeps the championship fight alive, and it is just great to see from Power.
Scott McLaughlin in his win 2 years ago led 104 laps in a dominating win. Just about as close for Will Power. 101 laps led. He went 2 years without a win. Now in 2 months, Will Power has won 3 times. Power wins at Portland to keep his championship hopes alive.
Way to execute, buddy. Nice job. Nice job, everybody. Nice job, guys. Things a little more interesting.
Yes, it does. Championship still in play. And in IndyCar, that's a beatdown by just about 10 seconds. This checkered flag moment is brought to you by Advance Auto Ports. Will Power wins over Alex Palou.
And decisively, 9.8 seconds, the end margin over a driver that's been victorious here, is the championship leader for good reason. It was a truly impressive performance on track, in the pits, all around for the 12.
We're going to hear from a much happier Will Power than last Saturday night, coming up next on USA. It's just about time to celebrate at Portland International for the BitNile.com Grand Prix of Portland, where Will Power, now climbing out, has won for the 44th time. It's only Mario Andretti, Scott Dixon, and A.J. Foyt that have more, and he is still in play for a 3rd championship. A dominating day for Power, leading over 100 laps, and Dylan Welch is there to greet him.
And we'll get all the helmets off and the safety gear, and a much happier encounter this weekend after a really frustrating weekend ago at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Hey, last week was tough for you. How rewarding was a performance like this today, ultimately, that ended up in victory lane?
Oh man, very rewarding. I came here determined, so did the whole team. I mean, good job, man. Thank you. Yeah.
You did it? Oh, I knew you could do it.
Yeah, I mean, came here very determined. For one, get qualifying right, and then executing the race. It's kind of not last ditch effort, but really if Palou finished ahead of us today, it was going to be very difficult. So absolute team effort. Very lucky to drive for this team. Very lucky to have a sponsor like Verizon and Chevrolet. So going to keep fighting ahead here. A couple of bad races before this, but yeah, really love this series. I feel lucky to be a part of it and race all these good drivers and see if we can get a championship.
Ovals next to end the year. So what kind of opportunity is that for you guys to continue to just keep the pressure on?
Yeah, I mean, we've been very good on ovals. Very solid. Obviously, they're 2 ovals that we haven't raced at for a long time. So, you know, it's anyone's game. I hope that we get it right. We'll do our best and take the fight to Alex.
You have raced at Milwaukee before. It's been a while, but does that give you any more confidence that you guys can go and deliver another performance like you need to?
Yeah, I mean, you get a little bit out of it. I've won there before, and the formula isn't that different in the car. The track is degraded a bit, but, you know, we'll see. It's such a competitive series. Anyone can turn up any weekend and win, so you just got to be on your toes.
Will has won before at Milwaukee. That's where we'll head next week. The championship fight is still alive, and the 12 team is rolling.
Yeah, he certainly has some experience on some of the other championship contenders. Colton Herta would have not have raced there either, nor has Alex Palou. Down to Georgia.
Alex Palou, one of, if not the most consistent driver in the series. Started third, finished second. What is the key to this consistency week in and week out?
Just the team behind. They did a great job. Yeah, maybe we were a bit wrong with the strategy there. Went too aggressive in qualifying yesterday and really didn't have any good use alternates. So yeah, it was tough work there on primaries, having to catch Will. But yeah, the 12 deserved it today. They were very fast. So yeah, happy with the P2 today.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 of your stints on black tires. Was this a comfortability thing?
No, it was just that we thought primaries was going to be a bit closer than the alternates, and we used them yesterday on qualifying to try and get the pole. So yeah, not the right choice, but yeah, we'll try and make the right choice next time.
Eyes set forward to Milwaukee, and a congrats, a nice job from Chip Ganassi. That's Alex Palou.
Let's take a look now at the Pennzoil moment of the race, and it focuses around Will Power first. How he got the lead at the start on Santino Ferrucci.
Just showed a nose. Ferrucci gave him room. There was just a slight little touch from Ferrucci at the second apex, and at that point, no looking back, James. Team Penske getting it done once again on pit lane. Palou really had nothing.
I mean, it's going to be impossible to beat that without a caution or a mistake from Power. Neither one of those things happened, and he cruised to a victory.
Pit stops very critical in this one. Will Power picked up time on pit lane, and that helped the number 12 team win the race. Back to pit lane and Dylan.
Josef Newgarden finishes third, chatting with engineer Luke Mason and Tim Cindric. Well, hey, you guys were kind of quiet today, but I think a lot of your progress, it seemed like, was made throughout the pit stops, in laps and out laps. Was that the case, and how good ultimately was this car?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think second was probably our potential. I think Will had everybody covered today. You know, hard to say that we were going to challenge him. Maybe if we start first, then we can make something happen there, but yeah, I think top 3, second place, that's where we were at today, and so it was a really good result for the 2-car. You know, TireRack.com is our first race sponsoring the 2-car, so you always want a victory when someone new's on board. But this is a good day. You know, I'm happy Will got the win. He's been fast all weekend, and obviously, you know, he's still gunning for this championship. So definitely a car that we want to finish up front. So this is a great day for us. I always want more, and I don't like finishing third, but a good day for Team Penske.
There was a lot of question marks and just kind of unknowns maybe about what tire was going to be preferred today. Did it change throughout the race as far as what you thought maybe would be the preferred tire?
Not for us. You know, I was kind of waffling on it after the first stint, thinking, okay, is it going to be the red? Is it going to be the primary? I wasn't sure at that point, but going into it, I felt like the red was a little stronger for us, and that ended up being the case. So I think that was probably the preferred tire for our car, and you know, we managed with what we could. Lap traffic was hard today. You know, just couldn't make much happen in that middle stint, and that's probably what slowed our progress to get into the 10, but you know, good clean day. You know, it went about as we could have expected, just a touch short.
Championship aside for you, we get to go to 2 ovals to finish the year as the Oval King. How much are you looking forward to getting to go to a couple fun tracks here to end the year?
I'll be honest, I was more excited about here. I really was. I wanted us to get a win here on the road course, and we had a good showing. I think we had the potential, but I like everywhere. You know, it's not just the ovals that get me excited. It's places like this. So, you know, the biggest thing is we're coming to the final stretch, right? 3 races to go. I think for us, we need to have a good, solid finish. We're still in the championship fight with our team. So we got 2 good things to cheer for here coming to the end of the season, and like to wrap things up on a good note.
Yeah, good day for Josef Newgarden. He rounds out the podium in 3rd.
Yeah, Colton Herta finishes 4th. He started 8th, so made up some spots, finishes in that 4th position. I'd like to know your key takeaways from today's event.
I mean, pretty straightforward day. You know, the Cambridge Honda was fast. We moved up positions, mostly through strategy and overcutting. Our car was really fast, so we were able to go longer and make the most out of that. Interesting race. You know, I can't remember the last time that we've had guys run 2 sets of used reds other than Indy GP in the last few years. So it's a little bit different for everyone today, but a lot of fun.
I'd like to take it back to a moment on pit lane. We stalled the car. Can you just walk us through that moment?
Yeah, I don't know what happened because I was keeping the revs up the whole time while I was being plugged in there. And then I guess I must have just slipped the clutch a little too quick, and that kind of got us out and just died right there. And then, yeah, I wasn't aware that you couldn't start the car on pit lane, so then we picked up a little bit of a time penalty there. Had to drop back. But, yeah, overall, besides that, a pretty great day. And, you know, I don't think that really affects where we finish. I think we're probably 4th no matter what. But, yeah, guys did great job in the pits, and car is fast, so I'm happy.
You sit 3rd in the championship now, so heading into Milwaukee and Nashville, setting your sights forward, but where does your confidence lie?
I think we'll see. I think it's going to be who can stop Penske. You know, it's a short oval with tired egg, so we'll wait and see. It's a doubleheader, so it's an important one, double points basically. So we can see a huge point swing. You know, for the championship, it's going to be tough to crawl back all that points, but we're not going to give up. You know, if we have a really good weekend here in Milwaukee and Palou's weekend is a little bit less fortunate, we can still have a shot at it.
Colton Herta, 8th to 4th today.
Georgia, I think Colton Herta has really done some things here in the second half of the season. Had a couple of mistakes midway through, crashed in the Indy 500 into the tires at Detroit. But since then, results of 6th, 2nd, 4th. Finished 11th after winning at the pole at Iowa, but that wasn't his fault. So he was good there. 5th, 1st, 5th, and 4th. He's doing what's been asked of him. He is bringing the car home now and staying in play.
He's staying in play, and he's still saying what a lot of the competitors are saying at the front. If Palou, hope springs eternal down the stretch. Palou hasn't slipped once. Another guy who moves up to 4th in the championship, I think, is on pit lane with Dylan Welch.
That's right. That's Scott McLaughlin, who did a lot of moving up today. Hard charger went 20th to 7th, so plus 13. How'd you do it? What was the biggest key to being able to move forward like you did?
I'm buggered. I was tired. It was a hard charge, but yeah, Freightliner Chevy was good, and the 33s were rapid on the pit stop. So yeah, really proud of the crew. I said to my wife, who's watching at home, hello Carly, I said top 7 today would be like a podium. So yeah, I'm proud of that one, and yeah, can't wait to get home and then head to the final 3 races. We're on ovals where, you know, we've proven that we've been pretty good this year, so we'll see how we go.
I know you were really confident about your car earlier in the weekend, and when you have a car like that you know can get to the front, how does that impact kind of how aggressive you are throughout the day with just strategy and driving to get to maybe where you feel like you should be?
Yeah, you just got to trust that, you know, once you get clear, you can hit the lap time, but you can't make mistakes either. So yeah, it's a credit to my crew that kept me level-headed throughout the whole race. You know, a couple of times I got a little heated, as you do, but you know, overall, yeah, disappointed with yesterday. That's on me. Can't do that if you're on a championship run, but hey, we're still in it, and until I'm mathematically out of it, I don't care. I'm still in it, so press on.
That's right. He's got 2 more ovals, 3 races to try and chop into that Palou championship lead. McLaughlin gains a spot today and is 4th in the standings, Georgia.
Yeah, we were just taking a look at the board, and Marcus Armstrong, it seemed like your strategy went well, your pit stops went well, everything seemingly went well for you. 7th to 5th, what were your key takeaways from today?
Yeah, the number 11 American Legion Honda was quick today. I feel
Yeah, I feel thankful that one's over, really. I felt like it was quite repetitive, but I enjoyed it. I love racing here at Portland. It's a cool track. We made progress just through strategy, really, trying to extend the stint, tire saving and fuel saving, all the little boring details, but they paid off in the end, and we got a top 5, so slowly getting to where we want to be.
We're going to bring Dario Franchitti in here a little bit. I know you've been coaching Marcus, you've been helping him all year long, and I'm curious now that we're rounding the end of the season, what his driving progression and style has been like throughout the year.
I think the speed's always been there, but today was, I think, a great example for Marcus and the 11 team, is that it was kind of low drama, and it was P5. And it's like, well, you thought, yeah, okay, that was kind of normal. So the podiums, more and more podiums beckoning, and then the first win. I'm looking forward to the party after the first win.
Yeah, I have to say, do you have anything to say to that?
He's paying for it. That's all I'm saying.
All right, party in the 11 pit coming up.
Dario Franchitti is the target here coming up for Alex Palou. Palou could be the first back-to-back champ since Dario won 3 in a row in 9, 10, and 11. Palou is doing it in a little more dominant fashion. Here are final results of today's BitNile.com Grand Prix.
Shout out to Graham Rahal for slugging it out all day despite that engine penalty after a sensational qualifying. Graham really didn't get much of a chance with any restarts, really, save for the one at the start of the event, but soldiered on. Top 10 finish along with Kyle Kirkwood, who had a little bit more of a dramatic day.
But same situation. They started on the same row, both with an engine penalty, and sort of followed each other up through the ranks. Going back a little bit further, you see Rossi there rebounding with that early pit stop strategy up to a top 12. Good effort there. Christian Lundgaard falling down a little bit further than he would have liked.
Some of the names at the bottom there factored in terms of some of the replays we watched, like Roman Grosjean, Pietro Fittipaldi, caught up in a couple of situations earlier on, but all this guy all day, Will Power, getting the trophy.
Congratulations, Will. We have one more item to award to our 2024 BitNile.com.
So the celebration is getting ready to start. Let's just kind of eavesdrop a little bit. Watch this.
Kevin Savory to present Will with a sign check.
I think he meant checkered flag.
Last time
Will is fine with a check.
Yeah. Last time I took one of those to a bank, they threw me out.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear
Cash
it for
this.
the top 3 finishers in the Grand Prix of Portland. All right, gentlemen, please grab that champagne in front of you. Let's have some fun.
I like getting the crowd in there. Looks like fun down there. That's just outside the booth.
The group up there has a lot of experience. What the 2 Penske drivers have, I was told to be no math, 75 wins. What is Palou up to on
11.
his career? Yeah, so 86 wins and many, many more podiums that I will not try to attack. It's selfie time. Well, that goes on. Let's hear from Dylan.
Santino Ferrucci finished in the 8th spot after starting on the pole for the first time in his career today. So I know you probably wanted a better finish, but hey, small steps, right? This is an improving team, and how would you kind of evaluate and sum up just this weekend as a whole?
Yeah, weekend's incredible. I mean, to start on pole with Will, and obviously he got me on the inside turn 1. I broke a little early, just, you know, first time for everything, but no, we'll learn. And the team did a phenomenal job. We just didn't quite have the pace that we thought we would today. Obviously, with the heat coming up, we were just all over the track, and it was super greasy. So it's unfortunate, but I mean, man, I had fun. It's a long race to go green for as well as it was, and we had great stops. Our pit crew did phenomenal. I can't thank Sexton Properties, Phoenix Investors, Chevrolet, you know, everybody enough. I mean, to get the pole this weekend for us is a huge milestone. You know, we get to sit in the front box for the duel at Milwaukee, which will be a lot of fun and a big advantage for us. And yeah, on to the ovals.
Let's go back to turn 1 at the start. How did you approach that? Was there a conversation or anything with Will about how you guys would handle that race down into turn 1?
Yeah, I kind of told Will where I was going to go. And, you know, I'd try, and if I got the jump and I could get in front of him, I would, and I would kind of string him along and pull him down into turn 1, and he was going to go up the inside and just block and give me the into 2.
I don't think he expected me to break as early as I did, and I definitely didn't mean to either. So no, it was really cool to talk with him too and get some advice on what to do. And you know, he's such a good dude. I'm really happy for him and all of their the 12 team for them to win. You know, it's great for them in the championship. But no, he was very helpful. And like I said, a lot to learn from me there, and can't wait to race him again a little bit more in the next few.
Well, hey, silly season is it seems like it's been going on for like 2.5 years in IndyCar. Like it never stops, right? But what does a weekend like this do for just your stock as a driver for any team? I know you love racing with these guys, but what does a performance like this do for you?
Yeah, obviously it's huge to qualify on pole, and you know, it's a driver's thing, and we obviously got the car right, working with the engineers. You know, it's a team effort at the end of the day to do that, and you know, to put that lap in and everything, and to race as well as we have been all year. I think it's our 8th top 10. You know, we've just been so consistent. I obviously want to stay here at AJ Foyt, and we're going to work on that with Larry over the next couple of weeks to see if it's a possibility. And yeah, it's just to build on what we have, to be coming back to these tracks again next year with the continuity of the same engineering team, mechanics, you know, and just getting better all around. You know, we'll be starting more up front, and hopefully we get some more poles and we can translate those into wins.
Well done.
Thank you.
Santino Ferrucci, a good weekend for him. Started on the pole, finishes in the 8th spot.
Yeah, strong day for Ferrucci. And you talk about his career prospects. He sits solidly now 10th in points. And if you look at the drivers late in the season that he's ahead of, guys like Felix Rosenqvist, Christian Lundgaard, Marcus Ericsson, these are highly paid, contracted long-term drivers that Ferrucci is just legitimately ahead of at this point in the points. So he's along with Alexander Rossi, the 2 top free agents available at this point in August.
And he did it with a team with significantly less budget than most of those cars you just mentioned. So it's a team effort all around.
There are 10 to 12 seats available. There are 24 drivers vying for those seats. Ferrucci is one of the leaders, Rossi, VK, and others on the outside looking in like Eilot and more. Celebration continues. We're not done. Stay with us for Portland International.
Milwaukee miles fast. It's flat. I'm thrilled to be back. I think it's going to be a home run for us.
I love Milwaukee because to me it's like a road course in a lot of ways. It's just 2 high-speed corners. It's so flat.
Creates good racing, it's multiple lanes. It's been there for years and years. It's a cool track. It's an enjoyable racetrack, enjoyable oval.
Now we go oval racing, the final 3 doubleheader, Peacock exclusive next Saturday from Milwaukee, and on USA on Sunday. You both have raced there.
Yeah, several times.
I'll mention you lapped the field in Indy Lights.
That got me my IndyCar job, but yeah. It's one of the most unique ovals certainly in the world. Totally flat, that 1 mile. It's wide also, and it has more history than any other oval. It's been there seemingly forever.
Podium for you there in IndyCar, Hinch, yes?
Yes, sir. It was a great track to race on back in the day. I'm sure it's going to be a great track for these drivers when we get there next week.
Always cool.
Always been a favorite among drivers.
Santino Ferrucci up to offer congratulations to Will Power. By the way, we counted on the podium. A lot of experience with Champagne there. 192 combined podium finishes for those 3 today. All right, let's look at the championship and where it stands with 3 to go. 2 in Milwaukee, Nashville Superspeedway on September 15th.
And look, what sets the story that you're looking at on your screen is average finish. Palou has an average finish this season of 5.7. He's basically a top 5 car every time we're out on track. You remember he had that DNF at Iowa. Power's at 8.5. That's a huge gap.
Good stats, but for me, it's in critical moments. Just never a hair out of place for Alex Palou. It's tidy, it's precise as always. And he's just as developed that Scott Dixon like sixth sense of awareness around him. He's got that 360 view in critical moments, like eyes in the back of his head, and he just keeps that number 10 car untouched in critical moments.
Let's go down to Georgia.
I was going to say we have a trio of Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan drivers. We're just missing one, but Yuri's over there, so he's going to come join us in a second. We're going to start with Christian Lundgaard. Just your assessment of the day. I know you wanted more out of it, and you felt loose through a majority of that race, but what else?
Yeah, just the past 2 years, really. I think we've had natural pace. The car's been fast and on one lap pace and in qualifying, and we saw it with Graham last year putting it on pole. And 2022, I was up there. This year we qualified 4th, and we just can't really seem to translate and put it in on race day. But yeah, the balance that I had today, I haven't had all week, and it was a little bit of a surprise. I thought that the floor was damaged. I don't think we had any damage, so I think we need to understand what was really going on.
And Pietro, this is a place that you have experience in an IndyCar. I know those are not the results that you necessarily wanted, but do you feel like that helped you today?
No, I think it was good. I mean, our start, we were aggressive, and then I really disagree with the first drive-through that we got with Dixon. I was on the outside. He had gone off. I put it on the outside. I was completely alongside him, and then I got squeezed onto the curb. The car bottom got airborne, and then obviously when he touched him, he went to the wall. So that was unfortunate. Our pace was really good. We caught back the pack and passed a lot of cars. Then, yeah, again, I was too aggressive. So that, yeah, was my mistake. But the pace definitely today was, for me at least, was really good. And just a shame that we weren't able to maximize and be up there with Graham.
Thanks, Pietro. And Yuri, back in the NTT INDYCAR Series, it was to my understanding that you had some issues at the beginning of the race. What were those?
So basically at the pit lane, there was a issue with the fuel hose, so we just basically had to like replug it, and lost like 3 or 4 spots there. But that was one thing, and it was basically we had like an all right day. Like, I don't think the pace was terrible, a couple of gremlins here and there, but it was just in the pit lane that it was first the fuel issue, and then I was really struggling with the clutch all day. So the first 2 stops I nearly stalled, and the last one I stalled, so we need to look into what happened there. If I did anything wrong, but I just felt it was quite different than what it was the rest of the weekend, so just need to look into it. But all in all, happy to just do the race distance and no big dramas and finish the race, you know.
And just the opportunity to be back here in the series, right?
Oh yeah, it's absolutely amazing. It's felt so good to be back in my natural habitat, I feel, this weekend. So yeah, it's definitely been a good feeling, but you know, a bit of a sad feeling, because I felt like we were much quicker than where we ended up. So yeah.
Thanks, Yuri.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Graham Rahal. Today you finished 9th, and before the race you told me we just really need a straightforward day. We need nothing to go wrong. We just need, obviously you're going for the win, but we just need a straightforward day. Does this suffice for that?
Yeah, I thought it was a good day. Thought the Hendrickson car was pretty strong. As Christian said, though, I was very loose today, which I hadn't really had the rest of the weekend. I mean, a little bit in qualifying, but last night the changes, of course, cooler track at 5:15 when warm-up was. But I didn't have the oversteer that I had in the race, and so I just felt like I was on my heels a little bit all day. You know, I still think, you know, in the pit cycle, the strategy was great. The timing for us, we just got a little unfortunate. We caught Harvey very quick, which then kind of stopped us from our momentum. That cost us a spot. Then on the last stop, we came out right behind Ferrucci, and Santino did a wonderful job all weekend, but that hurt us, so we lost to McLaughlin and Ericsson. So, you know, shoulda, coulda, wouldas. But all in all, a P9, yes, it suffices for just a straightforward, easy day. And I thought our team all weekend, everybody did a wonderful job. To throw the 75 car in there, to run a 4th car at this point in the season with the staff that we've got is not an easy feat. And you know, Yuri did a wonderful job. He's a great asset to the team. He's been a great asset all along and deserves an opportunity. And you know, for me, it was good to have all 4 cars, you know, quick for sure.
We head to Milwaukee next, and we were talking earlier today, and you said a lot of people think of us as a road course team. We really strive there, but can we talk about the progression of your oval package and honestly everywhere on the season calendar?
Yeah, I felt obviously Toronto we were very good, just missing out on the Fast 6. I had the steering column fail on us, which really hurt us there. You know, St. Louis we were strong, which I don't think people realize because our strategy was so different, but our pace was darn good. And unfortunately, the engine let go. Everybody knows that story. We paid the price for that again today. I think I'm down 21 spots now on grid position penalties this year, which hurts us for sure. You know, but I think we've made good progress. I know people don't see that, don't expect that, but even look at Iowa. Okay, Iowa 1, we had a penalty, grid penalty, but Iowa 2, we finished 8th. You know, we ran right with the Penske's, right with the good boys. So I think the team's doing a good job. We'll keep our heads down, we'll keep working hard, and hopefully have a good weekend in Milwaukee.
Thanks, Graham. That was a word with all 4 Rahal Letterman Lanigan drivers.
Hey, one final note. A lot of hardcore fans are interested in the bonus with the leaders circle. I believe that Connor Daly scored 8 and the 20 of Christian Rasmussen scored 5. So I believe the 78 and the 20 are even with 3 races to go. That's a big storyline. This is a fun weekend, guys.
That's going to be fun to watch down the stretch. Ovals only to finish this thing, James. We go to Milwaukee, Nashville, the Midwest to close out the championship.
Look, we got doubleheaders. We've got tracks we haven't been on in a long time. There is still a lot of good racing coming up for these drivers and a lot of excitement for the fans at home.
For those of us with some age on them, we enjoy drivers in their 40s having a lot of success, and Will Power is still getting it done. 3 to go. Join us next Saturday on Peacock. Sunday on USA from Milwaukee, then Nashville coming up September 15th to finish the season. Thanks for joining us for the BitNile.com Grand Prix. For Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, Georgia Henneberry, and Dylan Welch, I'm Kevin Lee. Thank you for joining us on NBC Sports.
Alex Palou's legendary season rolls on as he eyes an historic three-peat and looks to move one step closer to the single-season wins record in Portland. August 10th on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.